take Xiaoling seriously at all, and his tone was full of contempt and indifference. Although Xiaoling he was very quiet, but he still responded respectfully, "Don't worry sir, complete my mission over. Guhan will respond to me in the next few days and will come to attend the beheading banquet I will hold for him." "Very good." The middle-aged man sitting at the first seat nodded slightly. "If you help us complete this great event, I guarantee in the name of heaven will receive countless rewards, inexhaustible wealth and resources." "Thank you sir." Xiaoling lowered his head, but his eyes were gleaming with excitement and crazy. "That's right, as long as Guhan dies all this will be over. He will have another chance to rise to prominence in the future. He is a powerful monk in Xianhuang world, leading his family to glory. Countless monks and souls worship and worship." Night falls quietly. The lights in Changqing City are bright and beautiful. Guhan's residence. "So I hope Nianqi you can play me and take my place during the period of the devil trial." Site Fallon, the main hall. Guhan and Nianqi were sitting opposite each other, very serious, thinking of Shi. "I am going to play you? Isn't that a bad idea?" Nianqi was a little confused. "Let's not talk about you and me first. Different in gender, even different in race. What if it will cause you great trouble?" Guhan had also thought about this. But Nianqi is undoubtedly the most suitable one. The guy Xiao Haizi who played him was too dandy and exaggerated. Previously in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty he was asked to play himself, which almost ruined his image completely. Xiaobingli has other things to do. Recently he needs to stay in Feishan Tower to break through to the Saint Realm and then further integrate the power he has mastered, so he has even less time. He also thought about finding someone with outstanding acting skills from the several major forces under his control to play himself. But this is also violent risk. This is because the strong men in the Heavenly Tao Palace possess certain special means, which is the ability to trace back to the origin. All human beings can use this method to explore their original breath. Now that he has absorbed some of the power of Heavenly Tao, he is not worried about the detection method of the strong men in Heavenly Tao Palace. But for other human strongmen, they can really get it right with just a single investigation. Therefore the best way is to find a demon from a different race to play him. Among the demon forces he controls there are only the Canglong clan and the Bailong Palace. During this period, apart from Su Lingyue and the unreliable guy Xiao Haizi, he and Nianqi were close friends, one of the oldest demon tribes. You don't have to worry about that. Lang Yu will then send down some of his power to help you temporarily shield Nianqi. There will be no violent risk. This is also the reason why he chose Nianqi. Nianqi knows Su Lingyue, the demon ancestor, and will cooperate with his plan wholeheartedly. Okay, I'll do my best to do this. Nianqi, and after a moment he decisively chose to agree. Anyway, in the Canglong clan now I'll obey Guhan. For any request from Guhan nor will I refuse. Then make subsequent plans. Guhan, who had just left the palace, slight pause. Took out a special jade talisman. A message immediately fell into his mind. "I don't know why you want to help me, but I agree to your request. But I also have a request. If the truth is just as you said, you need to help me kill the ancestor of mankind, Pei Tian." Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. Pei Siye is a truly smart person, and it is not in vain that he has wasted his time and energy. Chapter 435, The Nine Sky Soul Binding Stone intends to control the soul-slaying demon emperor. Time flies. The next day arrived quickly. Today Changqing City is like a giant, as if waking up from a deep sleep. The whole city was in an uproar. Above the sky several streams, colorful the flying boat with brilliant runes, rumbled passing through the void. Many monks are riding spirits, or they walked with swords in hand and rushed towards the direction of the demon-suppressing defense line. And in the demon world directly opposite the demon-suppressing defense line. At this moment the black fog rolled, and something strange and surprising, the creepy roars came one after another. The black fog that completely blocked any living creature from detecting it expanded and rolled. Vaguely there seems to be a huge weird shadow at this moment was looking at the human race on the demon-suppressing defense line with strange and hostile eyes. No, those with weaker cultivation or even weaker willpower will not be able to achieve this goal. Under his gaze he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, causes cold. This should be the unique magical power of the I Demon clan. Sure enough, because of the drama reasons for early the I Demon clan and many other demon clans, his strength is not as terrifying as in his previous life. A certain one of the demon-suppressing Great Wall corner has completely Guhan, whose appearance has changed, is now wearing a black robe with a hood. Only create a sharp jawline. At this moment his deep dark eyes were looking at the demon world at the end of his vision. In fact, demon trial, this is not a so-called trial, this is just the human race law. In the demon world this make a plan to hunt down the geniuses of the human race. To put it bluntly, this time the younger generation of the demon world and the younger generation of the human world bump. Also the purpose was not to compete with each other but to kill all the seeded players. The demon world has great ambitions and appetites. They don't want to occupy part of the human world, but they want to occupy the entire human world, swallow the above directly. If possible, they would even like to take over the entire world in one go. And this young generation that started today collide. It can be understood as the vanguard of the demon world. It is specially designed to create momentum. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It would be best if he could win, because as long as the demon world's genius is in front of countless human beings, killing the world's genius will undermine the morale of the human world. Even indirectly make people feel desperate. The forces gave up resistance, the strategic goal of a full-scale attack on the human world. It doesn't matter if you lose, you still have to fight. Since the demon world has decided to launch this war between races, they must annex a part of the human world. In the memory of the previous life. Although the devil is not over a plan to completely devour the human world, but the demon-suppressing defense line was completely breached. The area of millions of miles around it was all corroded by the evil spirit, the scope of the demon world. In the end, the demon world and the heavenly Tao Palace were afraid that the demon world would eventually break the three-way balance of power, so they intervened forcibly, thus avoiding the complete defeat of the human world. But the end result was that the human world lost millions of miles of territory. Guhan stroking down. If he could get a share of the millions of miles of territory lost by the human world, it would be a huge gain. As for racial glory, he has none of that. Afterwards, most of the human race will basically turn against him and hunt him down because of the will of heaven. He has made the whole world his enemy, so why would he care about race? Along with the gathering of strong men from both the human and demon sides, the demon world first heard a series of strange roars. I only saw that area, dark demonic energy boiling, several terrifying shadows emerge one after another. Their appearances are different, but they are all the same, ferocious and weird. Or the surface is covered with red-green face and fangs. Or maybe there are several different compound eyes on his face, scarlet and ominous, full of malice. Light is emanating from those eyeballs. You, the demon world, are really thieves with ulterior motives. At first I was like a stray dog chased away by our ancestors' devil's world. Now the evil intentions are still there and have revived. Are they trying to go back to the old ways? The sky above Chongqing City diffused brilliant, overturned and fell. A dozen terrifying forces led by Tai Ching's sword, immortal shadows, broke through the void one after another and slowly walked out. The terrifying power emanating from his every move is not even inferior to that of the powerful demons. To the terrifying aura of the law, as if two different worlds was at the top of the sky. Bump roar, large areas of the void were shaken and twisted and torn apart. Compared to the other young monks, he felt a palpitation and his scalp tingling with horror. Guhan is a god come. Moreover, even though the strength of the human world seems to be comparable to that of the demon world, as a reborn person he knows it very well. The human world is definitely no match for the demon world. According to the time speculation, the demon emperor Tu Ling should have cut off his own realm fruit and forced his cultivation to the system was set between the quasi-emperor and the great emperor so as to earn the shackles of rules appeared in the demon world and even integrated the power of the entire demon world. Seeing this scene, Gu Hanyu murmured in his heart, in this era when there are no great emperors, even if you are only infinitely close to being a quasi-emperor, the power it possesses is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. The demon emperor Tu Ling from the previous life appeared, but it directly defeated most of the power of the human race's top leaders. Of course, this is not the only reason. Compared to the unity that has already been achieved, it has been completely solidified a solid demon world. In the human world where everyone is on their own and temporarily mixed together for superficial interests, defeat is inevitable. Just as Guhan was thinking about how to take advantage of the chaos that was about to happen, get more benefits. Our Bite. New villain main quest detected. Option 1. Destroy the joint plan between the demon emperor Tuliang and the will of heaven. Make the two stand in opposition and help the demon realm get away from the influence of the will of heaven and gain the friendship of the demon world. Reward, 60,000 villain points. Option 2. Dominate or kill the demon emperor Tuliang. Reward, 60,000 villain points. Hearing the sudden system broadcast, even Guhan couldn't help but gasp. As expected, the situation really happened. The demon world is really colluding with the will of heaven. Moreover, he is also with demon emperor Tuliang, the strongest person in the demon world today. Drama, it has collapsed to this extent. The demon emperor, who disliked the will of heaven in his previous life, actually reached an agreement with the will of heaven. Cooperation want to deal with him. Guhan frown think it's very troublesome. Although the demon emperor Tuliang cut off his own Dao fruit, his cultivation level dropped to a lower level. But his combat power is definitely at the emperor level. Not to mention that there are also real imperial soldiers. His special magical power can even gain the power of the entire demon world, which can increase his combat power several times. Even if he lets himself, the many quasi-emperor warriors behind him took 2 pieces of extreme quasi-emperor weapons with them fighting. Even if it means killing the demon emperor Tuliang, the price is absolutely not worth it. A sudden inspiration flashing. Guhan suddenly remembered that he had seen a special magic weapon in the system mall before called the 9 Heavens Binding Soulstone. 3,000 points for each villain point. Details: introduction. Using this 9 Heavens Binding Spirit Stone, you can engrave a special binding, make a big formation. A 9 Heavens Binding Spirit Stone can easily subdue the strong man in the divine platform realm. 3. Control the way and harmonize the environment. The effects are cumulative. Guhan calculated that with his current nearly 130,000 villain points, keep 20,000 villain points for signing in for critical hits. More than 110,000 villain points can buy about 30 or so. Not completely, it shouldn't be a problem to subdue the demon emperor Tuliang, completely restrict his special magical powers and prevent him from borrowing the power of the entire demon world. Although this plan is reckless and has a high risk of failure. But once he planned success, controlled and dominated the soul-slaying demon emperor. Guhan's heart was beating wildly, a kind of expectation. He then possesses the core authority to control the entire demon world. Risk and reward are also proportional. Although the bureau was very reckless. But if you don't dare to fight or gamble, how can you be called a villain? The strong men from the demon world and the human world were still confronting each other in mid-air. None of them knew. A young person who was not even at the saint level has even set his sights on the almighty demon emperor. Chapter 436 begins to hunt Guhan and strong men emerge. I heard that there is an extraordinary legendary genius in your world, Guhan. It is rumored that he has reached the realm of God? At this time, a green-faced, fang-toothed warrior who was the leader of the demon realm sneered, but I heard that he doesn't seem to be prepared to participate in this dispute. What? The person you hailed as the greatest genius ever seen in the human world is such a cowardly person who is afraid of death. In my opinion, there is no need to continue this competition. After all, even the strongest genius in your human world knows that you are no match for my demon world. You are like a lost dog at this moment, not out. In my opinion, you should just surrender obediently. When the time comes, I will wait. Well, maybe he will be merciful and give you some hot meals. As the powerful demon finished his words. Afterwards, all the powerful demons burst into laughter, and their words were full of ridicule and disdain. Hearing this, the strong men in the human world is ugly. Although some angry people wanted to speak up and refute. But when he thought that Guhan really had no intention of participating in this trial. After the demon realm strongman said something that was somewhat true. They couldn't find any reason to refute it. Therefore, this leads to a young and energetic monk. He chose to vent his anger on Guhan's superior. Before this, I always thought that Guhan was a good guy and a hope for our human race, only now do I realize that I was really blind. This guy is essentially just a coward who is afraid of taking any action. You do not say. As soon as these remarks came out, the clowns echoed the sentiment. This matter concerns the prosperity and survival of our human race. As a member of the human world, Guhan not only did not contribute but instead just watched as if nothing had happened. If I were him, I would have dug a hole in the ground for my behavior, burying yourself, how embarrassing. Gu Han, who saw the entire scene, just watched it all with indifference. He naturally knew what the powerful men in the demon world were thinking. This is nothing more than the simplest and most direct way of provoking someone. This is to irritate him and make him a flaw, or on a deeper level, they even wanted to push him to the opposite side of the human world by waging a war of public opinion so as to promote some of their subsequent plans. But so what? He doesn't care what the human world thinks of him. Moreover, he is a vindictive person. He memorized the faces of all these guys. These likes to break behind him. There are a few jumping clowns among the workers and powerful demons who are leading the rhythm. After that, anyone related to him whom I met on the battlefield would be killed. You are a bunch of clowns who are not even presentable. What qualifications do you have to talk about him? Just as Gu Han held watching all this with cold eyes, an angry voice suddenly rang out. On what followed was of the terrifying sword power spreading. The many monks who were spitting saliva suddenly stagnant all looked up in fear. The person who came was actually Jian Chen. However, at this moment Jian Chen, his eyes were cold with a fierce and captivating sword intent surging in them. Just a casual glance made several monks' confused hair and even took several steps back uncontrollably. It's his own business whether he participates or not. Besides, this matter is based on my own will, so how can it be forced? You like to use moral kidnapping on others, making them fight desperately on the front line. Why don't you live up to your so-called moral standards? The rules are very clear. This is the first battle between the human world and the demon world. As long as the genius who has reached the divine platform realm can participate and do his part for our human race. You are all at the peak of the divine stage realm and fully meet the rules and standards. Why are you standing here blaming others and not making any progress yourself, demonic battlefield? I, the leading genius, blushed and wanted to refute. I know what you want to say. Your current cultivation level is totally inferior to Gu Han's. If you go up there, you will just be cannon fodder, right? Jian Chen saw what this person was thinking at a glance. A scornful and disdainful smile appeared on his face. To put it bluntly, aren't you afraid of death, afraid of dying on the battlefield? Aren't you essentially a coward who is afraid of death? Besides, anyone with a brain knows that the demons are not fools. As long as Gu Han dares to advance with his divine realm cultivation, the battlefield will under the extremely brutal siege of many powerful demons. He was even killed. The demons have set up a deadly trap. On the other hand, you guys who are weak and cannon fodder are safer because no one cares if you live or die. You can roam the battlefield as you please. You can even snipe and kill many lone demon world geniuses. But do you dare? You don't dare. You only dare to occupy the so-called moral high ground here. You use the attitude of a humble, disgusting yet unconscious weakling to accuse a strong person who is far more powerful than you. What kind of people are you? The human race is inferior to the demon world today because of hypocrites like you. A bunch of disgusting worms. Every word Jian Chen said was full of wisdom, and every word hit the nail on the head, pertinent and insightful. This immediately made the monks in this area, who were still noisily discussing change, hurry to make a bird dispersed, not daring to stay again. What a bunch of ridiculous hypocrites. A flash of light flashed in Jian Chen's eyes, disgusted. Just about to turn leave. Snap, snap, snap. A clear sound of applause suddenly rang out. Jian Chen frowned slightly and turned his head subconsciously. Go. Only one wearing a black robe with cloud patterns shape. A tall and handsome young man walked towards him with a smile on his face. Who are you? You can. I am Li Beixian. Gu Han disguised. The young man smiled and said, these days there are not many young people who can see things as clearly as Taoist fellow Jian Chen. I also plan to go in later demon battlefield. Do you want to get to know each other? Jian Chen was slightly stunned, but it seemed that he didn't. After realizing Gu Han's malicious intention, he chuckled and agreed readily. Of course, we can talk while we walk. The demon world and the human world began to tacitly send those who met the rules to the first when delivering to the battlefield. Shao family. Sir, I have already delivered the banquet invitation to Gu Han. He should be coming to the banquet I'm hosting for him in 2 days. Xiao Lingdong, bowing towards the main hall. The strong men from the Tiandao Hall in the center reported respectfully. Very good. Now our plan is only one step away. As long as we complete it, I promise that everything I promised you will come true. After sending Xiao Ling away below, The same king of the heavenly Tao Palace took out a sound transmission jade stone and said the plan is proceeding as usual. Pay attention to your side, keep an eye on whether Guhan is using some disguise to dive to demonic battlefield. This kid, he is very cunning, don't be fooled by him. The demon realm thousands of miles away. The demon emperor Tu Ling slowly opened his pair of dark eyes, looking at the dozen or so young warriors kneeling respectfully on the ground below. Your mission is simple, hunting down the younger generation of the human race is only secondary. The main thing is to follow what I gave you and search for Guhan's whereabouts on the battlefield. Once you are sure that he is a disguised person, kill him at all costs. We will obey the orders of the demon emperor. Many young and powerful people below responded in unison. And their cultivation has reached the peak of the supreme realm. But from them, the strange aura emanating from them showed that they did not cultivate step by step but were truly forced promotion. As a price, they can only live for 1 or 2 years at most, and they can no longer further studies. But as long as Guhan can be killed, everything will be fine. They have no regrets about following the instructions of the demon emperor. Chapter 437, Sneaking into the Demon Realm and Borrowing Life. At the same time, the countless years of peace between the demon world and the human world were accompanied by the vanguard battle was completely broken. Countless young warriors from the demon world and the human world who meet the rules of this war have transformed into various rainbow shapes. Go to the buffer area between the two worlds. No extra nonsense. People from both worlds hate, they were jealous of each other and their eyes turned red when they saw each other. They all used their trump cards to attack and kill each other. Hee, look at these skinny guys, I can't even imagine how delicious they are. Coward. I dare to think. Don't kill yes, human race humans and I the demon clan, they are completely different people. I heard they are very merciful, let's leave a few of them alive for fun. Arrogant. A bunch of demon rubbish, come and get yourself killed. Amid the roars, many human monks and demon monks rushed together and all kinds of off weaving. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a just played violent. The fishy smell filled the whole place. Everyone knew that this trial had no rules. The only thing they can do is to survive and kill more vanguards of the demon world. Kill. Follow senior brother Tianyun and kill them. One on the battlefield. Several young sword cultivators with powerful auras followed the completely transformed Yi Qingyun like a sword that had been unsheathed to destroy an army and rushed directly into the chaos. A gap was created in the battlefield. Everyone in this battle, we will establish our hearts for the world, our lives for the people, our legacy for the saints, and our peace for the human race. Follow me and kill. Yi Qingyun raised his sword high, the sword energy surges, the black hair dances. With the latter group fought the young warrior rushed towards the countless powerful warriors from the demon world. In fact, Yi Qingyun didn't want to work so hard. But the leader of Sanjian Pavilion said so. Only if he performs well enough and brilliantly in this war with the demon world can he gain more benefits on the road ahead. Moreover, the battle with the powerful ones in the demon world is just a vanguard battle between the younger generations of the two worlds, and it is more for the purpose of training. If you can, in the past it was definitely a great opportunity. He might be seriously injured or even die, but it was definitely much safer than the subsequent all-out war between the human world and the demon world. After thinking about it, Yi Qingyun decided to take a gamble for this lead charge. The demon-suppressing Great Wall is above the sky. Responsible, the many powerful human beings in the formation were naturally also raised by Yi Qingyun at this moment, attract eye flowing out of praise. Xinghong, that's your most recent disciple Feng Tianyun, right? Feng Yun's sword immortal nodded slightly and his words were full of praise. That's right, you are not afraid of difficulties and obstacles. With a sword in hand you will move forward. If you don't die in the future, you will have a great future. At once. Even he is an extraordinary land swordsman in our Xianhuang world. Brother Feng Yun, thank you for your praise. I think Jian Chen's performance is also very good. Xinghong smiled and said, it seems that after seeing Guhan's terrifying performance on the sword test stage, his Dao hard to any influence, but the more you strive to become stronger, the braver you become. Feng Yun's sword immortal frowned. He is a smart man. Knowing what Xinghong meant by saying this, suddenly he wanted to mention Guhan, the top genius who obviously possessed powerful strength but did not want to participate in this battle between humans and demons. Although I don't know what the other party's purpose is. But he was still wise and chose not to respond. But several sword masters don't think so. When Guhan was mentioned, all his faces were filled with disdain and coldness. In the battlefield between humans and demons, Guhan Huali Beixian did this for the sake of safety in his plan and also to avoid attracting the attention of other cultivators. Enter the battlefield is instantly transformed through special method. Let your breath. The control has reached the extreme point where basically people don't fight unless they want to. At this time he transformed into a dark ghost sneaking around in the battlefield. And he naturally knew that the one who beat everyone seemingly leading the charge, but in fact he quietly retreated halfway to join the other sword cultivators, the Feng Tianyun behind his Yi Qingyun. Although he did not detect his breath. But before he started planning, he asked Yi Xiao and Yi Xin to he gave Yi Qingyun two special protective symbol. These two guards. The talisman was regarded as a treasure by Yi Qingyun. I even felt that this was my cousin and myself a sign of rewarming, even recovery. But little did they know that he had already asked Yi Xiao and the others to a special positioning jadestone was placed in the talisman. Therefore he was able to clearly grasp Yi Qingyun's battlefield quiet. But he was not prepared to attack Yi Qingyun right now. Not to mention that the miraculous opportunity in the ancient super treasure land of immortals that he was planning to obtain later would require the help of Yi Qingyun, the treasure hunting rat. The most important thing is that what he needs to deal with urgently now is the heavenly Dao Palace and the powerful people in the demon world. If he attacks Yi Qingyun now, let's not talk about whether it is possible to kill him for sure. Once he takes action, it will definitely attract attention from all parties. Not only will it attract the attention of the heavenly Dao Palace and the demon realm masters, it will also attract the hatred of the human race masters, directly trapping oneself in the situation. To be on the safe side, it is better not to create unnecessary trouble. Secondly, he wasn't here to kill the enemy. Look for opportunities. Potential. The devil world. Guhan, who had been wandering for a long time, finally saw a bright spot in his eyes and saw a suitable candidate who could replace him. Psycho, that's a leather fair. There is some darkness growing on the surface. Dragon scale. A man with dragon horns on his head. This person is from the Demon Dragon clan. The Demon Dragon clan was once of the same lineage as the Sky Dragon clan and the Tsanlong clan. But later the true ancestor of the Tsanlong died and the three powerful main veins broke apart. The Tianlong clan went to the human clan and the Molong clan went to the demon clan. Perhaps it is because of the long term and some special reasons. The dragon race is essentially completely for a part of the demon world. In this war between the demon world and the human world, the Demon Dragon clan also sent their own young geniuses to participate. This leather fair, the Dragon clan's genius with a disdainful sneer on his face, was named Mo Tianjun. Weak, you humans are really too weak. In the dragon, under the amplification of the pulse, Mo Tianjun is extremely powerful. The entire right hand was covered with pitch-black dragon scales turning directly into a huge dragon claw. He raised his hand and grabbed it hard, and the arm suddenly, the dark dragon energy that was emitted suddenly condensed into a huge dragon claw in mid-air. Several human geniuses rushed towards him, protecting Grodor. Prevent. The magic power was instantly crushed by a claw, along with all are divided. After a few paragraphs he died tragically on the spot. Puff. Only one young man left. The man held a spear in his hand and supported his body with his remaining right hand, medium and large mouthfuls overflowing with freshness. And in him the people who fell down were all human beings. Mo Tianjun frowned. He was very proud of his magical power, but he failed to completely kill the few human bastards in front of him. It was a bit unexpected. Interesting. Mo Tianjun's tongue licking my own with a morbid cruelty flashing in his vertical pupils. Ants with stronger vitality are more interesting. Fortunately, you can provide me with more fun. Just at Mo Tianjun, a cruel smile appeared on his face and he walked towards the young man step by step. As the man approached, swoosh! A long rainbow so fast that it was almost invisible suddenly flashed by. Then Mo Tianjun felt his vision spinning. When everything was stable, there was already a new face in his eyes. Cold young man in black robe. Young man, corners of his eyes slightly curved. Finally, I found someone that satisfies me. I'll lend you my life. Mo Tianjun's pupils dilated, but he only felt that his consciousness was becoming increasingly dizzy, and finally he was completely unconscious. Abyss. Until the end he couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. He, the peerless genius of the Demon Dragon clan, was killed in an instant. Chapter 438, Go your own way no matter right or wrong. Xingzong. The young man held the gun with one hand and supported himself on the ground in a panic to ensure that he would not fall to the ground. Man. After seeing what was happening in front of him, his pupils dilated and his face was full of disbelief. From his previous perspective, seeing that with just one casual strike their human team was killed, leaving only Tianjun who was approaching him step by step, he was really ready to die. But I never expected it to happen in the next moment. That was so powerful that he could not the genius of the Demon Dragon clan. Suddenly a black man appeared. The man's head was chopped off in an instant. Guhan doesn't care the people after that. He raised his hand and directly sucked palm. Then he held up the head of Tianjun. The shadow disappeared in an instant. With the help of the character's high speed, Suyai and the shadow flashed several times in succession and soon arrived at a place with thick demonic energy. It cannot be detected by the strong human beings from the outside world, and this is a place where no one from the demon world will come for the time being. Cast the shielding formation again to block any possibility of anyone noticing back. Suddenly a strange flame burned in Guhan's hand, which directly burned and melted Tianjuan's head and finally turned it into a ball with his life's memories group. This absorbed after strength. All the memories about Tianjun suddenly appeared in Guhan's mind. Then along with this the strange flames completely enveloped Guhan. His head, the outline twisted and changed in the flames. When the flames faded, he had turned into an appearance exactly like Tianjun. Guhan opened his right hand and instantly dark dragon energy rolled in his palm. This is a special dragon energy that belongs only to the Magic Dragon clan. To put it bluntly, it is simply the dragon energy weaving magic, a special variant. Not to mention that he had defected to the demon world in his previous life for the generation of Demon Lord Liantian. Having mastered many unique cultivation skills in the demon world, it is not difficult for him to condense demonic energy. Dragon Chi is also convenient. Zulong, it can help him condense the dragon energy. He only needs to rely on his own talent to combine the dragon energy and demonic energy. It will be finished. He exerted a dragon energy that was almost identical to that of the Dragon Clan. Plus the Demon Dragon Clan is part of the Dragon Clan. He also intended to include this race to his own command. So kill for Tianjun, the genius of the Demon Dragon Clan, disguising himself as the opponent. This is the best method. Of course he couldn't just return to the Dragon Clan, have to ask some people for some interest back. After all, the guy who used to talk bad about me behind my back, it's a pity that a petty-minded person like me would remember it. Gu Hang corner slightly hooked, the shadow disappeared where it was. With the young and powerful demon's servings at again this melee. As for whether as a human being he would feel guilty for killing his compatriots, Guhan didn't feel that way at all. Everyone has their own different pursuits. Don't worry about the world. Go your own way no matter right or wrong, and let the world lose, and don't like going well. Almost the first in the human and demon worlds at the same time the war broke out. The Ice Spirit Holy Sect, which is countless miles away. Mu Binghuang slowly opened her eyes and came out of her meditation state. Just now we have received messages from powerful figures from several major forces, including the White Dragon Palace. They have arrived at the designated location and are ready to take action at any time. Watch now this way. Mu Binghuang just stood up. Silently walk out of your own exclusive chain prefecture. A pair of ice blue eyes towards the dome of the sect. Countless ice runes condensed in the sky confluence shape. A huge energy shield appeared like an inverted glass bowl. This is the protective formation of their Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Not only has extremely powerful defense effect, it can also directly release the increasingly accumulated ice power, turning it into an ice storm that is powerful enough to freeze any living being below the Emperor realm. Guhan is very smart and will not do business that will result in a loss. Guhan agreed to help seize power and usurp the throne. The prerequisite for becoming the new leader of the Bingling Holy Sect is need find a way to shut down the Ice Spirit Holy Sect's most powerful protective formation. Before this sect protection formation is completely closed, the strong men from the White Dragon Palace and other major forces will not take action. Looking at the sect where she had stayed for countless years, Mu Binghuang's eyes flickered with complex and tangled emotions on. But the complexity emotions are fleeting. His eyes turned firm. I owe my sister Mu Bailing so much. Ifas an elder sister, she was able to notice that something was wrong with Yi Qingyun earlier. If you can get earlier use energy to help him catch Yi Qingyun, basically end it all. Thing, it wouldn't have developed to this point. Maybe my sister wouldn't have to die. Now it turned out that the sect he had cultivated for countless years was related to the enemy who indirectly killed his sister. That I can only become the sect leader myself, master stronger power, and avenge my sister. Having made her decision, Mu Binghuang took a deep breath. Then it turned into an ice blue rainbow soaring into the sky, heading towards a certain person of the Ice Spirit Saint sect. Deep fly away. Looking down from high above. The whole Ice Spirit Huan. Countless pavilions, towers, palaces are all made of crystal clear, made of crystal-like material. In Japan, discount below the buildings lined up one after another exude colorful clouds, like a paradise on earth. The journey took about half a cup of tea. Mu Binghuang soon arrived at the core area of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Showed himself for the Ice Phoenix Palace Master after the token is copied. Mu Binghuang was easily allowed to pass by the external guards. Continue walking in the hall. The view in front of me suddenly became clear. I saw a star emitting strange waves like a huge ice blue stone that has not melted for thousands of years is slowly floating in the formation. The various law runes emitted by the ice blue boulder gathered together, a torrent of energy rushed straight to the dome, providing a continuous supply of energy to the Ice Spirit Holy Sect's protective formation. Ice Phoenix Palace Master, what are you doing? As the core hub of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect, this place is not only guarded by many outsiders, the department is also guarded by powerful people at the level of Godlord or even Saint. Seeing Mu Binghuang coming, several strong men who were responsible for guarding the ice blue boulder appeared one after another, all with doubtful expressions on their faces. Of Mu Binghuang. Feel sorry. Mu Binghuang didn't say anything more. As soon as the two words fell, a terrible ice storm suddenly with the center as the center. It was like a flood that broke through a dam, spreading violently in all directions. The extreme low temperature even renders this space ice blue. At this moment, Mu Binghuang's Sage Realm cultivation was fully demonstrated here. Except for 3 powerful saints. Several other powerful gods were here frozen at absolute zero. Before I could react, it had already turned into something I couldn't. Ice sculpture made of bullets. Mu Binghuang, are you crazy? The 3 Saint Realm powerhouses who reacted roared. However, all this happened too suddenly. When they want to take action, when Mu Binghuang has taken over the right. A white lotus-like special method quilt directly offer it. A terrible energy storm is coming here. Boom boom. At this moment, everyone in the Bingling Holy Sect heard a startling sound, the roar of the earth. Countless horrified eyes towards the source of the sound go. I saw a huge ice blue lotus blossoming, and the terrifying energy that could destroy everything in its path roared here. In an instant, the hall where the sect's holy stone was located was destroyed, minced meat. At the same time, the protective formation above their heads absorbs the power of ice from heaven and earth all year round to protect the safety of their sect. After losing the energy supply, it flickered between light and dark and then completely dimmed and disappeared. The hearts of all the people in the Ice Spirit Holy Sect sank to the bottom of the valley. The sect protection formation is broken. Something big is going to happen. Chapter 439, Town Holy Sect, no trace. What on earth just happened? Is there a thief lurking? Our sect is causing trouble? The entire Bingling Saint sect was in a state of excitement, with countless cultivators rushing towards the strange go to the place. Boom! But everyone was just getting close. I heard another startling sound, local explosion sound. Then an icy blue suddenly flashing. A saint-level expert from their sect seemed to have been to a terrible blow. The mouth was filled with a cold that icy sword pierced through him, and he flew backwards, being nailed to the ground far away on the palace. Ice Phoenix Palace Master. It was created by the Ice Phoenix Palace Master of. An exclamation came from somewhere, attracting everyone's attention again. All I saw was the ruins of a collapsed palace. Full Mu Binghuang, who was filthy with a dirty mark, was pinching a powerful saint who was struggling. The ice follows the palm of your hand, keeps invading that Saint Realm strongman. Let its eyelashes, they were gradually covered with a layer of frost. This scene immediately stunned everyone in the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Them I just don't understand why Mu Binghuang went crazy for no reason. Mu Binghuang, I have treated you well, now you have destroyed the core of the sex formation, do you know your crime? At this moment a cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded. Then one make everyone do it, the terrifying suffocating aura poured down like the collapse of the sky. Deep void, suddenly the goose floated heavy snow. At absolute zero the space even emitted a series of palpitating sounds as if it were frozen. And in the pure white snow that covered the sky and the earth enough to drown the world, a terrifying aura with silver hair, the child, emerged from it. He is the current leader of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect and is respected by the world as the Piaoxue Holy King. The eyes of Saint King Piaoxue, which had remained calm for thousands of years, were now filled with raging rage. They also didn't understand why Mu Binghuang suddenly launched an attack and destroyed the core hub of their sex protective formation. Having been in the position of the suzerain for so many years, I instantly smelled an unusual scent. At the same time, he ordered people to immediately repair the sect protection formation, while planning to directly suppress Mu Binghuang. Clang! But in the next moment, accompanied by the sound of an ancient and vast bell, skydark cloudy, the invisible barrier of laws suddenly enveloped the entire Ice Spirit Holy Sect. At this moment all the strong men of the Ice Spirit Saints sect felt as if they were falling into an icy cave. There were several terrible threats approaching their sect from all directions. This is. Many powerful men from the Ice Spirit Saints sect looked up in horror. Go. I saw the space above the sky distorted in all directions, and at this moment terrifying and powerful people appeared. Not to mention the Saint King, they even saw several quasi-emperors film. Mu Binghuang, you actually acted like an ungrateful person and betrayed the sect. Are you still human? The Snow Saint King came back to his senses, but he got angry. How could they not know that Mu Binghuang destroyed the key point of the sect's protective formation in order to cooperate with people from the outside world and catch them off guard? Booties still don't quite understand. Mu Binghuang is one of the several hall masters of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. In terms of power and status, Mu Binghuang easily one level lower. If you want any top-level chain repair resources, you only need to ask for them and you can get them easily. And because they have a good relationship, and because Mu Binghuang is indeed very talented, in fact he wanted to train him to be the next sect leader. I don't understand why Mu Binghuang has so many good qualities. Why did you betray the sect? I can't wait to will you step down and take the throne of the suzerain in advance? Master, I'm sorry. Mu Binghuang bent her knees, fell to the ground with a plop, and kowtowed respectfully in the direction of Saint King Piaoxue. I know what I'm doing now. I am sorry to you and to the sect. But I have no choice, but the choice I make now is also the most correct choice. Wait till I finish that thing. After that I will use the rest of my life to make it up to you and the sect. Upon hearing these words, Saint King Piaoxue was so angry that he laughed. Damn it, you turned around and betrayed the sect that had been so kind to you, and now you're still talking about all this nonsense. No, I'm just being disgusting. Mu Binghuang. Snow Saint King Ran was furious. Joe Ice Wave, he wanted to take action and suppress Mu Binghuang. But the powerful men from Piaomiao Fairy Island and other major forces have already arrived. What do you want? The terrifying war suddenly hair. It was not a battle of equal strength but a one-sided crushing. Even though the Ice Spirit Saints sect is the Sejong Gate. In the face of the joint siege of powerful figures from several major forces such as the White Dragon Palace, it also seemed that they were well prepared but not strong enough. Boom boom. The battle in the human-demon battlefield has not subsided and has become more intense. Roar. Accompanied by a startling sound, Earth Dragon with a roar, a huge pitch-black dragon came out, easily annihilating the several human cultivators in front of it. That's Mo Tianjun from your demon dragon clan, right? Yes, with such fighting ability and aptitude he must be a Saint King. Above the demon realm, many powerful demons also saw this scene. Before this, Guhan pretended to be Mo Tianjun has defeated several top human geniuses one after another, greatly increasing the morale of the demon world. Of course, Mo Tianjun has always been very hardworking and is the pride of our demon dragon clan. The powerful members of the Demon Dragon clan were actually a little confused. They still had a rough guess about Mo Tianjun's combat power. Mo Tianjun is actually a direct descendant of their demon dragon clan who was brought back from outside not long ago. His pulse was really ordinary in strength and his cultivation was forcibly improved. Today in the human-demon battlefield, Missouri Tianjun seemed to have been possessed by another body, as if he had become a completely different person. Although I don't understand reason. But this does not affect the demon dragon clan's use of this incident to further enhance the prestige of their race. I just don't know Mo Tianjun and the human race who is stronger when Li Beishuan's guys face off. When this name was mentioned, many powerful demons suddenly became shin as ugly with deep pupils. There is a boiling murderous intent. During this period, Guhan not only Mo Tianjun grind a group of human beings. After playing after that, it will disappear again when no one notices Li Beishuan hunting down a group of demons sharp. Anyway, the main point is the rain evenly distributed. Anyone who speaks ill of him or is hostile to him will be killed. As for Yi Qing Yun, he also has Sora goes looking for trouble with the other party. But Yi Qing Yun is a very mean guy. At the beginning of the war between humans and demons, he won over many loyal followers with his reputation as a leader. He is basically in the defensive circle now. He couldn't come out, so all those fighting in front were his younger brothers. As for himself, he would only occasionally use his long-range magical powers from behind. Shaking his head, Guhan took advantage of the fact that all the strong men were not paying attention to him. The figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he appeared again, he had turned into the appearance of Li Beishuan. Demon Emperor Palace. A bunch of gluttons. This emperor has given you such a precious treasure, but after 2 full days you still can't find any clues about the person who might be Guhan in disguise. If you don't gain anything after this, everything I have given you can also be taken back. The jade stone in your hand connects you to the demon clan genius on the front line of the battlefield after breaking the face of the demon emperor. It's extremely ugly. After the war started during this period, the main task he issued was not to win but to find Guhan's trace on the battlefield. But up to now no clues have been found. This makes things the demon emperor Tu Ling, who was in control, faced Chen Nan, saw the extreme. Don't worry, Master Demon. I have a plan that can help the demon emperor solve his problems. At this moment a voice that sounded ancient and timeless sounded. The person who was speaking was a man with white hair and beard exuding a kind of Moriyuki. Every step is not an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He was one of the agents of the Tiandao Palace on this trip. With the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor, he was respected as the quasi-emperor Haotian. Chapter 440. Town Han Mengyao has done rib? Secretly attacked Shinsong and become the host. As the words of quasi-emperor Haotian came out, the demon emperor Tu Ling's attention was immediately drawn. Oh? What do you mean? Quasi-Emperor Haotian smiled and said, it's very simple. My heavenly palace has conducted a special investigation on Guhan report. There is one on the side. Han Mengyao's deep Guhan heavy. And this time he was arranged to come in, hoping to further enhance his strength and talent through this battle between humans and demons. Instead of spending effort looking for it, maybe it would be better to take Guhan, who is hiding in the battlefield. The ribs are used as threats now. The demon emperor Tu Ling nodded slightly. This was indeed a very good plan. If you can catch Han Mengyao, you can even set traps and take advantage of the situation, right? However, Guhan is definitely not stupid, since he dares to let me heavy people come in. The battlefield has definitely been equipped with sufficient backup measures to counter our tactics. Demon Emperor Tu Ling frowned and said, this is a tough nut to crack. Besides, Guhan may not be on the battlefield. Maybe, as he said, he does not intend to participate in this war. Hearing this, Quasi-Emperor Haotian just smiled slightly. You don't need to worry about this demon emperor. My Heavenly Dao Palace experts have already started their march, set up a hongmen banquet for Guhan. If Guhan hadn't sneaked in through disguise to go to the battlefield of humans and demons, but to attend the appointment is also to enter my Heavenly Dao Palace, has painstakingly laid out a net of heaven and earth. If the person attending the banquet is Guhan, our plan will be a success. If it wasn't Guhan, we could have directly proved that Guhan had 100% sneaked through disguise on the battlefield. And we can further concentrate our strength and try to capture Han Mengyao, check and balance Guhan. I think that instead of hunting down other human geniuses, Lord Demon Emperor should issue an order now to gather the many young and powerful people in the demon world and launch an encirclement against Han Mengyao. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling nodded slightly, agreeing with it deeply. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. Anyway, as long as we use whatever means to capture Han Mengyao and many people related to Guhan, the lord of this matter, the power will be in their control. At the same time, Guhan, who dominates the battlefield, make a slight pause. He took out a pitch-black dragon scale from his arms. This was what he had learned from the other party after he killed Mo Tianjun. The loot found it has a function similar to that of a sound-transmitting jade stone, which can realize real-time sound transmission between the powerful members of the Demon Dragon clan and the geniuses. Mr. Mo Tianjun, the Demon Emperor, has issued an order. You have to put aside your target for the time being and cooperate with other geniuses in the demon realm to capture a famous Han Mengyao's little girl. Guhan was slightly stunned when he heard this message. You had guessed something but still pretended not to understand and asked Elder, who is this person? Right now the war between the demon world and the human world is at a stalemate. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to divide our forces to target such a guy? Thinking of the recent excellent performance of Mo Tianjun, the Elder paused and explained, I don't know much about it, but it seems that this Han Mengyao's guy is related to Guhan. If we can catch it, we can use it as rib to check and balance Guhan. Don't ask any more questions. Go to the gathering place I sent you now. The 4 supreme masters of my demon world will lead you in this journey. Guhan interrupted the voice transmission. A sneer appeared on his face. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling really had a big move. There were only 10 supreme masters in the demon world. In order to target Han Mengyao, the Demon Emperor Tu Ling sent out 4 of them. You should know that every supreme sequence in the demon world has reached the peak of the supreme realm through some special means, and their strength is incomparably powerful. It is far beyond the ability of Han Mengyao, who has just reached the peak of Daoha realm, to deal with. However, the developments were all within his expectations. Otherwise he would have tried his best to create a genius in the demon world. What to do? Isn't it just a sneak attack in secret? Guhan, stroking down the corners of his eyes, slightly tilted upwards. Since the Demon Emperor Tu Ling intends to gather many geniuses, a campaign against Han Mengyao. I haven't tried it yet. Can't I take this opportunity to hunt them down? Thoughts are churning. Guhan already has a plan. The shape flashed again and flew towards the area where the geniuses and strong men of the demon world gathered. Start your journey in Guhan at the same time. Evergreen City. Camouflage Guhan's Nian. She also set off for the Xiao family according to the agreement with Xiao Ling, to avoid making the other party wary. Nian, she didn't bring anyone with her. Just following Guhan's usual style, he brought Xiao Haizi with him to the banquet. Of course, Pyongyao Fairy Island had already landed at the designated location. The powerful people from the major forces waiting there could take action at any time and destroy the entire Xiao family, and even the god behind the strong men from the Heavenly Dao Palace suppressed. Brother Gu, you're finally here. The banquet is ready. The only thing missing is you. We must not leave until we are drunk today. Xiao Ling, who had received the news long ago and was waiting outside the gate with his sister to greet Guhan, was stunned when he saw Guhan's shadow suddenly touch a gentle smile. Seeing this scene, Nian, she was also slightly stunned with an inexplicable feeling in her heart, a complex meaning. Entrusted by Guhan when playing, I have already mentioned Xiao Ling. He also told the general information he had guessed. Otherwise, I can't believe this smile in front of me flowing from the bones. A kind of approachable. The young man actually tried every means to kill Guhan. Really? The most complicated and terrifying thing in the blockchain world is the human heart. Various in mind, the emotion was gone in an instant, and Nian, she nodded slightly. Thank you. But in the moment in the Xiao family compound, Xiao Haizi's warning sound was heard. All the following lines: you must be careful. There are several roads around, a terrifying aura lurking in the darkness. But Xiao Haizi then assured him solemnly, but don't worry, I am invincible with a basketball in my hand, so you don't have to panic. Then I'll trouble you, thunder-devouring demon ancestor. Nian Shi's answer obviously greatly satisfied Xiao Haizi's vanity. If Guhan was as sensible and aware of current affairs as Nian Shi, he dared not imagine how wonderful his future life would be. At the same time, hiding in the dark, and has confirmed that Gu Hanjin, the strong men from the Tiandao Hall and the main hall, now began to make arrangements according to the plan. Don't underestimate this Guhan's younger generation. An existence that can make Lord Tiandao suffer a loss is definitely extraordinary. After completely sealing off the void, do your best to attack. If we can't suppress him immediately, then kill it first at any cost. Anyway, at least we have to take Guhan's head back to report to Lord Tiandao difference. After giving orders for a series of cloths, one of the two quasi-emperors descending from the heavenly Dao palace, this time quasi-emperor Beifeng, is now. The following discussion is consistent in appearance and information. There is always a bad feeling in my heart. Just this sleep comes and goes quickly. The other person's aura is very similar to Guhan's, although he cannot see its origin wave. But he has 9. It is safe to guess that the person in front of him is Guhan himself. Besides, he wasn't around to some kind of god the strong breath wave. It seemed that Guhan was the only one who came to the appointment this time. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be a sure thing for them to capture Guhan. Chapter 441 Great Spirit Replenishment. Tang, I was tricked again. Soon, under the leadership of Xiao Ling, Nian Shi came to the Xiao family's exclusive reception hall. You are Guhan, right? I've often heard my Xiao Ling mention you. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed a hero. Year. Not yet stepped on in the main hall. Nian Shi heard a warm and gentle voice sound. Follow the sound, go. A middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Xiao Ling was looking at him with a gentle expression. However, even if the other party performs very well, Nian Shi still caught some subtle abnormalities through her special dragon pupils. Obviously, Xiao Ling's father is in a state of being controlled by threats. The gentleness on his face, it is most likely disguised. Nian Shi couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. I have to say, these guys are really good at acting sufficient. With the arrival of the distinguished guest Guhan, the hall, that atmosphere suddenly became lively. The room was full of distinguished guests who were toasting each other. It seemed that he was afraid that Guhan might find out in advance, which would ultimately lead to the failure of the plan. Or maybe it's just to be safe. The people from the Xiao family did not tamper with the food on the table in advance. But even so, Nian Shi was already very alert, and it was basically just a symbolic I ate a few bites. After all, Guhan give the main task is actually to those hiding in the dark, are suspected to be from the heavenly Dao palace or the powerful ones from the demonic realm. Then let the White Dragon Palace and other major forces suppress it. If he took action now, he would alert the enemy and his plan would fail. Therefore, Nian Shi was not prepared to launch an attack right now. But prepare bureau, let the powerful men from the major forces behind are waiting in the wings. Spirit, the soup is here. Just when the atmosphere was heated to its highest, when Xiao Ling grinned to touch a bowl of fragrant spirit, the soup was placed in front of Nian Shi. Guhan, after you agreed to my invitation to the banquet, I have been working hard to prepare all kinds of rare and precious things, tasty ingredients just to satisfy your appetite. This bowl of spirit, the soup, is not an ordinary spirit soup but Spirit King soup. I spent a lot of money to buy it. Drinking it can prolong your life. The taste is endless. One bite can satisfy your taste buds fry. Of course, this Boltang is very fond of your little Petit is also effective. You can let him try it. The veins can also undergo transformation. One king. When Xiao Haizi on the other side heard these words, countless question marks suddenly appeared above his head. After coming to his senses, Zio, it's more like smearing generally exhale fragrance. Fuck you. You are the whole family is. I am Phoenix. Brother, a little black guy, calm down. Nian Shi hurriedly persuaded. I was afraid that Xiao Haizi would be unhappy and turn the whole table over. Xiao Ling was a little embarrassed at Esno's focus on Nian Shi again superior. Anyway, this bowl of spirit, the soup, is really rare. It's a tonic. Guhan, why don't you try it first? This moment. Although the atmosphere in the hall is still noisy and lively, but Nian Shi can be very perceptive. I feel that almost everyone are in the past and present glancing up. Customers are waiting. Taste this bowl of spirit soup. However, the fragrant and appetizing spirit in front of you soup. Nian Shi, the corners only slightly raised a playful arc without any testito. Xiao Ling obviously couldn't wait to prepare. The trouble started. This bowl of spirit, the soup, seemed perfectly normal. But special, the pulses in this bowl of spirit soup arrived a strange atmosphere. If I guessed correctly, the soup should contain Theodorless meteorite poison. Of course, the meteoric spirit poison is only ineffective to other people odorless. Right, in other words, it is full of loopholes. Because special knowledge and special eyes that can easily help distinguish all kinds of strange poisons in the world. In other words, this seemingly normal, even delicious soup, in the eyes there is darkness of poison. Seeing that Nianqi had never, Xiao Ling couldn't hold back any longer. "Guhan, why don't you eat? Eat it while it's hot." Seeing this, she didn't want to waste any more time and chose to show her hand directly. "I dare not eat it because it felt as if someone had poisoned the soup." Xiao Ling's heart suddenly skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm, fleeting, being very well made. "Ah, heh, you just like to joke. Eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good if the soup gets cold. I won't bother you anymore, I'm leaving now. I have prepared something else for you, delicious food, I'll get it for you." Having said that, Xiao Ling has already felt something was wrong. Even when they arrived, she looked at him with eyes filled with a certain coldness. This made his scalp tingle, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. After all, even though he wanted to kill Guhan, he himself was also very afraid of death. "Xiao Ling, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. I am now suffering from a serious paranoia. If you really didn't put poison in this soup, then taste it yourself." As she spoke, she lightly tapped her finger. The soup floated out of the bowl and fell into Thane, the bowl in hand. Then she handed the bowl of soup directly to Xiao Linger. "Or let your sister have a taste." Xiao Linger, who also knew part of the truth there are already some, his face turned pale and he looked towards his brother for help. "Guhan, you really make me feel too disappointed." After seeing Nianqi's half-smiley look, Xiao Ling gritted his teeth and took the bowl. A forced smile appeared on his face. "I'm drinking soup as more of a what's the matter?" Signaling to his sister to shut up. Afterwards, Xiao Ling drank it all in one go. Obviously already feeling of toxins, but he still had to pretend it tastes delicious. "See, how could I possibly poison this soup? Okay, Guhan, you should also hold on and have a taste." But seeing that Nianqi still didn't, he still with a half-smile on his face with him. Xiao Ling's defense was broken in an instant and he slammed his palm heavily on the table. The terrible force even overturned a pile of food containers' glass bowl. "Head drop. You drink it. Why don't you drink it? Damn it, he has already risked his life. I forgot myself and drank a mouthful of poison soup. Why doesn't Guhan drink yet?" With yourself, the world's most unique poison that he prepared carefully not only failed to poison Guhan but made him look like a fool. The same was given and drank it. Well, you don't have to show off your poor acting skills anymore. Guhan already knew that you had poisoned it. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Then the sky above the Xiao family was in turmoil, change of weather, dark. The terrifying aura of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions like a rolling torrent. It instantly enveloped the hall where Nianqi was. But in a blink of an eye, this hall was like an isolated island in the storm. "I'm curious, how did you tell at a glance that this soup was poisonous? The food at this banquet, so many, just that bowl, the soup is poisonous. Why can you tell it at first glance?" Void Twist, a quasi-emperor with a terrifying aura, soon emerged. He is one of the quasi-emperors leading the Tiandao temple, this time Quasi-Emperor Beifeng. "Never mind, it doesn't matter. You are trapped in a jar now anyway. You dare to go against the will of heaven and act against it, the only fate that awaits you is death." And at the same time he appeared. A total of 7 Saint King level warriors from the Heavenly Dao Palace appeared one after another, along with a number of other Saint level warriors. At this moment, as their breath spread, the sky was completely in chaos distortion. Obviously they already thought that the person here was Guhan and he had become a trapped turtle in their jar. "Yeah." Nianqi was not panicked by being surrounded. She smiled and said loudly, "Seniors, it's your turn. Original, a sense of control is within reach and I even feel that I can complete it." Lord Tiandao's plan and Emperor Beifeng, who had made great contributions alone, suddenly froze in his smile. Not by all feeling cold scalp numbness, subconsciously looking up, he went and saw something that made his heart tremble. A half-jump scene. Chapter 442, I have no regrets. Why is your human emperor banner emitting black air? All I saw was the torn and shattered sky. 2 quasi-emperors, 10 Saint Kings and several other saints walked out of the space vortex that was created out of thin air, one after another. Emperor Beifeng saw it at a glance. These people are Guhan, the most powerful ones among the latter several major forces. How did they suddenly appear here? What's more, all the strong men of Tiandao Palace. It's creepy and terrifying when you think about it. The other parties seem to have been prepared. The moment they arrived, they set up a higher standard blockade formation in addition to the blockade formation they had set up. Xiao Ling's headless, the head still filled with pain and murderous intent, fell to the ground together with it, and there was no sound at all. All the important members as well as the Shao family members should be killed. As for the other branches, find them, age the little ones, clear their memories and plant a new memory, not just monitor the range. This was Gu Han's specific instruction. Nian Shi also knew that according to Gu Han's past, the Shao family will definitely be wiped out, leaving no one alive. However, this last clue should be the one that Gu Han saw when he was with Shaoling for his sake. Be true to your conscience and be true to yourself. In the magic battlefield. After receiving the message from Nian Shi, Gu Han's eyes flashed, his pupils deep. There is one complex emotions emerge, but they are fleeting. Where is the treasure that you snatched from the human race's genius, Dao Yu Tianjun? Hurry up and take it out so we can open our eyes. It was not until a voice sounded that Gu Han's thoughts were suddenly pulled back. This treasure is called the Human Emperor Banner. A small world. Enter. After that, the chain repair speed will be doubled, which can help fellow Taoists better enter the avenue. As he spoke, a hint of painful watch, but you are all the geniuses of the demon world and you need to contribute to defeating the human race in the future. I have no choice but to take out this treasure and share it with you. Fellow Daoist Tianjun is so generous. Yes. My demon world is lucky to have such an upright and selfless dragon like Tianjun Daoyu. Amid the praises and admiration of the geniuses from the demon world, Gu Han directly offered up the Human Emperor Banner. Fellow Daoists, please banner. Fellow Daoist Tianjun, why is this treasure from the human world emitting black energy? There is a demon world prodigy out of doubt suddenly asked. I've heard that the human race likes to dye their treasures gold or white. Why is yours black? It's too small, the pattern is too small. Gu Hanqing Carlu explained, this is the primordial purple energy, but it is so dense that it is purple and black. Why do you think so much? Another demon world arrogance retorted, I have already been in this Human Emperor Banner to it tastes as familiar as my cousin. This treasure will definitely be of great use to people like me in the demon world. Fellow Taoist Tianjun has been so kind to give it to you, don't be ungrateful. Chapter 443, Take care of this younger generation? I'm afraid it's an old fox who has lived for 1,000 years. Gu Han just smiled. Many demon world prodigies entered one after another among the Human Emperor banners. Until the last demon world genius before disappearing completely, Ying turned around and asked fellow Daoist Tianjun, aren't you coming in? Gu Han shook his head. I need to expend my mana to master this treasure. If I go into it would be bad if something happens to you guys. I'll be waiting outside, waiting for you to come out anytime. Hearing this, the demon world's proud from house, he said excitedly, friend Tianjun, you are so good. Until I watched the last person from the demon world disappear. The gentle curve on Gu Han's face gradually disappeared and he shook his head speechlessly. I have to say that the people in the demon world are still as easy to deceive as they were in the previous life, and they are always easy to deceive. Sure enough, what is complicated these days is people. Like a demon or something. He has absolutely no sympathy at all. On his way to the gathering place, he used the same move to lie and bite several waves of geniuses from the demon world. Of course, maybe it was this group of demon world geniuses. To him the air was filled with a strong dragon aura. I didn't think of him as a human. I think I didn't doubt him. Share. After absorbing a few more geniuses' souls, the Human Emperor Banner should be able to break through to the limit of the Divine Realm. After that, as long as I break through to the Saint Realm, this treasure will also be able to break through to the Saint Realm. After putting away the Human Emperor Banner, Gu Han continued to rush towards his destination. But what Gu Han didn't know was, he deceived the people of the demon world into entering the Human Emperor Banner, which has caused a shock among the powerful demons. What's going on? A few hours ago, my demon world's geniuses have disappeared one after another inexplicably. Including the group of demon world geniuses who just disappeared, there are already more than 150 of them gone. This matter, it caused a big fuss. After all, no matter what, those people are the future pillars of their demon world and they just disappeared inexplicably. The key is that they can't find out the reason. It didn't seem like he was killed or captured, but he just disappeared out of nowhere for no apparent reason. This matter is too strange, and it involves the direction of the war between humans and demons. To be on the safe side, a powerful figure from the demon world reported the matter to the demon emperor Tu Ling. However, the demon emperor Tu Ling's attention was currently focused on another matter. I didn't mention this matter, keep it in mind. His demon world can also be called the Earthbow. There are countless geniuses anyway. As long as they are not in the supreme sequence, a few of them will die. It doesn't matter how many. Are you sure that Guhan has fallen? Are you surrounded by the strong men from your Tiandao palace? 8. The probability of it. The quasi-emperor Haotian, who was standing opposite him, responded. If it was a fake, the White Dragon Palace and other major forces would never spend such a price to protect it. This time I need your help, Lord Tu Ling, Demon Emperor. You don't need to come to the Shao family in person, you just need to project your will over there. Although he was confident in the strength of Beifeng Zhuandi and others. But to be on the safe side, it would be better to add a projection of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling didn't think much about it. He had already agreed to cooperate with the will of heaven. Now there is no need to engage in a real head-on confrontation with the powerful men from several major forces. He can just send out a projection of his will. For him, this is even more a business where you can make money but not lose money. Just as the quasi-emperor Haotian decided to join forces with several other Tiandao palace masters to carve a special mark and forcibly construct a power composed of the power of the heavenly Tao, the void passage, descended upon the Shao family. A strange scene appeared. The special laws of heaven that he released were unable to connect with Beifeng Zhuandi and others who were far away in the Shao family. How is this possible? The pupils of the quasi-emperor Haotian shrank and was shocked. Then again, use more power of heaven's blessing and condense more laws of heaven in order to build a void channel connecting Beifeng Zhuandi and others. But the strange thing is that the operation failed again. This time he paid special attention and probably found out some reasons. It seemed that the heavenly Tao rune that he had released was blocked by an unknown force, forcibly suppresses or even completely erased. Above the Shao family. Damn it! What the hell is that sword spirit? Why is there a town even dissolved the power of the Lord of Heaven's will? Quasi-Emperor Beifeng also noticed that something was wrong and had even identified the culprit. This is Guhan's destiny, Hanshao sword. After all, the Hanshao sword is also Guhan's current symbol Wu. Bring it, the demon world will definitely be noticed by those who are interested. In order for Nian Shi to be able to better disguise and play herself during this period, it is also necessary to leave the Hanshao sword behind. Of course, another important reason is that the Hanshao sword, which has absorbed the meaning of the burial path, has the power to suppress the laws of heaven and earth and even the power to refine the power of heaven. Already with the will of heaven, after a few experiences, Guhan naturally knew one of the trump cards of the will of heaven, which was to open up a special void channel through the power of heaven. This passage can even ignore the rules of heaven and earth, ignore the barriers between the laws of the two worlds, and directly connect with a certain regional connectivity. In his previous life, he had also seen strong men from the heavenly Tao palace use similar methods. And they often like to use this method to escape or provide support anytime and anywhere. Now, because of the Frost Sky Sword spirit, the laws of heaven have just emerged and have been the power of burial was erased. This also resulted in the most powerful means of the strong men in the heavenly Tao palace becoming ineffective before it was even used. Don't worry about the others for now. Eliminate that sword spirit at all costs. Emperor Beifeng was completely panicked. Even I was a little anxious when I started wanting to get as much White Dragon Temple, and the entanglement between the two quasi-emperors of the Moon Demon sect directly shattered Frost Sky Sword spirit. He was outnumbered before, but he was extremely confident this reason. It is because he can open up a channel of the laws of heaven, so he can escape at any time without being caught up and can get support at any time. But now the retreat and support have been cut off. What's the point of fighting? He even began to feel resentful towards the will of heaven. Didn't Lord Heavens will say that Guhan is the one who possesses the ability to erase the laws of heaven? How come even a mere sword spirit can do that? This is totally misleading. We are asking them to deliver it. However, Beifeng Zhuandi and others did not know that they had fallen behind from the beginning into the trap. The turtle in the jar is not Nian Shi but them. Even if they have already reacted. But whether it is Nian Shi or Hanshao sword spirit, they are the first targets of protection by several major forces. Even though the besieged Tiandao Palace masters launched a crazy counterattack, they were still not even a bit of the Hanshao sword spirit. Even the morale at the beginning was rapidly declining from confidence to despair. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to, and no support could come now. They were completely isolated and helpless. Demon Emperor Palace. Damn it! How could this happen? Quasi-Emperor Haotian was also angry and anxious at this moment. But he could only break his defense and curse loudly on the spot, and there was nothing else he could do. There is no way to descend into the Shao family through the channel opened up by the laws of heaven. He could only lead his men across the human-demon battlefield and forcibly descend upon the Shao family. Let's not talk about whether this will arouse the vigilance of other human strongmen and make the matter the more trouble it causes the bigger it gets. Furthermore, when he arrived Beifong Zhuandi and others, I'm afraid it's all cold, it's done. Haotian Quasi-Emperor is a bit they didn't expect that Guhan actually had such a backup plan. Not only did he avert their Hongmen banquet, but he also turned the tables on them. I thought again about the news that Guhan deliberately released at the beginning. How could he not know that perhaps everything was planned by Guhan? The intention from the beginning was to divide them into two parts. Some of them stayed in Changqing City to observe and detect Guhan's true form. The other part will focus on the human-demon battlefield, looking for a presence that might be Guhan in disguise. Once this force was divided, Guhan had an opportunity to take advantage of. But if they don't divide their strength, they will easily be led by Guhan. To put it bluntly, this is they had no choice but to do what Gu Xing wanted. Quasi-Emperor Haotian gritted his teeth in anger. How can a young person have such a dirty and dark heart? Like an old fox who has lived for thousands of years, it's simply outrageous. Chapter 444, The Heavenly Tao Temple will remember your contribution, the alien visitor. It seems like you've suffered a great loss. What should we do now? Haotian Quasi-Emperor did not deliberately hiding the message from himself and Emperor Beifong. The demon Emperor Tu Ling also heard it clearly. At this moment he was looking at Quasi-Emperor Haotian with great interest to see how he would respond. Haotian Quasi-Emperor face ugly. To be honest, it would be absolutely impossible for him to rescue the trapped Beifong Emperor and others with his own strength. The demon Emperor Tu Ling was also unable to take action. After all, he is the strongest person in the demon world today, and he has the power of life and death over the entire demon world. If we act now, we will only be exposed in advance, making an already bad situation worse. Although it is a bit embarrassing to ask Lord Tiandao to intervene now. But this is the best way. Shao family. The desperate counterattack by Beifong Zhuandi and others had little effect. Because more powerful people from several major forces are now descending into this area through the top-level teleportation formation of Piaomio Fairy Island. In this way, the situation is extremely unfavorable to them. Equivalent to all the routes of support were taken away. The White Dragon Palace and other major forces, there's no need to consider these. The number of strong men coming to support is endless and even increasing. Boom! With a shocking local explosion sound. The North Wind Quasi-Emperor was surrounded by a tower tens of thousands of feet high with wisps of primordial purple flowing through it. The precious seal hits. The huge image of the table was shattered into pieces in an instant. The whole person mouth, the bones are sunken and broken. The whole person was like a meteor that streaked across the sky and smashed heavily into the distance above the earth. Dust suddenly rose all over the sky. The entire Shao family is also here. It was smashed to pieces by the terrifying force and completely turned into ashes. The situation of other powerful people in Tiandao Palace is also very bad. Or die tragically on the spot. Or it was abolished and directly turned into a town, and was completely reduced to a prisoner. Damn it! Why hasn't Haotian come to support me yet? Do you want to see me die? The North Wind Quasi-Emperor speaks fresh with the golden hand. Using the spear as support, he stood up with difficulty. Now he is facing 4 Quasi-Emperors. Can't fight, I can't fight. Now he can basically only be being beaten and defending. There is no room for resistance at all. If Quasi-Emperor Haotian and others had not come, he would really die here today. Furthermore, if you are really not afraid of death, he would not choose to dedicate all his original beliefs to the will of heaven in exchange for the opportunity to live as long as heaven and earth. Now, with the constant fear of death, he no longer had the courage to resist. I can only hope Lord Tiandao was able to send down his divine power and save him from the dire straits. North Wind. As the voice of Quasi-Emperor Haotian suddenly sounded. Beifong Quasi-Emperor was slightly stunned, and behind him he was overjoyed, thinking that support had finally arrived. But the next sentence that followed made Emperor Beifong feel as if he was punished by heaven. His heart shattered and he fell into the abyss. May the best be to you. The Tiandao Palace and Lord Tiandao will remember your contribution today. Beifong Xuandi suddenly sluggish, completely stiff, they even lost the will to continue fighting. How could he not know? This means that no one will come to support him and he has been abandoned. Hao Tian. North Wind Quasi-Emperor Hair. Finally, it seems that the accumulation is finally complete. Some kind of energy making a deafening sound. The ground roared. I remember your mother. I fuck you. I have contributed to the heavenly Tao temple. How could you do this to me? You bastards. You watched me die without helping me. What the hell? Emperor Beifeng's mentality completely collapsed. They are all facing a disaster and are about to die. He doesn't care about the Quasi-Emperor's demeanor or not. Now, as the person involved, he regrets it very much. He was a legendary Quasi-Emperor, but his death was so miserable. I was thinking of using it up. The plan was to set a trap for Guhan, but the trap turned out to be to bury your own grave. Let's go together and kill him. The strong men from several major forces such as the White Dragon Palace will not miss such a good opportunity. Countless terrifying magical powers that could destroy the heavens and the earth roared. The sky shattered and the void collapsed. In endless resentment and regret, Beifong Xuandi, the top person in Tiandao Palace, the shadow was erased by thousands of magical powers. The origin was plundered and it completely fell and disappeared. Damn you, Guhan, you dare to kill my Tiandao Palace strongman like this. I will make sure you die without a burial place. The Devil World. Already upon learning that Quasi-Emperor Beifong and others were all dead, Quasi-Emperor Hao Tian let out an angry and unwilling roar. The terrifying aura spread like a storm and the void was distorted and chaotic. But after the extreme anger surge all over Hao Tian Quasi-Emperor, what I feel is a deep sense of powerlessness and self-mockery. Lord Mingdao had clearly told them how difficult it was to deal with this guy Guhan. But they are ultimately misled by stereotypes. I think that the young generation playing tricks and strategies will definitely be taken advantage of by them of. But unexpectedly it was the first. If they failed to defeat the opponent, they would be defeated miserably. Lord Hao Tian, what should we do now? A Saint King realm expert asked with some concern. Not only did Lord Beifong die, but 6 Saint Kings of my heavenly Dao Palace and several other Saint realm experts were also killed in the Shao family. Now our strength has been greatly reduced and Guhan may have known about our existence through Beifong Quasi-Emperor and others. It's not an advantage. Wait. Quasi-Emperor Hao Tian took a deep breath. Control your mind. After that he said, wait for the arrangement of Lord Tiandao. Lord Tiandao will use the method of destiny revelation later. Wait for the confirmed one. This opportunity will allow more powerful people from my Tiandao Palace to join forces with a great man from outer space to come. Quasi-Emperor Hao Tian is very confident. Guhan, although the major forces that followed were strong, there was no real emperor among them. But their Tiandao temple does have it. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is simply pale and powerless. The Lord from outer space. After hearing this, several other gods who became strong. Sudden change. A guess has already emerged in my mind. If we talk about outside the sky, it should only be the fairyland that exists above the Xianhuang world, right? But now the road to becoming an immortal has been completely cut off. How can the strong men from the immortal realm descend? Everyone, this human emperor banner has been used by many geniuses in the demon world. After the test they all gained something and their strength improved. If you don't believe me, then don't you believe my other geniuses in the demon world? Besides, the demons don't lie to the demons and you won't know how to do it even if you try. Peace. After another round of deception by Guhan, another group of geniuses from the demon world were deceived into the human emperor banner. The human emperor banner that absorbed the souls of this group of geniuses has already for one of the most powerful treasures below the divine weapon. Only then did Guhan nod in satisfaction and temporarily put away the human emperor banner. Next, it's time to meet the so-called supreme sequence of the demon realm. Guhan towards a certain area ahead. The corners are slightly curved. While taking a step forward, suddenly the burning black wrapped in flames. When the blazing flames died down, Guhan's shadow's appearance has changed from the original Mo Tianjun to another genius of the demon world. At the same time there is also Black the Flame burns slowly forming a space vortex. Then several demon world prodigies' shadows fell out one after another. After a strange twist they all stood up. Like a puppet he followed Guhan back. This is exactly what Guhan had previously, the genius of the demon world and the human emperor banner. At this moment their soul consciousness has been completely controlled. Guhan's will control. After considering this he still needs the help of Mo Tianjun. The plan is to capture the Demon Dragon Clan and use this to control the Demon Dragon Clan and lay a frontier war in the demon realm. Mo Tianjun, the identity cannot be implicated for the time being. The reason for the appearance of another genius in the demon world. Naturally he had to find Yi Qingyun to take the blame and share some of the hatred from the demon world. Lately he has been busy battling the demon realm and the heavenly Dao Palace. This did make Yi Qingyun's life a little more comfortable. Now it's time to muddy the waters and drag Yi Qingyun the scapegoat into the water as well. Besides, Pei Siye has just sent report. Yi Qingyun has already met the demon saint on even according to the established plot. Walking towards her I began to win her heart. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. Past life drama. It was because Yi Qingyun captured this demon saint, the heart of this demon. Damn it, it was only because of the help of the government that they were able to shine in this battle between humans and demons. Now he directly cut off his plan and try to fan the flames so that this demon saint being killed by the demons. How should Yi Qingyun unfold the story? Woolen cloth? Chapter 445, The Demon Saint Who Surrendered Immortal Demon Heritage. A battle between man and devil in the human settlement. This war between humans and demons started. The battle reached a fever pitch, and after several days of fighting both tribes gained and lost. And now here human settlement. Yi Qingyun relied on the beginning for the reputation of leading the charge. He gathered a large group of rabble. Relying on the advantage in numbers they were able to gain some say. And now in the temporary tent, including Pei Siye, Yi Qingyun, several of the human race's top geniuses gathered here. Brother Tianyun, didn't you capture a genius from the demon world yesterday? How's the interrogation going? Nor from its get valuable report? Jianshan spoke first. Now our offensive seems to be on par with the demon realm. The stalemate is also because the top geniuses in the demon world have not yet appeared. Once they show up it's very likely that the situation we have managed to maintain will completely collapse. This first phone, if we suffer a total defeat, people's morale will be dispersed. Rest assured. I know what to do with this matter. Yi Qingyun responded calmly. But I felt a little disdainful in my heart. Some time ago he used a little trick to perform a heroic rescue. The drama captured the heart of the demon genius. He also learned that the demon son, he is not an ordinary demon genius. But among the top demon clans today, the four great saints of the Eternal Night Demon Clan, one is a demon saint. That the status is extraordinary. Knowing all the important, there are countless reports. As for the what, of course it depends on his heart. And at what time can play the greatest value. After all, the people from Sunjian Pavilion also said so. The battle between man and demon, in fact it is more about chance. Therefore every important report, that's all chance. He obtained it through his own ability. Why should he tell others for free? Including Pei Siye. A few things to watch. Tianjia, who had a sharp perspective, had actually roughly guessed what Yi Qingyun was thinking. At this moment they are all frowning, somewhat unhappy with Yi Qingyun. This guy is also a typical egoist. No good and will never take out his own things. But unfortunately they couldn't find any reason to make Yi Qingyun cooperate with them. After all, in essence they are just partners. Except for humans like Jianshan, who have a truly innocent heart. Most of the people present did not care much about the so-called survival of the human race. Them, the power behind it is powerful. Even if the human territory of millions of miles centered on Chongqing City was lost, it would not affect them, the power behind. The reason we gather here is just because of some common interests that we have to take action for. After the temporary discussion meeting ended, Pei Siye and several other geniuses stayed behind towards Jianshan. One of the Tianzhou said, "Jianshan, I'm sure you have guessed that Feng Tianyun is completely blinded by the benefits. He wouldn't out of the too important demon world. He only wants to gain more benefits for himself through the demon world genius, not for our entire considerations of interest. Should we attack him together? Let's unite and suppress him. He is just a fleeting thing. Hearing this, Jian Chen just frowned. Finally he shook his head. Although Feng Tianyun is a bad guy, he is still a member of our human race. Even if it is for personal gain, he will still stand on the opposite side of the demon world in the end. The situation is not clear right now, and it is not a wise choice to completely turn against him. But don't worry, if he shows any signs of betraying our entire human race, I will lead the way in beheading him if he commits any act of selfishness. Yi Qingyun is returning to his base. At this moment I also arranged it in advance among the proud ghost, learned what Jian Chen thought of him. After all, with Guhan he learned a lesson from the defeat and will prepare for a rainy day in advance. Yi Qingyun, a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on Zhao's face. Leading the way to kill me? You really are not afraid of exaggerating. Do you really think you are Guhan? I also want to take he? Although he was very dissatisfied with Guhan from beginning to end. But he had to admit that he was really afraid of Guhan now, and even had a psychological problem film. Before he completely transformed, he couldn't even face Guhan head-on. I don't even have the courage to strike back. Yun Lang. Just entered your own barracks. One material, Shua leather, slightly bluish, only covered with a little sensitive. The demon of the part armor, gorgeous sun, pounced instantly in Yi Qingyun's arms. It was in the previous life drama the story of Yi Qingyun leaving a great reputation in the demon world, Ghost Saint Fan the Green Vine. And the reason why I fell in love with Yi Qingyun at first sight. Also similar to the previous drama almost. There are a few Tianjia with strong taste who want to change their taste, test the demon saint moist or not. However, he was exposed by Yi Qingyun, who had been prepared for it. A heroic rescue. Finally, one last sentence. You are the most beautiful demons, man. Humans are often more terrifying than demons. You will suffer if you stay here harder than death torture. Don't be afraid or worried. I will find a suitable time to let you go. It doesn't matter, even if as a sinner of the human race I have no regrets. These words are actually both childish and deliberate. But this demon saint, maybe it was the drama, the intelligence has been reduced. Or this no ulterior motives. By Yi Qingyun the acting was so good that it made people confused. Even feel that I am alone after so many years. I finally met the real Xing Luo. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. He gave a smile that he thought was very charming and suave. He reached out and gently held Shan Qingluo's slender waist. Those guys wanted to ask you, but I rejected you. They must have planned to take advantage of you. Tell me the location of your ancient treasure land in the demon realm first, so that I can make preparations in advance and send you back to the demon realm as soon as possible. I'll listen to you, Yun Lang. Shan Qingluo didn't think about it at all. Full desire, heart-shape one. The brain will tell you everything it knows. Spit out all the newspapers. And listening to Shan Qingluo's description of the Fairy Valley Treasure Land report, Yi Qingyun already surging. The legendary place where immortals and demons fell is an opportunity even more top-notch than the Emperor's tomb. If we can find a way to get it, let alone surpass Guhan. He is truly the most powerful genius in the history of Xianhuang world. No matter what the cost, he is determined to seize this opportunity. Chapter 446, Shifting the Blame. Merit inexplicable. A great enemy from the demon world? The other side. A place completely covered by surging demonic energy land. For statues emitting terrible demonic power, shadows are gathering here. With them as the center, dozens of demon geniuses with different strange and ferocious appearances gathered around them. Film. Damn it! What the hell is going on? According to the original plan, there will be more than 300 of my demon world's geniuses. So many people have gathered here. Why is there less than half of them now? The speaker is a man with horns on his head, a demon man with jet black scales growing on his surface. He is the strongest genius of the Demon Bull clan in the Demon Realm, one of the 10 great sequences in the Demon Realm, and is honored as the Bull Demon King by the people in the Demon Realm. Bull Demon King is the title of the strongest among the Tianxia Demon Bull clan. Being given the name of the Bull Demon King is enough to show his outstanding talent. I received news from my father earlier that many of my demon world's geniuses disappeared inexplicably in the human-demon battlefield. It seems that an unknown human genius is secretly plotting against us. If we wait for a while and still no one comes, they are likely to be the murderous hands of this unknown human genius. The person who spoke was also a supreme sequence. He is the first descendant of the Bone Demon clan and is honored as the Bone Demon Lord by the people of the demon world. His appearance is also very different. No milliliter, it's just a skeleton that makes your scalp tingle. The spine bends outward and grows bone spurs formed on his back, a pair of huge and gorgeous bone wings. Mouth a sunken scarlet like a fresh gathering energy. The ball is buzzing Ming, releasing terrible energy waves from time to time. Just as the Bone Demon Lord and others were waiting patiently. No, this is bad. A terrified voice suddenly came to the ears of all the geniuses. Many demon world prodigies subconsciously raised their heads. Go. Only a few gods horrified. There were all kinds of scars on his body and purple blood was oozing out of shadow. Embarrassed from afar, come running. What happened? Why are you guys in such a mess? The Maverick Demon King frowned. Frowning, he was the first to ask. On the way here we were attacked by a terrifying human warrior. They also have a special means of blocking space. We can't even ask for help, let alone escape. In the end it was the several demon world geniuses who forget yourself. The origin is what we fought for, opportunity to be trapped. These are completely Guhan's will, the demon controlling genius. At this moment he showed even more than before his death excellent acting skills, something that didn't exist, all described vividly. Listening to some of the demon world 7 after Bash finished speaking. Already know the matter, the truth of the White Bone Demon Lord and other 4 supreme sequences, got all its sunk to the bottom. What? What is the origin of Feng Tianyun? I can actually possess such a powerful strength without anyone knowing under such circumstances. Why did you hunt down so many of my demon geniuses? The Maverick Demon King was even more furious, trembling. The lantern-like eyes radiate a violent scarlet. I have to rush over now and tear Yi Qingyun apart fragments. At this time a demon-like figure appeared, half of whose face looked like a man. The other half of the face shows the strange demon world prodigy with a boy's appearance. At this moment sound. I think there must be a traitor in my demon world. How could Feng Tianyun be like this? Are you sure you can kill my genius from the demon world on the way? Only I, the traitor of the demon world, can provide accurate report. The other party can do this. This person is praised by the demon world as Demon Lord. Although he looks strange, his intelligence is well known among the demons. Although now Guhan is holding just have a battle of wits and courage with the air. Guhan, who saw all of this in secret, almost laughed out loud. He was a little troubled before. He was in a dilemma as to how to warn the people in the demon realm that there was a traitor among them who was even suspected to be related to Yi Qingyun. No, there is actually a very smart demon leader help him solve the problem. My lords, I heard that Feng Tianyun's guy's base is not far from us. Why not kill him first? Sacrifice to the spirits of my demon clan members in heaven. That's right. Although Lord Demon Emperor has other orders, Feng Tianyun is really hateful and blames me for the demon realm's plan. He must pay the price. Following Guhan, several puppets controlled by the demon world's geniuses began to set the pace. Many other demon world geniuses and the inexplicable murderous intention towards Yi Qingyun was investigated. Rise. They all asked the several supreme masters of the demon world to lead them to kill Yi Qingyun and avenge their compatriots who died tragically. After all, as people from the demon world, they also have their own pride. Now many beings of the same level as them have died and disappeared inexplicably. This also makes them, when the rabbit dies the fox mourns. The Bone Demon Lord and the others frowned and looked at each other, but finally reached the consensus. It was because of this damned guy Yi Qingyun that they more than half of the combat power. Even directly led to their town. Han Mengyao's plan. The impact has been huge and the damn human race must pay the price for it. At the same time, one resident tent. Yi Qingyun, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely ominous premonition suddenly emerged in my heart. He felt confused. All. It seems like there is an inexplicable black pot on my head. But before he could think about it, a roar filled with murderous intent spread across the sky like a huge bell. You human bastard, Feng Tianyun, get out here. You damned bastard, you used cruel means to kill several geniuses in my demon world. You will definitely die today. Today if you humans don't take Feng Tianyun come out, I will lead my demon world's genius wash you guys human settlement. This area of the human race's Tianjiao residents suddenly became abuzz with panic. Countless human geniuses rising from the sky, frightened and alert towards the end of the field of vision where demonic energy is rolling. But seeing the four extremely terrifying ones at the head, even though they were far away, they were greatly force of movie queen. Everyone's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. They know that the Four-ing is the legendary supreme genius in the demon world. According to the newspaper, each and every one of them has reached the top supreme existence. Their people are going to only if several geniuses attack together can there be a chance of victory. Now four of them suddenly appeared human settlement. There is no way I can beat him. This group of terrifying demon world geniuses seem to be looking for Yi Qingyun. Some people have had strange thoughts at this moment. Although I don't understand what exactly happened. But as the saying goes, it is better to let my friend die than to let me die. Or just throw Yi Qingyun out? What happened? Until this moment Yi Qingyun came out. At this moment, looking at the four extremely terrifying demon prides at the end of the field of vision movie queen. And the strange looks that the many human geniuses around him cast at him. Yi Qingyun was confused again, confused. What the hell? He killed several top geniuses in the demon world? When did this happen? Why doesn't he know? Slander, this is pure slander. Chapter 447 is very simple, just run away. It's him. That guy is Feng Tianyun. Guhan. Several puppets controlled by the geniuses of the demon world pointed in the direction of Yi Qingyun and shouted loudly. As soon as these words came out, several supreme geniuses, including the White Bone Demon Lord, looked at them with boundless murderous intent. All of them fell on Yi Qingyun's superior. Even though they were far apart in the eyes of the four great demon world supremes locked down Yi Qingyun, it was ugly, and a few drops of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Although he is confident enough in his own strength. But at most he is only confident enough to face a supreme being in the demon world. Now not only have four demon realm supremes descended, but also many demon realm geniuses. It was not something he could handle. Furthermore, he also roughly guessed what the thugs around him were thinking through the looks in their eyes. Most of these guys wanted to throw him out to block the knife to avoid being hurt. Implicate. Slander. You people from the demon world are slandering me. Yi Qingyun Godshin gritted his teeth and said, there is no depth battlefield. Where did it come from to kill several of your demons? Someone must have deliberately framed me and thrown dirty water on my head. His first reaction was that Guhan was coming towards him again. Throw dirty water on. However, when I think about how I have changed now. In addition, Guhan didn't enter on the battlefield. His statement is a bit untenable. You farted. Guhan, the puppet of the demon world genius controlled by him, led the rhythm again. I saw it with my own eyes. It was you who led people to attack and kill us. How could this be false? Besides, you kidnapped that guy Hu Fan Qingluo. You must have relied on the information obtained from the Twards and then set up an ambush. The human race genius, who was originally a little skeptical in his heart, was now also in doubt to Yi Qingyun. Although they didn't know who Fan Qingluo was. But I know that not long ago Yi Qingyun brought back a demon son. The Fan Qingluo mentioned by the demon clan genius should be the demon clan son. Combined with various details. Yi Qingyun is indeed highly suspected of attacking and killing many geniuses in the demon world. Although Yi Qingyun was able to accomplish such a feat, it could boost the morale of their human race. But he provoked the supreme sequence of the demon clan and provoked four of them at once. He is truly not afraid of death. It's you, damned brat. You actually tried to deceive us earlier. You are courting death. Yi Qingyun and others were exiled. The Whitebone Demon Lord, then he was furious. The watch was suddenly enveloped by a layer of raging scarlet flames. At the same time, the pair of huge and gorgeous bone wings on his back fully stretched out, and just by flapping them casually it exerted unparalleled power. The whole person was like a red light that penetrated the sky and the earth, rushing towards Yi Qingyun at a high speed. It all happened so fast. Just when everyone thought that Yi Qingyun would be seriously injured by the attack from the White Bone Demon Lord. There was a loud bang and the two terrible energy wave. The two collided and immediately released a devastating storm wave. The billowing smoke and dust gradually dissipated. A black shadow appeared in front of Yi Qingyun. That man has silver hair. He was a big man with a faceless face, can't see appearance. But the aura is extremely terrifying, even infinite, close to the realm of God. This is Guhan, the genius hidden among the demon world, narrowed his eyes slightly. That's not an ordinary puppet. Because puppets are equivalent to death, simply relying on some special rules preparation. But he is in this puppet arrived real soul wave. And this soul wave let him have some. I seem to have seen it somewhere. After thinking about it carefully, Guhan had a spiritual feeling in his mind. Suddenly I remembered where I was know it. This seems to have been hidden in the depths of Yi Qingyun's sea of knowledge. The Baizang Holy King's regrets. But in a flash Guhan roughly guessed what happened, the origin of. So pitiful. Before Yi Qingyun rose to prominence, Saint King Baizang had worked hard to the method was passed on to Yi Qingyun. As a result, in this life, Yi Qingyun actually forcibly took it out of his sea of consciousness, came out and was forcibly refined a puppet. And he is on this puppet arrived rich power of heaven and earth. Yi Qingyun was able to refine the White Song Saint King puppet, most likely also borrowed the help of the will of heaven. Seeing that Saint King Baizang's puppet helped him block the attack, Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this is better than letting this guy Bai Lao always depend on his soul and act as a parasite. Refine it, the puppet is more effective on you and you don't have to worry about it failing at the critical moment. This guy must be the one behind this. Damn this brat, he dared to ruin our human race's plan. Let's attack together and kill him. The maverick demon king immediately roared and led the remaining geniuses of the demon world to rush towards the direction where Yi Qingyun was. The bone demon lord is not weaker than them in terms of strength. Since Yi Qingyun has the strength to block the full strength attack of the white bone demon lord, he will definitely be able to easily kill those disappeared geniuses from the demon realm. So there is no need to think too much. The murderer must be Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun. You have attracted so many geniuses from the demon realm plus the 4 supreme masters of the demon realm. How can we contend with them? Many human pride's big change got anxious and scared. They, the whole of the human settlement, their strength is not that strong. There are only 3 people who have reached the supreme realm, including Yi Qingyun. All strength, they weren't the demons. Rui Tianjiao's opponents, needless to say, were facing a total of 4 supreme masters from the demon world. It's very simple, isn't it? Just a matter of running away. When saying this, Yi Qingyun, I didn't stay long, so I tried my best to just run. In the past he might have acted like a fool, rushing forward even when he couldn't win. Now he has a long memory. If you can't beat him, just run away. If you can't run away, then ask Lord Heaven for help. The main theme is that things change over time. Yi Qingyun. You bastard. You brought this upon yourself and now you're asking me to shoulder the consequences, you bastard. Many human geniuses cursed loudly but were still helplessly following Yi Qingyun in the battle royale. Anyway, they are regretting it now. I thought Yi Qingyun, the leader of the charge, would be alone. I didn't expect it to be a disaster. Of course, Yi Qingyun also became more cautious. While escaping madly, used special means to send out distress signals to other human geniuses' bases nearby. The base where Feng Tianyun is located was attacked by a large number of demons. Rui Tianjiao's attack? As the commander of a large number of human race Tianjiao resident Shui. Because it was closest to Yi Qingyun's residence, it received the news first. But not only do I not care. Instead, he ordered people to directly block and even restrict Yi Qingyun from calling for help. Already he absorbed half of Yi Qingyun's eternal luck, in essence can be regarded as half a real protagonist in the book. Invisibly, Yi Qingyun also had a very obvious no. Naturally, he also knew that Feng Tianyun was Yi Qingyun in disguise. Although there is the will of the current heavenly Tao and some gods, the power is helping in secret. Yi Qingyun is not easy to die, but will not miss any opportunity to kill Yi Qingyun. Chapter 448, Holy Sect, the Fake Dragon Grandpa. At the same time, the Ice Spirit Holy Sect several miles away. A terrible war has begun. And as the leader of a sect, Saint King Taoshua has been suppressed, and was completely reduced to a prisoner. And the 2 great ancestors of the quasi-emperor were unable to lead the Ice Spirit Holy Sect to turn the tide. In the White Dragon Palace, several powerful forces with 1 death and 1 surrender, the war was finally settled. All the strong men in the entire Bingling Saint sect were suppressed. The captives. Their fate at this moment depends only on the thoughts of the powerful people from several major forces such as the White Dragon Palace.
Mu Binghuang, why are you doing this? Snow Saint King's eyes cleft, deep pupil full of boiling murderous intent.
My Ice Spirit Holy Sect has always treated you well. You have the status and resources you want. Why did you join forces with outsiders to betray my Ice Spirit Holy Sect?
Saint King Piaoxue obviously still couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. I really don't understand why I have all the advantages. Mu Binghuang would betray me. There are many reasons for this.
Mu Binghuang fresh corner erase but return in the end. It's out of my guilt as a sister towards my younger sister.
Snow Saint King, I didn't understand what Mu Binghuang was saying, but he became even more angry. Why not just say it directly if you want to betray the sect for profit? Why do you have to add a so-called sister to the mix? How hypocritical.
Mu Binghuang, we have found the special one you mentioned that meets your requirements. At this time a powerful Moon Demon sect member came over and handed Mu Binghuang a jade token made of unknown material that was emitting a strange divine light. This token, it is crystal clear and actually only has 2 large words engraved on it that carry a mysterious aura: eternity.
There is no need to understand what this token really means.
The terrifying power emanating from these 2 words far exceeded the cognition of many cultivators present.
This is definitely the writing left by a remarkable being. How do you know this?
A cry of surprise was heard. The voice came from an old woman with silver hair and a slightly wrinkled face. He is called Quasi-Emperor by Bing by the strong men in the Ice Spirit Holy Sect and is one of the 2 most powerful men in the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Certainly there is another layer share. He was Yi Qingyun's father and a follower of him when they were still in the Shenhuang world. Hearing this, Mu Binghuang nodded slightly. This should be the special letter. We should be able to use this letter later. Contact other forces that are subservient to the Eternal Yi family.
Quasi-Emperor Bai Bing, standing by, was struck by lightning, his face full of disbelief.
This is the largest. It can be said that apart from these ancestors, even the current leader of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect, the Ice and Snow Holy King, does not know about it.
How did Mu Binghuang know this? He actually knew about the Eternal Yi family. This old guy seems to know. Do you need our help? Change puppet from ask for more information? Moon Demon Sect's strong eyes with a bang, he immediately locked onto the Bai Bing Quasi-Emperor who had become a prisoner. No need.
You just need to help me control the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. I have ways to identify the other forces and also ways to deal with them.
Mu Binghuang wasn't bragging on purpose.
After all, the former Heavenly Dao has been dia cooperation.
And I also have some little thoughts in my mind.
The relationship with Guhan is just a cooperation.
What he really wants to change is his sister's tragic ending, or even completely resurrect his sister. Even if it costs everything.
These forces suspected to be related to the Eternal Yi family are extraordinary, and their sects have different, a rare top resource in the world.
If all of them were given to Chu Wei absorbs, it will be faster, Emperor.
You can also try to change the past and reverse time earlier.
Demon Battlefield, the base of the human race's genius. What do you mean?
I have been sending messages for help, but why has no one come to support me after 2.5 hours?
You know how I spent these 2.5 hours, do you know? Yi Qingyun let out an angry roar.
At this moment he looked ferocious and embarrassed. Previous, it was covered with scales and wounds of all sizes deep enough to reveal the bones, and even its left arm was missing. It can be seen how miserable he was when he was chased by the powerful demons. But Chu, who was watching this scene, Wei Habai Ji, secretly felt regretful.
Fate is true. This one is not dead. Humph. We heard that it was you who provoked those demons, Rui Tianjiao. You got yourself into trouble. Why can I give you effort? The hot-tempered Tianjiao snorted coldly. I asked you to provide some information about the demon realm report. You hide it, and the demon world. You treated me like a treasure, and now you blame me? You are so shameless. Brother Tianyun, why are you so angry? Aren't you still alive? Chu Wei double hand ring sneered. Besides, didn't we help in the end? Hearing this, Yi Qingyun gnashed his teeth in anger. It sunk to the bottom. What finally came to help? That was because he had been working hard to pursue Chu behind these guys. Chu in the end Wei had to take action in order to avoid being affected.
In fact, he wanted to divert the trouble from the east from the beginning and lead the demon world's genius to Chugo Wei and others. The result is the other party he didn't play by the rules at all and took people to another place for no apparent reason direction running. The result becomes Lo Chu Wei ran his chase after later a group of geniuses from the demon world chased after them. Chu Wei said she didn't mean it but he didn't believe it at all. Okay, we are all fighting for the human race so don't take the benefits too seriously. Jianshin Mutuyi Qing Yun brother Tian Yun, if you have any report or plan just hurry up, tell me to wait and avoid the same bad things happening again. Hearing this, Yi Qing Yun secretly bit his tongue teeth. But when I think of the ancient opportunity treasure land in the depths of the demon world, there are many powerful demons around and I want to sneak in among them. A large number of cannon fodder and workers are needed people time. After thinking for a moment he decided to a little news. In fact, I have gained an important report. In the demon world there is a great opportunity. This time the demon world is attacking our human world. Such a large offensive is on the one hand to on the other hand it was to use the war as a cover. Tujingnon grew bigger and attracted the attention of the human world and the demon world. Then let the demons in exploring this super ancient treasure land will improve your overall strength and finally defeat the human race in one fell swoop. Mr. Mo, your last attack was such a pity. If that bastard Yi Qing Yun hadn't used his puppet to block it, it would definitely not be his arm that was broken but his head. But I have to say it, Mo Tianjun, you have really transformed a lot. To be honest, I never took you seriously before, even I was weak from that attack just now. Mavericks, the mood was high and the words were full of admiration for Guhan. That's right, fortunately you spoke up to remind us at the last minute, otherwise we would have fallen into the trap set by those cunning humans. I got carried away this time. Thanks to brother Tianjun for reminding me. The demon lord also expressed his affirmation towards Guhan. In response, Guhan just smiled and said, you don't need to be polite, it's just luck. All plans are under his control. Since Yi Qing Yun is already being treated as a worker, if you want to be a human being then you must squeeze out all of its value and maximize it. At the same time he can take the blame for him. On one hand, fight for him. These top demon world prodigies Ministry of Work people are totally doubly happy. I say that you old dragons of the demon dragon clan are blind. You are such a top genius but you can't even enter that Xiangu super treasure land. This is simply nonsense. Arrange. A demon world prodigy suddenly said, we will never forget your help. This time when we return to the demon world we will recommend you to join the demon world Xiangu super treasure land. After these words were spoken, the rest of the demon world's geniuses, including the four supreme ones, were slightly stunned and then they all nodded. I heard that this time Mo Tianjun performed extremely well in the human-demon battlefield. Such a young person, if he can't enter that exploring the ancient super treasure land, is simply the biggest joke in the world. Then I would like to thank you all for your recommendation. Guhan bowed again. But I couldn't help laughing in my heart. Obviously the genius who just spoke was also a puppet controlled to set the pace. Everything is self-directed and self-acted. He naturally knew that the ancient fairyland in the demon realm was a major turning point for Yi Qing Yun in his previous life. It's a pity that Mo Tianjun is such a rubbish. He was found not long ago and his father doesn't love him. Fake master. But this is really a dog off. But now he is the one. Is this kid Mo Tianjun? After returning to the Dragon Clan there will probably be some troubles. However, Mo Tianjun is Mo Tianjun. He is a fake member of the Dragon Clan master. He has Zulong pulse, can be used with force. What does it have to do with people's Guhan? Chapter 449, just arrived in the demon realm. The Dragon Clan's father doesn't love them and their mother doesn't. He fake master? The demonic world and the human world, the collision has just begun. But in the first after Fang's trial the two worlds were temporarily trapped calm. However, everyone knows that after the calm a new terrible storm. But no one knows that Guhan is at the center of this storm. At this moment power mixes in the demon world. As one of the most bizarre areas in the Xianhuang world. The demon world is always dark and gloomy and the sky is shrouded in dense demonic energy, forest and weird. At this moment Guhan has already relied on Mo Tianjuan's memory merit, the gathering place of the magic dragon clan. Just when Guhan wanted to stroll around, learn about the layout of the demon dragon clan and prepare for the next step. While preparing, Mr. Mo, the lady wants to ask you something, you come with me now. A genius from the demon dragon clan appeared out of nowhere and spoke in a commanding tone. In this regard, Guhan was speechless.
Mo Tianjuan's the world is more canine than you think. He was actually found by the Dragon Clan 2.5 years ago. Mo Tianjun was a person who was accidentally left behind by the current head of the Demon Dragon Clan when he was young Pulse.
Until recently, the Demon Emperor Tu Ling issued an order to launch an offensive against the human race.
Order every race in the demon world to send a direct descendant. My Tianjiao participated in the first Vanguard battle.
Don't look at the Dragon Clan now in the demon world, he is even regarded as a part of the demon world. But in essence they still see themselves as the noble Dragon Clan.
In fact, his attitude towards the Demon Emperor Tu Ling is violate.
If possible, they don't want to let their direct descendants participate in this dispute as cannon fodder. But after all, he was the Demon Emperor whom they could not afford to offend. After much thought, they decided to push this guy Mo Tianjun out and use him as a poor guy sent to the front line by their Demon Dragon Clan as cannon fodder. It can be said that Mo Tianjun, who was found by the Demon Dragon Clan, is a man whose father doesn't love him and whose mother doesn't care about him. The elder sister dislikes it and the younger brother hates it. He endured humiliation and repaired his chain for 2.5 years, madly improving his strength. He originally wanted to take advantage of this battle between humans and demons to prove himself on the battlefield. The result fell again. Bad luck happened to him. Before the Dragon King's return and slapping face scene could be staged, he was defeated in seconds for no apparent reason, completely ending his miserable and pitiful life. To be honest, even he felt that Mo Tianjuan's life was like walking on thin ice. Not to mention reaching the other side. As soon as I took a step, I sank into the lake. But now that he has replaced Mo Tianjunshare, he didn't finish before he died. He can help fulfill his wish. After all, his goal is to directly control the entire Dragon Clan. Under the leadership of this genius, Guhan soon went deep. The Demon Dragon Clan, after many twists and turns, came to a magnificent palace whose style was very different from that of the human race. The young lady is waiting for you inside. I advise you not to think that you are just lucky and have made some achievements in the human-demon battlefield. I feel so self-righteous about how great I have become. You are just a bastard who is not my dragon. For Guhan didn't take the words of the Demon Dragon Clan genius to heart. He is a dead dragon anyway. He'll find an opportunity later, tendon peel, and use it to make medicine. Push open the door. The solemn and magnificent hall soon appeared. The ancient palace with a pair of black dragon horns on its head. Son, at this moment, after knowing Guhan's arrival, he instantly opened his eyes, emitting purple quiet eyes. This person is the eldest daughter of the current Demon Dragon Clan, Mo Lingyu. In fact, he can be regarded as half of Guhan's people. Because when we were on Piaomiao Fairy Island, Mo Lingyu was the first to confirm that Guhan possessed the pulse. He even wanted to lead people to hunt down Guhan and seize his Zolong pulse. But after seeing Guhan kill Chen Huayu, the top genius of the demon world at that time, with one punch, he gave up his unrealistic idea. But the scene when Guhan killed Chen Huayu with one punch also left a deep impression on me. It was a shock that almost shattered my 3 views. After returning from Piaomiao Fairy Island, I have been repairing the chain in the early stages just to gain more power. However, Guhan's disguise is now almost complete. Mo Lingyu didn't go to Guhan, think about it. But he still regarded the black jade in front of him as that one is not climate, a timid half-brother. At this moment, Mo Lingyu's eyes were filled with deep disgust and impatience. Don't you even have a little etiquette? Can you knock on the door? He is indeed a bastard who has been wandering around since he was a child and doesn't know any rules. Never mind, I heard that you performed well on the front lines this time and were appreciated by several supreme sequences. They want to recommend you to go to the super immortal ancient treasure land in my demon world for trial. Mr. Mo, please give up your place to Lingyu. Of course, I won't let you suffer too much. I will give you some other treasures and chain repair resources as compensation. Mo Lingyu can be said to be the younger brother of Mo Tianjun, Mo Lingyu. But obviously, compared to Mo Tianjun, his bastard half-brother, Mo Lingyu loves his other younger brother even more. To put it nicely is to ask for Guhanrang. But in fact, there was no choice at all. There is a sense of superiority between the lines. It's as if giving Guhan some chain repair resources as compensation is already a great blessing. Guhan smiled. Slowly raise your head with a joking tone. He looked directly at Mo Lingyu. Who do you think you are?
Let me give up my place and take a piss first to see if you are worthy enough. You. Mo Lingyu was slightly stunned when he heard this but he got angry. How dare this guy talk to me like that? But don't wait, Thorough let out the breath. Bang.
Main hall. Without any warning, a strong wind. The door was suddenly shut with a heavy thud. At the same time, an indescribable breath came from Guhan. It spread out and instantly turned into an invisible barrier, completely blocking the gate and the entire hall, temporarily isolating it from being viewed by outsiders. Mo Lingyu quickly came back to his senses from his stunned state. Suddenly it became angry and twisted, and a terrible aura came from lingering out. Ever since his bastard brother was found, he has been take at will. In addition to each other flowing and similar outside the pulse. To put it bluntly, it's even worse than a dog by the side. Now you dare to do this, say? Even want to take action? Mr. Mo, I think you want to. That's not waiting, finish your words. Mo Lingyu only felt a flash before his eyes. Then one strong suffocation suddenly flooded all over. Guhan's the shadow disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, a big hand like a clamp grabbed him tightly. The extremely slender white neck is not cold at all. The whole person was lifted up. Chapter 450, Rewriting Domination. The Divided Dragon Clan. Mr. Mo. Mo Lingyu, who was grabbed by Guhan's neck and held in the air, struggled and twisted like a stranded fish, swelling in redness. I don't know why, especially when facing Guhan's eyes that were as deep as the abyss without a trace of behind the eyes. My scalp suddenly went numb as if I was falling into an icy cave. The first thing that came to his mind was that the person in front of him was not his younger brother Mo Tianjun Sleep. As a person who was recently a bastard that his father found outside. Mo Tianjun is the leader of the entire Demon Dragon Clan. The status is particularly low. So low that even the guards and servants can bully him at will. This also gives Mo Tianjun an extreme grid. He feels extremely inferior and is submissive when facing anyone in his family. But now I didn't see it in my brother's eyes, no inferiority complex thread. There is only a kind of indifference and arrogance that belongs only to the strong. You are not him. Who are you? Mo Lingyu struggled frantically, trying to attract Guhan's attention while trying to send the news of this place out. However, Guhan not giving chance. Boom! The next moment, a strange scarlet flame suddenly surged out from Guhan's palm. The black jade was like willow catkins and was instantly swallowed by the burning scarlet flames. Because Guhan's big hand grabbed her throat tightly, even screams of pain, no ability at all. And this, the flames seemed to be burning not off but soul. The scarlet flames burned fiercely and Mo Lingyu's soul consciousness was gradually melted. Then in some kind of power under control they converge again and gradually become a new soul consciousness. Guhan let go of his hand and Mo Lingyu's eyes stagnant space like an empty shell without a soul fall to the ground. Until another 10 breaths of time passed. The black jade is slightly dull and empty, the eyes gradually became more lively in life consciousness. Greetings, sir. After seeing Guhan again, his eyes were filled with fanatical admiration as if he treated Guhan as his own master. Guhan nodded slightly, found a chair at random and sat down in a comfortable position. Tell me all the information about the Demon Dragon tribe as well as some of their recent major plans. Yes, master. Mo Lingyu did not. He concealed the truth and told Guhan all the information he knew. In a moment we already know the general situation of the Demon Dragon clan. Guhan was slightly depressed silence. He had always thought that the Demon Dragon clan was the weakest among the 3 major clans that had once split. Unexpectedly, the overall strength of the Demon Dragon clan is second only to the Azure Dragon clan. There are actually at least 2 quasi-emperor ancestors. There are 7 beings in the Saint King realm. According to his previous plan, it seems a bit difficult to make such a powerful force surrender. Master, I have a suggestion. You may go to my Demon Dragon clan's Gue Xian Patriarch to pick up. Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly and motioned Mo Lingyu to continue. To be honest, my Demon Dragon clan's ancestor Gue Xian is very repulsive to the will of the demon realm. Mo Lingyu nodded and continued, because he feels that although our Demon Dragon clan has the word demon in its name, it has nothing to do with demonic energy, it has nothing to do with it. Because of the dragon energy condensed by my demon dragon clan, strong, destructive, and erosion, that's why we are called demon, but our essence is still dragon. Nowadays, demon world, our people, the veins are being corroded by the evil spirits all the time. If this continues in 3 generations at most, the next generation of new people will, the dragon veins will completely lose their dragon power and be replaced by real demonic energy. By then we may no longer be considered the so-called dragon race, but a kind of strange creature between the demon race and the dragon race. So over the years, a large faction headed by Gue Shen Patriarch has been using all means to advocate for our demon dragon clan leave the demon world, return to the monster world, or go directly to the human world. Because if I continue to stay in the demon realm, my demon dragon clan, the bloodline inheritance, is about to be completely cut off. It's just that his proposals have always been rejected by the majority. Guhan nodded slightly. I already have a rough plan in mind. The demon dragon clan's ancestor Gue Xian wanted to lead his people leave the demon world and return to the monster world. In an invisible way, it was in line with his plan. After all, the demon dragon clan just needs to completely submit to him. He used your power to bring the dragon clan out of the demon world. Whether in the human world or in the demon world. Find a new place for them to resettle. It is not a very difficult thing. Take me to him. Guhan made up his mind and without much hesitation asked Mo Lingyu to take him there now. But he had just walked out of the hall. Suddenly there was a person in Guhan's field of vision. He was about 15 or 16 years old and looked somewhat similar to Mo Lingyu. Guhan was only slightly stunned, and then he quickly guessed the name. Years. The person in charge is Mo Lingyu's younger brother, Mo Lingyu. Sister, what I asked you to do, how's it going? Mo Lingyu completely ignored Guhan and asked Mo Lingyu bluntly. 2 days later, the immortal ancient, the exploration of the trail has begun. I will report my name now. I have prepared the treasures for exploration. It's done. Guhan corner twitch. It seems that Mo Tianjuan's status in the family is really ridiculously low. Even myself, his younger brother, who wasn't even fully grown yet, didn't take him seriously. In a few words, he changed the quota that should have belonged to him. It's your own. Lin Yu. Mo Lingyu was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, how about just forget it? Your cultivation is only at the peak of the divine stage now. The trail is still too dangerous. There is something really bad about it. Tianjuan's cultivation has reached the supreme level. If he goes in to explore, it will be much safer than you. Lin Yu, be good. If there is anything you want, you can tell me and I will help you. Find it among the traces. Obviously, Mo Lingyu's brothers also favor very. Even though his ideology has changed, he still attaches great importance to his younger brother. But Mo Lingyu's almost normal words immediately stimulated Mo Lingyu, who had an abnormal brain. His whole appearance, suddenly he became ferocious and twisted. His eyes were red. Why can't I enter Xian gut race? Then he pointed at Guhan and yelled, he is just a motherless bastard. Giving such a precious place to a bastard is a waste of talent. You simply. Bang! Clear. The applause was like heavenly music. It is like the freeze key of the world, freezing the entire world in an instant. Chapter 451, Stop pretending, let's get down to business. Mo Lingyu appeared in front of Mo Lingyu at some point. 1. The palm strike was strong. Mo Lingyu's cheeks flushed and even left a striking palm print. And his whole life is because of this. With such a huge force, he stumbled several steps to the left and then fell to the ground in embarrassment. At this moment he covered his swollen cheek and looked at his sister in disbelief. My sister actually dared to hit me. How dare you? He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth and has always been a man who goes against the grain, used to it. Parents' blind indulgence allowing him to cover the entire demon dragon clan with one hand. Not to mention being beaten, no one dared to turn their backs on him since he was a child. Always hurts. My sister not only turned her face away from me and gave myself a palm. This made him unable to accept. Sister, you hit me for such a damn bastard. Mo Lingyu came back to his senses and his eyes were filled with anger. He roared loudly, I am your biological brother. You are my biological sister. How dare you do this for such a bastard? Snap. Another. The palm was thrown out by Mo Lingyu and he just got up. Mo Lingyu was immediately greater power. He rolled over several times on the ground. This time the force was so great that Mo Lingyu was stunned and his other cheek was swollen. She looked more handsome before. Years later it's completely swollen like a pig's head. Lin Yu.
You will better keep it clean.
Tenju, it also flows with the spirit of my dragon clan. Mai is a member of my demon dragon clan. He is your elder brother and also my younger brother. Stop calling you a bastard. Mo Lingyu seemed to be enraged and a terrible aura came from it, emanated, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic, twisted. Next time I hear it, I will definitely tear your.
Mo Lingyu seemed to be completely frightened and didn't react for a long time.
After he came to his senses, belatedly, tears of grievance welled up in his eyes.
He really couldn't believe it.
Always so pampered, my own sister not only beat me but also dared to threaten me like this.
Humph. How dare you hit me like that? You're not my sister. Mo Lingyu roared and got up towards the far run. Sir, I am rude and have offended you, please forgive me.
Guhan's deep eyes were fixed on the direction where Mo Lingyu left. Black jade face, he suddenly changed and hurriedly bowed to Guhan. The ideology has been completely changed and also roughly knows the power that Guhan possesses. If Guhan wanted to, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat the Demon Dragon Clan. Basic, just your fingers. They were afraid that Guhan would turn against them because of this matter and destroy their Demon Dragon Clan at all costs.
Why would I bother with a kid? Do you think I'm a petty person? Guhan chuckled and didn't seem to take it to heart.
He has more important things to do now to do. As for this little brat, let him jump around for a while.
Wait until he controls the entire Dragon Clan.
He has plenty of ways to make this undisciplined little brat question his life.
A short after the song, Mo Lingyu continued to take Guhan and the Dragon Clan.
Soon they arrived at the place where ancestor Guixian was in seclusion.
Ms. Lingyu. The two guards were all shocked when they saw Mo Lingyu and Mo Tianjun coming here, puzzling and unexpected. Mo Tianjun does not Mo Lingyu. Even the entire Demon Dragon Clan has long been known to all dragons. They were somewhat curious as to why Mo Lingyu had brought Mo Tianjun to return to Patriarch Xin Today Mansion. Is this to help his brother who has been away from home to establish a good relationship with the ancestor? Please inform the old ancestor Guixian I have something very important to tell you. Talk to him. Mo Lingyu didn't explain much theme.
Okay, Miss Lingyu, please wait a moment. Although the two guards were suspicious since the young lady said she had something important to say, they dared not delay. Soon, under the leadership of the guards,
Mo Lingyu and Guhan Jinsensei Small World Prefecture.
Passing through layers of space,
the two finally arrived in front of a huge black bronze door.
Bronze door close. But there was always a terrifying breath of law flowing through the door, spread out. Terrible way, it was like an echo from ancient times, causing Mo Lingyu to feel a palpitation of fear.
Lingyu, why did you come to see me today?
I heard you have something important to do, just say it directly. A vast and ancient voice came from within the closed bronze door. At the same time, Guhan also arrived. The purpose of existence from yourself, it swept upwards but only stayed for a moment or two before disappearing.
This.
Mo Lingyu was immediately in trouble because the main purpose is just to introduce Guhanjin. Important things not really speaking of.
It's me who wants to see you. Guhan spoke loudly, his voice neither humble nor I have an important matter want to talk to you. The voice fell vengeful, the pressure is even overwhelming. Cold eyes it fell on Guhan again, superior. Guhan should not really know change. God still as calm as a pool of stagnant water.
Until a few breaths passed.
Bronze door, then he let out a light laugh. Interesting. I remember you, Mo Tianjun?
I saw you when you first came to my dragon clan. Also during this time I have more or less paid attention to you. You weren't as confident and steady as this before.
How after going to the front line I feel like a completely different person like? This really makes me suspect that you have been possessed by someone.
The speaker may not mean it but the listener may take it seriously.
Black jade face changes. I thought my ancestor had guessed something. He.
Guhan also chuckled, naturally knowing that this was a test from ancestor Guixian. There is even a high probability that the other party has already guessed something.
But so what? He didn't want to make things it's too complicated, so why not just make things clear? At worst I'll just overturn the table. Although this will cause some resistance to his plan.
But it is not enough to make him it's difficult to take a step forward.
Senior, you have good eyesight. Guhan chuckled. Since that's the case, I won't pretend anymore and just speak frankly. Senior, you should have heard of my name. I Guhan. The moment the words fell, Guhanjo sudden burning a layer of dark red. The flames immediately wrapped him up in layers. And in dark red Guhan in the flames, the shape and appearance began to distort and change as if it was transforming into another existence. Chapter 452. There is no choice, surrender or destruction. When dark red the flames completely came out of Guhan after disappearing, he has returned to his original appearance. At the same time, the terrifying aura, far surpassing that of his peers, was like a storm centered around him. The whole hall suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Mo Lingyu's pupils shrank slightly. I never expected that Guhan would be so direct, my true self. If Guixian Patriarch wants to attack Guhan later, a mere supreme realm cannot stop him. The space was silent for a few moments. The more terrifying dragon power came like a raging wave. The force rushed out from the closed bronze gate, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. At the same time, Guhan can still clearly to one with extreme force, the cold eyes now locked firmly on his superior. Boy, should I say that you are really not afraid of death, or that you are confident enough to think you can win here? I take my entire dragon clan? Even if the ancestor Pakchuan did not appear, but his tone was already filled with anger and murderous intent. Although Mo Tianjun does not, although they were welcomed by the demon dragon clan, he did not have a deep impression of them. But no matter what, it belongs to their demon dragon clan bloodline offspring. But now Guhan not only killed their demon dragon clan bloodline offspring, even in front of him. This is tantamount to provoking him for the dignity of the dragon clan's ancestor. He even slapped him hard in the face. Finally, one more sentence. Lao Deng Yuri killed the heir of the clan, and now I appear in front of you on purpose. What can you do to me? However, faced with such a terrifying threat, Guhan didn't care. Awakening the dragon after the pulse was opened, he actually had great immunity to dragon power. Even if the opponent is a quasi-emperor dragon ancestor, the dragon might he releases will not have much effect on him. Roar! Accompanied by a loud dragon, Guhan, the space behind him suddenly twisted. Then a long line of dazzling golden dragon scales with red gold on the back. The flames were burning fiercely, and the huge dragon, which looked both powerful and extraordinary, seemed to have broken through the barriers of illusion and completely descended into reality. With the appearance of this huge dragon, invisible power it spread immediately. Whether it is Mo Lingyu or the ancestor Guixian who was hiding behind the bronze gate, was to a kind of the terrible pulse system. This is Zulong vision symbolize. Ancestor Guixian was slightly stunned and then couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He was just like the people of the Tsanlong clan when he met Guhan just now. I don't understand how Guhan, a mere human, could awaken the ancestral dragon pulse. Could it be? But suddenly a thought flashed through my mind, which suddenly reminded him of something that happened in the past. At that time, Mo Lingyu brought back a message from Pumio Fairy Island saying that a human had awakened the ancestral dragon pulse. He didn't care at first. But now think carefully, the one who awakened Zulong the human race seems to be Guhan. After this name appeared in my mind, Guixian Patriarch, his eyes opened wide, almost popping out of their sockets. He had previously thought this was too ridiculous. After all, it's too early to see that even humans have awakened the dragon race these days. Vain, and it is the top-level Zulong pulse. Who would believe this if I told them? So he always regarded this as a joke, thinking that it was simply Mo Lingyu who had never seen the world just wrong. But now that Guhan himself appeared here, the worldview he had built up over countless years was completely overturned. Guhan didn't care what Guixian Patriarch was thinking at the moment. Senior, I've heard about this from Mo Lingyu before I came here. You want to lead the dragon tribe, leaving the demon realm. I don't want the future of the demon dragon clan to change a monster that is neither a demon nor a dragon. But this kind of thing involving race, which is often very difficult and cannot be changed at will by one person. Then I can also help seniors complete all this. Guhan, the corners of his head slightly raised. Moreover, if you are willing to follow me, I promise that I can lead the demon dragon clan to an era that is even more glorious than the past. I wonder what you think, senior. If it was anyone else and a young person at that dared to say such things to him, he had already shown real swallow it in one gulp. What a shameless statement. But the other party happened to be Guhan. the ancestor Gue Xian was immediately trapped meditation. Not only Guhan possesses the legendary Zulong the Pulse as the person who is comparable to the true ancestor of the Azure Dragon in their Dragon Clan prophecy. Besides, he is still in Guhan's superior arrived a dangerous smell. If anything, he seemed to have no choice. Because Guhan go up there, the dangerous aura is enough to destroy their demon dragon clan hundreds or thousands of times. To put it bluntly, Guhanshin, okay, you can sit down and have some tea with them and talk about the truth. Heart, oh no, we can just overturn the table and completely destroy their dragon clan. The facts were indeed as ancestor Gue Xian had imagined. For Guhan, the main purpose of coming to the demon realm was to set a trap for the demon emperor and suppress this supreme being, change your own workpeople, thus controlling the entire demon world. The dragon clan is a very good chess piece. But it is not a necessity. If you can't conquer it, just destroy it. You can just muddy the waters and then look for other opportunities. This kid is not only confident but also really domineering. Patriarch Pakshuan cursed in his heart. Naturally, I knew some of Guhan's thoughts. But what can we do? Who made him even the entire demon dragon clan, not Guhan? What about the opponents of the latter forces? After a few moments of silence,
the bronze door closed violently, shake, and then slowly opened to both sides.
What followed was 8 transformed into tangible pitch-black dragon energy rushing out like a flood that broke through a floodgate.
And here in the boiling black dragon energy, with a sallow figure and a pair of black, the old man with dragon horns slowly stepped out. At this moment, true after meeting Guhan, his dark and deep eyes were filled with flash by complex.
In fact, I am lead the dragon clan out of the demon world and rebuild for the true dragon race. But there has been a lack of waiting for a suitable opportunity, but I think Lord Gu, you are the opportunity one have been waiting for. As he spoke, Mo Guishan bowed deeply to Guhan and said, if Master Gu can really practice what you said, I am Mo Guishan, am willing to obey your orders and let you send me anywhere. He is also an old dragon who has lived for countless epochs. For many things he has always been very clear-headed. He knew what kind of terrifying power Guhan possessed now. Instead of hesitating, it's better to take a gamble.
Furthermore, there was no choice.
A wise choice. Guhan nodded slightly.
I didn't expect it will go so smoothly.
Mother. At this time, Mo Lingyu, to the palm of Mo Lingyu, all the way holding back the tears of grievance, I ran quickly to the depths of the dragon clan off one main hall.
Lingyu, what's wrong with you?
Main hall.
One is with several other drinking tea and chatting. The woman, seeing the expression on Mo Lingyu's face after the palm print, he was slightly stunned. Then suddenly the faced out and distressed.
It was Mo Mingyue, the mother of Mo Lingyu and his sister.
Mo Mingyue embraced Mo Lingyu in my arms, heartache and warmth to treat redness and swelling on the face.
At the same time, anger. Lingyu, the what's up with the palm print?
What fearless bastard dared to hit you?
It's that bitch Mo Lingyu roared. Exaggerate what happened before he told me everything in detail. After listening to this, Mo Mingyue was stunned for a moment, but he got angry. Your sister Lingyu is really rebellious.
She doesn't love her own brother, but she actually beats him up for a bastard. I think I've been living too comfortably lately and I'm really in need of some cleanup.
Chapter 453, A Sudden Reversal. Suddenly I can't afford to offend you. Even if Mo Lingyu is also the biological bone. But in Mo Mingyue's eyes, Mo Lingyu is far less important than Mo Lingyu. Because unless there are any accidents, Mo Lingyu is the future of their demon dragon clan host.
Therefore, even if Mo Lingyu's talent is slightly better, he is still far inferior to Mo Lingyu.
Walk.
I want to see what's wrong with Lingyu today. She actually stood up for such a bastard. I'll take you to find them and help you vent your anger. He is just a bastard. My dragon clan found him and he deserves to be. That's great. How dare you snatch Lingyu away from Yusin Gui? Don't think this bastard wants to stay in my demon dragon clan any longer. Mo Mingyue immediately rose and several other members of the demon dragon clan who liked to watch the fun. The women walked out of the hall together and headed towards where Mo Lingyu and Guhan were in a menacing manner.
Now the dragon relies on the power of its mother Mo Lingyu. The corners are secretly curled up.
He had already imagined how miserably Guhan would be humiliated in front of his mother later.
After all, in his eyes Guhan was a bastard with no background, no backing and no one to speak for him.
Even if my sister is crazy, but he is definitely no match for his mother. Looking at the entire demon dragon clan except for his father and several ancestors, no one dared to disobey his mother's orders. Today Guhan will be skinned alive if he doesn't die. Even the ancestor couldn't stop what Mo Linyu said. The other side. Guhan probably arranged some plans for Mo Guixian. He had just left the hall where Mo Guixian was with Mo Linyu. But I only saw the black jade god. Suddenly it became ugly. How? Guhan glanced at him, chuckled and said, "Did your mentally ill brother go back to complain and bring your mother here to cause trouble?" Mo Linyu was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly Guhan guessed it right away. Guhan didn't explain much. After completely absorbing Mo Tianjuan's memory, he can be regarded as the person in the world who knows Mo Tianjun best people in this environment. Father doesn't hurt, mother doesn't. In the demon dragon clan even any dog can be bullied. Now such a product which will surely cause the future for the dragon clan, the lords Mo Linyu. About to be what? You don't have to think too much to know. Master Gu, what will happen later or come to me makes sense. After a long while Mo Linyu finally he spoke with his head scalped. It's not that I'm afraid that Guhan will suffer a loss. I am worried about my mentally ill brother and my overindulging brother. The younger brother's mother eventually angered Guhan and brought unprovoked disaster upon herself. No more waiting time. At the end of Guhan's vision there were several menacing shadow appears. Mo Linyu. I think you have lost your mind. You dare to hit your brother for a mere bastard. Mo Minjueshan angry and ferocious. Especially after seeing Mo Linyu standing in front of Guhan as if he was going to stand up for him, he was even more furious. Come. Mother Lin Yu was wrong in this matter. Dark jade eyes flashing, he still gritted his teeth and said, "This is the place that Mo Tianjun has recommended to him because of his outstanding performance on the front line along with many other geniuses from the Demon Realm's Supreme Sequence. Let's not talk about Lin Yu's cultivation level not meeting the standard Sangu. There won't be many traces. The gain is just a wasted places. Besides, this is not in compliance with the regulations. Mother, think about it carefully. Several masters of the sequence recommended this quota to Mo Tianjun, but our demon dragon clan forcibly took it and gave it to Lin Yu. Isn't this an offense to the several supreme sequences? Such as, will it bring disaster to my dragon clan?" Mo Lin Yu's words are brilliant and his logic is clear. I think any normal person can hear the pros and cons of this. Even Mo Mingyue paused in anger, frowning. He frowned, not knowing how to refute for a moment. Mother. At this time Mo Linyu pulled Mo Mingyue's sleeve. I really want to go, and Xian Gui will explore the traces in the future for the dragon clan, the lords. Only if I have strong strength can I better hold this position and lead the dragon clan to glory, right? Mo Linyu's self-boasting remarks have the effect of lowering people's intelligence. Ink Moon face, it's none of your business. I will personally go talk to the several supreme masters of my demon world. As he spoke, Mo Mingyue's cold eyes again to Guhan. Mo Tianjun, I don't want to say any more unnecessary nonsense. You just need to give up my place and I will no longer be concerned about the previous, will be held accountable. Otherwise I will make sure you can't stay in the demon dragon clan anymore today. Mo Mingyue's tone was full of unquestionable command. After all, in his eyes Mo Tianjun was just a bastard from the demon dragon clan who had no backing at all, so there was no need to be polite to him. It doesn't matter if Mo Tianjun doesn't want to. Mo Mingyue has plenty of means to make him cooperate. At the same time, following Mo Mingyue, the following few, the woman also started chattering at the same time. Lord Mo, as a dragon you must learn to know when to act. If Sister Mingyue hadn't agreed, the head of the family wouldn't have sent someone to bring you back. By then you might still be wandering outside. A bastard is a bastard. After all, he has no idea how to repay a favor. He deserves his mother to die just after he was born. But exploring the ancient immortals, the quota of traces Lin Yu, although the main strength is a bit low, it is also a great fortune. Yes, the harvest will definitely be more than this bastard. It was obvious that these guys wanted to use this to belittle Guhan and elevate Mo Linyu's profile in order to gain Mo Mingyue's favor. After all, and it's the same in our eyes. Even if Guhan had Mo Linyu's support, he was not as good as Mo Mingyue board qualifications. Presumptuous. But in the next moment, accompanied by a cold rebuke sounded. One, the more terrifying dragon power roared like a storm. It enveloped everyone present. Superior.
To be more precise, it was shrouded by Mo Mingyue and others superior.
This moment comes from the original pulse force which immediately shocked Mo Mingyue and others. Suddenly it was like falling into an icy abyss.
Everyone knew that this was the terrifying aura emanating from Gue Xian, the ancestor of their demon dragon clan. Ancestor Gue Xian. We didn't mean to disturb you, you are in retreat. Please also.
Mo Mingyue and others thought that they had disturbed the old ancestor's peace and were about to apologize.
Boom.
But the terrifying dragon's might had already stirred up a huge storm, forcing them to turn around, and the storm it then slammed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust.
The ancestor Gue Xian seems I didn't hold back at all. Even if it is for those who have some, Mo Linyu who was taking the pulse was also completely rude.
The terrible impact force immediately shocked Mo Linyu, one sound fresh mouth, and suddenly fell to the ground and couldn't get up.
Although Mo Mingyue, the strongest among them, withstood most of the impact, he was also in trouble.
The whole person was smashed into the ground by the terrible storm, and he used all his strength to crawl out of the ruins.
But the whole person is still a little confused. I did disturb the old ancestor's peace, but he shouldn't be so harsh to me, right?
The threat that could follow the sound makes a moment of trance.
What a bunch of bullies. I will take care of you from now on, Mo Tianjun. If I see you talking nonsense again next time, don't blame me, your dragon skin, your dragon tendons. The sudden reversal left everyone stunned. Did they hear it right?
One of the two strongest ancestors of their demon dragon clan, ancestor Pachuan.
Is this an attempt to stand up for Mo Tianjun, whom they consider to be a bastard? However, in their impression, the two of them are completely unrelated. Chapter 454, Storm is Coming, the original demon ancestor.
However, among Mo Mingyue and others, the most unbelievable and unacceptable, the one who was actually was Mo Linyu.
Don't look at his young age.
But in fact it is a very scheming dragon. I know that if I want to gain more benefits and more voice for myself, I need to build a good relationship with the ancestors.
He tried every possible means and spent countless time trying to get closer to Patriarch Prashian.
Every time I achieved nothing and ended in failure.
But now in his eyes, Mo Tianjun, whose status is far inferior to his, is even just a bastard who was found.
He did what he had dreamed of for years.
After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Mo Linyu's eyes suddenly turned red. Ancestor Gue Xian. What do you mean by this? I have the closest relationship with you. Why don't you speak up for me now? Instead, you help this bastard. Boom. Before Mo Linyu could finish his words,
the terrifying law suddenly came upon him, fiercely impacting Mo Linyu superior. This time the power was even more terrifying and had already threatened Mo Linyu's life. Even let Mo Linyu wear a special guard bow direct hair. But it didn't have much effect. All the ribs were broken and the whole person was into an unimaginable degree of damage. It rolled over on the ground several times like a dead dog before it slammed heavily into the distance with a bang on the wall. It barely stopped the rolling though.
Lin Yu.
Mo Mingyue, who was in a daze, suddenly came to his senses, let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly ran to support Mo Linyu.
Looks like it's already happened. Mo Linyu was terribly injured and completely unconscious. Mo Mingyue's heart is all. But no, in my heart there was no anger, only fear. After all, he is one of the strongest ancestors of their demon dragon clan. If the other party wanted to, it would be easy to kill both mother and son. Please forgive me, ancestor.
Mo Mingyue is in a life and death crisis. In this case the brain works very quickly.
I dare not have any thread.
His head banged on the ground like a rattle and he humbly begged for forgiveness from ancestor Gue Xian.
Several others. The same is true for women. Where is the same aggressive momentum as before? At this moment he kept kowtowing and apologizing. The ancestor Gue Xian is just Xiang Guhan waiting for his answer. Considering that I have other things to do.
And the Dragon Clan, well, he was in control of the situation and he could send those guys he disliked to the front battlefield as cannon fodder, so he didn't take them too seriously. After all, he will have to go to war with the entire Xianhuang world later. No need coolie cannon fodder, and these people will act as the reserve death squad just like Honchen Daozone member. Imo Mingyue and others were busy after fleeing from this place like a stray dog. Imo Guishuan he bowed to Gu Han and said, Master Gu, the descendants of the bloodline have been obedient since childhood. I am used to it, so please don't mind it. Then he changed the subject and said, of course sir, you don't have to be polite, you can do whatever you want, these guys can be killed at any time. Anything happened, I will take full responsibility for this and it will definitely not affect your plan. After all, several just bloodline and offspring. Not to mention there are a few arrogant and domineering useless people who are destined to have no future offspring. Compared with the future of the entire ethnic group, the death of these insignificant guys is nothing more than death. Today's demon dragon clan has become corrupt and bone cutting is necessary to heal the wounds. Really? Gu Han raised his eyebrows in surprise. I didn't expect that this Gue Xian patriarch. It makes perfect sense, the pattern is big ones. At the same time, human base camp. The invisible barrier of laws unfolds, completely isolating the outside world from observation. At this moment in this area, several human sword masters and many top powerhouses have gathered here. Everyone, I won't say any more unnecessary nonsense. The Taiching sword immortal who was sitting in the first seat spoke first. Before I had the spy forces of the demon world went to investigate this matter, the investigation was successful and the demon world secretly had a big dough. But the other party has been, the area is blocked very strictly, that the area is most likely the one in the legend of the demon world Super Saiyan gut race. Maybe he felt that he couldn't handle this big piece by himself. Or maybe they want to muddy the waters further. Yi Qingyun did not add more. Instead of hiding it, he chose to tell it all. As soon as this matter reached the ears of the powerful and senior human beings, it caused an uproar. Super Saiyan Gu trace. That is something that really involves the Xianhuang world place. At that time, Pumiao Fairy Island could be called the ancient fairyland trace. Not to mention the legendary super immortal ancient trace. The only thing that gives many powerful human beings a headache is this Super Saiyan Gu. The trace is in the demon world. They want to send young geniuses to dive. The probability of this happening is very low. The most reliable method is for them to launch a large-scale attack against the demon world, which further confuses the situation, while directly attracting the attention of the powerful demons. Let the young genius of our own clan take advantage of the opportunity. Demon world immortal ancient sees the inheritance from the traces. As long as their human genius can obtain inheritance from it. Even if they lose this battle between humans and demons, they will not lose anything. Dragon Clan Palace. After capturing one of the ancestors of the demon dragon clan, Gu Han temporarily became a hands-off boss. Let Imo Guishuan pick it up. Another ancestor of the demon dragon clan took advantage of this time to meditate in seclusion and continue further studies. His breakthroughs have been rapid recently, and it won't be long before he can break through to the Saint Realm. But Gu Han was still a little dissatisfied with the speed of chain repair. Although it took less than 2 years from his rebirth to his current breakthrough in cultivation. Co-ix the experience points are there, not to mention he has the help of the golden finger. If you still can't take off in terms of cultivation, then you can really tidy up your appearance buried in soil. Where should I go to overcome the Saint Tribulation when the time comes? Just as Gu Han was thinking about whether he should take the opportunity to pull in a few forces from the demon world to help him overcome the Saint's calamity and kill someone with a borrowed knife. Buzz! The mark on the back of the hand suddenly made a violent buzzing sound and a strange divine light emanated from it. Then Su Lung Yue's ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Akan, there is something, I need your help. Not long ago I used some special means to find the trace of the original demon ancestor who was suspected to be one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors in my demon world. He seems to be in the demon world and is suspected to be trapped in a certain ancient. If possible, hope could you help investigate? The original demon ancestor is very important to me. He holds the key to the demon god palace. Chapter 4, Visitors from Outer Space. The third lady of the Eternal Yi family. The original demon ancestor? Demon God Palace? Gu Han was a little confused. He was really unfamiliar with these terms. After all, this seems to involve the origin of the demon world. Even if 9 generations, it is difficult for him to accept it as a human arrive. In the subsequent narration, Gu Han had a slight understanding of the Demon God Palace. This area can be regarded as the oldest place in the demon world and is involved in the origin of the demon world. Want to enter among them, 5 special keys are required to open. However, for some reason the demon god palace was extremely involved. At that time the 5 demons did not intend to enter among them we are exploring and intend to temporarily seal them together. Therefore these 5 keys were kept by the 5 first-generation demon ancestors respectively. Later, Xian Ningbing teamed up with another first-generation demon ancestor and even colluded with the top human race strongman at that time to launch a campaign was launched against Su Lingyue, the other 3 first-generation demon ancestors. Xian Ningbing as Su Lingyue didn't know the purpose. But one of the purposes is to collect the special keys to open the demon god palace. The end result is obvious. Xian Ningbing failed. Not only was he beaten to a pulp, but the keys in his hand were also snatched away by Su Lingyue. Su Lingyue also paid a heavy price and her realm was also reduced to a tiny fraction. She was suppressed by many great human beings from the ancient times in the demon locking tower for countless years. The real history is like this. After listening to Su Lingyue's story, Guhan also put aside some of his doubts. Things understood? Don't worry, I will start investigating. After cutting off the communication with Su Lingyue, Guhan fell into trouble again. Meditation. The original demon ancestor is in the demon world and is suspected to be trapped in a special trace. How could he have a premonition? The one mentioned by Su Lingyue special. The traces will be related to the recent uproar in the demon world. Super Xian Gui, is it related to traces? Shaking his head, Guhan was too lazy to think about it. Everything would work out when the time came. In the eyes of the living cultivators in the Xinhuang world, he is a cultivator who broke the record of the Xinhuang world and broke through to the Divine Lord realm at the age of coming of age. But who could have imagined what he's going through now? It has already involved various emperor realms, demon ancestors, even the demon emperor and the will of heaven, and even the legendary fairyland. Human base camp in the palace. Wei. 3 days later, the strong men of our human race will gather their top strength, launch an attack against the demon world. At that time, our human race's top land sword immortals and even senior quasi-emperors will take action to attract the attention of the powerful demons on the front battlefield. And the other Saint Realm Masters will tear open a gap in the demon realm's defenses at the fastest speed to help you advance the devil's world. Go their Xian gut race. High returns mean high risks. That specially mortal ancient after the trace they will not get any support, which is equivalent to running directly to the territory of the demon world to compete with them. Eat wolves. What a cruel thing will happen. I think you should know it too. So this time I don't really recommend it. Way you are, so take risks. Because according to your current talent and strength it is inevitable that you will break through to the quasi-emperor realm in due time. There is no need to take such a big risk. Listen. Reply to the message from the Taoist ancestor. Shu Wei frowned. There was a long silence. After a while, he let out a long breath with a determined look in his eyes. I know, but I'm going anyway. Let's not talk about it first. The will of the previous heaven has been revealed through fate. This time the demon world will launch a catastrophe against senior brother. Add not to mention helping my brother Crosstoy can also play a role. And most importantly, not long ago the former heavenly Tao will also predicted through destiny that the ancient immortal there are traces an important treasure needed return to the immortal stone. In these days always collecting return to the emperor's treasure that is broken, return to the mirror fragment. But after searching for a long time only 3 pieces were collected. Although it also contains the power to return but unable to support quickly break through to the holy realm. And Wixianchi, this legendary myth is only recorded in ancient books. Absorbed the laws of the ages and condense and finally precipitated the supreme. Wanna be fast? God turned back the past. I must get this supreme immortal stone. Certainly. Human race planner. The offensive against the demon world also fell to the ears of the Tiandao Temple. This is a great opportunity. Human race lord attacking the demon world will surely cause a huge uproar. We can take this opportunity to take action against Guhan. This is a godsend. The Tiandao Temple was not going to let go of such a great opportunity. The death of Beifeng Zhuandi and others had a huge impact on their morale. It was a big blow. Of course, the most important reason is that they are afraid of the will of heaven, thinking that they are too useless and finally taking back heaven's protection.
This time we will take advantage of the fact that the human world and the demon world are at war. More powerful people from the Heavenly Tao Palace arrived. They are confident enough to completely reverse the outcome and take down Guhan in one fell swoop. The entire Xianhuang world is in turmoil. Not only the human world and the demon world, the collision is coming. The extreme point of heaven. This place is known as the place closest to the fairyland in the Xianhuang world. It is rumored that a long time ago the legendary road to immortality was finally cut off here. Although the road to immortality was cut off back then. But this place is the place where the spatial barrier of the entire Xianhuang world is relatively weakest. If the will of the heavenly Tao of the Xianhuang world is forced to use strength, it can temporarily open a tiny gap connecting to the outside world. Boom boom. Along with lightning and thunder in the area around the extreme point of the sky, the extremely rich laws of heaven gathered and rolled. A crack about the length of a fingernail slowly emerging, an unknown god of China Unicom star field. What followed was a unspeakable star power surged out from it madly with the power to annihilate everything. Finally, with the accumulation of countless energies, thousands of runes quickly gathered together a brilliant blurball. As the ball twisted and changed, a blurus and the outline was slowly revealed in it. The lower world is indeed the lower world. Ethereal and ethereal, with a sense of superiority, the sound rang out. As the will of heaven in this world, it is so weak, ridiculous. Now I mean the sealed sleeping state using these forces is already the limit. If I can exert my full power, I don't need your help at all, okay? Following, another unmelee voice carrying the power of heaven and earth rang out. The void twisted and changed, and the heavenly Tao runes gathered together and also turned into a blurry film. And this thing is the current will of heaven image projection. Okay, I don't want to talk to you about these meaningless things. Where is my brother Qin Yun? It seems that because of a damn ant from the lower world, brother Qin Yun has been having a very miserable life recently. The fog twists hidden in the color amongst an outline became clearer and clearer, and a face that looked fairy-like and somewhat similar to Yi Qin Yun quietly emerged from it. Her name is Yi Zi, and she comes from the eternal Yi family. She is now the third young lady of the Yongheng Yi family. Chapter 456. Yi Zi using force to reverse the situation, kill Guhan. Only what descended here was only his own original soul can't come. Because essentially he is also a native of the fairyland. It doesn't fit in with this environment. In addition, the Xianhuang world and the fairyland have not yet been connected. There is no immortal energy in the Xianhuang world, and the rules are contradictory. Forged with fairy-like crisp skin since childhood off, naturally I can't let my coming. In addition, you can't using fairy spirit and being ruled by the original order-made circumstances. His current cultivation level is at most slightly stronger than a quasi-emperor. But there is nothing we can do about it. If we can only force one being to come, what do the family and father think? He is the most suitable candidate. Yi Qing Yun's current the Eternal Yi family also knows how bad the situation is. Don't say that Yi Qing Yun can follow the path that the Eternal Yi family has already paved. When you grow up, you will eventually inherit the great fortune of the world, an invincible legend of his generation. Whether he can save his life from the villain Guhan is another matter, since half of his eternal destiny was taken away. The final trump card's resurrection, and it was lost as early as when he was in the sword sect. Countless opportunities to change one's fate were taken away by Guhan one after another. If he makes another mistake, Yi Qing Yun will definitely die without a burial. Their plan completely failed. Therefore, the Eternal Yi family had to take action in advance, even at the risk of backlash from the rules. Deliver Xuanhuang world, lend a helping hand to Yi Qing Yun. It's a pity that the power of heaven's will is too weak now. Even if made by the power of cultivation, cannot be taken over forced arrival. Thinking of this, Yi Zi once again cast a dissatisfied look towards the will of heaven. Violitia middle, knowing the will of heaven what the other party was thinking, he also felt a burning fire of dissatisfaction in his heart. Before the two worlds were connected, he forcibly opened up a small barrier. It is already considered to have consumed his own, the original power of heaven that can never be restored. But I am still angry. The will of heaven still dare not say more. After all, he and the Eternal Yi family have been in a cooperative relationship for a long time.
This time Yi Qingyun was also treated too badly. If he died completely in the Shenhuang world, it would be bad for his generation.
You must have heard about it before.
The will of heaven said, countless epochs ago the former will of heaven that was sealed by me and your eternally family has completely escaped. Not long ago the seal is revived. Besides that guy took away some of the heavenly Tao authority from me. He is likely to have today's changes may even indirectly lead to your whereabouts being exposed.
The former will of heaven.
Yi Zijiao curled up a cold smile. A loser dog, there is no need to worry about him.
Now that I have come here after I kill Guhan, I will also eliminate that guy for you.
There's something very wrong with that guy Guhan. The power possessed by the enemy is far beyond your imagination, so you'd better not underestimate the enemy.
The will of heaven is kind enough to remind you.
After all, she was the daughter of the eternal Yi family. If she died in the Shenhuang world, that would be another troublesome matter. Besides, I can't use the power of heaven and earth to condense a body for you that temporarily matches your original soul. Guhan has the means to restrain my power. If I use the power of heaven and earth to condense a body for you, you are likely to suffer a great loss at his hands.
So you need to find it yourself, or I can provide you with a suitable one. No need.
Yi Ziyi shook her head. Father is before the legend the world left affiliated forces. He has also told me the names of these affiliated forces as well as their approximate locations. I will first find a suitable one from these affiliated forces. Finally, they will integrate them and make a concerted effort to completely kill Guhan, this unstable person factor. A piece of gold in the space world. Thousands of heavenly runes flickered slowly, forming one a new type of heavenly space. The former heavenly Dao, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of this space, seemed to have suddenly opened his eyes. Countless divine patterns of heaven suddenly appeared in his eyes.
Just now, Avery, uneasy prediction, suddenly it flooded his whole being.
He who has already deprived the current heavenly Tao of some of its authority can to the entire Shenhuang world condition. Just now it seemed that some force that did not belong to the Shenhuang world invaded. Here we are.
After another careful deduction,
the former heavenly will was even more sudden change.
Abnormal. The source of the universe is actually at the very top of the sky. What does the sky's pinnacle represent? He, as the former will of heaven, is also very clear about it.
This damn guy.
Having roughly guessed what the current heavenly will wanted to do, the former heavenly will got it's extremely ugly.
There is no need to think too much. It must be the will of the previous heavenly Tao cooperating with some special means used by the eternal Yi family to allow a strong man from the eternal Yi family to descend into the Shenhuang world. What is happening now? The silence was not great, indicating that the eternal Yi family strongman who had descended might just be a divine soul or a projection of Allah. But even if it is not the real body that comes, he is still a powerful being from the legendary fairyland. The emergence of such an existence will eventually cause the entire Shenhuang world to undergo a change, and even ushered in an unprecedented. Moreover, he also guessed the purpose of this unknown eternal Yi family strongman. It was very likely that the other party wanted to help Yi Qingyun kill Guhan. Guhan seems to have a close relationship with the demon ancestor of the demon world. Maybe I can put this in advance. Give.
No, the power I possess is not enough to help me descend into the demon world. Maybe we can tell what happened here. Tell fiction Lishan Xiaobingli.
The former will of heaven quickly made a decision in his mind. The origin of Feishan Tower is also extremely remarkable. Although I don't have 9 generations like Guhan back to memory. But he also has some memories of his past life. Until Xiaobingli, the Feishan Tower behind is also suspected to be related to the fairyland.
And then think about the relationship between Xiaobingli and Guhan in this life.
He may be able to first to Xiaobingli.
Given how obsessed Xiaobingli is with Guhan, she will definitely take this matter very seriously. Oh, by the way, I have to tell that master.
While mumbling, the former heavenly Dao took out the piece of stone that looked like the fragment of the 9th generation immortal stone from his arms, a flash of awe but also suspicion of.
I don't know where Guhan came from.
His luck is average and most of the time he is the most unlucky black. Why does he also have a background in the fairyland like Yi Qingyun?
Chapter 457, Epic Face-Changing, Binding Oneself for 500 Years. Guhan was unaware of the turmoil in the human world. After capturing Guixian, ancestor of the Demon Dragon clan, to ensure the smooth implementation of subsequent plans, he didn't intend to drag his feet.
He took ancestor Gue Xian with him to talk to another quasi-emperor ancestor of the demon dragon clan.
Master Gu Han, don't worry. Your idea is a blessing to my entire dragon clan, it's not a trouble at all. If you can use me in any way, just ask me, don't be polite to me. Although I am old, if it is for you, I will go through fire and water without hesitation.
Main hall, there were waves of solemn assurances. Gu Han was sitting on the throne drinking tea leisurely. In front of him, Mo Hyan, one of the two most powerful ancestors of the demon dragon clan, was racking his brains. With all the praise I can think of in my life, he praised Gu Han lavishly.
And standing in Gu Han, Mo Gue Xian, who was standing by, took in the whole scene. More horn twitch flow, a touch of complexity.
Mo Hyan is a quasi-emperor ancestor of the demon dragon clan just like him. His philosophy has always been different. He advocated that bring the dragon clan out of the demon world and completely get rid of the erosion of demonic energy.
But Mo Hyan has always been against it.
He always felt that if the demon dragon clan could truly absorb and master the demonic energy, they would definitely transform a race more powerful than dragons. So because of this, the two of them argued endlessly and could not reach an agreement consensus, and even the relationship between them was not very good.
I didn't expect Gu Han to take action this time.
I always like excitement. When he opened the microphone, Mo Hyan, who was always ready to fight back, unexpectedly became very literary for the first time. All he says is something like, "Don't worry, sir, and it's an honor for me."
But it makes sense. Because Gu Han didn't play by the rules from the beginning.
As soon as he came on the stage, he summoned the projection of Su Lingyue.
They still have demons in their bones pulse.
Naturally, it turned out that this was the most powerful demon ancestor in the legendary demon world.
He once led the demon world to dominate the entire Xianhuang world.
The human world and the demon world of not angry don't exist. Now not only Gu Han, the thugs beside him seem to be particularly interested in Gu Han. I have a special liking for it. When the demon ancestor Ji appeared, even Mo Hyan, who always liked to look at people with his dragon nose, became clear in his logical thinking.
Very good. Gu Han smiled slightly. Then I'll trouble you in Senior Gue Xian. It is my honor.
Please rest assured, Master Gu Han. I don't know how many times he has said similar words, but Mo Hyan is still calm.
Not just Gu Han, the energy possessed by the queen is too terrifying.
Also, because of the aura of Su Lingyue's projection prophet, next he has been the success, has planted the mark of slavery.
If you don't want to listen, you have to die.
After temporarily sending away the great god Gu Han, Mo Hyan sat slumped on the throne, looking a little embarrassed, palely digesting the huge amount of information just received.
There is always an ominous premonition.
Now, let alone their dragon clan, it seems that the entire demon world is about to change.
I wonder what this living ancestor is doing in their demon dragon clan. Knock, knock, knock.
Just then there was a knock on the door outside the hall.
Come in. After getting permission, Mo Mingyue pushed open the door.
Behind him was the slightly timid Mo Linyu.
Mingyu? What are you doing here? Mo Hyan frowned. Mo Mingyue and his existence in terms of blood relationship, we are of the same bloodline. He can also be considered Mo Mingyue's great-grandfather.
Mo Mingyue gritted her teeth and he said, "Great-grandfather, there is something. I hope I am so glad to have your help, great-grandfather." Saying he exaggerated what happened with Gu Han, told it again.
After all, in the eyes of Mo Tianjun, who has a backer.
Now with the help of the strongest ancestor of the demon dragon clan. I am afraid that the other party will give birth to a child and take over the position of the next head of the dragon clan. Interesting ideas.
To avoid this happening in the future, you must also prepare in advance.
He even planned to tell Mo Hyan, the quasi-emperor ancestor, first to check and balance the ink on the hand returns to the mysterious.
Mo Hyan frowned slightly. He thought it was something. Does it still matter who is the head of the family now? Now there is a person standing even above his head. From now on, the demon dragon clan and even he, the ancestor, must obey Gu Han's orders. I understand. Just when Mo Hyan wanted to wave his hand to send Mo Mingyue away,
only then did he suddenly come to his senses and capture a key piece of information.
Etc. You just mentioned that guy Gue Xian. Who are you speaking for? Emo Mingyue was slightly stunned but still subconsciously said, Emo Tianjun.
The air suddenly sank eerie silence.
Emo Hyan thought about it carefully again.
When Guhan just left the hall, he seemed to change of appearance another young man. The young man seemed to be.
Emo Yan's pupils suddenly shrank like a needle. Isn't this Emo Tianjun? Thing I assented obvious. Emo Tianjun is dead and the current Emo Tianjun is Guhan in disguise. Okay, the stupid dragon Emo Mingyue is planning to trick his great-grandfather. So you guys are here because of that incident and the conflict with Emo Tianjun? Even indirectly led to the festival?
Emo Mingyue was slightly startled seeing her great-grandfather. It was ugly. I thought it was my great-grandfather trying to stand up for himself.
I want to put a stop to the arrogance of this bastard Emo Tianjun. Yes. Emo Tianjun.
Emo Mingyue shin overjoyed before he could finish his words.
Boom.
One the terrifying dragon's might. The blast immediately turned into an overwhelming wave of air directly sweeping away Emo Mingyue. Along with Emo Linyu, who was still seriously injured, was thrown into the air and smashed heavily on the stone pillar of the hall. The terrible force immediately caused the two people who had not yet recovered to vomit a large mouthful of dirty liquid pieces of dirt.
But compared to the pain on. But they couldn't believe that the ancestor would attack them for no apparent reason. You two eat the outside dog.
I heard Gu Xian talk about you two earlier. Now you come to me and cause trouble again. I see that you and your son have been living a peaceful and comfortable life lately, and you've only been causing trouble for me. From this day on you enter. Dark Dragonya has bound himself for 500 years. You are not allowed to come out without my permission, otherwise I will kill you. Tendon skin.
I thought Guhan would be punished. The main position of Emo Mingyue and her son has been secured.
At this moment it was like being struck by lightning. As pale as paper, I felt as if the whole sky had collapsed.
What's this condition? Isn't Emo Tianjun a bastard with no background or support? What happened today? Why are the two most powerful ancestors of their demon dragon clan speaking for him?
Anyway, no matter what the truth is, they are really finished. Dark Dragon Cliff, that is where the Dragon Clan holds serious criminals, among them life will be worse than death.
The other side. Guhan, who had left the Demon Dragon Clan's ancestral hall, now turned into busy man.
He had just received information from his own channels that the human race was planning to launch a large-scale attack the demon world.
Intends to create progress for the human race. Yen Gu Trace of Opportunity Report.
Those guys in the Heavenly Dao Palace won't behave themselves. They might use this incident to attack Nian Shi again. Offensive.
I can take this opportunity to turn the tables on them. Just as Guhan was thinking about his plan, pause.
Then he took out a piece of jade from his arms that was connected to Xiaobingli. The moment the sound-transmitting jade stone was connected, Xiaobingli's cold and ethereal voice rang out immediately.
Is Guhana in the demon realm recently?
With the help of the will of heaven, the powerful man of the eternal Yi family sent a wisp of his soul here. Its main purpose is to help Yi Qingyun and then completely wipe you out. You must pay attention.
What is tell me right away, don't be alone, carry it. Chapter 458 The Power of Heaven and Earth. The war between humans and demons officially begins. What? Even though I have always been able to control myself well, Guhan of Su. At this moment, because of the sudden news, shocked. Boy, this is still him familiar drama? It would be fine if the Temple of Heavenly Tao appeared earlier than expected. Even the Eternal Yi family's strong men are going to arrive early to help Yi Qingyun to fake the match? Although shocked, Guhan had already expected this. After all, half of Yi Qingyun's eternal luck had been taken away. He also took all the opportunities that could change the turning point of his life and help him rise to the top in the bag. The protagonist Yi Qingyun did not improve at all. On the contrary, he, the villain cannon fodder, is getting stronger and stronger and is even about two of the biggest bosses in the book. This also indirectly led to the Yonghong Yi family's plan a huge challenge. He was worried that Yi Qingyun would be killed by him the next time they met, so he could no longer sit still. He was willing to forcibly send the strong man down even at the risk of some backlash. However, although the Eternal Yi family is powerful, but after all, this is the underworld that is not connected to the fairyland. Before, the status in Xianhuang world was promoted to the fairyland and the fairy energy flowed back. Even if the Eternal Yi family uses great means to send their own strong men to come to great restrictions, therefore there is a chance to compete with it. However, what he was more curious about was where Xiaobingli got the news from. Feixinlu, the magnificent palace. Xiaobingli today wearing a light gauze dress, snow white off in the gauze. If you see me, I am lying on my side at this moment on the couch, god lazy. A funny guy told me that. But don't worry, I will check and verify this. Don't you have your own business in the demon world? Are you busy? Think first, give me just reason it out. After cutting off the communication with Guhan, Xiaobingli then raised her eyes slightly towards the front of the road constructed by the laws of heaven and earth. The corners are curved in a playful manner. This thing is the former will of heaven, who has the same face as Mu Bailing. So what are you now? The will of heaven? Or the new Mu Bailing who has returned from the dead? Xiaobingli looked up and down at the appearance of the former heavenly Dowell with a look of disdain on her face. But I have to say, your eyes airy, it's really bad to choose such a guy to choose your resurrection vehicle. You, whenever I smell the same scent as someone else, I feel inexplicably upset. But there is no such thing as a sister's special love for her younger sister like Mu Binghuang in bonds. Just know. My own can, because suffered through many hardships. Mu Bailing's death was so easy, it was a bargain. The former heavenly will just stood there without Enido. Lian Shenun, there is no change at all, it is still as calm as a cold sculpture. That's boring. Xiaobingli sighed, feeling bored. Well, since you found me, it means you have your own purpose. Tell me, what is your purpose? Of course, before that, I hope you have to understand one thing. Ahan doesn't have to pay anything. I will do my best to help him. But you. Xiaobingli stopped at that point and her meaning was obvious. If you don't let heart off remuneration. Let it is absolutely impossible to offer help. Of course. But rather than calling it a reward, it's more like a promise of rights. The former heavenly Dowell said word by word, if you Feixian Tower can help me regain my former power, when I am truly restored to my fullness, I can take over the entire Xianhuang world. The authority of heaven and earth is divided among you. Your Feixian Tower can use this to absorb the power of faith of the creatures in my Xianhuang world. Of course, this is not just talk. I can swear an oath of origin and never break it. Xiaobingli's originally slightly frivolous expression, I was stunned for a moment. Won the authority of heaven and earth in the Xianhuang world? Although it is not a lot, it is definitely an unimaginable gain for their Feixian Tower. After all, with the authority of heaven and earth, they have the channel to absorb the power of faith of the living beings here. This method of using the power of heaven and earth to absorb the living beings here is much more efficient than taking some violent means or forcibly extracting them, and the quality of the power of faith is also relatively much higher. The power of faith, even in the fairyland, can surpass the power of the top 20 great laws of the universe. Can. Xiaobingli thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Anyway, it is necessary to take action. After all, this matter concerns Guhan. Although I don't know if the will of heaven is deliberately calculating. Booty have already met Su Lun Yue before cooperation.
We can take advantage of the situation to bring Su Lingyue in.
Let working for yourself invisibly cooperation with the will of heaven. Time flies.
This day, there were thunder and lightning in the sky above Changqing City, and thousands of law runes were rising. The 8 Continental Sword Immortals led by Taiching Sword Immortal, as well as several Saint Kings and 10 major Quasi-Emperor ancestors, slowly cut through the broken sky emerge. They just appeared. The laws of that world were completely in chaos. Violent gale swept across millions of miles around.
Demon Emperor Palace.
The Demon Emperor Tu Ling, who had noticed the changes in the human race, slowly opened his eyes, and a playful arc slowly appeared on his cold face. The greatest disadvantage of the human races, it is greed after all.
This is the immortal ancient who knows my demon world. After seeing the trace, can you no longer hold back and want to take action? Thanks to the help of the strong men from the Tiandao Palace.
He naturally knew that today the human race strongmen would launch a massive attack. But he didn't care. This was something he had expected. There is no such thing as the Wall of Wind, not to mention such a rare ancient fairy trace. Everyone, this time we are launching the massive offensive to undermine the morale of the demon world and to break down its defenses is only secondary. The voice of Taiching Sword Immortal echoed like a huge bell. The most important thing is to hold back the other top demon masters and wait for us. The younger generation after them strives to enter Xiangu opportunity to trace. Hope in the upcoming battle. Don't hide your abilities and try your best. This battle is also related to the direction of our future plans.
After emphasizing this point again,
standing on the sky, the Taiching Sword Immortal again to the countless young geniuses of the human race below. Again, this time we're breaking into the demon realm. The situation is extremely dangerous. During this period you will not receive any support. But I will forcefully break through the barrier of demonic energy that covers the entire demon world at the right time. If you can Gong Song Xian Gutrace, if you are trapped, you can use the boundary breaking stone to leave the demon world and return to the human world. This trip, it all depends on personal wish. I wish you all a triumphant return.
Once again I gave many Tianjiao a beating back. Taiching Sword Immortal said no more. The sword energy suddenly hair. Boom.
The overwhelming sword force suddenly poured into the sky, transforming the entire sky a boiling ocean of sword energy.
Everyone follow me and fight.
As soon as he finished speaking, Taiching Sword Immortal, one of the most powerful sword immortals, raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The most dazzling sword, like a galaxy, it directly split the heaven and earth, separating the demon world from the human world. The wrong area turned into a pure white horizon. And his attack also announced that the official war between the human world and the demon world had completely begun.
Chapter 459, Being Cheated but Still Helping to Count the Money. The inheritance land appears. But the reaction speed of the demon world is also not slow. Humans, you are courting death.
Accompanied by violence, a roar was heard.
Several dense demonic auras transformed into substance and shot straight into the sky like pillars supporting the sky.
Stimulate the dark divine flame that rose up gradually devoured the roiling sword energy in that area, completely transforming it. Was pitch black. At the same time, a leather dark red Shoujie, a powerful demon with 3 heads and 6 arms, directly used the demonic energy to condense the laws of heaven and earth.
Boom boom.
I saw a huge demon shadow holding different weapons. The 6 arms swung vigorously and a terrible energy storm immediately hair. With him as the center, the rolling demonic energy seemed to have transformed into a huge energy. The shield quickly swept towards the direction of the demon suppressing defense line. As the right-hand man of the current Tuliang Demon Emperor, his cultivation has reached the quasi-emperor realm, known for being powerful. He is even capable of fighting against 2 quasi-emperors of the same realm. Now he has the help of the supreme magic soldiers bestowed by the Demon Emperor Tu Ling. The power he exerted was so great that even at the quasi-emperor level it would be hard to find a rival.
This guy, give me.
Taiching Sword Immortal rushed to the front. The sword energy roared. The whole person seemed to be surrounded by a vast ocean of sword energy.
Each of them exudes boundless and sharp power, cutting through the void at will.
As the 3rd-generation swordsman of the Xianhuang world, he is one of the most powerful people present who hates the demon world the most. For countless epochs there have been constant conflicts between the human world and the demon world.
During this period I didn't know more the Second World War.
As one of the 3rd-generation sword masters, he had witnessed his companions die one after another in front of him. The demon world. During the war, the 5 great sword masters crossed the demon-suppressing Great Wall to carry out an important decapitation mission. But they never expected to follow the trajectory of the demon world. 5 sword immortals left and only one returned. And the one who replied was the most useless one. He was also the weakest sword immortal at that time. Whenever Tai Ching's sword immortal thought of the scene where his 4 former companions tried their best to send him out of the demon realm, he felt heartbroken. Even because of this matter, leaving behind the inner demon, even though he had reached the limit of the quasi-emperor, he was unable to toe the threshold of the great emperor. Now the demon world is attacking again. He once again led the human race's strong men to fight back as he did in the past and no longer thought that he could still survive. It's no loss to fight to the death for one person, but it's worth fighting to the death for 2 demon realm quasi-urn. Boom boom. Listening to the distance, the terrifying sword energy roared. Guhan paused for a moment and looked up towards the end of the field of vision, a world set against a pure white backdrop. The sword energy that directly shook the demonic barrier of the demon world to the point of breaking this should be the attack of the legendary Tai Ching sword immortal, right? He was also very impressed by this Tai Ching sword immortal. At that time demon world, she is the queen of the demon world, Liantian demon. He is positive overcome the terrifying strength of this legendary swordsman. If he had to give an evaluation. Unless a strong man like the Tu Ling demon emperor comes in person. Otherwise the strong men in the demon world would basically die one by one. In his previous life, the demon emperor Tu Ling had paid a lot of price to completely kill the Tai Ching sword immortal. The price was so high that even most of the original power that he had accumulated with great difficulty was consumed. But then again, isn't this also an opportunity for him? Wait until the battle between demon emperor Tu Ling and sword immortal Tai Ching is over. He is trying to take advantage of the situation, set a trap for the demon emperor Tu Ling. Combined with the characteristics of the 9 heavens binding spirit stone, the plan to control the demon emperor Tu Ling was completely stable. Brother Tianjun, are you sure about this? Can you help us find that guy's location? At this moment a questioning voice suddenly sounded. The speaker is Demon Lord. At this moment he was fiddling with a compass of peculiar workmanship. And in him on the side there stood the 4 supreme demon kings of the demon world, namely the White Bone Demon King, the Calf Demon King, the Heartless Demon King, and they all held a similar compass in their hands. Don't worry everyone, this compass will help us find Feng Tianyun. Guhan, the corner of his eye curled up. After all, humans have always been cunning and they like to disguise themselves. I am a person from the demon world, I just mix in the demonic world. With this compass we can easily locate Feng Tianyun. After all, I was with Feng Tianyun before. During the war he would use his special aura to kung fu to his. This compass can pass through my special aura, accurately locate Feng Tianyun's location. Several supreme masters of the demon world were stunned by what they had fooled and believed Guhan's words without a doubt. Guhan's previous plan to divert the trouble to the east was very achievement. They had long thought that it was Yi Qingyun who ruined their plan to hunt down Han Mengyao. Now that this guy has fallen into the trap, isn't this a way for them to make up for their mistakes and defeat the demon emperor, a chance to get a degree? Lord Mo, really there aren't many good dragons like you in the demon world. Mavericks, he patted Guhan's shoulder and said, after we capture Feng Tianyun and Han Mengyao and get the reward from the demon emperor, we will definitely know thanks to you. Not only the Maverick Demon King, several other supreme demons also expressed that they would not treat Guhan unfairly. Seeing this scene, Guhan just smiled and said nothing. But I couldn't help but sigh. They really did it, it made me cry. I was sold out by him and still helped him count the money. He didn't dare to think that after him he would only be worthy of being the demon emperor Tu Ling. These naive and gullible guys in the demon world would be such excellent workers under him. At the same time, the soul-slaying demon emperor, who was far away in the demon emperor palace, Yi Qingyun, who was rushing here with many young geniuses, felt a sudden shock in his heart. Suspicious. They always have an ominous premonition. Yi Qingyun shook his head and put aside all the thoughts in his mind. Facing again, Shan Qingluo beside her confirmed it. Qingluo, your transformation, it's safe, right? Of course, looking at the entire demon world, there are many who can see through my changes. The young existence, it hasn't appeared yet. Shan Qingluo said confidently. Qingyun, just put your mind at ease. Yi Qingyun has now become more prudent. In the past, Guhan always liked to change his shape and even changed himself into several vests in succession. Now he changes it for himself too. Now Feng Tianyun has to put on another vest double with this insurance. He didn't believe that anyone would notice his share. This time Xian gets definitely stable. As the human race and the demon world went to war, the two worlds are completely trapped in mixstate. But the weird thing is, many of the demon world's and human race's geniuses were heading towards Wongo in that direction. It has just arrived not long ago, and I originally wanted to find a suitable Yi because I realized that Yi Qingyun was here. Also rushing towards that direction. Just as many powerful people were gathering here. Boom boom. A large area of the demon world suddenly violently. The earth collapsed, broken in bursts, the mountain is shaking. A strange workmanship with countless ancient reliefs engraved on the surface similar to a cubic. A huge bronze building emerged from the ground. A huge bronze cube with it as the center. Waves of law aura spread out like ripples. The geographical space has been changed, and a piece of time and space that seems to be unnoticed by humans completely overlaps with reality at this moment. This is Yi Zi, who was also rushing here, was slightly stunned but quickly came to her senses and her breathing became a little rapid. No doubt about it, this is the inheritance left by the powerful enemy my father encountered when he was young in the distant past. Chapter 460, Supreme Immortal Demon, the Ancient Emperor of Distant Times. In that distant era in the Xianhuang world, his father has not yet break the shackles for a legendary figure in the Xianhuang world and ascend to the fairyland. There was once a formidable enemy. That man is gifted beyond compare, the legendary fairy and demon. One thought immortal, just a thought magic. At his peak he could even fight his father on equal terms. Later the father benefited from the luck and he was even more skilled and narrowly defeated the immortal Demonoff. Be wary of arrogance. Otherwise there is a high probability that his father will be defeated by the other party and lose the opportunity to rise completely. Don't say he was a legend in the Xianhuang world at that time. Even if you can't get out of the Xianhuang world fairyland, establish the Eternal Yi family. Although that Ji Tianjiu was defeated my father when he was young. But my father also spoke highly of this. He claimed that he was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered in his life. If possible, he definitely doesn't want to deal with such a being again, one hand at a time. Also because of this, beware of the arrogant. My father was really impressed. Even though already ascend to the fairyland, the father still does not hesitate use the luck of creation. Force brother Qing Yun and this ancient immortal. Be wary of the inheritance connections left by evildoers. If Yi Qing Yun could gain recognition from this being or even awaken the immortal demon, combined with Father Espulse, that would be a sure kill with two aces in hand. Later even beyond father. But what can I do? This younger brother's recent performance is really unsatisfactory. Maid can't breathe. To prevent the Eternal Yi family's plan from going awry. As the elder sister, I have no choice but to put in more effort. On the one hand, helps younger brother Yi Qingyun killed Guhan, an unexpected factor that should not have appeared. On the other hand, it is naturally to help Yi Qingyun. He was able to obtain this ancient supreme taboo's admission, awakening of immortals and demons, get everything he has. Damn it. This there are special the Saint Realm cannot enter. Yi Zi was a little anxious. I have learned some information about Guhan from the will of heaven. I know if nothing unexpected happens, Guhan will also betrace attraction. There is even a high probability that he will take this opportunity to attack Yi Qingyun again. Therefore the plan to integrate affiliated forces had to be changed in advance. Turn to early trace help, give your brother a helping hand. Yi Zi's original soul in the deep sky. Head for search, hope can you find one that can attach excellent shell. His eyes kept wandering. Purple iris. As soon as the light came on, I finally saw a suitable target. On the dark land of the demon world, dozens of the film is urging cultivation is rapidly moving towards running direction. A voice came from the front. Terrible breath wave the devil Xian Gu, the trace seems to have been born. Come in later, you must be careful before you go, follow me back. Jian Shen, who was leading a group of Tianjian sex geniuses forward at a high speed, had not yet finished speaking. Sudden arrived that extremely terrifying aura like a raging storm was rapidly approaching. It's coming from the direction. Big brother. Protect the eldest brother. Many of the Tianjin sect's geniuses came to their senses immediately, and he drew his sword and almost subconsciously blocked in front of Jianshen. He wanted to protect his senior brother from the sudden and terrible attack. But they are too weak. Like a few in the storm weeds. The sword energy that had just condensed together, they were instantly destroyed and disintegrated by the terrible laws that followed full sky fog. Junior brother. Junior sister. Jianshen's eyes were red. Seeing his fellow disciples dying in front of him in an instant, Jianshen seemed to have lost his mind. He wanted to develop your own cultivation. However, the gap between him and Yi Zi was too big. This cannot be compensated by human power. Jianshen was immediately the terrifying power enveloped it as Ifa lone boat in an ocean whirlpool. I can't resist or do anything. I can only watch with one's own consciousness being erosion by external unknown forces. He could even clearly feel that your soul and being gradually stripped away. The control is gradually being taken away by another will. But strong willpower and the desire to survive, but let him. It released a force far beyond imagination and fought madly against this force. Even with self, the origin created a certain resonance. Ultimately, the will, soul, and origin will merge with each other. And his whole person also took advantage of this to a certain heart and a special state of unity. Easy as pie invasion of Jianshen and folded advantage as occupied. Yi Zi, who was in control, raised her eyebrows slightly as if she had seen something interesting. I never thought that in this world there would be someone who could temper his will to such an extent. Even it's interesting that it actually blocked my will from being deprived. As a direct descendant of the eternal Yi family pulse, possessing an extremely terrifying innate ability, others. With such ability, not only can it complete control its soul and consciousness, you can also complete transformation a part of yourself. Even this total destruction attached to the other side, the spirit above, will not what trauma. When your soul leaves the other person's body after leaving, can also transform the opponent again, a puppet to use. But now Jianshen's will is still resisting, unwilling to let his wisdom teeth be dominate. Even in the desperate situation, he reached a new level, complete union with the heart. Indirectly leads to the fusion of one's soul consciousness and origin. This also made Yi Zi, although she controlled Jianshen's. But it's hard to pass invade Jianshen's origin and completely wipe out his soul and consciousness. That's all. It's just a temporary body anyway, that's it. Yi Zi didn't care either. Time Force temporarily dominated Jianshen's back. Yi Zi directly with this new body continued towards Xian Gu, rushed in the direction of the trace. At the same time, because the distance from Xian Gu very close, the strange bronze square unleashed power scroll Guhan among the traces. At this moment I just felt dizzy, and it took me a long time to come back to my senses from the dizzy state. I covered my head in pain. Fuck, can you please get your feet off my face? It was not until he heard a cursing voice coming from under his feet that Guhan suddenly came to his senses. There was a shoe print on his face, and he ate a lot of the little black guy in the soil was pulled out of the soil. Guhan was a little embarrassed. Its nose. It's not his fault. He had previously chosen a place to pay attention to and planned to carve a space formation to summon Xiaohaizi. But he was only halfway through the summoning. The strange bronze cube direct suctioned the immortal entraces. Just as Guhan was about to take a look at Thiskad, the independent world, a vague and ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Welcome everyone to the world created by my lord, the world of immortals and demons. As for my lord, you may have heard of his name or you may be unfamiliar with him. In that distant ancient time, my master was called the immortal demon emperor. Immortal, just a thought magic. And this space is the inherited world opened up by my lord, the immortal demon emperor. You, the place is the first level of the immortal demon realm. You are Alan different independent spaces. Next you need to pass the first test, which is to eliminate other a trialist from the immortal and demon world. Kill the opponent or make the opponent surrender or admit defeat 2 times in a row. You can get opportunity in the second level of the immortal and demon world. Every time each level will receive a special opportunity inheritance. At the final level you will obtain all the inheritance left by my master. Even awaken the supreme immortal demon like my master.
Now the trial officially begins. This ethereal voice just fell. The independent space where Guhan was located was violently shaken. A huge space vortex suddenly appeared out of thin air. Chapter 461. Is there a demon ancestor hiding? Supreme Sequence War Demon. It's not just Guhan. Whether it is the distance to Shien Gutu close forcibly pulled the pride of the world. Or they could be the geniuses of the human race or the demon race who arrived later. In a special bronze cube enter the moment of trace. Like Guhan, they were also teleported to an independent space. Want to go deeper? If you don't have a trace, you can only fight with randomly matched opponents. In this way, the shape can be said to be a painstaking effort to break through. The human geniuses who came here were extremely unfriendly. Because according to their original arrangement, break after arriving in this area, they can form a group to enter trace. Exist the trace group one after another. Strong teams are forming, rapidly fighting power while fighting against the demons while exploring trace. But now all their plans have been broken. Not to mention they might in the trace space they are randomly matched with human geniuses like them as opponents. Even if they didn't die in the battle, they were teleported out in advanced trace. Waiting for them outside are an endless stream of powerful demons, and basically there is only one way to go, which is death. So all they can do is bite teeth. Use all your potential to kill the deepest trace and obtain the final inheritance. Just got the sword dust body also reported. Yi Zi came to this world. God, it's also a bit ugly. I originally wanted to take strong action and lend a helping hand to my brother. I didn't expect this. He doesn't play by the rules. Now I could only fight my way through and rely on luck to meet my brother. Yi Qingyun was also teleported to an independent space. Just ready to step space vortex, go and meet the opponent you are randomly matched with. The mouth suddenly wormed. An arm by a thin white snake emerged from the space jade pendant he was wearing. At this moment the snake's head was raised high, spitting out scarlet tongue as if what? Xiaobai, what are you doing? Ignoring Yi Qingyun's question, Xian Ningbing resonated the origin of the evil spirit carefully in the air, where one energy waves that appear and disappear, the last suddenly bright. No mistake. Two can smell that guy. I have been searching for a long time but have not found it. It comes without any effort. The original guy disappeared for so many years, hidden here among the traces. The original demon ancestor. Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then his pupils suddenly dilated and his face was full of disbelief. Xian Ningbing had told him a lot about the demon world before. Hearing this, he reacted immediately. The original demon ancestor, isn't that one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors in the legend of the demon world? Why would such a being appear in the demon world, in the trace? Not only Xian Ningbing, as the little black guy who once swallowed the thunder demon ancestor, also threw some of their own pulse talent to the existence of the original demon ancestor. But perhaps it was because he was not the first-generation demon ancestor like Xian Ningbing. No way, no, the original demon race. He only knew that the other party was the same as him. His status is that of the ancestor of demons. What, is there a demon ancestor among the traces? Are you sure? Suspicious, he asked again. You brother, is the bag really good? Listen to Xiao Haizi's firm answer. Guhan suddenly remembered that Su Lun Yue had sent him news earlier. Explain, looking for the trace of the original demon ancestor, one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors. And that original demon ancestor seemed to be in some ancient place in the demon world in traces. Isn't it such a coincidence? He accidentally ran into this traces. Is Itis the legendary original demon ancestor hidden here? Unfortunately, Thiskad, there is a trace. The terrifying energy of the laws completely isolates this place from the outside world. He also couldn't communicate with Su Lun Yue through the special mark pass. Shaking his head, Guhan was too lazy to think about it. Since the original demon ancestor there is the greatest legacy, is the deepest trace, then it's always deep. If you go down, you will always encounter the so-called original demon ancestor. Considering Mo Tianjuan's the copy is still useful. Guhan is stepping before the space vortex. The shape changed again and soon turned into Li Beixianshare. When shrouded in sight after the light gradually dissipated, Guhan has already realized that Haina, dark and endless, desolate, dead place.
There was no aura of laws or traces of runes in this area, just like the Blue Star before he traveled through time without any signs of spiritual energy. The monks and creatures fighting here can only consume energy accumulation. It can be said that if the two parties cannot resolve the battle in the first time, they can only compete to see who accumulates more energy and who consumes the energy first. Gu Hanmu quickly locked onto his opponent. He was a powerful demon. He was extremely burly, more than 10 meters tall, with a pitch-black battle axe on his back that was made of unknown material. It seems that due to killing too many creatures, the surface of the battle axe is stained with a layer of dark red that is difficult to clean trace. Oh. I thought I could spar with other supreme sequences from my demon world, but I met a little human. The burly demon man let out a disdainful laugh. He is called the War Demon by the people in the demon world and is one of the 10 supreme beings in the demon world today. He is extremely powerful, and with the help of the Demon Emperor's special abilities he has also broken through to the peak of the supreme realm. Although his cultivation level is not high, it is already comparable to ordinary gods. This human is really unlucky to have run into Lord War Demon. I can already imagine his tragic death. This human race looks like a weak the little white face of the wind. If he loses the battle for the warlord food as a part of Lord Janma, I can die without regrets. Enter the Xian Gu. The traces of the human race and the demon race are not. There are also times when you encounter someone who is much weaker than you and you kill him instantly, and then you win easily. The geniuses of the human and demon races in the second level of the immortal and demon world. Enter the existence of the second level can be seen through the sky above screen projection, watching other people fighting on the first floor. Now easily past the first trial, enter the many geniuses of the demon clan on the second floor. I was immediately attracted by the battle between Janma and Guhan. But almost all the geniuses in the demon world felt that Guhan looked so weak they were no match for their Lord War Demon. They want to see Lord War Demon killing Guhan, and finally the horror that emerged among many human geniuses after seeing all this. Many humans looked at them with shock and fear. Out of fear, it's refreshing just thinking about it. It's over. This unlucky guy is likely to. If you fail any test, you will die miserably. All I can say is that both strength and luck are important. Numerous first place and clearance during the trial. The human geniuses who saw the scene all shook their heads and sighed at the same time. It seemed that he had already imagined the tragic fate of his compatriots in the projection. They are the top 10 supreme geniuses in the demon world, the top supreme powerhouses. In their opinion, unless the one facing the War Demon is Guhan himself. Otherwise, among their many human geniuses, there is basically no one who can compete with him head-on. Chapter 462: Guhan vs. War Demon. In the dark battlefield. The War Demon's pair of eyes as big as copper bells were now flashing with disdain and boredom. In his eyes, Guhan was too weak at the moment, so weak that he could be easily die. He is neither one of the other geniuses in the demon world nor the top evildoer of the human race. Just a skinny little dwarf who seems to have a combat power of 5. He is invincible. He only needs out of with just a flick of the finger. This dwarf can be reduced to ashes. However, he has also learned a lot about human history over the years. I even know that there are many Laolu likes to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Restrain your edge. They manage this invisible costume. The effect is the most deadly. Take advantage of the time when these stupid big demons are relaxing and kill them in one fell swoop. Once upon a time, one of his ancestors was shameless human race, damn it. But he is not a demon with strong limbs and a simple mind. Know that a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Even if I feel I can kill him with one finger. However, he still decided to use all his strength to send this dwarf to meet his ancestors. Heavenly slash. Boom. Unparalleled spirit, the power of the devil carrying the power of the devil hair. The War Demon roared, full of the soul of his foot stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground beneath his feet roared, collapsed, spiderweb-like cracks radiating in all directions spread. At the same time, the War Demon used his terrible habit like a speeding asteroid rushing towards Guhan. Before he made his move, he had out of the burden 2 huge black battle axes behind. The scarlet devil flame attached to the battle axe like a blazing red lotus fire. At this moment, as the War Demon swung his arms vigorously, a terrifying force roared. Wherever the axe blade passed, the space was distorted and the void was shattered. It is the sound of the falling battle axe. The sound was like thunder in the sky. Many in the demons and humans who saw all this outside the projection screen were all shocked by this terrible blow.
Many of the human race's geniuses could no longer bear to watch. It's over this demon clan, even he is not the big fool as imagined. Also, there is no such thing as adhering to one's own the strong place with the weak mentality.
He attacked with all his strength right from the start, intending to kill Guhan.
Guhan didn't even have room to deal with it. Even the top monsters of the human race would not dare to withstand such a terrifying blow.
Not to mention the young man in the picture whose name they had never even heard of. They all seemed to have imagined that Guhan was chopped to death by 2 axes. All were crushed by the huge force, the appearance of foam. However, what happened next was beyond the imagination of everyone present.
All I saw was the human youth who looked extremely weak.
No flow from beginning to end, there was no fear of impending disaster. Instead of dodging, he raised his hand and used a very simple and plain. He easily caught the double axes that the war demon was swinging with all his strength.
Boom!
The terrifying energy brought by the falling battle axe directly caused the area where Guhan was to depression.
Stimulate the strong wind of the law that arose, spread in all directions like an overwhelming tidal wave, quickly crushing the surrounding layers of earth. However, here Guhan, the center of the terrifying energy, he was so badly injured that he didn't even bend his knees.
This projection, the humans and demons who saw all this outside the screen opened their mouths at the same time. His eyeballs were so shocked that they were about to fall out of their sockets. But everyone knew that the war demon was not letting up, and the double axes he swung only seemed to be a lot of noise but little action. On the contrary, the moment the battle axe fell, the scene where the law storm caused the surrounding earth to collapse layer by layer. All of these illustrate the terrifying power of that axe.
If you change any one of them,
I'm afraid he would have been chopped by an axe. Go directly to see feats done.
How is this possible?
The most shocking thing is naturally the fact that I am a warrior with enough confidence. As one of the 10 supreme beings in the demon world in existence that can be ranked in the top 3. He knows how strong he is. Even if he was facing the siege of 3 supreme demons of the human race at the same time, he could still be confident and rely on his own carry.
What's happening now?
Not only did he fail to kill the dwarf in front of him, but the skin on his palm that held his battle axe was not even broken except for some white marks.
You can't say that the axe is rusty, right?
After the extreme shock, Jean Mo subconsciously wanted to return your axe.
However, no, completely not yet.
As if his battle axe, he reached an endless abyss, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull himself out.
Who the hell are you?
You are so weak. Where does such a powerful force come from? The war demon was a little panicked.
Want to again release even more terrifying power? Guhan just smiled. Not to mention that his cultivation is 1 level higher than the other party. When he awakened his quality just for decoration?
A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Guhan's palm. He just exerted force on his hands holding the double axes. Then the battle axe accompanied the war demon through countless battles and killed countless powerful enemies.
As fragile as a sand sculpture, Guhan easily broken.
At the same time, Guhan, a brilliant flame burned on the surface. A huge phantom of a real dragon appeared.
Boom! Almost before Jeanma and everyone else could react. Guhan had already thrown a fierce punch. The bombardment of the war demon was extremely accurate orally. 1 punch opens the sky and the fist light is like a star. Face this attack of the war demon. The heart protecting armor on his mouth suddenly crumbled like thin ice and exploded. Fireworks fragments filled the sky. At the same time, the terrifying power continued to ripple out, directly hitting the war demon's mouth. The ribs are sunken, and I don't know how many of them are broken. He even opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of countless dirty fresh pieces. It was much faster than when it rushed towards Guhan, 4 times faster than before he flew backwards. Since he has already decided to take action, Guhan will naturally not give the other party another chance to counterattack. Line, he urged them to.
Guhan, the shadow, disappeared in the same place, carrying at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. It instantly appeared above the head of the war demon, who was flying backwards.
Wait a minute.
Battle devil, crazy change. I felt like I had hit a wall and was about to admit defeat. Already urged Guhan of the burning technique. The watch suddenly burned with colorful flames. His dark and deep eyes seemed to be painted by flames. A piece of red. His eyes were indifferent, like a god wielding fire.
Without any nonsense, Guhan punched out again.
Endless colorful flames suddenly intertwined and condensed into a huge flaming dragon composed entirely of 7 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth.
Open with its mouth wide open, it pounced directly at the war demon below and bit it.
The raging firestorm. Suddenly the entire war demon and even the entire projection screen were submerged in the burning sea of fire.
Chapter 463 Good Luck Shed? Encounter 2 demon world sequences in a row. Boom boom.
Shocking, the roar of fire and the explosion of fire on the ground were endless.
Even if separated screen projection.
Everyone seems to be able to get there. It is so hot that it can melt everything in the world. The terrible power.
Moreover, because the rolling flames were too dazzling, Ali couldn't see what was going on inside.
But whether it was the demons or humans, they had already been standing there in a daze. From beginning to end I remained in a state of shock, wooden with all this.
A moment ago they thought Guhan would die miserably. The next moment is a sudden change twist. Such a terrifying inferno.
No one in everyone's mind an idea came to mind.
The war demon can really survive and will definitely not be burned ashes?
I don't know how much time passed. The rolling ocean of flames gradually subsided and dissipated. The projected image distorted for a moment and then became clear again. Even though it was expected, everyone still fell down. Cool air.
The huge dark battlefield seemed to be when the meteorite bombarded.
The terrifying force caused the entire land to the depression suddenly turned into a huge deep pit with gurgling magma gathering and flowing in it. As for the war demon, the shadow has disappeared completely.
The result of this competition is already obvious. Almost all of them are Li Beishuan. The attitude was completely declared over.
Jean Mo, one of the 10 supreme beings in the demon world, was basically killed instantly upon the first encounter. Looking at the gradually disappearing in the dark battlefield the shadow, the crowd of onlookers suddenly came to their senses belatedly.
That person just now, the power released should be comparable to that of a god, right? How could I reach the peak of the supreme realm with just one strike? The famous war demon was killed in seconds.
Even the most terrifying bone-scorching phantom fire in my demon world doesn't have such terrible burning destructive power. What kind of fire energy does that human race have?
Could it be the strange fire of the human race?
I heard that the strange fire of the human race absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is also extremely terrifying.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
It is impossible for the heaven and earth strange fire alone to exuding such terrible power. Many demon world geniuses who witnessed this scene where it has become extremely ugly, they all feel inexplicably heavy. It could be that the war demon was careless or still underestimated the enemy, or there were other reasons. But he didn't even take Guhan's attack and the whole demon was killed instantly. This is tantamount to making the entire demon clan's genius suffer. The shock was so great that even morale was to the impact.
After all, they met many human geniuses here and they could be said to be mortal enemies. Either they die or the proud people of the human race die.
Now there is another god of origin who are extremely powerful human geniuses will inevitably lead to the death of more geniuses in their demon world.
Maybe they will be among these lucky demon geniuses. It doesn't matter. Don't forget that there are still 9 of us in the demon world and the war demon's adults on the same level.
Although the battle demon was defeated, we have also found out the origin of this god. The strength of the human race has sounded the alarm for us. When this guy meets another supreme sequence of my demon world again, he will definitely die. There are demon world geniuses who use this reason to comfort themselves. Road. The news of the war demon's death soon reached the ears of several other supreme masters of the demon world.
The war demon is dead.
Fairy demon world. In the area there was a young man with silver white hair and a pair of yaksha horns on his head who looked extremely handsome. At this moment I came out of my meditation state and opened my scarlet eyes, vertical pupils. At the same time, the scarlet sword energy that seemed to have become real, quickly attracted by some force, he rushed towards the strangely crafted sword in front of him that exuded an ominous aura. His name is Ing, and he is also called the Demon Sword Lord in the demon world. He is not like other supreme sequence in the demon world who rely on borrowing the power of Demon Emperor Tu Ling to forcibly break through to the peak of the supreme realm.
Instead, he relied on his own step-by-step cultivation and hard work to reach his current level. Therefore, his strength can be said to be the strongest among the 10 supreme sequences. Coincidentally, Jean Mo is also his follower. The demon world's proud leader, who was in charge of reporting the news, bowed respectfully to the ground, not daring to breathe. Weiwei said, "Yes, Lord Demon Sword Demon Lord, it seems that a famously Beishuan's unknown god, the human race, killed the war demon." This genius from the demon world revealed all the information he had learned. It doesn't matter, maybe this guy just mastered a little special fire from heaven and earth. It just so happens that the heaven and earth fire is more effective against that useless war demon. The demon sword lord didn't care and fell the long sword in the scabbard slowly out. Black and cold knife, it reflected his face, which was disdainful yet full of a certain power. But no matter what, Jean Mo is still my man. There is an old saying among the human race, whether you beat the dog or not depends on the owner. I will find an opportunity to kill this human later. Demon sword, I didn't mention this matter, keep it in mind. It seemed that Gu Han, who had already caused a huge wave in the outside world, was just a clown who could be killed at will in his eyes. It's not just the demon sword lord. The phantom demon lord, whose overall strength was second only to the demon sword demon lord, also received the news at this moment. Don't worry about it, Jean-Ma is from Yudeo's group. He will definitely find a chance to retaliate. One, the material is hot, the part is covered by dark red spider lilies and thorns. The son, with a smile on his face, did not mention the matter, keep it in mind. Compared to this Li Beixian, I care more about that Han Mengyao guy. Search as quickly as possible at all costs traces. After all, there is the demon sword lord who is more powerful than a strong demon exists head. The chance of inheriting the so-called opportunity is still too small. It is better to find another way and look for potential. Han Mengyao came and captured him and brought him back to the Demon Emperor Palace. After all, that was the person that the Demon Emperor personally asked for. Can complete, you will definitely get good. Soon the second level of the immortal and demon realm seemed to have accumulated enough people. Shinichi, the trial challenge is open again. Second, the trial officially began. This trial was the same as the previous one, same randomly match opponents, the winner can enter next. With this, Misty, the voice fell. An identical pure white space vortex appeared again in front of everyone. To be honest, this kind of trial is really a matter of luck point. Because the opponents you match are completely random, someone will encounter an opponent who may be very strong or very weak. Until a few after the screening, those geniuses who passed the trial by luck were completely eliminated. This was the real cruelty of the trial show up. Of course, because of Theta Sien Gu, there are simply too many talented people. There are still good luck. The opponent matched by the people in the shed was too weak. The most powerful one came to the third level of the fairy and demon world. Everyone again to the huge screen. Subconsciously want to find the previous A genius who performed brilliantly in the trial. For example, Li Beishuan's Gu Han. But after finally finding someone who looked like Gu Han after the film, both the human race and the demon race are extremely trapped. There was silence. They really didn't know whether to say that Gu Han was lucky or unlucky. Hundreds of thousands of Tenjiao entered Trace trial. There are 10 supreme sequences in the demon world, and Gu Han actually encountered 2 of them in a row. This probability is no different from picking up an emperor. In the picture, the person standing in front of Gu Han at this moment is Yan Mo, whose overall strength is even stronger than that of Jean Mo. As the name suggests, his most skilled magical skills are fire-related. And because of the special nature of its seeds, Yan Mo has a very high immunity to flames and can even devour the heaven and earth, converting flames into his own energy. In everyone's opinion, this was the natural nemesis of Gu Han, who had used his fire powers to the fullest extent. Gu Han is absolutely in danger. Chapter 464, The Law of Smoke but No Injury. It's over. A human prodigy sighed. I used to think that our human race had produced an extraordinary legendary prodigy. He won't even be weaker than that monster Gu Han. Unfortunately, his luck was too bad. Not only did he encounter the flame demon, who was his natural enemy, but the battlefield environment is also extremely bad. Only seen in the projection screen. Gu Han and Yan Majian, one on top of the huge bluestone platform. The entire bluestone platform was suspended in a sea of fire. Around the flames rolled. The temperature was extremely high and the burning space was twisting and rolling.
Such a harsh environment that makes it difficult for most cultivators to move forward is simply the perfect opportunity for Yandere, the most impeccable battlefield. As a special race in the demon world, he is born with the ability to absorb the fire of heaven and earth and completely transform it into his own power. In this fiery purgatory, the power he can borrow can even be called infinite. As long as Guhan can't kill him instantly with one strike, no matter how serious the injury was, he could still repair himself by absorbing the surrounding flames. In a sense, he can be called an immortal being. Not only did he encounter the flame demon, one of the 10 supremes of the demon realm, but he also in a fiery purgatory that is extremely unfavorable to him. Everyone felt that Guhan had extremely bad luck. He has stepped into all the possible pitfalls by himself. Are you the human who killed the war demon Li Beixian? Yandere, 4 meters high, the figure is also sturdy. The surface is covered with a layer of dark rock. There are lines flowing in the gully that look like magma. It seemed to contain an extremely terrifying firepower, and every time it flowed, buzzing with Yandere as the center waves turned into tangible ripples of fiery red energy, quickly spreading in all directions while causing the temperature of the entire space to rise rapidly. Seeing that Guhan didn't say anything, he still looked a faint look. Yandere, the corners of his head were curved in a cruel arc. What an arrogant human ant! But it makes sense to be able to kill one of the 10 supreme beings in my demon world with my own strength. You have reason to be proud of such a feat. But unfortunately, you are unlucky and have to meet me. After all, the ability he possessed was a natural counter to Guhan's firepower. It is equivalent to directly abolishing the opponent's powerful killing move. Coupled with the environment that suits him so well, Yandere doesn't know how he can lose. However, as one of the few people who happened to witness Guhan and Yandere, the supreme ruler of the demon world, he naturally learned a lesson. Even if he has the advantage, he will not underestimate the enemy. He will use his strongest and most victorious state to directly crush Guhan, the flames in the fire ash. Boom! Horrible power moment here. In fact, I took advantage of the few moments of conversation with Guhan. He has already in this short time over to accumulate one's own strength. Now he has no reservations and he is working with all his strength, even overloaded. He exerted all his strength intending to defeat Guhan with one blow. Flame waves, it's like a rainbow piercing the sun and rising straight into the sky. Countless flame runes are on the top of the sky. They reflected each other and overlapped each other, and in an instant turned into a red fire cloud that covered the sky and the sun. Sudden, the red fire cloud slowly surges, the final shape a huge tidal vortex. As it spun and roared, it even resonated with the surrounding purgatory of fire. Countless pillars of fire rose into the air like fire dragons, slowly melting into the air in the fire cloud. The power of the entire fire cloud became even more terrifying. Next place in the center of this purgatory of fire, the flame demon who seemed to be the ruler of the flames of heaven and earth. There is a huge flaming sword condensing on the side. At the same time, a stream of blazing fire wrapped around Yandere's right hand like a jewelry bracelet, slowly connecting to the giant flaming sword. Heavenly fire purgatory. The flame demon roared, and the giant flaming sword he held chopped down from the sky. Instantly the sea of fire boiled, and the sky and the earth were filled with flames shake. In a moment the flame purgatory reached its peak, transforming into a devastating tsunami of flames crashing down on the quiet Guhan. Li Beixian is definitely dead. Looking at the place where the raging flames passed, it was like a world burning in the sky. Even the special bronze platform could not withstand the terrible temperature and was burned red as if it is about to melt. Everyone felt that something had just happened. Guhan will definitely die here today. However, in a sea of fire, Guhan looked extremely small. Faced with such a terrible attack, he didn't even think of dodging. Boom! For a moment a sea of fire fell and fire runes flew. Yandere used all his strength to hit Guhan hard. Superior. The terrifying energy generated in an instant, the explosion left everyone stunned. Although there were no problems because the battlefield was made of special materials. But the violent storm of laws and energy waves, for in an instant Guhan the shadow swallowed it completely. What the hell? This scene made the projection. Everyone outside the screen was a little confused. They didn't think Guhan could take this blow. But judging from the opponent's performance at the beginning, he was not the kind of person who would give up on himself and wait for death when he knew he could not defeat the opponent. I still feel that I can easily withstand this blow, so is there no need to hide?
But the probability of this happening is really too low. Even though Guhan is very good at using the fire magic. But return after all, it is impossible to be completely immune to such a terrifying firepower. No need to look, Li Beixian is definitely dead. Someone from the demon world sneered. Master Yanma's full-strength attack is so powerful that even the gods have to avoid it. But there are also people in the crowd wise on. With so much smoke, there's no way it can be unharmed. A demon man who seemed to be well-versed in history spoke up. After all, a law has been spread from the human race: follow the law of smoke without harm. The magical power created, the more smoke there is, the less damage there is. It seemed to be reflecting what this person from the demon world said. The next moment everyone stared at the projection. The scene was like a curtain, and then his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. Because when the flames and smoke on the battlefield dissipated, Guhan was still standing there looking as if nothing had happened. It looks like nothing happened. There was no even a little injury. How is this possible? The Yanmo who witnessed all this, his already dark face became even darker. I can't take this result. In the end, it seemed like I couldn't control myself, like involuntarily shake. That's it. Guhan chuckled and shook his head. I really gave you the opportunity, but you didn't use it. Of course, he was not afraid of Yanmo killing him in one move or even causing harm to him. He was not idle during this period and continued to improve his cultivation level. He was also practicing various techniques. For example, the complete version of the burning technique that he had exchanged from the system before had been almost perfected by him. When the complete version of the burning technique is cultivated to this level, one will have great immunity to the fire powers of heaven and earth. Not to mention that his cultivation is one level higher than the other party. Combined with the burning technique, which almost had a bug ability in front of the flame if he injury, that is truly against common sense. After taking this move, Guhan looked up towards Yanmo, a hint of gentleness, but it was a smile that made Yanmo feel his breathing pause. You're done, it's my turn now, right? Chapter 465, another instant kill, the demonic sequence killer? Then Guhan simply raised his hand. The next moment there was a mass on his palm that seemed to be the colorful flames appeared to the extreme. This is exactly the 7 balls of strange fire that he obtained in Taiwai Immortal Dynasty and special products. Previously he simply merged the 7 flames into one hair. But now this ball of strange fire is controlled by him to the extreme. 7 different fire groups will also be in his urging the ultimate hair. In a flash, Guhan raised his hand. The colorful fire in his hand is like a star explosion. Overwhelming colorful flames instantly swept across the entire battlefield. What the hell is this? Yanmo suddenly changed. In fact, everyone outside the screen greatly surprised. I couldn't understand how a fire the size of an eyeball could what emits such terrible power. No matter what you come up with, as long as it's fire, it's just nutrients that make me stronger. The flame demon roared and opened the base in his big chamber. Inhale. It seemed that it intended to directly swallow the attack launched by Guhan and forcibly transform it into its own nourishment. Boom! Far better than Yanmo before. The fire tsunami that was emitted was even more terrifying than the ocean of fire that swept over. Place in the colorful fire. Yanmo is like a fighting, constantly devouring the colorful strange fire. At the same time flowing in his dark red on the surface, flame pattern gradually changing colorful. It seems to have absorbed enough air, like a completely inflated balloon, becoming extremely huge. Nothing more than that. Yanma felt disdainful in his heart. Did you think the moves the opponent used were so terrifying? It turns out it was just a lot of thunder but little rain. Although he didn't understand what this colorful fire was, it had become his nourishment anyway. But as more and more colorful fires came, Flame Demon masked, but things gradually changed. Because he was horrified to find that it was difficult for him to absorb the colorful fire transforms your own energy. If we look back to the past, with his special structure, once the colorful fire is absorbed, he can transform the power of fire in the first place, my own energy. But now he is totally unable to do it. Because the speed of transformation cannot keep up with the speed of the colorful flames. So as if it was overloaded, it became more and more inflated. Looking at Thane, the sea of fire, give a copy, smiling Guhan. Yanmo's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he had an ominous premonition. It arises spontaneously. No, don't do that. However, Guhan has already put out your palms and raise your hands. Finger, have you seen Fry? My own Fry? Clatter.
After he finished speaking, Guhan lightly snapped his fingers. It was like death before, without any resistance, allowing the flame demon to suck the colorful fire. At this moment I suddenly became agitated, uneasy. It began to roar and roll violently. In a blink of an eye, Yanmo could no longer continue. System absorbed the colorful fire. Chaos begins to appear on the surface, shocking cracks. As the cracks grew larger, he absorbed the colorful fire from him, gushing out from the cracks. With a rumble like a star, there was a loud bang like an explosion.
Colorful fire out loud. Fry.
Terrible energy wave, and immediately swept the whole audience.
Ali had no idea what was going on.
Only at the last moment did we see the battlefield shattering like glass, with cracks beginning to spread. I don't even know if it's an illusion. The colorful flames, energy waves generated by explosions, even passed the special law barrier. Let many people face get there. The violent waves of fire made his nerves throb uncontrollably.
Boom, boom.
I don't know how much time had passed, but the buzzing sound was still in everyone's ears. Colorful fire. The power of the explosion has been deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present and will linger for a long time. A strong wind swept through, leaving the site in ruins.
It was another scene of scoring twice.
He is one of the 10 major sequences of the demon world. The shadow had disappeared long ago, leaving only Guhan's back gradually moving away.
How is it possible?
Many geniuses in the demon world had already been stunned where they were.
There are even some who are in the supreme sequence of the demon world.
For example, Guhanis, the demons, the Bone Demon King and the Calf Demon King all had their eyes wide open at this moment. Seeing that the Yanmo was much stronger than them, he couldn't even survive a single move in Guhan's hands and was killed instantly, just like the Yanmo.
Ask yourself, if they were to face Guhan,
there may not even be room for resistance or struggle, and death will occur upon encountering it. Not only the demon world's genius, many human geniuses also opened their eyes wide, looking at all this with disbelief.
I don't understand. I totally don't understand. Is this guy just an unknown genius of their human race? Killing 2 supreme demons in a row in seconds. What is going on? It was a second again. Some of the demon clan's geniuses look a little crazy.
Earlier they had threatened that if Guhan had the guts, he would try to defeat another supreme sequence of the demon realm in 1 second, and Guhan really showed them how capable he was.
What do you humans mean?
You actually used this kind of trick to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, summon the supreme sequence of the demon world to hunt me. At this time, the demon world's Tianjiao, who had come to his senses, looked at the human race genius, roared loudly.
They can't beat Guhan. Hino, this group looks weak. The human race?
This group of people is really risk. They said that the younger generation was far inferior to the demon world, but hidden inside is a terrifying existence comparable to Guhan.
What do you mean?
You, the supreme sequence of the demon world, are just SOSO. You were defeated in seconds by my human genius. It's that simple. Anyway, there are rules in the world of immortals and demons. You cannot conflict with each other, nor can you fight each other.
Even though their overall strength is not as good as that of the demons, many human geniuses are no less capable and will fight back as soon as they open their mouths.
I didn't expect this. There is actually such a powerful human monster in the world. If we can win him over later, it is a good choice for my brother's followers. With the sword dust body Yi Z at this moment where the picture on the screen is trapped, the thought was deep.
But a sudden dizziness maddened the ugly eyebrows frown. These damn ants from the netherworld are so stubborn. Yi Zi covered her head. I know this is the will and soul of Jianchen, hidden in the origin, are following scramble control. Although there was nothing he could do to Jianchen, nor was there any way to erase his soul and will. But Jianchen wanted to take back your own control is also a very difficult thing. They are now in a delicate stalemate. Oh, by the way, my father told me that there is the Rinzu temple seems to be built by former followers. Let's see if I can meet someone from the human ancestor temple. Maybe I can borrow their power to help me help Qingyun. Guhan again successfully hunted down a demon world supreme sequence. It quickly spread among all the geniuses in the demon realm and even among the remaining supreme ones in the demon realm. Some people even compare Guhan twixt their demonic sequence killer.
This battle also made several other members of the demon realm who were stronger than Yanma and Janma become alert. They even started to study how to deal with Gu Han and how to ensure that they would kill him if they met him. After all, if they didn't kill this human who had killed two of their demon world sequences, it would simply be a disgrace to their demon world. Chapter 466, On the Demon Realms Must Kill List. The Real Trial. Accompanied by a space transmission on the third level of the immortal demon realm, the beam fell from thin air. The dizziness gradually dissipated. Gu Han's shadow slowly appears and come out. Li Beixian. That man is Li Beixian. Whether it is the first or the second trial, the powerful strength displayed by Gu Han has already deeply shocked the hearts and minds of everyone present. At this moment I finally saw the real person appear. Many human geniuses were shocked and delighted and hurried forward to talk to him, wanting to establish a good relationship with him. Being able to kill the supreme sequence of the demon world so easily in seconds, he will definitely be a peerless monster comparable to Gu Han in the future. Gu Han only nodded slightly to the goodwill shown by the many human geniuses around him and did not want to have too much contact with them flow. But suddenly he saw Jian Shen in the crowd film. The two looked at each other across the crowd. Jian Shen nodded slightly, smiled at Gu Han, and without saying much quickly walked towards another area. Although Yi Zi obtained the sort-of control. But what he inherited were basically the more important memories, as well as the memories of people who left a deep impression on Jian Shen. Therefore, compared to Gu Han's disguise Li Beixian, Jian Shen was even more impressed by Gu Han himself. So this made Yi Zi subconsciously feel that Gu Han was playing Li Beixian and Jian Shen are just strangers. But it was such an ordinary detail that could not be more ordinary, but Gu Han smelled something. Something doesn't smell right. There's something wrong with Jian Shen. Looking at Jian Shen's departing back, Gu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it has the same appearance and the same breath. However, the other party always gave him a strange and weird feeling sleep. It's like someone has taken over someone else's body. Most importantly, he plays Li Bu Qianjin. Before the human devil battlefield, he had some conflicts with Jian Shen. The two even talked for several hours. Even if they can't be considered brothers and confidants, they should have a good impression of each other. According to Jian Shen, he can't just act like he doesn't recognize me at all. You ridiculous human ants, do you really think he can walk out of this city alive, Trace? But at this moment, a sudden burst of teasing laughter interrupted Gu Han's thoughts. Look up, Go. A man in a dark red robe with hair. The shadow looks a bit sickly and thin, and the whole person exudes a strong and pungent fishy man. At this moment, surrounded by several geniuses from the demon world, he slowly walked towards Gu Han. He is one of the 10 supreme beings in the demon world, second only to the demon sword demon lord and the phantom demon lord in strength magic. Recognized this person, the human race genius sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out subconsciously. He even took a few steps back subconsciously out of fear. To be honest, they really felt that Gu Han's luck was extremely bad. 2 consecutive, not to mention encountering the supreme sequence of the demon realm during the trial. Just after coming out of the trial, he was visited by a stronger supreme sequence of the demon realm. Compared to the shocked expressions of other human geniuses, Gu Han, who was at the center of the storm, was still peace of mind. There was no reason the arrival of the devil did not cause any ripples. Seeing that the other party completely regards himself as like the wind in my ears demon, suddenly it looked even uglier. But in this space you cannot attack other people without permission. Although he was angry, he could not do anything to Gu Han. Just continue to be proud of yourself. The demon sneered. I came here to inform you that you have been sentenced to death by my demon world. If you dare to continue to participate in the trial and meet Master Yaodao, Master Yaodao will definitely take your head. Of course, even if you give up the trial away from here, if you find any trace, you will surely die. Because from today on you are on Master Yaodao's kill list. After hearing these words, many human geniuses met again sudden change. Demon Sword Lord? The demon world's most famous supreme sequence chief, the Demon Sword Lord. Rumor has it that the 10 supreme sequences of the demon world are divided into 2 echelons. One is the Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Spirit Lord, and the other is the other supreme sequence. This rumor is enough to illustrate the terrifying power of the Demon Sword Lord. Now that Guhan has been targeted by such a terrifying existence and is on the other party's kill list, this is definitely not a good thing.
Now that I have delivered the message, you can go now. You'd better pray that you don't run into me otherwise.
Guhan shrugged nonchalantly, then changed the subject and looked at him with the same contemptuous eyes. Demon, I heard you the demon clan, its core is an excellent material for alchemy.
You as the demon clan is now the genius of the demon title, the core should be better, right? These words once again left many human geniuses dumbfounded. My goodness, that is an existence second only to the two strongest supreme beings in the demon world. How come in your mouth directly for rare alchemy materials? Could it be? Guhan later met the devil, and even the demon king of demon sword can once again kill him instantly in a way that no one could imagine, just like the previous two times? You're looking for death. Slightly stunned after the devil came back to his senses, but he got angry. The demon clan is extremely special in the entire demon world. It can be regarded as one of the 4 sharpest swords under the demon emperor. From ancient times to the present, they the demons have fought numerous battles with humans and have established countless great achievements. I don't know how many people were killed, the most powerful human being in the history. But they are so great, the demon clan was actually regarded as alchemy material by a mere human. It's such a shame.
Guhan Kai ignored it, the devil's howling dog barking.
At this moment he was not only the devil's idea. Even the demon clan's idea. In his past life memories demon ancestral land, the devil exists pool.
Rumor has it that this film is pool. Yes, the demon race is made up of countless powerful creatures from ancient times to the present convergence. Enter soaking in it can help demon clan wash, cutting the marrow, improving the potential of talent, and even being able to awaken randomly contains pulse depth, countless ancient pulse. This is also the demons are powerful and prosperous. It is the most important foundation of one of the 4 most powerful races in the demon world. He had wanted to take it for himself in his previous life.
But I couldn't find the opportunity. Now I can finally put my worries to rest.
Once it is melted, Moon Demon Sect in the sea, the Moon Demon Sect will once again receive unprecedented strengthening.
When everyone has their own thoughts,
Shinichi, the competition begins again. This time Guhan seemed to have a change of luck and did not encounter the supreme sequence of the demon realm again.
It's done effortlessly. Shinichi trial. Until 3 more.
After arriving at the 6th level of the immortal and demon realm, including Guhan, exactly 10,000 geniuses appeared here. Enter of the millions of people here, only 10,000 of them are left. The cruelty of selection.
Because of the sudden drop in the number of people, Guhan also saw no film. Also pretended to be in Mengyao and Yi Qingyun. There are even Angelica de Hurica and Chu Wei. However, he did not see Lu Ruyan.
I don't know whether he is dead or not.
Because last time he saw Lu Ruyan being severely injured, not beaten, humanoid origin. When he was seriously injured, he seemed to be breathing more than he was breathing out. Congratulations to everyone.
The initial trial selection, and then the real trial will come.
You are only 2 steps away from obtaining my lord's final inheritance.
Along with the vague and ethereal sound of she sounded again. The 10,000 geniuses from both races gathered here all looked stimulative. They all survived through numerous trials. Sharp. Only 2 steps left to get this, the final inheritance of the legacy. This means that they only need 2 steps to have a chance, the most powerful demon of this era. This which all geniuses don't want to miss. Chapter 467 God Advent Plan through Xiaobingli. The next trial competition will no longer adopt a random matching system. You will be transported to a special world. The internal environment is complex with special killers of different levels. You need to accumulate 10,000 points in 2 days. If you meet this requirement, you can enter next level. The way to gain points is also very simple. Kill the fierce beasts of the same level, get 100 points, and the fierce one below your level get 10 points uniformly, and the fierce one who was higher than your level you will get 500 points. Of course, you can also kill other trial participants to seize their points. There is no upper limit.
If you want to quit this competition, leave here. Trace Toyo need to accumulate 3,000 points.
In the end, only 100 people can enter at the next level. When the number of participants exceeds 100, a points ranking system is adopted to select the top 100 participants. After hearing the rules, everyone felt that this trial was more cruel than any previous one. Fishy.
You can kill other trial participants to take their points. Trialists are more like those so-called demons, it's worth much more. Not to mention that there is no upper limit on the points, so naturally the more points the better.
Rather than being wary of those terrible demons, those who are undergoing the same trial as himself are even more terrifying. But the spirit of the trace did not do it to the extreme. Benefits are given to those who can reach this level of genius. If you don't want to enter, the next battle can be temporarily settled on this level with the help of the cultivation chain of trace spiritual energy. Meng Yao, the next trial will be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to continue?
One in a corner where no one noticed. Guhan looked at Han Mengyao seriously, waiting the answer. Well, I'll continue.
Master Guhan, you don't have to worry. I have now broken through to the Supreme Realm, although it has only been a short time. I don't want to hold Master Guhan back.
Han Mengyao's eyes were determined.
If Guhan hadn't brought out from Beihuang City, it is absolutely impossible to have what we have now at once. Furthermore, you can't always be a child and always need Guhanfa to tell you powerful blessing. Although a year has passed, still that's the year. But he also knew what Guhan would face in the future. Even if it's just a little bit of strength, I also want to contribute my own strength to Guhan, who gave me a new life.
Good.
Guhan had expected this and nodded with a smile. After all, in the original plan, the future Han Mengyao will be a great demon lord.
Just because he was reborn again.
Leading to this drama, the sudden change has greatly accelerated the development of this life.
But this does not affect Han Mengyao's outstanding talent in magic.
If I can gain something from this trial, the future will become even stronger.
Little Blackie, in the next trial you will follow Mengyao's side.
Guhan stretched out his big hand and pulled the little black boy who was tinkering with basketball out of the space vortex. Don't be fooled by Xiao Haizi's usual wretched and unreliable appearance. But he is also a demon ancestor after all, and his strength is very strong. The next trial was accompanied by Xiao Haizi.
Han Mengyao will be much safer.
The two tribes' geniuses are here at the same time as the dispute over the ancient super treasure land of Xian. The war between humans and demons in the outside world has also reached a fever pitch.
Boom boom.
The human world and the demon world in the gathering place, all kinds of magical flames roared continuously. Stimulate the energy that spreads out. She as if transformed into a black energy that keeps expanding, swallowing up the whole world. Nothingness. Especially in the central area where the fighting was most intense, was basically filled with people at the quasi-emperor level. In this era, when great emperors are not prominent, the quasi-emperor realm can be regarded as the spokesperson of the era. And where there is a war, even the rules can be broken. Minced meat existence below the emperor realm, it is impossible. Foot. And surrounding the imperial realm battlefield is the boiling holy realm battlefield. Those who have reached this realm are basically the supreme elders or even ancestors of the major sects. Even if he has not mastered the rudiments of the power of rules like the emperor. However, those strong people in the holy realm who directly borrow the power of heaven and earth also have the power to destroy the world with every move.
Until finally both sides suffered casualties.
On the human side, 3 land-sword immortals and 2 quasi-emperors died. The demon world also lost 3 top demon generals and one of the demon world's founders.
This shocking, the war on earth was temporarily over.
But the war had just ended.
Many powerful people noticed that dark clouds were spreading over Chongqing City.
A ship emitting endless, the magnificent ferry boat slowly emerged from the center of the vortex, came out and landed in Chongqing City.
Master Haotian, we have already made all the arrangements. Why haven't you taken action yet?
After the Taoist-robed Haotian quasi-emperor further restrained his aura, he said in a cold voice, I'll ask you to read more in your spare time and learn more about Guhan. Report you go to the brothel every day. You're so old, but you're still so hot-tempered.
Also, do you know who was riding that ferry boat? Xia Bingli.
Xia Bingli from Feixian Tower.
A Tiandao Palace expert scratched his head and said, but Lord Haotian, didn't you say that our Tiandao Palace is invincible?
Shouldn't we be too wary of other forces in the Xianhuang world? Quasi-Emperor Haotian was a little annoyed, but considering that he was also from the Heavenly Dao Palace, he still patiently explained, you just to protect the way of heaven, for many don't understand. Those guys in Feixian Tower are not native creatures of my Shenhuang world. They come from the distant ancient times of immortals, which is before the road to immortality was completely cut off. Although Feixianla no longer has a supreme being who can break through the imperial realm because the laws of the times are no longer complete, their foundation should not be underestimated.
Don't rush to act. Lord Tiandao said that the supreme being of the Eternal Yi family has arrived. We will cooperate with them. If we act together, the plan will be more secure. The Tiandao Palace experts who had originally planned to take action now replanned because of Xiaobingli's arrival. Hide. Because Xiaobingli has now officially for the successor of Feixianlu. The power used is extremely terrifying. Moreover, they also knew that Xiaobingli and Gu Han had a close relationship.
If Xiaobingli gets involved, all of them will suffer a great loss.
Evergreen City, magnificent palace.
Several outstanding temperaments, each has its own merit. Shadows gather here. Nian Shihua Jieyu Xiaobingli and the seizure of power achievement. Mu Binghuang is the new leader of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Even the projection of Su Leng Yue, who was summoned by Xiaobingli through special means, was also in this hall emerge. Of course, the most important thing is that even the former Heavenly Dowell with Mu Beiling's face also appeared in the hall at this moment. Several people originally gathered together to discuss the follow-up plans. Now that everyone was gathered together, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely strange.
The atmosphere in the hall was silent. Several people are facing varies.
As the weakest among the group, Nian Shi and Hua Jieyu dared not say anything, nor did they dare to ask. Stay in the corner.
Mu Binghuang looked indifferent with her hands clasped, looking as if it didn't matter that he would die.
Xiaobingli the capacity, but at Isa's sinister smile appeared.
This is considered the first time we two met.
Before this, Su Leng Yue had no idea that Mu Beiling had been replaced by the resurrected predecessor of Heaven's Will.
But this is not the main thing.
Su Leng Yue was once the leader of the entire demon world and even dominated the entire Shenhuang world. The ancestor of Ji Demon is the one who disdains the so-called will of heaven the most. Including the creatures in the demon world who do not believe in the way of heaven at all and only believe in the true words of the demon ancestor, they also have the same no contact. It can be said that if there were no Yi Qin Yun, the Eternal Yi family and the current will of heaven would be their common enemies. Su Leng Yue and the former Heavenly Dowell are definitely each other's biggest enemies. It's only a matter of time. If Su Leng Yue wants to restore the former glory of the demon world, he must further gather the faith of all creatures in the demon world. However, competing with the Heavenly Tao for the power of faith is tantamount to snatching the special authority in the hands of the Heavenly Tao. And as the original will of the world. Since its birth, the way of heaven has unified the beliefs of all living beings in the world, and this is also the mission that the way of heaven has to fulfill since its birth. The way of heaven wants to unify the beliefs of all living beings in the world. Su Leng Yue wants all creatures in the demon world to believe in him.
Naturally made the two sides have an irreconcilable contradiction.
Looking at the two who should have as the strongest opponent exists now one class. Xiaobingli's sinister smile became even more intense. He just wanted to add fuel to the fire. Anyway, because of the interests, it is impossible for these two guys to fight each other now. At most, they would just get entangled with each other and cause some trouble for Su Leng Yue. After achieving this goal later, I will meet Gu Han the longer the time.
I can even monopolize Gu Han in the future and kick Su Leng Yue out of the group chat.
He adjusted his non-existent glasses.
I have to say, what a plan.
Chapter 468 Town the Eternal Yi Family's Affiliated Forces, the Indelible Psychology Film. Su Leng Yue, our business, we can discuss this later. The most important thing now is to discuss how to deal with the crisis coming from the Tiandao Palace and the Eternal Yi family.
What do you think?
Obviously, the former Heavenly Dowell did not want to have too much conflict with Su Leng Yue here. Directly select the main, give in. Su Leng Yue's profound. He stared at the will of heaven for a long time, but in the end he didn't want to get too attached to it and nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing this scene, Xiaobingli the corners were curled. It's obvious that these two guys have always disliked each other.
Now that the opportunity has been created for you, why are you two not making use of it?
From what you said, a strong man from the Eternal Yi family has arrived in a special way.
That since you are from the Eternal Yi family, will he take some measures to completely integrate the formerly affiliated forces of the Shenhuang world in order to specifically target Gu Han or even lend a helping hand to Yi Qingyun?
Mu Binghuang's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present.
The probability is very high.
The first to respond was the former will of heaven. Since the Eternal Yi family is willing tossing drastic measures, a strong man from the family was sent here definitely with the intention of eliminating Guhan. After all, the current situation is extremely unfavorable to Yi Qingyun. Not only was he no match for Guhan, but even half of his eternal luck was taken away by me using a special method. The Eternal Yi family wants Yi Qingyun to get back on track, and the only way is through the most efficient and direct military intervention, and this military intervention is naturally to eliminate Guhan and unstable people like me factor. And if my guess is correct, the strong man from the Eternal Yi family seems to have also entered the demon world.
This is our opportunity.
We may be able to take advantage of this gap and clear as much as possible before the other party reacts or suppress them. Those affiliated forces of the Eternal Yi family will nip the trouble in the bud. These words were immediately unanimously recognized by Su Lungyue and Xiaobingli. After all, this is how we deal with the current, the best way to improve your environment. Mu Binghuang, haven't you been investigating the affiliated forces related to the Eternal Yi family recently? Tell us all their names and we will use your strength to suppress their high-level, erase it, and you can just take over it later.
Good.
Mu Binghuang nodded. By the way, don't go to the human ancestor temple for now. The hypocrite Renzu has been doing a very good job in image engineering over the years, attracting many brainless followers. If we want to quickly destroy this force, we can only Department Han Guhan already has a plan, and we just need to cooperate with him from now on. Su Lingyue, Xiaobingli and others frowned slightly when they heard this. They naturally knew that Guhan had been in contact with Pei Siye from the human ancestor temple these days.
What is the previous life? I'm afraid he's thinking about Pei Siye-san.
Habits not enough for them to have sex with you, they are also eyeing on the wildflowers outside Ba Scumbag.
The world of immortals and demons.
Already Guhan, who was teleported to a special battlefield, sneezed for no apparent reason.
There is always an ominous premonition. Shaking his head, forget it. Guhan looked around. He now at the top of a mountain range. The surrounding view is good, but the environment is not picturesque at all.
What I saw was a long stretch of dark mountains, and a strange atmosphere filled the air, giving people a feeling of suppressive sleep. This world seems so big, and I want to spend 2 days, find other trial participants and kill enough fierce monsters. To reach 10,000 points or more you need both strength and luck. But Guhan was not prepared to play by the rules.
The mark of power belonging to Su Lungyue on the back of his right hand couldn't be used to contact Su Lungyue himself. But it can still be used. Su Lungyue as a demon world, beware of demon ancestors. He borrowed beware of the power of the demon ancestor and suppress it directly. A bunch of vicious. Even control a large group of murderers to hunt down other trial takers. This makes sense, right?
Buzz.
The next moment.
The mark on the back of Guhan's right hand, bright as day, the invisible ripples of laws spread out rapidly like waves covering all directions. Just in this mountain range, the fierce creature closest to Guhan inexplicably arrived. Extremely scary pulse power. A strong sense of submission suddenly emerged in their hearts, and they all gathered towards Guhan. Although the further the breath spreads outward, the thinner it becomes.
But every breath is like bait. Let countless get here. The breath of evil neither controlled it, headed towards Guhan's direction. Certainly.
With this kind of unconventional play, the rules not only Guhan but also Yi Qingyun.
Don't worry, my little white, the pulse is extraordinary.
Yi Qingyun, the corners of his mouth are slightly raised and he looks very confident. Just emit a little breath and you can calm down the group of evil, and even let these fierce use it for my own benefit. By then this so-called trial will be a piece of cake for me. All I need is a hand. It sounds like I didn't do anything, I just stayed behind. Good. Yi Qingyun is still flirting with Shan Qingluo. Shen Ningbing Qi is not a fight come.
Why am I so unlucky? Is this life related to Yi Qingyun? Although I really can't stand those two guys, Guhan and Su Lungyue.
But it must be said that compared to Yi Qingyun, that it won't be a waste.
Guhan is indeed a more outstanding young person. Just at this moment.
Is spreading as much as possible power, constantly attracting fierce. Shen Ningbing, who came over suddenly, seemed like arrived breath, pupils suddenly shrank like a needle.
This aura is Su Lingyue's, the scent of a fox.
Shen Ningbing's god suddenly became confused and uncertain.
Su Lun Yue definitely can't be here. Trace.
The opponent's energy is now. What's even more terrifying is that if it appeared in the demon world, it would have been discovered long ago.
It can only be that guy Guhan. It was Guhan who was using the power mark belonging to Su Lun Yue. But what exactly is going on? Didn't Ji Qingyun say that Guhan was in Changqing City and did not participate in the war between the demon world and the human world? How did he end up here? Stop hanging around there, you idiot. Guhan is here too. You may be being targeted again.
Xian Ningbing's roar instantly overwhelmed the crowd that was still fighting with Shan Qingluo. The flirtatious Yi Qingyun woke up in shock. He opened the fan in front of him with his palm, pale face panic.
Guhan. Where is Guhan? Xiaobai, run.
Obviously, the few people who had confronted Guhan before the front has left him with a great psychological film.
Now hearing Guhan's name can easily make him stressed. Chapter 469, things are getting more outrageous. Development. Fighting turns into battle royale. It's a useless piece of shit. Xian Ningbing cursed in her heart. Now when he heard Guhan's name, he was scared like a dog. How could he possibly compete with Guhan? But having said that, in fact, he was quite wary of Guhan.
After all, in the previous conversation with Su Lun Yue at the front, the original power that was accumulated with great difficulty has been consumed.
No way anymore. Yu Xiao Zuzhen.
When facing Guhan's trump card, there is a high probability that it will be replaced by the opponent. But fortunately, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of coming to find them. As the ancestor of the demon world, pulse control capacity may be not as good as Su Lun Yue, but not too bad either. Perhaps you can take advantage of this gap to pulse ability. Collect as many fierce, brother. Ensure your own safety from now on. Just as Xian Ningbing continued, send your own pulse when it comes to controlling capacity, but it changed again.
Again arrived breath. One insane, the aura of a demon ancestor in one person.
Xian Ningbing Shin, it became even uglier. The dead crow swallowing thunder. Why are you here too? Another piece of Maoan, the primitive jungle.
Brother, to feel like this is different from the trial I imagined.
Han Mengyao raised her sickle and easily killed a fierce beast that was attracted to her kill face. Difficult. As the ancestor of the demon world, Little Blackie just reincarnated. When it is working, the power is indeed very weak, just like the ordinary black. There is no difference. But now, after following Guhan for more than a year and taking countless supplements, the pulse has almost recovered. Although the appearance is still a domestic soil appearance. But the Tsong Lei Black Phoenix from his previous life has been awakened pulse. For the fierce same, there is a very strong pulse control capacity. Su Lun Yue and Xian Ningbing can pass pulse control capacity, accusing the murderer.
Of course he can too.
Hey Xiaoyao, why are you so inflexible?
Little black boy lying on a tree, figure sweeping on the rocking bed while eating the spiritual fruit. He looked up at Han Mengyao below and said, I just want to ask you, these fierce, how did he die? You killed him, right? Han Mengyao was a little confused, nodded. Then you killed these control, did you get points? Han Mengyao nodded again. So isn't that enough?
You get enough points to clear the level. Isn't that a happy thing for everyone?
But
Han Mengyao thinks this is not the desired trial. The trial I want is to fight with the fierce, fight in training yourself in the fire with ever-increasing strength.
This kind of vicious being controlled. I put my head, come over and let what the hell is chopping? This.
Enter. There are only about 9,000 geniuses who continue the trial on the next level. There are also about hundreds of Tenjia who chose to give up for various reasons and chose to stay on the 6th floor to borrow trace rule to repair the chain. They can pass through the huge screen projection, watch the battle scene of the geniuses on the next level. But now you can see the 7th floor behind the picture of the trace space. Their worldview is about to collapse. The imagined geniuses fought each other in the 7th level space and fought against various powerful and fierce. No scenes of a fight were shown. On the contrary, it is the 7th floor, many evil spirits in the space at this moment. It's like to some kind of god, the attraction of power. More and more people gathered together toward one. No, it's 3 go to different areas. And towards one of the region is gathering. The number has reached more than 300,000. And this number is still increasing. Such a terrible number has created. It was an extremely terrifying scene.
Just not the geniuses of the human and demon races gathered in this area were directly affected. Don't even mention hunting them. There is no way to teleport away you can hide or start a life and death battle. What's even more outrageous is that this group of murderers, it was as if it had received some kind of order and it chased and intercepted a large group of humans and demons. And it's not like predation but rather suppressing it, knocked out and taken to area. To be precise, he was brought to a figure. That figure was none other than Guhan Li Beixian. What the hell, what on earth is this condition? Why can Li Beixian drive so many fierce for your own use? More than 300,000 fierce beasts. In addition to the top supremes in the demon world, there are also supreme demons of our human race who can all and other than retreating. No matter who encounters this, it will be a dead end. The 7th level trial is not about killing the murderer. Gain points with trial participants? What is Li Beixian doing? Is it possible he wanted to turn all the other trial participants into integral? Past on the 6th floor, the many geniuses who saw all this were all in the wind. Because it's not just Guhan who plays like this. There is also a little white snake contracted by a human man. And a human race that contracted black seems to be taking similar measures. The eyes of many geniuses in the demon world who saw this scene turned red. These guys of the human race are toots dangerous. It would be fine if there was only one person being treated as an animal, but this time there were actually 3 animals. Such a big change also caused the alertness of the spirit of traces. What's this condition? How did these 3 humans cause such a big change in the 7th floor? Xiaoling, your awakening this time has attracted a powerful creature. I'm afraid your master's inheritance will be taken away in this life. At this moment, a complex and reminiscent feeling, the voice of emotion, suddenly the spirit of the traces thought in his mind, maybe it is God's will, or maybe my whereabouts have been exposed. I didn't expect that my demon world's famous people who are related to the demon ancestor were also attracted here. Return to demon ancestor? The spirit of Trace was slightly stunned. Soon and Countless found the relevant information in the memory reply to the demon ancestor's message. After his master failed in the battle with Yi Tian, a new era arrived. The leader of that era was the demon world returned to the demon ancestor Su Ling Yue. The spirit of the Trace was suddenly trapped. Silence. It's fine that 3 humans who were blessed by the demon ancestor came out of nowhere. There is actually a theory about attainments no less than his master of return to demon ancestor. It seems to be heading in an outrageous direction. If these 3 guys who don't play by the rules continue to spread this without the aura of the demon ancestor's status, this trial would definitely be completely muddied and become meaningless. The 3 great demon ancestors all emit aura of status to control a large group of fierce exist collision in the trace space. Other trialists, there is no need to fight. Moreover, this in the end Guhan will definitely win. That hundreds of thousands of fierce, now it's all Guhan control. A good trial fight, now it becomes a life and death battle between the great geniuses. Chapter 470, The Ultimate Imperial Weapon, Immortal Demon Sword. Senior Yuancher, please help balance at trace space. The voice of the spirit of Trace continued to sound. No matter what the power of the demon ancestor they borrowed was also an external force that took advantage of loopholes which also violated the rules set by the master. The original demon ancestor who was hiding in the deeper layer did not refuse when he heard it. Let's not talk about the monster under the eaves. Moreover, he was able to survive the huge wounds caused by that terrible war that year. This the master's grace. Roar! Just in 3 different monsters constantly in the trace space during the fight, the roar suddenly resounded throughout the realm world. The huge roar was filled with terrible power, and even Guhan felt it was piercing. He could not help but cover his ears and felt an inexplicable shock in his heart. At the same time, the aura of the other 3 demon ancestors under control, like a puppet control, suddenly as stiff as a clay sculpture. Stay where you are. Then their god consciousness and soul are all drawn by some terrible force. His eyes gradually turned white. He completely lost consciousness and suddenly fell to the ground. Nearly 1 million, they were all shocked and fell to the ground like thunder that shook the world. The entire space shook violently. This the breath is the breath that belongs only to the demon ancestor. It can't be wrong, it should be the original demon ancestor that Lung Yu is looking for. Although this breath, it was terrifying, but Guhan came to his senses almost immediately. And there is already a substantial guess.
Not only him but also the demon ancestor Xiao Haizi Xian Ningbing, after coming back to his senses from a brief stagnation, also guessed the owner of the roar.
Demon ancestor. There really is a demon ancestor among the traces. Moreover, the other party is not like them at all, or not completely, or it is just a simple projection of will. But it was really in that distant era that survived completely. Senior Yu watched the whole film. The space was completely stunned, and the fierce man had completely lost his ability to fight. The spirits of Ji were suddenly stunned. Let you intervene, the world is restored to balance. Your roar will kill all enemies. Everyone was stunned. How can we proceed with the next trial? Oh my, didn't I meet an old friend and accidentally got too excited? Mistake, mistake. A somewhat embarrassed voice came from the original demon ancestor. But in fact his roar was more directed at Su Lungyue's projection. It's not that I have any hostility towards him, I just simply want to compete with him, even if he is just a projection. After all, he was also arrogant and proud during his heyday. Even though Su Lungyue always and he couldn't beat the opponent, but he just refused to accept it. I always like to compare myself with Su Lungyue in all aspects, but I always get beaten badly. So what? He still refused to accept. Since leaving the demon world he hasn't seen Su Lungyue for many years. Regarding Xian Ningbing's betrayal of the demon world, he didn't know either. Because Xian Ningbing, this scheming snake, hidden very deeply. Su Lungyue, who was the first to learn the truth, has been joined forces with powerful human beings from ancient times to seal it. So this matter, it also did not reach the ears of the other first-generation demon ancestors. Never mind, it's also my fault that I didn't expect such a change. Although the spirit of Trace was troubled since things had come to this point, he could only take other measures to remedy the situation. A huge disaster that happened out of nowhere after it has completely calmed down. After the thousands of surviving geniuses carefully came out of their hiding places, the ground is already sunken, the unconscious murderer stunned for a moment and then completely crazy. After all these murderers just trapped, if you are unconscious by finishing off the enemy, it should be easy to accumulate enough points, right? Just as many Tianjia rushed to take advantage of when finishing off the enemy. The grand and ethereal voice of the spirit of Trace rang out again. Due to some special reasons, abnormal conditions occurred in the world. Now it has changed to a new rule. Previously, killing the murderer, all points earned will be forfeited. Next, if you want to get points, you must fight each other. You can get 500 points for each opponent killed, and you can inherit the points of the opponent with more than 1,000 points after killing him. The top 30 people can still enter at the next level. There will be no additional penalties for those who do not comply with the rules. However, you can no longer continue to participate in the next trial. You can choose to teleport out of the inheritance place directly or return to the 6th floor. Those who comply with the rules will be before the next level. You will get other thick rewards. The existence ranked first can obtain the life definition weapon of my master during his lifetime, Immortal Demon Sword. The sound fell the whole film. The world is in a mess, vibrating and buzzing. Only above the sky, dark law rune weaving an ancient long sword with ancient craftsmanship and emitting terrible power slowly emerging from the dizziness. Sword, although it looked a bit broken, the surface was wrapped in black and white flames, and layers of fairy magic rose up, emitting a heart-pounding breath. Boom! The moment the immortal demon sword appeared, it was like a falling star exist the center of the world. Then a shocking amid the roar of the earth. The earth was boiling and twisting. A large area of terrain was changed, and a towering stone mountain covered with clouds suddenly rose from the ground. And that radiates dazzling black and white. The immortal demon sword fell on top of the stone mountain. The immortal demon sword immediately attracted the ardent eyes of countless geniuses. Even though they are thousands of miles apart, feel the supreme power emanating from this immortal demon sword. That aura that comes from some kind of original rule is the ultimate imperial weapon. No, it is even the power of a higher martial arts. If they can get this magic weapon, they have a great chance of being able to rely on this weapon in the future, directly break through Emperor. After that terrible war, my master's life forced the grade of your current understanding. The immortal demon sword should be considered an ultimate imperial weapon. Although there is still a part spirit, but you don't have to worry about it turning against you as long as you can. Being the well-deserved first place in the next battlefield means that you have completely gained his recognition. The immortal demon sword has condensed a special great law on its own called the Law of Rebirth. One sword strike can kill the birth of souls, makes ordinary plants change the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, can even give the soul new. Back then my master wanted to blend the immortal and demon auras with the new laws but encountered some bottlenecks. Then inheriting his existence we will be able to go further on this path than our Lord. Then let's continue the competition. The ultimate imperial weapon with brand new great principles. No matter whether it was the genius of the human race or the genius of the demon race, their hearts were extremely hot at this moment. Everyone knows that if one wants to break through to become the legendary emperor, the most important thing is to condense a great law that is unique to him. But if you have a divine power that has condensed the laws of the Great Way or can even assist you in condensing the laws of the Great Way, assist. As long as you don't commit suicide, the future it is basically inevitable for the emperor. It can even bypass the so-called destiny and prove the truth in a completely new way. Emperor. Chapter 471. 30 years in the East, don't bully the poor. I, the Demon Sword Lord, want this immortal demon sword. At this time the Demon Lord of the Demon Sword, who was the chief of the 10 Supremes in the demon realm, also had a layer of burning greed on his calm face. He is called the Demon Sword Lord, and he is not only good at using swords but also swords. If he could control this immortal demon sword, his strength would change dramatically again to be the next demon emperor of the demon realm. For the demon realm to truly stand at the top of the pyramid and dominate the entire demon realm, this is something every demon cannot compare to things. Not only the Demon Sword Lord but also the Phantom Spirit Lord, same flow out of greed. Although the overall strength is not as good as that of the Demon Sword Lord. But faced with such an opportunity, no matter what, all are going gonif. As for Guhan, who had previously killed 2 supreme beings from the demon realm in succession, in the eyes of the Phantom Demon Lord there is no need to worry. Because those 2 guys and the Demon Sword Demon Lord are not in the same magnitude. I never thought that I would encounter such a great law that suits me so well in the lower world. If I could get this, I can definitely use this magic weapon as a basis to thoroughly master the new laws and even raise my strength to several levels again. Yi Ziyi, who was hiding in the dark, also had the same expression, fiery. The new law is simply for attached divine ability created. Attached, the biggest drawback of supernatural powers is that attached the soul of the one who passed away will be annihilated. Although it will change later, but a puppet without a soul is like a dead puppet, there is no difference, which also leads to a significant reduction in combat effectiveness. But if there is a new law that gives it a new soul, a completely a soul under your control, that the puppet controlled, the combat power will grow exponentially. Even in a sense, your own soul can in a state of immortality. After thinking it over, Yi Zi suddenly had some other ideas. Although my father let the main purpose of going to the lower world is to assist Yi Qin Yun. But I didn't say no, find your own opportunity. Anyway, I will do my best to help Yi Qin Yun inherit the final legacy of the immortal demon emperor. This immortal demon sword was made by Yi Qin Yun, would definitely have no objection to taking it away. And the other Guhan, who was standing at the same position, also regarded the immortal demon sword as one of his own. He and the heavenly Tao are mortal enemies. Want to absorb the so-called luck of heaven and earth emperor, it was already impossible. He could only choose other paths to break through to the great emperor. The immortal demon sword left by the immortal demon emperor may bring him different inspirations. Furthermore, the immortal demon sword, the grade is not low either. It would be a very good choice to give it to the Hanshao sword to devour and continue to improve the grade of the Hanshao sword. As for the Demon Sword Lord, he also didn't take it seriously. It just so happens that the human emperor banner is still short of a few main souls. Aren't those guys like the Demon Sword and the Demon Lord the most suitable brothers for the human emperor banner? At this time the voice of the spirit of Trace continued to sound. 3 people previously used too strong an external force, causing the entire world chaos. The rules were forced to change. As punishment, the positions of the 3 of you will be marked for 2 hours. During this period, anyone who can hunt down the 3 marked people will receive 5,000 points for each one hunted. After these words were spoken, many geniuses were slightly stunned and took a breath of cold air. 5,000 points. You know, accumulating 10,000 points will get you into the to qualify for the next level. Doesn't this mean that they only need to kill 2 people to advance qualification for the next tier? If you kill all 3 of them, wouldn't the next level be stable? The next moment,
Accompanied by 3, the beam suddenly fell from the sky. All people in the world are connected by a magical force at the same time. They only need a little thought. You can clearly to the position of Guhan Han Mengyao and even Yi Qing Yun. The marking time is 2 hours. After 2 hours the mark disappears and the rules become invalid. Accompanied by the voice of the spirit of trace completely disappeared. All the geniuses in the world were completely excited. Compared to killing other geniuses who only have 500 points. Obviously Guhan and others the price-performance ratio is higher. This the spirit of trace is really petty. Guhan, who was standing on the mountain with his hands behind his back, didn't care at all. Quite the contrary, the spirit of trace's method of attracting hatred towards him was exactly what he wanted. This piece the world is so big. If some people do not want to participate in the next trial, they just want to find a treasure trove of hidden resources. Or just hide away hiding in the dark, that's true hard to find. But now the spirit of trace marked a point for himself. He just needs to wait and lots of points will come to him. The only thing he was worried about was Han Mengyao. However, he still trusts Xiao Haizi's strength. With him around, Han Mengyao won't be in any danger of life. Well, it's just that Mengyao has been taken care of too well by me during this period of time and she hasn't experienced any major danger. Now that you are suddenly being hunted by so many geniuses, you must be very scared, right? Guhan shook his head. Although Han Mengyao is the future Supreme Demon Lord. But now it is essentially. Hope after this time, Heart, can I get more training? Brother, why are you running? We'll just wait here and kill them right away. In the forest, a black monster that had grown to several meters in height appeared. Now the wings were holding Han Mengyao. The 2 feet are all wind and fire. Fuck you. You don't know your own strength number. You are an early stage Supreme Realm person, so you just bully some fakes who have reached the Supreme Realm by accumulating resources. What's coming now are all the most evil of evil, the most supreme of the supreme, and there are not just 1 or 2 but a whole bunch of them. What the hell are you doing? If you die here, Guhan will definitely kill me. Soup. The little black boy ran with a sweet voice. I don't know how Guhan usually teaches Han Mengyao. Even he, the demon ancestor, knows that in this case it is best to avoid it if possible. Han Mengyao, holding a sickle that was taller than himself, rushed forward regardless of anything, wanting to fight with the geniuses who were besieging them. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and took Han Mengyao to fight immediately retreat. But even though he reacted quickly, the first wave of geniuses were already very close to them. Stand there. Don't run. Then there was a roar accompanied by the roar of magical powers and laws. Whereafter the hot flame wave, little Blackie Eye didn't dare look back. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor. Get rid of the dead foot push. Certainly. It wasn't just Xiao Haizi who started a life and death escape. Yi Qing Yun was also targeted by a large group of people. Most importantly, the difficulty has also been increased. Among those who were chasing him, there were even 4 geniuses in the Devil Realm sequence plus a large group of Devil Realm sharp genius. Don't kill that damn human kid so easily. First I'll tear the tendons of his hands and feet, make him pay 100 times the price for ruining my plan, and then I'll kill him. The Bone Demon Lord roared angrily. And Shan Qingluo, the damn traitor, betrayed my demon world. Being a running dog of the human race is simply a crime worthy of Death Ebing Town. Chapter 472, Sister and Brother Meat Hunt? That's a benefit delivered to your door. Damn it! How could this happen? Yi Qing Yun got ugly. Previously, when he was visited by this group of geniuses from the demon realm, he has used the special magical power of Fan Qingluo to disguise himself again, the genius of the demon world. Moreover, he originally wanted to rely on the Fan Qingluo demon realm saint. At this level of relationship, I want to talk things over with the other party. If possible, we can even turn enemies into friends. He then led them to hunt down the person suspected to be Guhan, thus killing someone with a borrowed knife. But unexpectedly, the development was beyond his imagination. I saw those supreme masters of the demon world took out a few compasses. I recognized his true self instantly. Share. And he also knew that Shan Qingluo had betrayed the demon world for his companions. As a result, his plan to divert the trouble to others not only failed, instead it directly caused fire. It attracted more geniuses from the demon world who started a life and death hunt for him. Why are you all chasing me instead of chasing the other two guys?
Yi Qingyun cursed and swore, running wildly in the woods.
Although under the will of heaven and the accumulation of countless resources from the Tsungjin Pavilion, his cultivation has already reached the supreme level and his strength is also very impressive. But faced with so many geniuses and evildoers from the demon clan, even with the help of Saint King Baizong's puppets, it would be difficult for him to compete with them. Just when Yi Qingyun wanted to shout out 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east. Why do I have such a useless brother like you?
Following a cold voice. Boom.
A dazzling sword energy suddenly came with unparalleled power, smashing down like a towering mountain. The terrifying power instantly annihilated several geniuses from the demon world who were at the forefront into the dust. The aftermath of the sword energy law continued unabated, even smashing a large area of the ground towards depression shape a river several tens of meters deep gully.
The other demon clan geniuses who were chasing behind all stopped in their tracks, look up with Kashiango.
Yi Qingyun saw clearly who was coming. The actress was also stunned.
Jian Chen.
Yi Qingyun was a little confused. Why would Jian Chen help him?
And when the other person's younger brother? Wrong. Yi Qingyun's pupils suddenly shrank.
He is at Jian Chen superior, arrived far beyond my own cognition, powerful yet inexplicable, the breath of she. It's as if there is some kind of the connection in the vein. His strong intuition told him that Jian Chen, it should be, there is another soul hidden inside.
In other words, Jian Chen should have been possessed by another spirit now. You are not Jian Chen, who are you?
Yi Qingyun, and after the fan light radish noodles, be alert, hold the weapon in hand.
It seems you are not stupid.
My name is Yi Zi, I come from the eternal Yi family, I am your elder sister, I came to the mortal world this time to obey my father's order to help you. Jian Chunhan slowly landed on the ground, the breath is rising, surface at a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of dark purple suddenly burned up flame. The flames burned and twisted, a blur film, the outline became clearer as the runes flickered. Yi Qingyun's pupils shrank again because the flaming looks about 70% similar to him.
Even in after appearing, Yi Qingyun could see more clearly, know that there is a certain the pulse connection has become stronger.
Thinking back to what the other party had said before, Yi Qingyun felt like he was struck by lightning.
The eternal Yi family?
Elder sister?
Although he has lived in Sung Fengqinya's family since he was a child. But I have heard my uncles say so.
His father and mother left him when he was very young, went to another world and established a brand new Yi family.
Could this family be the eternal Yi family? But why did his sister appear by taking over Jian Chen's body?
My strength is too strong to fully descend into this world. I know you still have a lot of questions, but now is not the time to discuss them.
Showed his after the separation, Yi Zi once again used her special magical powers to merge back into Jian Chen.
After all, the other party's consciousness has not been erased.
Just now a little out of control. Jian Chen wanted to take himself back control.
Although their own don't be with each other don't fit. But Jian Chen's potential is indeed very great, and he is considered to be a good person to meet in this lower world. I just don't know that person can, brother Yi Qingyun Guhan, who has come to this point, so what? Perhaps heisable for your new. Yi Qingyun, who heard these words on the side, was once again shocked by the sudden information.
Too powerful to descend into this world? His sister is so strong?
Doesn't that mean that he has a powerful backer again, and he doesn't even need to be afraid of Guhan anymore and can just kill him directly? In another mountain range.
Boom!
Shocking, the earth roared. The dazzling fistlight fell to the earth like a meteor, instantly setting off flames all over the sky. The terrifying energy storm directly raised an entire mountain to the ground. In the smoke and dust, Guhan was dressed in white, hunting. In the ruins in front of him that had been flattened by a punch, there were several. There are not only demons but even humans. After all, he was also specially marked and had a bounty of 5,000 points on his head, so naturally he attracted countless geniuses. In addition, he was not like Yi Qingyun and Han Mengyao from the beginning to the end run. Standing there like a target, he attracted more geniuses to come here. And this was exactly what Guhan wanted.
Escape? Why do you want to escape?
That's the Lord points delivered to your door. I just need to wait there for a while and there will be a lot of points account.
Xiaoling, aren't you being a little too hasty? Are you sure you gave this punish Guhan's guy instead of giving him benefits?
The original demon ancestor with a god's perspective was also watching this scene horntwitch. He had previously suspected.
Is Suling Yue getting more and more confused as time goes by?
Why would he waste his own original power on such a weak human race, carve a mark on it? Now he understood something.
This guy is ridiculously strong.
The other two marked guys are fighting for their lives. He just stood there, or even wait for points to be delivered to your door. Where did you get this? Now what is delivered to your door are just small fish and shrimp. More powerful monsters are approaching him.
No, what is that in the demon world? Hasn't the existence of the sequence already arrived? At the same time, Guhan, who was in the messy battlefield, seemed to have noticed something and glanced at Adarexiango.
I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Noodles.
Well, bring your head back, Lord Demon Swordmaster will probably be very happy.
Only in the mid-air the demonic energy surged like a world-shaking ocean.
Demon and another demon world supreme sequence if the shadow if present. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from the two of them.
It is directly formed around a barrier. While stopping Guhan from escaping, he was also telling other people.
Guhan is their prey. Chapter 473. I have so many woolen cloth?
Guhan didn't care at all about the blocked space around him.
Instead, slightly bright, looking somewhat happy.
It really is what you think. Just killed a group of Tianjiao because of the lack of the new main soul of the human emperor banner can no longer be restrained many more souls. Look, the two best new main souls are actually delivered to your door.
Demon, is this guy the powerful human you mentioned who killed Yen Mo and Jean Mo? It seems that it is just SOSO, let me meet him now.
At this time, standing magic, the demon man next to him was aroused hair. Dark purple, the evil spirit immediately enveloped him. Then the demon man the speed is expanding and magnifying visibly. In a flash it grew as big as a hill. The surface is like a rock, one the dark rock spikes exuding an ominous aura emanated from him. The surface is raised high.
Boom.
At the same time the fist he swung out expanded in the air like a falling meteorite, smashing towards Guhan's face with unparalleled power.
What an idiot.
Seeing this scene, the demon cursed in his heart. This guy's name is Rock Troll, and in terms of overall strength he can be said to be on par with him. But the one he followed was the Demon Sword Lord.
The Rock Trolls follow the Phantom Lord.
Therefore, because of the different reasons of the two camps, they often dislike each other. The Rock Troll did not witness the scene of Guhan killing the War Demon and the Flame Demon with his own eyes, but he saw it clearly. I also know that looking down on others will lead to great losses. Therefore, even if he was dissatisfied with this big guy with strong limbs and simple mind, he also couldn't just watch the other person get seriously injured. Crash. Without any hesitation, the devil also has full strength. He joined the battle between the Rock Troll and Guhan in war. By the devil is the center surging, the sea suddenly surged and swept over. This piece, the sea, is made up of various creatures' convergence. There are both humans and monsters, or even some ancient unknown creatures. At this moment, accompanied by this, the sea surged and the surrounding environment changed.
The line suddenly became blaring red thick. The fishy smell makes me dizzy.
Not only did the law runes in the air become strangely vivid erosion,
even accompanied by the boiling sea. Each one is of strange shape, the rotten weird life slowly from emerging from the sea. But in a flash it has turned into so numb. Demon, I admit that this human boy is very strong, but he is far from being strong enough for you to use your own trump card magical power, right? When the rock troll that was knocked away by Guhan's punch fell backwards, he retreated several feet away, leaving a trail on the ground, shocking traces. Although he was shocked by Guhan's strength, but he still felt that the demon's appearance directly consumed his life force and the move of using his trump card magical power. This is too exaggerated. See Purgatory. The devil's strongest killer move is also the racial skills mastered by the demon clan. But always that outstanding descendants of the demon clan can consume the power of origin to condense C projection. With this and the real hidden in demonic depth, the devil the pool resonates, summoning the chi shana. Fight for yourself. 2. Throughout the ages, when the powerful demons went out to fight, they hunted countless powerful races, and even the human race. Their souls are destroyed, being thrown away. The devil reborn in the pool, it will be changed by the special power in it. Although the power will be lost, it will be completely inherit the combat experience from previous life and even some special magical powers. The most terrifying thing is that the demon the pool is boundless and all these years have been deposited in it, even the demons themselves don't know. No matter how strong Guhan is, face the sky-high demon pool can constantly summon. Fighting for oneself, the devil will certainly be unable to do enough and may even be exhausted to death. However, seeing this batch, Guhan's eyes did become brighter. I want to upgrade the grade of the human emperor banner and allow this top-notch magic weapon to continue to transform. Not only do we need more souls, we also need a huge amount of. He was troubled before the demons in the realm, and even some humans who disliked them all acted as the nutrients given to the human emperor banner may be enough for it to transform. Now looking at these emerged in the sea. Look at each other, one is richer than the other. Gas. Isn't this the appearance of the human emperor banner, nourishment? It's really a great profit. Not only can you harvest 2 exceptionally outstanding main souls, I can get so much extra nourishment. Go smash the sky to pieces for me, 10,000 sections. Roar. At this time, accompanied by the demon, shouted loudly. The first wave from dozens of them emerged from the sea. Some of them at the lowest level of divine stage, suddenly roared and attacked Guhan from all directions. However, when the demon thought that the first wave he summoned was enough, he could easily control Guhan and even tear him to pieces. Hunting mission. When he brought Guhan's head back to his master, a scene appeared that almost made his eyes pop out. I saw the sky. Guhan suddenly waved and grabbed from the void. One obviously looks particularly gorgeous. The flag emitting a strong black aura was immediately grasped in Guhan's hand. As he raised his hand and waved it vigorously, the overwhelming black fog suddenly spread out like a giant in the abyss and immediately turned away the enemies that were attacking him from all directions. Swallow Alan the black fog. Almost at the same time, the devil, I realized that I am the one I summoned. The contact is completely cut off. In a large group, after all were engulfed in the black fog, it retreated back into the human emperor banner like water. The demons and rock trolls stared blankly. Middle. Originally dozens of demon get to embrace the area suddenly became empty at this moment. Those dozens, the demon disappeared without a trace before it even got close to Guhan. This. Comparison of vocabulary book. The somewhat silly rock troll pointed at Guhan. He don't know what to say. Dozens and even be able to hit him with a few stones. How come it disappeared inexplicably? But as a summoner, the devil was even more shocked and the whole person was even more stunned. Mine woolen cloth? I have so many heads that I can easily kill the top supreme strong woolen cloth? How come everything disappeared when I blinked? Chapter 474, you are asked to attack but you stack buffs for the opponent? That's it? I thought it was amazing. Guhan chuckled and shook his head. He threw the Emperor's banner in his hand to the ground, both hands ring leaning on the Emperor's banner slightly raised, both contemptuous and disdainful. To be honest, you didn't satisfy me as much as the war demon and the flame demon before. As he said that, Guhan made another gesture of invitation. How about this? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'll call you again. Opportunity. Please start your continued performance. You can't blame him for pretending. After all, it seems that the potential of this guy has not been fully stimulated and he can still summon more. That's a great tonic for the Emperor's banner. Moreover, he can clearly know that work to absorb those afterwards. The Emperor's banner also, there has been some transformation, and it can even move in space by itself. Condensed gas field. Maybe after absorbing enough as nutrients. The Emperor banner can also use power, create more. So the devil is a guy who is not in a hurry to kill, squeeze space. First find a way to irritate this guy so that he loses his mind and continues to summon. Take action on yourself. Squeeze it after completely draining the opponent. It's not too late to send him off. He really has a plan. I don't understand the words human heart is evil at all. After a moment of hesitation, the demon was shocked by Guhan's words, but he got angry. Human, you are so arrogant. The demon was immediately enraged, not caring whether it would consume more of his original power. Now he just wants to summon more and cut the human race in front of him into pieces. Devil's world. Demon territory. Thick the fog continued to roll and rise in the void, and the area was made to look like a bloody purgatory. At this moment in a hall of the demon clan, several shadows are gathered here chatting leisurely. Those guys from the human race really lived up to their saying, if they don't take the road to heaven they will break into hell. How dare you covet the immortal ancient of my demon world? He also directly initiated the initiative against us attack to seize opportunities for a group of useless human kids, but little do they know that this is a meaningless way to seek death. Ha ha ha. The human race is greedy and stupid. Even if they send a group of young human ants into, so what? Have the Lord and the other 10 are in sequence. Those ants, Lord, they can destroy it with a counterattack. In a few while the demons were talking loudly. Boom boom. Something strange happened. The main hall is deep. Suddenly there was an inexplicable roar. Several the demon clan strongman was slightly stunned. Suddenly everything changed, and at the same time he cried out, oh no. The demon, something strange happened in the pool. Several strong men did not dare to be careless and quickly got up towards the demon, rushed towards the pool. Soon several strong men followed the special road deep the underground cave beneath the palace. A shocking scene is immediately shown. The entire underground was the special power is completely emptied, a whole new independent world. Standing on the steep cliff overlooking. Below is a piece of boundless, constantly rolling and boiling the ocean. Countless strange creatures of unknown races roaring and howling in it. Those are the ancestors of the demon clan, have been raising the demons in the sky through special means for generations in the pool. In several the demon clan strongman's eyes were sluggish and exploded middle. At this moment, countless like receiving some kind of call, they are rushing forward one after another to the creation out of thin air in the vortex. This, what on earth is going on? The breath coming out of the vortex seems to be the breath of the Lord. What kind of danger did the Lord encounter that required him to summon so many? Help! Several the powerful demons were all dumbfounded. There the Lord is one of the 10 supreme beings in the demon world, and his combat power is second only to those 2 supreme beings. Is the Lord, what kind of danger did he encounter during his journey? The strength of the enemy could not solve it, and even the Krypton life summon help. Moreover, this summon, the number is too exaggerated. It has only been a dozen breaths since they arrived. There are already hundreds or even more already summoned. Moreover, even if so many there, the Lord seems to be still unfinished. Solve the trouble. Still calling, give yourself a helping hand. Why aren't you dead yet? Die. Die. The 7th level of the immortal and demon world. It seems that it consumed too much of the original power. The demon had become somewhat insane. His eyes were completely red, and after that, one after another, a vortex emerges. One after another exudes a rich fishy smell. 5 ferocious weird horror roaring and rushing towards Guhan. Logically speaking, even if any Tianjiao encounters this kind of, if you have any problem, you will feel your scalp tingling and sinking, life and death crisis. However, when the style of the painting fell on Guhan's side, it did become a bit inexplicably strange. One after another he rushed towards Guhan without fear of life and death, but it had no effect at all. In an instant he was swallowed up by the black mist emitted by the human emperor banner like a clay cow. The sea did not create a single ripple. At the same time it continuously absorbs the aura of the human emperor banner that was devoured became more and more terrifying, even the surrounding a faint layer of demon. While something seems wrong. Even the simple-minded rock trolls had noticed something was wrong at this moment. Is the demon attacking Guhan? Is he trying to kill him?
This is clearly providing the other party with a constant supply of food, helping the opponent's strength become even more terrifying. And there's something wrong with Guhan himself. Human cultivators have never liked to claim themselves to be the righteous side. To praise the demon clan as the evil side, is it about the reputation that good cannot prevail over evil? How is he now? I feel like this guy in front of me doesn't look like a good person. Who is a good person holding a can devouring cuckoo's magic weapon, was emitting black air and even urged magic weapon, and why are you laughing weirdly? This style of behavior seems more like a demon than them. Die. Die. Why don't you just die? But the devil has now taken over. As the strongest demon of the current young generation of the demon clan, the demon world, countless people admire the top 3 beings in the revered 10 major sequences of the demon world. Many people in the demon world are afraid of him because he can, the sea keeps calling. But now his magical power that he was proud of, not only did it not have any effect on Guhan, it was easily resolved by the other party. He took no I have to compete with Guhan. As he continued to burn his essence, the vortex expanded further, more and more roar out of it. Stop it. Stop it. The rock troll was almost crying. The more you grow, the stronger that strange human boy on the opposite side will become. If you miss, then go die. Can you remove the surrounding sea seal? Let him out first. He wants to go back to the demon world. Team Pig is kind of scary. The human race is so scary. Chapter 475, Raise Then Kill? Conspiracies of all parties. Watching the other side getting more and more crazy, even it's already overloaded, it's obviously going to break soon. Magic. And completely emotional collapse. Even Ben didn't dare to fight him and punched him like crazy. Barrier want to leave this, the rock troll. Guhan couldn't help but frown. How come demons have become more cowardly than humans these days? However, the human emperor banner has almost absorbed it. There is no need to continue wasting time with them. Kill the rock troll first and throw it directly into the human emperor banner to become the main soul. Keep the demon for now and see if you can pass it. The divine guidance brought his consciousness control. If once he has mastered the skill, he will be thrown directly into the human emperor banner, where he will be summoned continuously. While summoning, he was absorbed by the human emperor banner. In a way, it can be regarded as an eternal. Is it time? After thinking about the ending of the 2 demons, Guhan Hunshi Surge stretched out his big hand and slapped the rock trolls and demons, and demons throw it to the emperor's banner. The world is finally completely quiet. The other side. Demon clan ancestral land, accompanied by the devil, was completely suppressed. That the sky-high demon, the power of the pool gradually disappeared, and the boiling the sea gradually returned to calm. The sky-high demon Shi's power disappeared. It seems the Lord has successfully survived the crisis. Many people just witnessed the sea is boiling. The demon leaders breathed a sigh of relief. But I don't know what kind of crisis did the Lord encounter that made him waste so much of his original power and summon so many. Only then did I get through it safely. But fortunately, don't wait for these few people. The demon clan strong will self-finished speaking. Several people all changed. Their ancestors sent a message there. The main life card suddenly lost its breath. This situation shows that there the Lord was suppressed by peeplights done. Several people were stunned for a moment, looking at each other in astonishment. Being suppressed? So, then the Lord did not encounter any inexplicable trial crisis just now, to the unknown human genius who is invincible. Even summoning a lot of after that, he was still suppressed at its done. And if I'm not mistaken, these 2 silly demons seem to be the subordinates of the so-called Demon Sword Demon Lord and the Phantom Demon Lord, right? Guhan stroking down. Now that their men have fallen into my hands, they may have noticed it. Maybe they will take the initiative to meals delivered to your door. Just when Guhan decided to go to another place to wait for the meal to be delivered, he frowned slightly and took out a special compass from his arms. And this special compass was used specifically to locate Yi Qingyun's location. At this moment, a message was transmitted to him through the compass. It turned out to be a message from that fellow White Bone Demon Lord. Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised by this. Because he is now not only playing the role of Li Beixian but also Mo Tianjun. The stupid demons of the White Bone Demon Lord never saw through his disguise, so they always treated him as it's Mo Tianjun. Brother Tianjun quickly finds some support to help us. Accompanied by Guhan, a touch of spirituality, an anxious and painful voice sounded from within the compass into his mind.
There's something wrong with Feng Tianyun.
He has a sister who calls herself Yi Zi. She is extremely powerful and we are no match for her. The voice message disappeared quickly. Although there were only a few short sentences, Guhan gained a lot of information from them. The eternal Yi family strongman who was suspected to have descended from outer space was Yi Qingyun's sister. Not only is he extremely powerful, he even possesses a special ability to take over other people's bodies. Zhen Chen seemed to have been possessed by the other party's success. He asked why did the other party give him. I felt very strange. It turned out to be due to this reason.
Thing gets a little difficult. Because he had a really good impression of Jian Chen.
Not only did he do me a favor in his past life, this life he also liked Gu very much. If the other party can still be saved, he can still regain control of himself.
He would find a way to help him. If his soul had been destroyed by Yi Zi,
he could only say sorry, send it to the other party, go directly, return to the past life.
Yi Zi.
Guhan's eyes flashed coldly. I want to see if the immortals in the legend are really that magical. He had already guessed that Yi Zi, who had descended from the fairyland, was not fully powerful, nor was she at her peak state. It seemed that she was just a simple spirit. He might be able to suppress it, refine the opponent, a power of your own.
After all, he had refined the will of heaven not long ago, so the soul of an immortal should also be good nourishment, right? As for support or something, he definitely won't go.
At most he would spread the news to allow more demons to consume his energy and create more favorable conditions for him.
Boom!
World in the mountains. With terrible energy explosion, the huge mountain range was suddenly wrapped in the rolling airwave and instantly collapsed, a ruin. Many demon clan geniuses who came to ambush Yi Qingyun were crushed by the collapsed mountains a placefoam. Only a powerful supreme sequence like the White Bone Demon Lord could barely withstand this terrible energy tide. But they weren't in great shape either.
Retreat.
After confirming that he was no match for Yi Zi, the 4 members of the Demon Realm sequence, including the White Bone Demon Lord, did not dare to continue the fierce battle and turned to then he quickly fled away.
Where are you running to?
Yi Qingyun, who relied on his sister's support, he became angry and immediately wanted to pick up his sword and chase after him. That's enough, they are just a bunch of small fish and shrimps, there is no point in getting entangled with them.
Besides, you said that Guhan also hidden in the trace? Our main purpose is to deal with him. Yi Zi is very rational and doesn't want to get caught up in meaningless things, waste of time. Guhan is a factor. Another important factor is I also want to obtain the Immortal Demon Sword. To obtain the Immortal Demon Sword you need to accumulate enough points.
Anyway, you will get 500 points as long as you kill 1 trial taker.
It would be better to find some easy kills first and then look for other people after accumulating enough points.
As for those difficult guys like Guhan, leave them alone for now and let them collect points as well. Wait to raise them, then kill them all. Not only can it be completed, father, it's the best of both worlds.
1. In the deep valley. 2. The terrible demonic energy entangled and roared and from time to time send out a terrifying collide.
Magic wave in the game as the 2 strongest people in the contemporary demon world supreme sequence, the Demon Sword Demon Lord and the Phantom Demon Lord, are now confronting each other. They are also very confident in their own strength.
He even didn't take Guhan and other people seriously at all.
They felt that the only thing that could hinder them from obtaining the Immortal Demon Sword was each other. So they met here. Competition in the valley. The loser will admit defeat and withdraw from the fight for the inheritance of the Immortal Demon Sword. Just as the Demon Sword Demon Lord and the Phantom Demon Lord were about to fight further, they suddenly stopped and changed suddenly.
How is it possible? The right-hand man of both of them, the demons and rock trolls, were easily suppressed. It's done. Chapter 476. Weird painting style sent in batches?
The 2 who had just been fighting over the opportunity were suddenly caught insolence. At the beginning, before they started, they each sent out their own powerful subordinates to hunt down Guhan, the unstable factor.
In their opinion, although Guhan is strong, the demons and rock trolls are enough to deal with.
But who would have thought that their strongest force would be defeated so quickly?
Yao Dao regarding the immortal demon sword, we will discuss it later. Now let's go meet that how about Li Beishuan's guy?
The phantom demon lord was the first to restrain his breath and said with a smile, after all we can't just fight here and let this are the human race taking advantage of Li Beishuan behind the scenes?
Can.
The demon sword lord pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Relying on Guhan's current cultivation level, which has reached the peak of the divine lord realm. Even if the spirit of the trace deliberately marked him so he didn't need to hide at all and even walked around openly rampage in the fantasy world. Therefore subverting again the painting style recognized by the spirit of trace appeared. Thing development, it was not what he imagined.
Guhan would be forced to flee in a panic because of being chased by batches of geniuses.
On the contrary, those geniuses who were attracted by the mark were like side dishes delivered to your door.
Guhani hold one come a bunch of people were killed by slapping.
This also leads to the fact that in a short period of time Guhan's points rose rapidly at an unimaginable speed.
In less than half an hour the points had already climbed to 500,000 points. 500,000 points.
It is equivalent to 1,000 geniuses being eliminated directly. This is directly beyond the spirit of trace initially set the score to be dozens of times of 10,000. This phenomenon is just like a two-word game on Blue Star, the values collapse directly. If nothing unexpected happens, the immortal demon sword is already in Guhan's hands, or even the kind that is given away for free. Unless during this period he will be hunted by a stronger being. But looking at the two tribes' geniuses who had rushed towards Guhan madly just a few minutes ago. At this moment there were only a dozen of them left, and after Guhan swatted them to death like a fly no one dared to come up anymore.
With God's perspective watching all this, the spirit of trace was completely silent. This is a monster whose combat power has become abnormal. Are you sure he can die? Xiaoling, do you know how to play?
I seriously doubt you are giving this Li Beishuan's guys give him special treatment and benefits, making one genius after another give him heads. The original demon ancestor's voice immediately Medea burst of spiritual energy.
How does he know things? Will it develop to this point? It can be said that Guhan directly changed the lives of the three marked people with his own strength territory.
Because after learning that Guhan had eliminated nearly 1,000 geniuses, the others were already afraid of being killed.
I'm really afraid that I might accidentally confuse Guhan and Han Mengyao or Guhan and Yi Qingyun and not even know how they died in the end.
Therefore everyone dared only curse in secret. I didn't dare to take action again.
There aren't even 1,000 of them yet and no one is bothering us anymore. Guhan chuckled and shook his head. It feels a bit boring. But then again, the silence is so loud. There is a high probability that Yi Qingyun and Yi Zi have also noticed me.
Maybe he's already making plans to deal with him hand. But this is just what he wanted. Without knowing what magical powers Yi Zi has in such cases, he often prepares himself in advance and lures the other party into making a move which is safer.
The top of a dark mountain.
Yi Zi stood with her hands behind her back looking in the direction where Guhan was.
Just let Yi Qingyun chatter on the side. Sister Zi Xiaobai told me before I felt to the breath of the demon ancestor. One is back to the demon ancestor, the other one is the thunder-swallowing demon ancestor.
And according to report Guhan, there is a person who looks wretched and always likes to play with balls a little black. He is most likely the so-called thunder-swallowing demon ancestor. Now the thunder-devouring demon ancestor doesn't seem to be around anymore. By the way, it should be an important person who was sent out to protect him. Perhaps we can first the people around him took action and suppressed him, later used as check and balance Guhan. There was no way he had been treated badly by Guhan these days. He was particularly impressed during the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Because of psychology, the shadow is too deep. He can't face Guhan directly now. If you hit it, it's not head-on collide. It's best to hide in the dark and play tricks. Yes, even now no need for either.
Silly brother, aren't you too naive?
Yi Zi chuckled and shook her head. Let's not talk about it for now. Guhan may have anticipated this and will use his tricks against you in advance. If you do this, you will easily fall into their trap quilt situation. Moreover, now that I have mastered Theetsme, who has the power, not him. Why bother playing tricks on him? He's just a lowly ant from the lower realm. Just crush him with your absolute strength. Besides, we don't need to rush to take action now. We can just sit back and watch the fight. If we take action at the right time, we can reap the benefits without any effort.
although Yi Zi is only in the state of soul, the soul very sharp. Already he knew that the Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Spirit Demon Lord were rushing towards Guhan. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned when he heard this but didn't say anything more. He had already learned the true origin of his family from Yi Zi. The dominant force in the Brahma immortal realm, the eternal Yi family. Immortal. That is a supreme being that is only recorded in historical records. But he is the offspring of this supreme being. No wonder he has such luck, and even managed to escape danger many times by sheer luck. But I obviously have such a good, why would Guhan is it so miserable? Could it be that Guhan is also a so-called immortal pulse? Yi Qingyun shook his head, too lazy to think about anything else. Anyway, I have already known my true in this world. Even his own sister came down to the world to help him. No matter how powerful Guhan is, everything has been settled. In the world of cultivating immortals, having a background means you can do whatever you want for. Jianshan seems to have been possessed by another body. Be careful if you meet him in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, he might contact you later. You can use what I taught you later way to contact me secretly. Guhan is currently communicating with Pei Siye through special means talk. The human ancestor temple seems to be a subsidiary force of the eternal Yi family. To prevent some accidents later, such as Yi Zi receiving these affiliated forces. Naturally, he had to make some preparations as soon as possible. But Guhan didn't know. Xiaobingli, Su Lingyue and others in the outside world have launched a series of actions against the eternal Yi family's affiliated forces. During the war between humans and demons, the world was in chaos. Many things that can also proceed openly and honestly. Guhan, who had just finished instructing Pei Siye, suddenly look up. The corners are slightly tilted. Is it finally here? Let me wait. Boom boom. Amidst waves of roars that resounded through heaven and earth, I saw that the end of my vision was far beyond what I had seen before. The rich demonic energy of the demons and rock trolls rolled, causing a terrifying power that covered the sky and the earth. At the center of the demonic storm there are two. The shadow was coming towards him rapidly. To the shadow passes by the sky dark. Countless the Tianjiao army hiding in the dark flew in all directions, scattered. The visitors were none other than the two strongest of the 10 supreme sequences in the demon world, the demon lord of the demon sword and the demon lord of the phantom spirit. Before anyone arrived, the overbearing and cold voice of the demon sword lord sounded first. Human, you are so brave. How dare you suppress my men? How do you want to die next? Chapter 477, One Punch. He is the real protagonist. Boom boom. With this, along with the sound, came another vast demonic power. The power is even comparable to the terrifying might of a powerful god. Suddenly the entire space of heaven and earth was distorted and chaotic. Even if you have noticed, quiet. Many geniuses dispersed in all directions ahead of time get here. After taking a breath, one can't help but feel a tingling sensation on the scalp. Ha ha ha. The two strongest supreme sequence from my demon world are here. Li Beixian has killed so many of my demon world's geniuses, but he's finally going to be defeated. Many geniuses in the demon world were filled with joy. So what if he is the top evildoer of the human race? So what if they had killed many geniuses from the demon world before? Now facing the demon sword lord who came together with the phantom demon lord, what awaits him is death without burial place. Today I will take your head. As soon as the demon sword lord appeared, there was an endless killing intent wrapped in sword energy lingering around him. He can to my right-hand man demon, a little breath left in the other party. After killing his two loyal subordinates one after another, Guhan must die. Caught. With a roar, the demon sword demon lord directly grasped to the scarlet long sword condensed, raised his hand and swung the sword across the not far away Guhan. The overwhelming sword light rolled up a terrifying scarlet storm. Boom. The space between heaven and earth is in chaos again, the violence tangled. The domineering sword energy wrapped the demon sword demon king, the breathtaking magic power hair. Quasi-imperial level power. Many demon clan geniuses took a deep breath, their pupils widened. I never expected that their adults would come up and such a killer move. But it's okay this way. This guy Guhan's fighting power from beginning to end was too terrifying. You can look down on your enemies with your momentum. But you must never be careless in your attitude.
On the other side, looking directly at the demon sword demon lord's violent attack, Guhan still calm. His pupils are deep, but there is already some gold. The divine flame is burning and the terrifying power is brewing. Guhan, it was not like what everyone imagined, and it did not display the same high-grade magical power. He didn't even produce any rare and top-notch magic weapon. He just clenched his fist with one hand and then punched out hard. Zulong, his pulse was boiling, and Guhan's fist was also woven with a layer of red gold, the divine flame. The power has not yet been received. By the time the demon sword lord released the scarlet sword energy, it had already released an incomparably terrifying power. Guhan's power is like a huge millstone, while the power of the demon sword lord is like the beans on the millstone. Just received, it was worn to pieces and was completely unable to resist. Originally, the demon sword lord did not take Guhan too seriously. Now that he has already displayed a quasi-emperor level martial arts technique, Guhan can only become a dead soul under his sword. But after seeing his own strength being completely defeated in just one encounter, the demon sword demon lord was immediately big changes. You human! Seeing that the sword he had swung out was about to be destroyed by just one punch, the demon sword lord was furious. Turn around again. The devil energy chopped out the second knife, intending to use it to bless the first knife, send out greater power. However, even though his reaction was quick, even timely, it still had little effect. Even he himself, when the backlash became powerful, the sharp knife in his hand, which was condensed from the original demonic energy, began to show cracks. Then, with a crisp sound of breaking, the magic sword in the hands of the demon sword demon lord suddenly shattered fragments. His whole body was severely injured and fell heavily from mid-air. Bang! The terrifying force even caused the earth to collapse and smoke filled the sky. In an instant, the world was silent. All the two tribes' geniuses who were watching all this were an incredible performance. Similarly, the phantom demon lord who was standing next to the demon sword demon lord was also dazed due to excessive shock. This is still the one incomprehensive strength. Is he the one who was hailed as the strongest demon sword master among the 10 supreme beings in the demon world? Kage! What are you doing? The phantom demon lord was a little panicked. Even when facing an enemy several times stronger than himself, I won't panic like that. But now for his companion, he had come to fight against Guhan's demon sword master, but he was severely injured in just one encounter. This was really shocking. Unable to connect, did he not eat? Boom! However, the phantom demon lord had just finished speaking. Following the rain, Guhan also gave a punch came. The blazing and dazzling fist light was like a comet, causing ripples in space along the way. You! Phantom demon lord, sudden change. Isn't it said that human beings are most concerned about etiquette and integrity? Unexpectedly, he did not follow the ethics of martial arts attack. A gurgling stream, the demonic energy gathers a huge black barrier, countless thorny vines condensed from pure demonic energy, next breaking through the pitch black barrier. This is the top inherited magical power of the phantom demon lord clan, the thorny demon abyss. Purely gathered from countless thorny vines, the dark abyss has accumulated countless negative energies in the world, just like the dark side of the world, which can easily destroy countless laws. However, although Guhan's punch looked ordinary, it also contained some burial meaning. The meaning of the burial path is the most advanced law of extinction in the world. It is simply not comparable to the power of the phantom demon lord. So too the power is in. At that moment, the thorny demon abyss condensed by the phantom demon lord made a sharp sizzling sound as if it was burned by some kind of force. Accompanied by the dark, the light disappeared like sand in the wind. The phantom demon lord is even more miserable than the previous demon sword demon lord. Fist hit it hard off. The body of the phantom demon lord suddenly collapsed and broke into pieces. Countless thorny vines were beaten back to their original shape. In a short moment, collision completely crushed by Guhan, the gesture ended. Is this the only strength of the so-called demon realm sequence? Now one was smashed into the ruins and the other was beaten to his original form, the demonic sequence. The other monks who were watching all this in secret were so shocked that they forgot to think. What happened? Drama, why is the development different from what we imagined? Not to mention them, even in deep, the original demon ancestor who watched all this from a god's perspective. The spirits of the traces are also trapped at this moment. Silence. Even hiding far away and observing this side, Yi Qin Yun was so quiet that he was standing there in a daze. Although even if he kept analyzing and comforting himself in his mind. But Haywell Takei can't agree to this result.
How long has it been? Why did Guhan become even more terrifying?
To deal with the two strongest sequences in the demon world, he didn't even use his magical powers, he just punched them in all directions system.
It is said that Guhan is the villain boss and he is the protagonist, but isn't this villain boss a little too strong? Ye Zeishan bird of prey, this Guhan's guy even stronger than imagined.
My brother was being reduced to such a desperate situation. I can only say it is not unfair. After all, if it weren't for his younger brother owning the Eternal Yi family and his father paving the way in secret, perhaps the protagonist of this world should be this Guhan's guy.
Chapter 478. And a chance to please, he doesn't look like a good person. In the ruins.
The demon sword lord suddenly opened his eyes wide, and after the shock came extreme anger. After all, as the strongest supreme sequence in the demon world today, he also has his own unique pride. But just now he was knocked away by a punch as soon as they met. In contrast to the lofty ambitions I said when I first arrived, it was simply a loss of magic home.
Boom!
The demon sword lord roared angrily and overloaded. Develop your own strength. Even more terrifying, scarlet blade light gathered from all directions, constantly repairing his broken body. Even in him surface gradually forms a layer of battle armor flowing with dark red thunder. But compared to the stubborn demon sword lord, it was obviously worse, and he was even beaten out of his original form by a punch. The phantom demon lord, whose part was shattered, no longer had the will to fight and only wanted to get away from here as quickly as possible. This human race is too strong, they must have some strength left if it is true here. Even if he could fight the demon lord with the demon sword to death, he would have to pay a heavy price. At the very least, it will directly consume the essence and fire second-rate genius in the demon world. In serious cases, you may even die here. I was really careless. I shouldn't have been so stupid as to run over here with the demon sword lord. If I could do it again, definitely choose to swallow your anger.
Boom! 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 The phantom demon lord transformed into countless thorny vines wandering in all directions like a snake. Bang! However, the original intention was to directly disperse body. Escape from this, the phantom demon lord was suddenly attacked. The terrible power of the repulsive town. It was as if the surrounding space had been forcibly blocked by some invisible force. You can't escape even if you want to. Even that, the terrible recoil force made the shock fell towards the center of the battlefield. Such a scene immediately made the phantom demon lord suddenly he let out a panicked roar. No, don't. I won't fight anymore. Let me go.
In the distance, the monks who were watching upon hearing this exclamation suddenly became even more silent. What we know is that two top-level demons came together to work together to deal with Guhan. I don't know, I thought it was the phantom demon lord. Only when one is molested in broad daylight would one let out such heart-wrenching cries. But no matter what, how exactly it will develop. The two top demon world sequences who originally wanted to hunt Guhan together seem to be being hunted by Guhan instead. I've given you a chance to fight 2 against 1, but you're still so useless. Guhan stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back. In that case, I can lift some of the blockades and let you spread the news here so that more geniuses from the demon world can come to support you. Since you wanted to find me so badly before, I will do my best for you now. A chance to please me. After hearing these words, the demon sword lord who had just crawled out of the ruins was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He used all my words. He has always been high and mighty, mercifully giving his enemies the opportunity to please him, but now the situation is reversed. Guhan's voice was not deliberately, therefore it spreads out clearly like a sound wave. Many geniuses who heard this immediately frowned.
Listen, is this guy Guhan speaking human language? He seriously suspected that Guhan said this on purpose, wanting to surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements, so that you can gain more points. This guy is really evil. Phantom, why are you still running? This place has been blocked. We can only succeed if we work together and severely inflict damage on this race away from here possibility. Even the demon sword lord himself didn't notice it. When he first came, he said he wanted to take Guhan's head, now inflict heavy damage to the opponent. Because the demon sword lord has already realized the terrifying gap between him and Guhan, defeating the other party is not something he can do now. Fuck you. Knowing that he couldn't escape, the phantom demon lord regrouped again, cursing in the middle. You shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess.
But at this point both the Demon Lord of the Demon Sword and the Demon Lord of the Phantom Spirit knew that they could no longer fight Guhan using conventional means.
Otherwise, not only will you not be able to escape, you may even die here.
Wrapped in the Phantom Demon, the thorny vines on the ground were ignited by some force and immediately turned into a blazing black fire. These thorny vines are all part of the Phantom Demon Lord. It can be said that there is something trapped in each thorny vine with a soul. The reason why the Phantom Demon Lord can't be on par with the existence of the Demon Sword Lord, because can burn the souls in the thorny vines issued far beyond the energy of this realm. Although this will lead to it costs a lot, but it's better than death. As the souls in the countless thorny vines linger weak, the vines that were once full of vitality began to become lifeless and withered, turning into flying leaves all over the sky. As for the Demon Lord of Demonic Sword, he took out a demonic sword with dozens of scarlet evil eyes of different sizes on the hilt. This sword is called the Evil God Sword, and it is the most powerful weapon under the Emperor's soldier in the entire demon realm. It was left behind by a powerful quasi-emperor demon from ancient times. Before this powerful demon was completely killed in battle, he merged his most insane and unwilling soul into this magic sword. The user only needs to sacrifice his, then you will be able to unleash a power that is several times greater than your own potential. Although every time he used this magic sword the Demon Lord would become extremely weak and even drained his own potential, he no longer wanted to worry about it too much now. One like same as tube hand direct in the right hand of the Demon Lord's demon sword. A while creepy, his entire right arm and the magic sword were completely integrated into one. The demonic energy he exuded at this moment was enough to rival that of a top-notch god-honored powerhouse. It has reached the Holy Realm. With him as the center, the earth is like a clear soup dripping. A drop of ink visible speed is rendered. It was pitch black. As the land, which seemed like an eternal night, began to crawl one after another, swords that broke through the sky condensed by dark runes rose from the ground and attacked towards where Guhan was. On the other side, the Phantom Demon Lord just raised his hand casually, and the destructive thorny vines like a doomsday cloud enveloped Guhan from another direction. What's even more terrifying is the entire space became somewhat distorted and chaotic due to the influence of the two people's demonic energy. The magic energy they released seemed to open up another world mouth. Countless strange shapes twisted and weird emerged and rushed towards Guhan from all directions. So it seemed like a battle between Guhan and the Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Spirit Demon Lord. But in fact, Guhan was facing two demons led by the Demon Sword Demon Lord and the Phantom Demon Lord, the Battle of the Legions. But in the next moment a scene appeared that made everyone forget to think. Guhan raised his hand and worked a gorgeous banner that was both elegant and yet emitting a demonic aura appeared in his hand. Accompanying Guhan, he pushed forward into the void. The gorgeous banners fluttered in the wind and a black mist spread out, fierce, more evil than the devil. A terrifying soul roared and screamed out from it. It was even easy to use the helpers summoned by the two demons through backbiting as food, general nibbling. Seeing this cruel posture, everyone was confused again. With such a style of behavior, who was the devil? And in midair with a smile on his face, he drove such a bunch of evil arrividi Guhan. Total, he doesn't look like a good person. Chapter 479, the two of you please sit in the royal seat banner. While offering up the human emperor banner, Guhan, the chi mechanism changes and it is urged again, words for starting a war. Dispel emptiness, soldier. Only Guhan, the space behind him twisted and thousands of dazzling runes gushed out from it, and suddenly a giant axe and a giant knife condensed in the air, with the loud sound of boom crushing the void. The giant sword and the giant axe, wrapped in infinite power, smashed across the air towards the Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Demon Lord, who were attacking from two different directions. Boom! Flashing in the clouds, the giant sword with runes, the demon sword in the hands of the Demon King, exudes an ominous aura collide. The whole world suddenly turned black and white, two different forces in it. The collision is boiling. The giant axe on the other side also chopped fiercely on the thorn abyss opened up by the Phantom Demon Lord. Click, click, click. But in a flash, countless thorny vines gathered together. The area was filled with wailing sounds of being overwhelmed. The shocking cracks spread like a spider web. You damned fellow! You deliberately formed a knife to suppress me, kill? So arrogant. Even a clay figure still has some temper. The Demon Sword Lord seriously suspected that Guhan deliberately condensed this weapon that looked like a giant sword, specifically targeting him. Use your best weapon to defeat yourself is the greatest disgrace. The will to escape has been completely weakened and the endless fighting spirit and anger from the demon sword demon lord send it out. It seems that the two guys who claim to be the strongest geniuses in the demon world have been completely defeated by Guhan controlled. Wait here while I go meet him. From beginning to end, Yi who was hiding in the dark Yi Qing Yun beside him said something lightly and then Kong rushed towards Guhan. Although it is not a wise move to confront Guhan so early. But the inheritance of the immortal demon sword, I really want it. And Guhan, he has more than 500,000 points. If we kill him we will definitely get the immortal demon sword. And as he said, to deal with Guhan just use the frontal force to crush him. However, if possible we will naturally take the most sensible approach. For example, while Guhan and the two demon world geniuses are both injured or seriously exhausted. Use the easiest and most direct method to finish off the enemy and completely kill Guhan suffer. Bang! Boom boom! On the battlefield, even though the Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Lord have already consumed their life potential, but it was totally useless. Almost being beaten unilaterally, completely pinned to the ground. No matter whether it was a giant sword or a giant axe, every fierce attack carried the power to destroy the world, smashing them into the ground again and again. More importantly, the strange banners that Guhan had sacrificed were still constantly absorbing the power they were emitting. As a result, they just heard this most of his strength had been sucked away and he was even gradually showing signs of exhaustion. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking the sound of the ground. I don't know how many times the plum blossoms bloomed. The demon sword demon was smashed into the ground again. In the town of terrible sword spirit, I couldn't get up for half a day. Yu Dao! Wake up! We can't go on like this. It's completely meaningless even if we burn our life potential. Of course I know. Fall under the giant knife underground, there is nothing left. Mid-air the demonic energy surged, the demon sword and the demon king reunited and reappeared panting. He appeared in front of the phantom demon lord beside. In just a few in the front, Guhan didn't even use his magical powers, he just condensed two giant swords and a giant axe. They are unable to resist. Now I feel a little regretful. I regret that I drank some horse urine and became arrogant. I didn't investigate Guhan's situation information, just run over and give yourself a head. But there is no way now. Since demon body. Since the demon sword demon lord and the phantom demon lord were in a state of extreme embarrassment, in the end they found out with great sorrow that the only thing they could do to fight against Guhan seemed to be their own this road. Although these two demons are quite special, they are completely independent. You won't die completely, meeting leaving behind a remnant soul. But all their years of hard work and accumulation have vanished into thin air. It is even equivalent to completely giving up the opportunity to succeed for the future of the top powerful people in the demon pyramid. But now that the space is blocked and they can't defeat Guhan, they have no choice but to take this extreme path. You damned human! If you insist on doing this, then we'll fight to the death. The Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Spirit Lord had violent eyes and crazy and also hated Guhan. Let's go to that human BNZ. The Phantom Demon Lord roared, and he and the Demon Sword Demon Lord turned into two black, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards Guhan. Anyway, it's up to you. Yes, it would be best to blow this guy Guhan to death. Oh my god. In the distance, the many demons who saw this scene were shocked pale. Those are the two strongest geniuses in their demon world, carefully selected by the Demon Emperor. The two of them combined couldn't take down a human race, and now they are even obtained from. It seems that the ending is already decided. Originally I was thinking of taking out all of the Master's immortal and demonic swords. Maybe I could see the big drama. The result was totally unexpected. It was this Li Beishuan's guy's solo show. Watching everything in secret, the spirit of the trace. As a party, the spirit of Trace Nunyu can go. For countless epochs he could only fight with the original demon ancestor, the old black crow chat. During this period, Trace opening know the outside world's genius. What he likes most is hiding in the dark. Listen to the gossip among these geniuses. Naturally, he also knew the Phantom Demon Lord and the Demon Sword Demon Lord and what these two beings represented in the demon world. Everyone in the demon world praised these two guys as being so powerful, but it turned out that they were about to fail at the 7th level of the trial. Even a fool can see it. Guhan looked calm and composed throughout the whole process, and it was obvious that he had a trump card of Since it's useless. But the two of them completely lost their minds and went straight to the final hair. Muddy, the energy rises rapidly, his body expanded rapidly, quickly burning up his remaining life. And they have also made preparations and will introduce on the moment the sealing barrier was shattered, his remaining soul get out of this body and escape from here quickly. Let's die together. The two of them roared like two black. The meteor rushed towards Guhan. But in the next moment, Guhan flicked his fingers and two balls of fire containing the meaning of the hidden way suddenly flew out from his fingertips. It landed on the two of them with unparalleled accuracy, superior. The two of them suddenly seemed like a balloon of air. The energy expands rapidly. Life, control it back. The meaning of burial is so unreasonable. Anyway, as long as it is the law of the world, the energy will be system. No matter if it is or something else. At this moment, both Demon Sword Lord and Phantom Spirit Lord were completely dumbfounded. I felt that the information I had finally reached was instantly they both expressed gradually collapsed. My mentality completely exploded. Ah! Li Bei Xian. The two demons screamed madly. Their mentality had completely collapsed, and also wanted to rush up and throw Gu Hanjipom. Cursing at the other person. Do you have to be so inhumane? Two of you please come to the Imperial Seat banner. Guhan, the corners of his mouth slightly curled and he laughed out loud. Then he directly grasped the human emperor banner and moved towards the two demons rushing towards Guhan. There was no time to react. In a fancy way he rushed straight ahead. There was no sound at all after it entered the human emperor banner. Chapter 480, Sequence and Name Only. All parties are shocked. Accompanied by the barrier disappears. The many monks around finally saw the condition. But even though I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't control my heart beating wildly. Especially the demon world's genius, it is even more difficult to accept this result. Are you kidding? The Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Lord, the two most powerful geniuses in the demon world, are still working together under such circumstances. It was so easy. This Li Beishuan's guy is so powerful. Why is he unknown among the human race? If it weren't for the fact that the other person's aura was completely different from Guhan's. They even suspected that this guy was Guhan in disguise of. But whatever the truth is, this time Xian Gu, the inheritance of the legacy, is destined to be out of their reach. Even the strongest supreme sequence in their demon world is dead. Who among all the people present can be their opponent? Now, already when the high-ranking officials of the demon world learned of the deaths of the Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Spirit Lord, there was also an uproar. How could this happen? The Demon Sword and the Phantom Spirit died. And at the same time, they are not entering Xian Gu trace exploration? Why did such an accident happen? Damn it! Counting the flame demons, war demons and rock trolls that died earlier, there are also those who are suspected to have been suppressed of demon. The top 10 combat forces of my demon world have all been lost in the ancient immortal Tracete done. Although there are still 4 supreme demons left, including the Bone Demon King and the Calf Demon King. But their rankings are all relatively low. Even 4 people working together would be hard to defeat magic. Not to mention the Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Spirit Lord, who are at a higher level. Who is it? In Xian Gu, Ji Zhongjin killed so many of them from the demon realm sequence. Many powerful demons do not wonder if it was Guhan who did this without anyone noticing. In this case, arrive among the traces. This matter, the same message was sent back to Changqing City by the human race's spies. Many powerful human beings who heard the news were shocked, and the strongest people in the demon realm sequence were all killed. The demon realm sequence, which was specifically used to hunt down the young geniuses of the human race, has completely become a mere name. Be it Taiching Sword Immortal or the quasi-emperor ancestors from other forces, they were all in disbelief after hearing these words. There is actually an unknown genius in their human race who is more ferocious than Guhan? It's Guhan. The one in Xian Gu, the unknown genius who killed the supreme sequence of the demon world, is most likely Guhan. Damn it! We were fooled by Guhan from the very beginning. Gathered in one god, the strong men from the Tiandao temple in the space cursed loudly. Yi Qingyun, there is still a small amount of power of the will of heaven left. Gu Hanzitrace's series of lines has already been exposed, his original share. After Yi Qingyun knew about it, it was naturally also known indirectly by the will of heaven. After being passed down through layers of channels, the news naturally fell into the hands of the Tiandao Palace. But instead of feeling any joy or relief at learning the truth, they were all so angry that they raised their fists at stun. Whether it was the Hongmen banquet set up in the Xiao family through Shaoling before, or maybe they have been trying every possible means to set a trap specifically for Guhan recently. It's just like a clown putting on a show. Because Guhan, he was not in Changqing City at all, but when no one noticed it kill indiscriminately in the traces. It also made the strong men of Tiandao Hall vomit in anger. Yes, the plan they had put so much thought into didn't work. And he shot himself in the foot many times. This is harder than killing them. Guhan, don't let me catch you. The eyes of the quasi-emperor Haotian were red. If I catch you, you will suffer the consequences. The strongest supreme sequence of the demon world is here. All the people in the place of inheritance were hunted down? Don't think too much, it must have been done by my Guhan. Xiaobingli was very happy to hear the news. But always I felt that the saint realm I had just broken through to was suddenly not so attractive anymore. I thought that since my cultivation level was one level higher than Guhan, I could let Guhan eat without any worries meal. But I didn't expect that what Guhan did now was more and more Jingda. The Tianling Dao sect has already gone down. Well, according to the agreement, you will be in charge of the Tianling Taoist sect. At this time it was splashed. Mu Binghuang didn't know where she came from. Appear indifferently put a PC through the token to Xiaobingli. The Tianling Taoist sect was once a subsidiary force of the Yonghongyi family. In a short time, Xiaobingli and Mu Binghuang are the main forces. Guhan, the following major forces are the auxiliary groups that allies have successively the 8 affiliated forces of the Eternal Yi family. Not to mention the town all affiliated forces related to the Eternal Yi family. But Tual Yi Z is still here. Before these affiliated forces emerge, reintegrate them. We can many. Naturally we have Tomani. At this time the immortal demon world. Relaxed town. Guhan, who had killed the demon sword lord and the phantom spirit demon lord, did not leave immediately but stayed there for a while. Then it's like, what's the general situation? His horns slightly raised, he stretched out his hand and clenched it slightly towards the void. A sword that is completely condensed by sword energy. Runsoff, the sword was held in his hand. After all, the Hanshao sword was left in the outside world by him and no one knew how to use it. I had to make do with what I had. What the hell? What does Li Beixian want to do? Many people have been watching nearby. Quiet monk face sudden change. I thought they were hiding nearby peeping, which angered Guhan, and now the other party wanted to eliminate all of them. Little Karami. Countless horrified eyes suddenly fell on Guhan superior. At the same time, shortly after arriving here through special magical powers hidden deep in the void, Yi Z exist to Guhan Han after the terrible breath. Suddenly I felt a sudden foreboding. The next moment Guhan's voice rang out, and at the same time the sword follows his work was swung out by a sword. You're too late, I've already dealt with them. Now it's your turn. As soon as Guhan finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Almost subconsciously everyone looked up and followed the sword, that sword, into the sky. Go. What? People haven't reacted yet. Hidden deep in the void, Yi Z has already met change. How did this guy find me? Deep void. Yi Z was slightly stunned. Unbelievable. Although his cultivation strength has system. But the technique used is the breath hiding technique from the fairyland. How could a person from the lower realm who had not even reached the holy realm accurate positioning location? Chapter 481, the arrangement is very good, don't arrange it again next time. Then Guhan displayed a sharp and dazzling sword. Like from the depths of darkness the blade of judgment came at the dawn, and with a crack it cut through the void in an instant. The astonishing sword intent immediately enveloped the entire realm world. In front of the extremely shocked eyes of many monks nearby watched down. The sky was torn apart, the world seemed to be divided into two. Void rift in the middle. Jinshen has taken over Jinshen's body. Yi Z appeared immediately. Yi Z stood in the void deep. The whole person did not show out of the way because it was discovered out of panic. God still calm and indifferent like a god high above. Master Jinshen. See this, the many human geniuses in the shadow were suspicious. Jinshen and the others all knew about it. But since entering Xiangu after the trace, This the sword cultivator who had a clear distinction between love and hate seemed like a different person. He especially liked to be alone. Also, it will not be like before. In order to ensure that the human race can better survive the disaster together, lead group a common alliance. Even for these people, invitation totally ignored. This also caused some perceptive human geniuses to wonder if Jian Chen had been possessed by someone else. Now from Jian Chen's get out of here and I'll let you go in peace. However, what Gu Han said next shocked all the human geniuses present. What does Gu Han mean by this? From Jian Chen get out of here? Could it be Jian Chen was really just as they thought, his recent abnormal behavior? It's because he was possessed by some unknown existence. Interesting. Yi Zi, the corner of his eye curled slightly. Although I don't know how you found me. But it doesn't matter. To avoid any more trouble, I will send you on your way now. Do you think you're a good fighter? You are just an ant from the lower realm. Today I will let you know the gap between you and me. In a flash, Yi Zi directly used your own strength. The breath rose and expanded rapidly. Yi Zi didn't bother to care about Jian Chen's body. Can you bear it, off hair? Anyway, it's not for real. Even if it is completely useless, it doesn't matter. Sword dust. The potential was completely burned, but under the traction of Yi Zi's terrible power, emitting an even more terrifying breath. Now just the slight breath it exudes is enough to rival. Previously he was easily crushed by Gu Han, the Demon Sword Lord, and the Phantom Demon Lord. But this the aura continued to rise, even reaching the level of a true god. About reached the threshold of the Holy Realm. Entire the world suddenly became violent shake. After all this, the world of fantasy is also limited. The Holy Realm and those who are stronger than the Holy Realm cannot enter. But now this in the realm there appeared a being as strong as a saint realm. This was equivalent to, and here environment maintained this principle. But the people responsible for maintaining the rules, the spirit of the trace, never appeared. Everyone knows that Yi Zi hair not a disturbance rule. It also attracted many. Tianzhou exploding is. Above the sky, one after another ancient runes began to appear. The complex and brilliant formation, 9 large formations overlapped each other, shine on each other. Destruction unleashed. She was like a tsunami that destroyed the world, impacting the entire. The world is shaking. Fuck. That guy wants to lead those 9 great formations. Get away from here. Many Tianzhou have already not good. Although I can't see the 9 great formations grade. But everyone knew that Yi Zi wanted to first pass through the 9-sided array to suppress here, then completely lead it so that Gu Hanyu can escape. Now Yi Zi, the aura he emitted completely surpassed that of the previous Demon Sword Demon Lord and Phantom Spirit Demon Lord. Such strength is no longer considered as that of the younger generation, but rather that of a truly strong older generation. The formation carved out will only become stronger, not weaker. It is even comparable to the self-power of several Demon Sword Demon Lords and Phantom Demon Lords. Previously Gu Han was able to use special means, the self-determination of the two. But now there are 9 extremely high-grade formations, then it may not be possible it can be controlled. Whole peace world. Many Tianzhou they used various means to stay away from this place, and even started the life defense supernatural powers, afraid of being affected. This guy is here to mess things up on purpose. Hidden in the dark, the spirit of Trace could no longer sit still and wanted to intervene. Not only did he emit an aura comparable to that of a saint, but he also wanted to attract. There are a total of 9 extremely high-grade formations. He didn't know whether Gu Han would die. Anyway, once these 9 formations are drawn, this layer, the world in this realm, will definitely collapse in an instant. The trials left by his master will become meaningless. No need hand, that human boy is not simple. The voice of the original demon ancestor suddenly sounded, stopping those who wanted to intervene. The spirit of Traces. I can feel that he not only has returned to the special blessing of the demon ancestor. And there is also a terrifying force that even I cannot see through. The power seems to be able to destroy everything, even time all turned to ashes. What? The original demon ancestor did not answer the suspicion of the spirit of Trace. Because that his power is also accidental known. Previously the Demon Sword Lord and the Phantom Lord wanted to commit suicide when it seemed that Gu Han this is sent strength to controlled. He used to think that the immortal and magic laws mastered by the immortal and demon emperor and the laws of creation mastered by Su Ling Yue were already terrifying enough. Unexpectedly in such a young human race superior arrived the law that can annihilate everything.
What is the origin of this guy in front of me? Since big formation? That's a good arrangement, but don't arrange such useless tricks next time.
Guhan, who was surrounded by 9 formations, just chuckled. Then suddenly 9 pitch-black whirlpools appeared out of nowhere.
Go!
In an instant 9 sword projections containing the meaning of burial appeared, and then accurate and direct to the 9 great formations.
Buzz!
At this moment the violent earthquake, a wailing sound of some kind of law being annihilated, was heard, and the 9 great formations were blown up at the same time system. Along with a twisting humming sound in space, the 9 large formations flickered in light and darkness and then gradually disappeared like wind and sand.
How is this possible? You actually also mastered the power of the law.
From beginning to end, Yi, who seemed to have come to sentence Guhan to death, once again faced sudden change. It is extremely difficult for the geniuses in their fairyland to master the power of the laws. At the very least, one must reach the semi-immortal realm, which is the realm of the emperor in the Shenhuang world. It is obvious that Guhan is still far from the semi-immortal realm. Not only has he mastered the power of laws, but he has also mastered the top laws that can annihilate other laws.
What is this lower world, condition?
What happened to my brother when he encountered this enemy, condition?
Chapter 482, The Undertaker's Favor Surprise World. In the lower realm, how could there be such a young being who could comprehend such a terrifying law? I don't believe it.
Yi made a sharp sound. Even if the reality is in front of me, not willing to accept this result. After all, people are always like this. Compared with believing in something that is far beyond their own cognition, they are more willing to believe that they can accept it thing. As the third lady of the eternal Yi family, he has been gifted since childhood, and his family has a special collection of rare and precious materials from heaven and earth for baptism and tempering.
Not to mention his strength, he is top-notch in the entire fairyland.
But in the realm where he is located is definitely the pride of heaven. When I was half immortal, I spent a lot of effort to barely grasp the rudiments of some laws. But how can this guy from the lower world, who is not even a half immortal, master such a terrifying law? So what if you have mastered such a terrifying power of law?
Today you will die. Frozen divine realm open.
Yi yelled, sufficient control, everything even far beyond the power of this breath hair.
Even I know the merit is lower.
But possessing soul wave, it is still extremely powerful, far beyond the level of any life here. At this moment, even if I don't use my immortal power to it, is the power of full resonance here, which is enough, unleashing astonishing power. Even if Guhan mastered a top-level rule that could annihilate other rules. But what is being performed now is above the rules and has even taken shape in the field. Higher rules and forces are applied.
Such power is enough to kill Guhan. Not good.
Although the spirit of the Tracy realized that this was a power beyond the scope of the rules he had set. But it was too late to intervene.
Everything happened almost in an instant. Boom!
White, the icy force spread across the sky and earth, instantly turning the area into an icy world. The heaven and earth, the void, even energy and even the laws of runes were affected. Many have already heard, stay away from this place and set up defense. The 2 tribes' geniuses were just here. The aftermath of the power instantly froze him. Ice sculpture died. The area where Guhan is located seems to have no time at all. Once affected, the flow rate becomes extremely slow until it is about to freeze.
What's going on? However, Yi's the explosive discovery was that Guhan had almost no any influence.
All permeated him. The cold air above was completely dissipated in an instant. To be precise, it was entangled in Guhan. The meaning of the burial path above is resolved. This, it felt like the ice and snow were rushing towards a scorching hot stove. Before they even got close, they were already being burned. Water vapor. But in fact, the magical power of the laws displayed by Yi was still unable to do anything about the meaning of burial that Guhan had comprehended, and it was refined and buried in an instant.
How? How is this possible? Almost completely drained Jian body potential.
Yi, who even indirectly consumed her own original soul to launch this fatal attack, saw that her attack still had no effect. My mentality gradually changed slightly and reached the brink of collapse.
How so?
Why? Why can a mere rudiment of law resist the field of law that is being applied?
This is a power that surpasses that of a demigod.
Wrong. At this moment, Yi suddenly came to her senses and realized the reason.
To be precise, even if this power cannot kill Guhan, it can definitely severely injure him and make him completely lose his fighting ability. But it seems that the field of law is about to before showing his power. Onimore Supreme Aura suddenly descended upon Guhan. Go up, force your shot, block it, attack. This is... Guhan, the person involved, was actually a little confused. To be honest, Yi just tried her best. That fatal move was launched. He really had a strong crisis, and even felt that there was a high probability that I would fail here. After all, although his strength is powerful, he can only compete with the Saint Realm at most. No matter what, Yi is from the Eternal Yi family in the fairyland. Even if not yet come nor complete. But it can still be regarded as the status of an immortal. He had been reborn several times, and at most he had only faced a quasi-emperor. Not to mention dealing with immortals. Just when he was about to use all his trump cards and wanted to fight back with all his strength. Hidden in him a kind of supreme breath that stimulates itself. It's done. Guhan, he realized that it was a special reward he had received in the burial ground of immortals, the favor of the burial master. At the same time, pitch black, there is no law at all, only the infinite power of annihilation in the depths of the immortal burial land. By countless bound by the chains of the original order, a huge hole was cut out at the entrance of the burial site. At this moment it seems like waking up from a deep sleep with long and thick eyelashes opened, a pair of dark, there is only a pair of deep black eyes. Those calm black eyes seem to contain some kind of ultimate power, causing the law of extinction, which had been calm for countless epochs, to hum. How dare you, and Ant attack him? One word prophecy, words come true. Some unspeakable force runs through this endless burial ground of immortals. It spread out along the cracks in the bronze door that Guhan had opened earlier and melted instantly to the void. Almost at the same time, a major earthquake suddenly occurred in the entire Xianhuang world without any warning. Several great emperors who had been sleeping for endless epochs suddenly woke up briefly from their slumber. The terrifying force shocked. Even positive hidden deep in the sky, build the will of heaven to nourish the mind, was also affected by this power shock. Especially when the power approaches the sky above the demon world. Including the demon emperor Tu Ling, several demon world monsters and the ancestors of the human race gathered near Chongqing city at the same time. Sudden change. The indescribable breath suddenly made them dizzy and their scalps tingled. World! Oh my God! Something incredible seems to have arrived. Xiaoling, hurry up, use the power of the immortal demon emperor to defend a original demon face. It also changes rapidly. After saying this, the whole person hid in the shell, constantly stacking defense for yourself buff for fear of being wiped out by the terrifying aura that descended from nowhere. The spirit of Trace was also frightened to the point of losing some consciousness. Defend? Defend bullshit. The law is exactly the same as the law of annihilation that Guhan had demonstrated before, and it is even more terrifying and countless levels higher. Even if it can prevent live. But he also needs to adjust from the power of traces. Don't finish talking then. His master's wish before his death was to find a suitable successor to inherit his master's bowl. Entire the traces are completely destroyed. Moreover, the breath that descended from nowhere was not the origin of the trace come. To be precise, it went from Yi. Chapter 483. I can't resist the will of the dog. Heaven is harming me. What? Sane, get here, Yi, the ultimate power of annihilation. It suddenly turned as pale as paper. Even if it was just a wisp of breath descending from a distant land, it was enough to make Yi's scalp tingle, and she was frightened to the extreme. Because an idea has already emerged in my mind, strength it wasn't able to contend. Moreover, the essence of power theory book, I don't know how much higher the status is times. The Eternal Yi family is proud of pulse power. Herein the face of power, it is like the difference between a mud ball and the bright moon, which seems insignificant. However, fortunately this coming, although the aura is of extremely high status. But it seems incomplete and also in a weak period. Also because it had fallen from a very far place, most of its strength had been consumed on the way. If you push hard, eternal gift from the Yi family ancestor protection magical weapon should have the power to resist. Damn, I didn't expect this. It is actually used here. Yi Ziashan heavy as a dark cloud. The ancestors gave protection law extremely precious. It is extremely rare to be able to melt to the depths of the soul just through the soul. It will be finished using top-notch magic weapons. It is also a very rare protective weapon in the fairyland law. In the fairyland he had encountered countless crises, but he had never used this special magic weapon. Now I never thought of it. Exist, look down on it and even feel that you can just take it. The underworld was occupied by an unknown existence. It is ridiculous that we have to use this treasure. Even if I am angry and pain. But Yi Zi's reaction speed was not slow at all. Almost instantly it is hidden in the Sulof great treasure. Buzz. In an instant the void shattered and the place where the traces were passed down was boiling violently as if it was about to collapse. Even the spirit of the trace and the original demon ancestor can clearly know that because of the excessively terrifying power that appeared. Entire the place of heritage. When you are rejected by this world, you must the depth of time and space get out. The spirit of the trace did not dare to think too much and had to expend more strength, even borrowing the last strength left by its master to maintain the stability of the trace. This may be a fight between gods and the mortals suffering. At the same time, Yi Zi has already left Jian Chen's body mentally with his own life soul the world. Accompanied by body rapidly expanding, merging with the entire void. A purple gold seal with ancient inscriptions on it made of unknown material slowly flew out from between Yi Zi's eyebrows and then grew bigger and bigger until it became a huge one that is thousands of feet tall. Celestial Star Guardian Seal. Can release some top-notch defense laws, turning them into an indestructible barrier of absolute laws that can block everything and even be able to withstand a full-strength attack from a true immortal. Although because Yi Zi brought him to the lower world. This treasure, the book power, is also governed by the law of primal order of the power of the system. Only 1/10 remains. But because of this the special material is extremely rare, so it should be easy to defend against the Emperor's attack. However, click click click. Accompanied by that black falling from a distant void. Just received the moment it arrived. The heavenly star guardian seal seemed to have been terrible power flashes of light and dark. It seems completely unable to resist this strength. How is this possible? Then Yi Zi almost had her eyeballs split. Eyes of horror middle. The heavenly star guardian seal actually slowly emerged with thin lines. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger and there are more and more of them. The origin's power is being eroded by some supreme law, gradually becoming corrupt in nature and will dissipate soon. Similarly, the heavenly star guardian seal couldn't resist this. The terrifying power of annihilation gradually dimmed as if it had been eroded by endless years and began to become dilapidated. Damn it! This Guhan's boy, there will be great terror protection in the future. Report is wrong. Yi Zi cursed the will of heaven dozens or hundreds of times in her heart. The will of the dog heaven is harming me. Guhan, there was such a big trump card in the back, but he didn't even investigate it. What a stupid teammate. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Taking advantage of that silence temporarily stopped by the heavenly star guardian seal. Yi Zi gritted her teeth, waved her sleeves, and Yi Qingyun, who had been stunned and standing there like a clay sculpture, was also swept away. At the same time he threw out a special spell again, forcibly tore it apart. Trace space. Guhan actually wanted to stop it. But the silence and the celestial star guardian seal collide. The energy generated by the hair is too terrifying. Even if he freed up his hands to stop Yi Zi from escaping, it would have little effect. So there was no further effort wasted. However, no matter what, no matter how you develop yourself, you will not lose out. After all, it seems that the huge purple gold jade seal is extremely extraordinary. This should be Yi Zi's top life-saving method, even equivalent to a second life. Now that it's gone, it can be considered that the opponent has been greatly weakened. This laid the groundwork for his subsequent hunting plan. Boom! A huge gem was thrown out by Yi Zi, wrapped in brilliant splendor. The ray of light smashed heavily into the void. In an instant, a large area of the void collapsed into pieces. Out of thin air, a hole leading to an unknown space. Yi Zi's soul rolled up Yi Qingyun and took a step forward. The moment of this hole in space. Snap! The heavenly star guardian seal was completely the black dragon with the ultimate power of annihilation. Swallowed, gradually crumbling ashes filled the sky. At the same time, because his life treasure was destroyed, Yi Zi, who was hit hard by the backlash, let out a heart-wrenching wail. But even so, I didn't dare to stay for long, and I didn't even dare to think of saying anything harsh. Like a lost dog, he fled quickly. Unknown space depth. Boom. Outside no, because this annihilation the powerful humans and demons who were shocked by the arrival were still in a daze. I only listened to Xian Gua roar was heard from the trace. Then in front of countless incredible eyes watching, a special power shoot song it rushed straight into the sky. It directly created a big hole in the thick black cloud of the demon world. After a while the huge sky-high the pillar gradually disappeared. But whether it is the demon world or the human race, I didn't know that Yi Zi from the Eternal Yi family had come here. So I didn't understand what was going on. But the Tiandao Palace experts who had received orders from the Heavenly Dao and gathered near this place in advance to pick up Yi Zi get here after taking a breath very happy. They already knew that Gu Han hidden in this among the traces. Now this great man from outer space has come out in person. I guess Gu Han must have died a miserable death, right? Let's go. Let's go and welcome the master back in triumph. The leader of the Heavenly Dao Palace called out and led the surrounding Heavenly Dao Palace strongmen to the distant god they chased after him, shouting, "Sir, please stay. We are here to welcome you back in triumph." Chapter 484, Zhang Shuyu takes action. How terrifying was he in his heyday? Trace of the world. Because the Heavenly Star Guardian Seal and the Destruction Crow-off collision, and finally in order to escape, Yi Zi once again used a special magic weapon to break the space. Entire the world has become completely chaotic. Large pieces of space debris fell and the whole world seemed to be about to collapse. No, fortunately he did not die in the fight but was instead killed by countless falling space debris. Senior sister, something unexpected happened. It seems like it will collapse soon. We have to get out of here quickly. Baishi found the dusty and dirty man who seemed to have just come out of the chew that crawled out of the treasure house way. Good. The space here is chaotic. We can directly use the power of the will of heaven and take advantage of this opportunity to leave trace. Chu Wei didn't think much about it. Because in the constant search finally found what I wanted to find, return to the immortal stone. Moreover, in the just received the moment I returned to the fairy stone, I saw the past time and space scenes again. We are one step closer to going back to the past and changing everything. The other side. Maybe it's because exists the reasons for the war in the central area. This collapsed area is no arrive the spirit of trace, the power of repair. Gu Han in this area did not owe too great an impact. It's impossible to leave anyway. The immortal demon sword also has this Xian Gu. The final inheritance of the traces has not yet been obtained. However, landed on me from a faraway land, could it be that the aura above is? Just as a guess emerged in Gu Han's mind. A vague ethereal and cold voice suddenly resounded in his mind. My power is still too weak now, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to attack again in the future, but you don't have to worry. With my power protecting you, you won't have much trouble. Danger. Gu Han was slightly stunned. The month of burial. This is the voice of Zhang Shuyu. As he guessed, it was Zhang Shuyu who secretly took action to help him resolve this crisis. Gu Han couldn't help but feel a little palpitated and shocked. Sure enough, he still greatly underestimated the power possessed by Zhang Shuyu. Obviously in the burial place there are even in the seal. However, he was able to use his extremely long distance to easily and severely injure Yi Zi, who had descended from the fairyland. It is really hard to imagine how terrifying the Zhengshu moon was in its heyday before it was sealed. I don't know how much time passed. Fully tuned the whole fairy ancient, the power of the spirit of the trace finally broke. The trace space was slowly repaired. But the test is definitely not going to go on. Just annihilated Wen Yi Zi as the collision was too horrible. Many geniuses were here. The impact was caused by the shockwave and buried directly in the ruins. The remaining geniuses were also frightened, so how could they dare to continue? Furthermore, there is Gu Han, who easily killed two of the strongest monsters in the demon world. Exists the chance of inheriting the traces has absolutely nothing to do with them anymore. Senior, you should have seen it too, right? Gu Han, the corners are slightly tilted. Xiang Sangxiong said loudly, this trial should not continue according to your previous rules. The one who gets the most points will get the immortal demon sword. Should the immortal demon sword belong to me now? You guy. Deep Sky, there was a weak and gnashing voice. He really didn't understand. This guy Gu Han not only has the protection of Su Ling Yue, the strongest demon ancestor in the demon world. Moreover, there is one who can, with the protection of an unknown strong man who emanates such a terrifying power of annihilation, and with such an invincible backer, wouldn't any opportunity be within reach? He actually covets his master's inheritance? Can you be a human being?
Although I felt aggrieved. But the spirit of the trace had to admit that apart from Guhan, the strong ones behind him are not to be mentioned. The strength is indeed strong enough. Even if the test continues, Guhan, the final winner, is a foregone conclusion.
Buzz. The space twisted and a Newa vortex appeared in front of Guhan as if inviting him to enter it.
Senior, now that the trial can no longer proceed, you have acknowledged my strength. I will just take one Han Mengyao, bring it along, it's my person.
Oh, there is another Pei Sies. The spirit of trace didn't say much. According to Guhan's intention, exist Han Mengyao and Pei Siye from different areas pulled in the space vortex.
Watching the potential was drained by Yi Zi, and he was completely trapped, the unconscious Jianshen. Guhan shook his head but still grabbed him and went in together into the space vortex.
Later the spirit of trace will teleport everyone else out as well.
If he ignored the unconscious Jianshen, death would be the only thing waiting for him. It would be a pity to see such an interesting swordsman die.
Outside world.
Yi Zi, who was flying through the air with Yi Qingyun, arrive after leaving the danger zone. We finally slowed down.
Grown-ups.
This finally made the back road. The strong men from the Tiandao Palace who were chasing madly finally caught up with him.
Are you from the Heavenly Dao Temple?
You came just in time. Prepare a suitable body for me. This guy is as weak as a dog clinging to it. Makes me feel sick. Because I lost Jianshen this suitable body.
During the escape he was forced to fanning the radish Yi Zi ugly. Sir, is Guhan that evil? Killing him actually cost you so much.
The powerful man from the Tiandao Palace who was leading the group was also filled with astonishment. The man in front of him is a visitor from outer space, and he comes from the Eternal Yi family, but he looks to be in very bad condition now, and he has even suffered serious injuries.
It's more than just weird. Something is wrong. And I could have killed him. But he behind stands an unknown existence. An existence far beyond my imagination. Come to think of it, I'll have to ask your Heavenly Dao later. There is such a terrifying existence in this world, and he has no idea about it. How useless, of. Yi Zi Neon, it becomes uglier.
When I think of that terrible annihilation, black, my scalp can't help but feel tingling. The unknown being who made the move was definitely far more powerful than imagined. He is even comparable to their eternal ancestor of the Yi family.
This must be reported in advance. If Guhan, there is such a being standing behind.
That is not something that their eternal Yi family can deal with easily. They must make long-term plans.
Deep in the world. After a dizzy spell, Guhan was teleported to the 8th level of the immortal and demon realm. Then 3 more appeared. Shadow 2, there is also a little black. Lord Guhan. Han Mengyao exclaimed and was very happy to see that Guhan was okay. Guhan, what exactly happened just now? You and an extraordinary existence got it? Pei Siye still looks palpitations. The luck is pretty good. The distance, the battle center area, is still quite far away.
But even so, the terrible law storm coming from that area still made I couldn't help but feel my scalp tingling.
It is hard to imagine what kind of existence Guhan has got it.
Even the demon emperor Tu Ling couldn't break through it by force. The world of traces because of Guhan and the unknown existence. The hand collapsed and a big hole appeared.
I almost thought I was going twice my turn. Chapter 485. Maybe possibly he is mine? It's a long story and it involves some of my.
Guhan smiled and put Jianshen on the ground. Rather than this, you should heal Jianshen's wounds first. He seems to have been a very serious injury.
Hearing this, Pei Siye knew that Guhan didn't want to continue this topic, so she didn't pursue it further.
Direct, using the special power of faith that only the descendants of the ancestor temple can master, the unconscious Jianshen was treating his injuries.
Senior, can we talk about what's next? Guhan looked up to all around. He opened his mouth and said, Senior primitive demon ancestor, you are here too, right? Why don't you come out and see me?
A few breaths after he finished speaking.
Boom boom.
This world for a while shake.
Not far from him a towering mountain shook violently.
Amid the landslides and cracks in the ground, a huge rock that seemed to be crawling on the ground appeared, slowly emerging from the dust-out shape. Obviously its appearance is similar to that of a dragon head, but its head is shaped like a dragon head, which looks quite majestic. The huge limbs are covered with hard indestructible rock scales, and rolling demonic energy emanated from him like an overwhelming force. I didn't expect to meet someone related to Su Lengyue here. This is far beyond my imagination. A deep and vast voice came from the mouth of the original demon ancestor, causing the whole world to be in a state of chaos. The original demon ancestor? You are one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors in my demon world, the original demon ancestor. Here from the primitive demon clan was slightly stunned by the sound coming from below and lowered their heads slightly and saw nothing. Again, turn your head. I went even lower and saw a domesticated black reflect in the eyes. Seeing that he could blow it away for thousands of miles with just a breath, Xiaohei, the original demon ancestor, is trapped. The thought was deep. What the hell? This little blacket actually carries the aura of their demon world's demon ancestor's pulse? He hadn't been out for a long time. Condition I didn't know. But has the demon world now declined to such an extent? The demon ancestor of the new generation is just like this one. It looks so small and pitiful, even a little wretched without any demon ancestor black? To the gaze of the original demon ancestor. Little Blackie, sleep. It's a psychological attack. I feel my fists at stun. What's that look? Am I not the ancestor of demons? Am I the ancestor of demons? Senior, this guy was originally named Thunder-Devouring Demon Ancestor, a new generation of demon ancestor in the demon world. He was killed by Xian Ningbing a long time ago, backstabbed and reincarnated. Even though he has been eating and drinking with me for these years, he still hasn't recovered to his peak, so he looks a little small. Guhan kicked Xiaohaizi aside and explained, to be honest, I am here to see you on behalf of Longyu. During the years you disappeared, many things happened in the demon world. In the following time, Guhan told Su Lengyue what he had told him before, and told the original demon ancestor everything. From Xian Ningbing's alliance with a group of human strongmen in the distant past and even the unknown strongmen in the fairyland, he set off a great war in the demon world, plotting to seize the demon god palace. In the end, Su Lengyue was defeated and sealed, and countless epochs passed in an instant. Until Guhan finished telling everything. The whole world is still exceptionally quiet. I see. The original demon ancestor's face, it doesn't look very good. Although there is a competitive relationship between the 5 first-generation demon ancestors. But in essence they can be considered partners with common interests. But no one expected that the war that swept across the entire demon world and even the Shenhuang world, it turned out to be their companion Soph. It can be said that he has fallen into such a situation and can only temporarily rely on the special survive in the traces. Xian Ningbing also has unrelated. Because he was also involved in that big among. Even with the ancient human race and even the fairyland strong, a dispute arose. Although he didn't fight to the end like Su Lengyue. But because of the failure of the battle, he was left with serious injuries that could not be recovered. Finally, he had to leave the demon world, abandon his own tribe, give up his own territory, and go to other places in the Shenhuang world to look for a way to heal. Later, by chance, he found the immortal demon emperor from an earlier era and left behind a place of heritage. At that time, the atmosphere of the place where the traces are passed down is still very strong and relatively complete in the deep spacetime rift. But perhaps it was because of his arrival, or perhaps it was because times had changed. Original hidden in the deep spacetime rift, finally it fell out from an unknown place and merged into the demon world. I didn't expect the truth back then to be like this. But if that's the case, everything makes sense, because Xian Ningbing was among the 5 of us. The attitude towards extinction is the most radical. I have always advocated starting the exploration of the demon god palace ahead of time. Later, Su Lengyue, Xianming and I insisted on vetoing it, and the 2 of them were reluctant to do so. Control the thoughts in your mind. But I never thought that Xian Ningbing would be so crazy. First, in ancient times we united many powerful human beings. My demon world severely injured Xianming and me, leaving us with Dao wounds. We had to leave the demon world to find healing, and then we once again joined forces with a more powerful force to launch anew by this town. Su Lengyue, you have been plotting this for so many years. You must be very scheming. Listening to the words of the original demon ancestor, Guhan was slightly meditation. It seems that the 5 first-generation demon ancestors of the demon world have finally gathered together. The ancestor of the cloud-covered demon Xian Ningbing returned to the demon ancestor Su Lingyue, the original demon ancestor, the annihilated demon ancestor, and the mysterious demon ancestor. The most important thing is that one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors seems very likely to stand on Xian Ningbing's side, including a new generation demon ancestor, the sky-swallowing demon ancestor, who also stabbed Su Lingyue in the back. Xian Ningbing. In the end, there were 2 demon ancestors standing on their side. This is already considered a force that cannot be ignored. Although Xiao Haizi can barely be considered a demon ancestor. But looking at the demon ancestor picking his nose looks weak, the little black guy. Guhan felt that Xiao Haizi was useless except for being funny. Chunchun is just here to make up the numbers. How did I pick up such a thing in the first place? In addition, the attitudes and positions of other demon ancestors are unclear. Guhan felt it was necessary. Now try to persuade the original demon ancestor and pull him to Su Lingyue's camp as much as possible. After all, the original demon ancestor did not seem to be in his peak condition. But at least he is one of the strongest first-generation demon ancestors, better than Xiao Haizi. Senior, you know the past history. Your injury and Xian Ningbing's betrayal there is no indirect relationship, and I am also planning on taking the key in your hand that can open the Demon God Palace. Lengyu has now been released from her seal. I am trapped. I believe it won't take long for me to regain control of the demon world or even return to the top of the demon world. Your injury may also be healed. All right. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. The original demon ancestor directly interrupted Guhan's words of trying to use PUA to win him over. You just want to use this incident to tie me to Su Lingyue's chariot, the dispute with that guy Xian Ningbing. Besides that, Xian Ningbing seems to be in better shape than me. He just needs to calm down and he will be able to return to his peak. And I'm very curious, what is your relationship with Su Lingyue? The original demon ancestor had wanted to ask this question a long time ago. One mouthful of cold moon so close. Those who don't know may think that Su Lingyue's alias is the existence of the demon ancestor is the one in front of him, the head boy. Where are the people? Guhanshin. After a moment he still said hesitantly, maybe possibly should be mine people. No 486 egg unknown fairy source. The world suddenly became silent. Not to mention the original demon ancestor. I have been listening to the conversation between Guhan and the original demon ancestor. Because of various, the shock made me a little confused. Pei was in a trance, and after hearing this she was so shocked that her brain started buzzing. Wait. My brain suddenly couldn't react. Drama. Why is the development trend becoming more and more weird and illogical? Not stupid, I have been able to understand the little information from the previous conversation. It was judged that the demon ancestor in front of him, who was more terrifying than the current human ancestor Pei Tian in terms of aura and status, the demon ancestor named Su Lingyue, seemed to be the most powerful among the 5 first-generation demon ancestors. He is an old monster who has lived for countless epochs. Looking at Guhan's appearance, he is probably just an adult at most, right? How can I fight with such a powerful old monster? Are they related? I've been eating melons beside you. The spirit of the trace is also a little confused, even an anthropomorphic expression of shock and surprise. What the hell? The human being in front of him was the most dazzling and powerful person in the era after his master relation? Could it be that the one that emitted the annihilation black is this, as it was its Su Lingyue's demon ancestor who caused it? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. He did not destroy the middle to any evil spirit. So that was definitely not the attack from the demon ancestor. The spirit of the trace become more fearful. This kid is really a bit weird. It's not just related to the strongest demon ancestor in the demon world. There seems to be an even more terrifying existence behind. To bear such a heavy cause and effect at such a young age is even more outrageous than his master back then. Are you serious? The original demon ancestor, who came to his senses belatedly, was also somewhat incredulous. It even felt absurd, as if Guhan was joking with him. You can't blame him for this. After all, in his impression, what that stinky fox hated most was men. I have always only pursued strong strength, and I have never been interested in so-called men. Of it is particularly anti.
Not to mention falling for a young pretty boy like Guhan. But even though this matter, no matter how absurd it is hard for the monster to believe. But he didn't doubt it too much. Because it turns out that the special mark on the back of Guhan's hand was left by Su Lingyue. Moreover, this special mark was engraved by a kind of original power. The original power cannot be restored through acquired nourishment. It is equivalent to using a little. This is very precious to every living being. Su Lingyue is so stingy the fox was even willing to consume his own power to fight against a human. Leave your mark on it. This is enough to see importance of Guhan. Tisk, I never thought that so many things would happen after I was asleep for so many years. However, even if I agree, your request will not be much more force. Even here countless epochs have been deposited in the traces. The wound on his body still hasn't recovered. My strength is only 1/100th of what it is now. Not to mention, for some reason I have even the traces merge into one. It's very difficult to get out. I can't help you even if I want to. Guhan was speechless after hearing this. Then why the hell are you talking so much? But the original demon ancestor changed the subject. Since you have been favored by Su Lingyue and even given special attention, you must be someone extraordinary. While I may not be able to help you too much, but there is something I accidentally obtained that should be able to help you a lot in the future. The words fell. The space shook, violently twisted, and then a dinosaur egg slowly flew out from it. No, not like a dinosaur egg, just an egg. The giant egg slowly floated in front of Guhan. The golden pattern on the white background is surrounded by a layer of gorgeous star swirls, which is completely different from ordinary. Xiao Haizi and Guhan headed towards the primitive demon tribe almost at the same time. A hint of doubt purpose. What does it mean? The original demon ancestor felt that he was old and could not have you decided to pass it on to your offspring? Let your descendants for your own free thugs? The strangest thing is that the original demon ancestor was clearly a male. The hero of the demon world, can it still lay eggs? Guhan, to the little black man trapped, the thought was deep. Why are you looking at me? I can't lay eggs, Xiao Haizi cursed. The original demon ancestor was filled with black lines on his head. He knew very well that these two guys were thinking wrongly. When did I say I laid this egg? In that distant era, the fairyland and this place were not completely cut off. There was only a thin barrier between them. I was severely injured. He left the demon world to find a way to heal his wounds. The space-time rift is deep. Unexpectedly, in time and space in the flow, I got this special egg. According to my investigation, this egg is not what my Shenhuang world should have, most likely from the legendary fairyland. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a fairy egg. Xian egg. Guhan and others exclaimed at the same time when they heard this. Guhan was also shocked. After all, he knew more about the so-called fairyland from ancient books and had not really experienced it passing through the fairyland. Now I actually saw a legendary fairy here egg. I don't know what kind of fairy it is. Make it after hatching successfully the other party. Will he be stronger than Su Lingyue and the others when he grows up? Little Blackie Jiao couldn't help but drool. Immortal eggs. I don't know what it tastes like when fried. After eating it, can he change, immortal phoenix? Yes, Xian eggs, and they should be extremely extraordinary immortals egg. In fact, like us, the first generation of demons, yes, there are immortals. The essence of the vein is the same as the fairyland, can be considered as the same form of life. But I just need to emit my thoughts. No, this fairy, the egg, will be invisible pulse system. This I feel that I once was in Su Lingyue and unbeen there. Originally, this fairy, the egg, is the trial reward for this level and can only be obtained by passing the trial I created. But who knew that something like this would happen suddenly and the trial couldn't go on? I'll entrust the eggs to you in advance. Guhan was a little embarrassed. How about you continue to arrange your trials, senior? I'm fine with that. Arrange a hammer. The original demon ancestor had a lot of black lines on his head. The two strongest demon world sequences, whose comprehensive strength was second only to Guhan, were slaughtered like wild dogs. Not to mention the people present, all of them knew Guhan, so the trial could be said to be meaningless. Next, the original demon ancestor used his own explorations over the years to find out how to hatch this new egg. Ceremony gave it to Guhan. But Guhan was trapped again after hearing this meditation.
The reason is simple: I want to hatch this fairy. The egg needs to reach 4 special places to absorb the power of heaven and earth. One is the demon god palace in the demon world. One is the ancestral sea of the human world. One is the demon emperor Yuan from the demon world. The last one was the pole of heaven, which he had never heard of. Although he had never heard of the last one, he knew the first 3. That can be called the 3 major races taboo, the kind that involves the origin and inheritance. Guhan was slightly stunned and looked towards the original demon ancestor fox. Are you sure you gave me this egg because you can't afford to raise it? Ahem. The original demon ancestor cleared his throat somewhat embarrassedly. I know what I said is a bit unreasonable, but according to my investigation, this fairy eggs need to absorb 4. Only the ultimate power can truly transform and hatch. And these 4 places are the locations of the Xianhuang world that contain different extreme powers. Of course you can choose not to go, but the hatched fairy may become more common. Just as Guhan was thinking, the system's broadcast sound suddenly sounded again. A new villain main quest has been detected. Please master hatch the unknown fairy egg, turn its contract into your own help. Available rewards, 150,000 villain points. Special reward, unknown immortal, the source of inheritance. Chapter 487, Accepting the Defeat Supersource Seed. Hear the system announcement sound. Guhan was slightly stunned again. Another villain main quest? Before this he had already taken on 2 main villain missions. One is the god-defying 1-inch, who can obtain 100,000 villain points by destroying the Temple of Heaven or dominating it. The other one allows him to dominate or kill the demon emperor Tu Ling and is rewarded with 80,000 villain points. Both tasks are difficult. It can be said that this is the most troublesome task he has encountered since awakening the villain system. But now this hatch fairy the egg mission is worth a whopping 120,000 villain points plus a special reward. Such a huge reward naturally means that this task is much more difficult than the previous 2 tasks. Guhan the fairy and hand egg filling the thought was deep. Even the explanation given by the system is that it is an unknown grade of immortal egg. Could it be that the origin of this egg is so great that it far exceeds his imagination? Brother Han. Brother Han. At this time Xiao Haizi looked flattering. He said, actually you don't have to such a difficult table, you just put this fairy fry the eggs for me. Maybe I ate this fairy after the egg, it can transform possessing immortal pulse. What about the phoenix? This way you don't have to worry about where to hatch this fairy egg, no need to think about those troublesome things, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Guhan was slightly stunned when he came back to his senses. A smile spread across the corner of his eyes. So you can actually do this? Haizi, you are such a genius. As he said that, Guhan kicked the drooling little black guy away. Don't even think about hitting my fairy egg idea. After this egg I'll keep it for you temporarily, you have to take good care of it. If this egg cracks even a little I'll roast you and eat you. The little black boy fell to the ground with a thud and started cursing. Fuck you. After all I have been with you for so long, I will eat a fairy. You don't even want an egg, you're so stingy. The original demon ancestor who saw this scene was trapped again. Silence. Why? If this little black he is the new generation demon ancestor of their demon world. Total, they felt that their demon world had no future and all the demons could be reorganized and remade on the spot. Ahem. Just then a weak cough suddenly sounded. Under Peixia's continuous treatment, half of his foot has already stepped forward. Jianchen, who was at the gates of hell, was finally rescued. I am. Jianchen slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Through the still slightly blurred vision I saw an unfamiliar scene. And standing in front of him quietly a few film. It looks like you're okay. When I saw you earlier I thought you were going to die and there was no way you could be saved. The sound of she suddenly fell in the ear. Jianchen was slightly stunned to Guhan, who had already removed his disguise. Guhan, why are you here? It's a long story, so I'll make it short. Let me tell you the whole story. Considering there are other things to do, Guhan directly told the whole thing. He told Jianchen the whole story. I see. Have I actually been possessed by someone? Jianchen's face still pale. Although his consciousness was not eroded or erased. But because no one control plus the outside world knowing is closed. He also, I don't know myself by easy things to do after control. Guhan, the guy who took over my body, is from the Eternal Yi family in the immortal realm. His name is Yi Zi. Is he related to Yi Qingyun?
Hearing this, Guhan was slightly stunned. Because the Eternal Yi family also involves one of their own. So he didn't tell anyone about the Eternal Yi family. Tell Jin Chen. How did Jin Chen know?
I don't know what's happening outside, but that Yi Zi's guy took over my body afterwards. My memory seemed to be the memory produced a subtle resonance. So I also learned some of the origins, even some memory fragments, and even some of the Eternal Yi family.
What?
Guhan was so shocked after hearing these words that he almost lost his composure.
You can't blame him for this.
Because he had never experienced these things in his previous life. At most, they are just affiliated forces and lackeys of the Eternal Yi family collide. For the Eternal Yi family's true, I know nothing at all. Considering the principle that knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to success in every battle Yonghan used, the more he knows the better.
They are all very vague fragments. I can't really explain them clearly. You can go and see for yourself.
Jin Chen doesn't care. He gathered his strength again and directly condensed a drop of energy like a water drop in his palm. Magnificent.
Memory drops.
It takes the power of the origin to condense, which contains the memory fragments of the monks and creatures. After absorbing them, they can clearly see the world from a first-person perspective. These fragments of memory.
Guhan was silent for a moment, looking at Jin Chen. Seriously, don't you blame me?
Yi Zi came to the lower world because of me. I have suffered a lot. Even my potential has been drained and most of my future path has been ruined, and it is even because of me.
I am the indirect culprit. Because of me you were involved. Don't you hate me for this dispute?
Jin Chen was slightly stunned. Why do you have such an idea?
Blame you? Hate you? Why would I do this?
The nature of this world is weak. If I am strong enough and powerful enough, I have plenty of ways to ensure that I will not be possessed by others. Even if I hadn't met Yi Zi, I might have met other stronger beings in the future. If I suffer a loss or am not as skilled as others, I will pay the price and blame this and that. This is the behavior of a weak and incompetent person. I always follow that principle. If I am not as skilled as others, I will admit defeat. And make me. This is Yi Zi who took over my body, not you who saved me.
Guhan's heart is slightly.
Indeed, he is an interesting guy.
Having said this, Guhan did not say anything more.
He took the memory drop from Jin Chen's hand and integrated his consciousness into it. His conscious soul seemed to sink to another memory world.
Watch this world of memory from a god's perspective. In a magnificent unknown palace. Yi Ziishan kneeling respectfully in the hall.
At the top of the hall, a solemn and majestic voice spread out layer by layer.
Zi, this time in the mortal world you can only success, no failure. Of course, with Chao compared to the source seed, Yi Qingyun's life is secondary. If there is really no other way, use avoid Yi Qingyun super, get back the source seed.
Although this may lead to some new changes or super source seed loss, but still better than the entire. It would be better if the seeds of the source were completely destroyed.
Chapter 488, The Eternal Yi Family's Plan. The Final Successor Test. Overtake the source of seeds? Guhan meets again suspect. What is this? Why had he never heard of it?
What shocked him even more was that for the Eternal Yi family, the most important thing was not Yi Qingyun's family pulse, but he, the so-called super, the source of seeds? Could it be super? The source seed refers to Yi Qingyun, the eternal destiny? But the subsequent conversation in the conscious soul world quickly disproved Guhan's guess. According to the original plan of our Eternal Yi family, Yi Qingyun, who has obtained the eternal luck and the blessing of a special world power, will definitely be able to rise up in adversity and soar to the top for my successor.
But his performance was too unsatisfactory and I was too disappointed.
But a mere native from the lower world could actually, now that he is almost at the end of his rope, it really is a waste of all my years of cultivation for him. I even spent so much time planning and paving so many roads for him, but in the end he was completely useless, which made me feel so sad it was totally wasted. Now half of his eternal luck has been taken away by a native of the lower world. The process of breeding the source seeds is repetitive, great impact. So next you have another goal, which is to try to take back the other half of the eternal luck and put it back in Yi Qingyun's hands. Superior. If you can't do that, then find a way to the source of the seed from him, take it away. Even if this will make him severe backlash, may even make you disabled. Also, the premise of all this is. The conversation became increasingly fuzzy. Until the sound became quieter and quieter and this world of consciousness and soul gradually collapsed.
Even though it was just a simple conversation. But it contains unimaginable cognition. It even completely overturned all of Guhan's previous cognition. He had always felt that.
Yi Qing-yun is the eternal Yi family spent a lot of effort cultivate rising stars.
Its main purpose is to take over the eternal Yi family and lead the eternal Yi family to a more glorious era.
The reason why the strong men of the eternal Yi family paved the way for Yi Qing-yun was because for the sake of our origin. But he still greatly underestimated the indifference and ruthlessness of these aristocratic families in the world of cultivation. The so-called descendants of the family are nothing more than pawns in their quest for a higher path.
All living things can be used for your own benefit. Naturally, it is also possible to have offspring. Yi Qing-yun, it's really miserable. I don't know if I will be absolutely shocked after learning about such a reversal. Want to commit suicide? However, if he wanted to completely wipe out Yi Qing-yun, he would have to wait a while.
In figuring, so that this matter when it was passed to the current heavenly Tao, while he was also completely confused status.
Divide the spoils. Divide the spoils. Xiaobingli's exclusive ride the immortal boat.
Looking at the treasure room piled up like a mountain range of various treasures,
Xiaobingli's eyes lit up and she almost drooled. This can't be blamed, such a gaffe. Even if he is the next helmsman of Feixian Tower. Seeing so many rare treasures, I couldn't help but feel jealous. With so many numbers, you can even make several incredible ones world power.
For these treasures, I'm not very interested. Those who were suppressed prisoner, give me half of it, just reason it out.
Su Lingyue's projection spoke first. The demon world is also vast and boundless. What treasure do you want? No?
Now missing the key is to have capable subordinates.
Those imprisoned town, although the guy is not very good, but if you use special law, will the origin out?
Then melted tar of the powerful demons under his command. Can there be more good subordinates? There are enough strong men under my command. The demon world can be integrated faster.
What treasure do you want then? No.
I just need some specific treasures. I don't take a penny from the rest.
Mu Binghuang spoke calmly. Now I am a lonely man.
His only obsession is to find a chance to resurrect his sister.
Chue, yes, the only thing I can see now is.
Among these resources, just want some have special treasure of returning power.
Me too.
The former projection of the will of heaven also spoke. Hua Jieyu and Nian Shi on the side didn't really care about the distribution of the spoils. Because the main contributors this time were Su Lingyue, Xiaobingli and the former heavenly Tao. Well, we are just helping out more resources, we were too embarrassed to take it. When Xiaobingli and others were distributing the various resources they had harvested,
Yi Zi in the outside world was furious.
These damn guys are challenging the dignity of our eternal Yi family.
Because according to the feedback from the strong men in Tiandao Palace,
of the dozens of affiliated forces that the eternal Yi family left in the Shenhuang world, almost 9 all of the above have been liquidated. The ancestral land was destroyed and the sect's top leaders were suppressed. All kinds of treasure resources were also looted. And according to the description of the remaining people, the person who made the move was Guhan. It was done by the forces behind.
What a beast! What a beast!
The plan has already been declared a failure before we even start integrating the affiliated forces left by our father.
My lord! Calm down.
Xiaobingli, the Feixian Tower behind, is suspected to have power in the fairyland. It's not worth it to cause conflict. The strong men from Tiandao Temple hurried forward to stop them and persuade them, fearing that Yi Zi would become so angry that she would not care about anything and would attack Xiaobingli and the others.
Xiaobingli. Xia.
Control your anger. Yi Zi was slightly stunned.
I have never heard of any Feixian Tower in the fairyland. But in the fairyland there is a very extraordinary family called Xin Yuan Xia family. I don't know if it is related to this. Does it have anything to do with Xiaobingli?
Let's not talk about it first. The association is too absurd, and now is not the time to consider these things. When the most important thing now is to integrate the remaining affiliated forces and then discuss with the will of heaven to kill Guhan and regain the place.
Xian gut race.
Guhan and the projection of the immortal demon emperor fought in a special spacetime rift for an unknown period of time. When the space returned to complete peace, the winner had been completely decided. You are such a scary kid. Not only Yazulong and several other top quality, I didn't expect that a weirdo like you would appear in the future. Besides a terrifying epic monster like you, it turns out that he is not the son of the plane of Xianhuang world but the descendant of Yi Tian. Interesting, really interesting. In the broken starry sky, the projection of the immortal demon emperor has begun to become blurred. Guhan, who was standing opposite him, although he was seriously injured, his condition was much better than the projection of the immortal demon emperor. Yes, then my inheritance and this supreme immortal demon, the inheritance will all be passed on to you. From today on, you are also the new owner of the trace in this piece. You can also borrow some of my power from my lifetime to use for your own benefit. The sound of the projection of the immortal demon emperor became smaller and smaller and then turned into a cloud of smoke and dust which gradually dissipated with the wind that blew over the city. At the same time, floating in this starry world, the aura of immortals and demons is like energy. Tidal surge to Guhan, help him awaken the supreme immortal demon. Although Guhan had many doubts, I want to ask. But when he saw that the projection of the immortal and demon emperor had disappeared and the inheritance had begun, he no longer thought about it and sat down directly in the broken void, starting to absorb the vast immortal and demonic energy around him. He felt that as long as he absorbed all the inheritance of the immortal demon emperor, he could easily break through to the saint realm and could even break through a major realm and reach the supreme saint. Chapter 491. The Demon Realm's plan stirs up a bigger storm rain. This kid is really success. At the same time, the original demon ancestor in the 8th level of the immortal demon realm is also arrived deep the mutation. The immortal and demonic aura was so strong that it turned into substance, spreading to the entire trace. Not to mention that Su Ling Yue particularly favors him. Later, he was protected by a great being with the ultimate power of annihilation. Now that he has inherited the legacy of the immortal and demon emperor, his innate strength has undergone another qualitative transformation. Such a young genius should be a template for the son of the plane. But why Guhan, the power of destiny? It is so pitiful that it is almost nothing like a dead body that is not recognized by the world. On the contrary, Yi Qingyun, who seemed to have no strength before, possessed the so-called eternal luck woolen cloth? This world is so strange that even he, the ancestor of demons, finds it a little incomprehensible. Just when Guhan was deep, continue to connect the moment of inheritance, retreat and breakthrough. There was also a stir in the outside world at this moment. The powerful demons brought back by the younger generation of the demon world, the report as well as the Tiandao Temple's instigation, completely confirmed that the Li Beixian who was killing everyone in the story was Guhan. However, since Guhan has been staying deep, catch inheritance never revealed signs. This also caused the furious demon world masters to extend their rage to several major forces related to Guhan and even to the entire human race superior. And just recently, a team composed of top demon clan strongmen off the Shark team forcefully tore open a gap in the demon-suppressing defense line. Directly with this, they invaded the human world and completely destroyed a human town called Tianqing City. Almost overnight, Tianqing City was completely wiped out from the human race's territory. The air of death was everywhere and the sky was covered with it, shocking the entire human world at once, and many powerful humans were furious. Tianqing City can be regarded as an important stronghold in the entire human alliance, maintaining the entire demon-suppressing defense line. Not only were there many residents of Tianqing City, but there were also strong men from the human alliance, but without exception all of them died tragically in this attack by the strong men from the demon world. Even if the strong men of the human alliance arrived at the first time. But it was too late. The entire Tianqing City was completely transformed into a desolate deadland, and the dense demonic energy completely destroyed the place life district. Moreover, this group of powerful demons also, I had no intention of fighting here. I would just run away after the fight and instantly return to the depths of the demon world. Not long after, another piece of news came from the demon world. Human Alliance, Shou Hua Jieyu, who is related to Guhan. Otherwise, this is just the beginning. This time the powerful demons investigated the information very clearly. I also know that besides Han Mengyao and Xiaobingli, what is slightly more important to Guhan is this: flowers can speak. Force the entire human race to Guhan, the major forces behind this is definitely impossible. But if they only have one person, then it's different. Use one person to exchange for the future of countless others' life is safe.
I believe that the strong humans will have a very clear understanding of this deal. Moreover, even if Guhan the powerful forces behind flowers bloom and words flow,
they also have ways to deal with it, and they can even take advantage of the situation to capture Guhan and his the following major forces, pushing him to the opposite side of the entire human race, a worse situation. Soon the powerful demon world sent out this news. No, the towns near the demon suppression line, the aristocratic families and even the sects were suddenly in a state of panic because of this incident, extremely frightened. I don't know, this is because Guhan is in the ancient fairyland. Too many geniuses from the demon world were killed in the process, causing outrage throughout the demon world. Now maybe I don't want to invest. All force went to war with the entire human world, causing the third-party demon world to take advantage. So in this way, let them find out who is related to Guhan in order to take revenge on Guhan the culprit. It must be said that the demon world did this. Indeed, it has created a huge. Let's not talk about Guhanxian, first immortal in the history, killing countless geniuses from the demon world has greatly boosted the morale of the human race. If to him the people on the side took action and even pushed him out to the demon world, this is completely in the heart of the heroic strongmen of the Han people. It may even cause Guhan the major forces after that completely lost their sense of belonging to the human race, thus brewing internal conflicts. It is not conducive to the subsequent reorganization of the demon world collide. However, this has long been known to the demon world. Even the powerful men from the Tiandao temple who were hiding in the dark took this into consideration and made countermeasures in advance. Therefore, at this time, some bribed people are needed to stir up trouble. Forces began to further set the pace. Soon various remarks targeting Guhan and even several major forces appeared one after another. Even if Guhanjin the immortal, he left behind a trail and killed a group of geniuses from the demon world, so what? Apart from the facts, if Guhan didn't do it thoroughly, leave room for improvement, not completely demon world things, how could it develop to this extent? Besides, all of this was clearly done by Guhan alone. Why should innocent people like us pay for it? This is unfair. That's right. And the demon world also said that all we need is, if only Huajieyu were to be released, the matter would be over for the better continuation and prosperity and stability of the human race. What happened to one? If it were me, I would definitely be willing to sacrifice myself to save countless others. All kinds of brainless remarks and weird remarks keep popping up. Even if a strong human being took action, kill the rat hiding in the dark. But the truth that people die for money is everywhere. There are Stillman is in the hands of an invisible giant under control. The same remarks are constantly made. However, many powerful people who can decide the future direction of the human race do not care much about this. The demon realm's behavior is not just revenge on Guhan as it seems. It is also testing the bottom line of their human race. If they agree to the demon realm's request, they can easily kill the person the demon realm specifically wants go out. This is tantamount to a real blow to the morale of those strong people who want to fight against the demon world, and even chills their hearts. Human race A Huajieyu came out. Will it happen again next time? Anyone else? Even out of them? A little bit on the battlefield. If you severely damage the demon world, you will be threatened by the demon world. Then who would dare to kill the enemy with all their heart? However, if we do not take any measures and let the situation and public opinion develop, in the end it will still create the division of the department, may even affect the direction of the entire war. Human race headquarters. Many powerful people gathered here. Huajieyu and the others definitely won TOF. First of all, this behavior very stupid. Guhan, the major forces behind, are not easy to mess with. These major forces like Guhan are also known for doing things in a domineering and arbitrary manner. Dare them? It will only lead to a human race department. Moreover, we organize to the strong team Kildables world like them to causing trouble? That's even worse. Because this war is inherently unfair. Demon Realm Edition. The law structure writes very special. The entire demon world is shrouded in a demonic barrier. Except for creatures with demonic energy, other creatures can be easily killed by the powerful demons as long as they set foot in the demon world should arrive. Previously they had forced their way into Devil's world Xian Gu. This is something that can only be achieved by tearing open the magic barrier first. If you want to learn how to dive like the demon world is causing destruction, such a domineering act, it's no different from violence your own whereabouts. Just when many powerful human beings were in trouble, he suddenly raised his head. Then a loud voice came in each of their minds. You don't need to pay too much attention to this matter. My several major forces will find a time to make the demon world pay the price later. Besides, my master Guhan is about to break through, and when that happens it will cause a bigger storm and the demon world reign. The demon world will pay the price for their arrogance. Chapter 492. Today Saint pulled the demon world to survive the catastrophe. This sound transmission to the moment in my mind. All the powerful human beings present were stunned. Not only is the person responsible for transmitting the message a powerful quasi-emperor. What shocked them was that Guhan seemed to have just broken through to the level of Divine Lord not long ago. How long has it been since then, and there is another breakthrough? And this breakthrough should be to the Saint realm, right? When thinking about Guhan's current age, everyone's scalp tingled. I originally thought that Guhan's talent was already incredible enough. Already for the sake of the youngest god in human history. It seems that next the youngest saint in the history of human race. But then again, even if Guhan broke through to the saint realm and wanted to stir up a storm in the entire demon realm, reign also seems to be a big problem. After all, even those who are infinitely close to the emperor realm cannot do it. Just started, how could Guhan, who was in the holy realm, do it? My lord, something big has happened. The spies have reported. Something strange has happened in the demon world, and the avenue of disaster has covered an area of millions of miles. Thunder, the thunder of the road destroyed the demon world. There are more than 5 major clans, and their number is still increasing. As soon as the news came out, many powerful human beings were once again confused, sluggish. What the hell? Is this Guhan? The revenge that the latter major forces are talking about? Just after I finished speaking, revenge came? Many powerful human beings looked at each other. He hurried out of the hall and turned into a long rainbow and flew high into the sky. Use special magical powers to head directly towards the demon world. Go. Because the demon world is covered by a special demonic barrier, even though they have special clairvoyance, their vision still appears a little hazy at this moment. But this still cannot cover up the fact that deep in that gray world, continuously exploding the dazzling thunder. Even through the magic barrier they can about that aftermath of thunder brought with it waves of heart-pounding destructive power. The time goes back to about an hour ago. Deep world. Because already for the reason for the Lord of Trace. The limitations imposed on him by legends no longer exist. Therefore he could easily intercept voice transmissions from the outside world. During this period he also learned from the White Dragon Palace strongman in the middle. I heard about the disgusting practices of the demon world. Foreskin, you speak with flowers and understand words? This is really disgusting and hypocritical. It doesn't seem like the style of the demon world. It's very likely that Yi Zi or the Heavenly Tao Palace is fanning the flames. You want to catch me this way, Rib? Should I just obey you? Although it doesn't have much effect on me, it's just like the saying goes, a toad doesn't bite, but it disgusts people. Guhan's eyes are deep. There was a cold light flashing. Muddy, that atmosphere is like an abyss or a prison, and the surrounding space is in turmoil, twisted, even kind of about uncontrollable signs. After all, his current strength has far surpassed that of the god. As long as he can overcome the tribulation, you can completely break through to the holy realm. Although in it is safest to survive the disaster among the traces. But he didn't want to do that. The demon world likes to disgust him, right? If the enemy can go there, he can go there too. Not to mention dragging the entire demon world through the tribulation together. But Tao must drag along those great clans of the demon world who are willing to act as pawns of the Heavenly Tao Palace to overcome the calamity together. Give their race a match 3 game. You want to leave Trace? Guhan just stood up. Spirit of Trace, the image-like projection, appeared in front of Guhan out of thin air. The demons are now 3 layers deep inside and 3 layers deep outside. The traces were surrounded along with the area within hundreds of miles. Even if you can pass the special channel opened up in the trace space, can temporarily get away from this place, but it also carries great risks. And it's safer and more secure to break through inside, but I still don't recommend you to go out. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Guhan's idea did Notarai shake.
Suddenly a dark shadow spread out from under his feet, quickly enveloping him completely.
When covered in Guhan black on after the flames gradually dissipated.
His appearance and aura had undergone earth-shaking changes, and he had completely transformed into a demon. Seeing that Guhan was determined to do so, the spirit of Jiji said no more and immediately cooperated with Guhan to adjust from the hole. The power of traces directly invades to the depth of the spacetime rift, opening up a passage in the spacetime rift for Guhan to travel through. Distance a trace of thousands of miles deep void. When no one noticed, a void crack that was big enough for one person to enter and exit appearing out of thin air. Then, wearing a white, Guhan slowly walked out. Because he has completely changed Demon Clan, the reason why the aura and demonic energy barriers are extremely compatible. His sudden appearance, there is no rejection from the demon world, did not attract the attention of any powerful demon. These guys in the demon world have really messed up the situation big. Guhan stood in the void. He could see the immortals and demons at this moment. The area where the traces are located is full of various terrifying film.
The demon world even engraved some kind of ceiling formation in advance.
As long as he dares to, once you get out of this trap, you will be like a bird in a cage with no way to escape.
But if he can't go through the front door, can't he just go through the back door?
Guhan also gathered one by one. The god will stare at the immortals and demons. Seeing the powerful demon from the demon world, Guhan wanted to laugh in his heart.
Just keep waiting, next I will go to your base camp to survive the calamity. Almost all the attention of the powerful demons is focused on the ancient immortals, the area over there.
In addition to the previous life as the demon Lord Lientian in the demon realm, he is also very familiar with the geographical environment of the demon realm. Before anyone noticed, they had already arrived at a suitable place to transcend the tribulation.
Yes, this place is the most suitable one.
The north is approaching. The I Demon Clan borders the Dark Demon Palace in the south and the Dark Demon Clan in the west, and East Clan the Star-Devouring Demon Clan. There are several other demonic forces scattered around here as well. After making all preparations,
Guhanham, the breath is no longer concealed and it is completely revealed and come out. Boom boom.
At the same time, the sky as deep thunder suddenly appeared and the roar continued. The extremely thick calamity clouds like a pitch-black sky instantly covered most of the sky above the demon world. Let this the dark and gloomy demon world became darker and darker in an instant, as if the end of the world had come. The sudden change caused a shock to the entire demon world. Such a terrible order! Someone is going through a tribulation.
Fuck! Who dared to violate the rules of my demon world?
Instead of going to the demon mountain to pass the tribulation, he actually passed the tribulation directly outside my demon world. Do you want to die?
Many powerful demons were shocked and angry.
The reason is simple: the devil world, it is a world completely different from that of human beings. Because it is shrouded in evil spirits all year round, this place can be described as an ominous and eerie place. And Toto thunder, for this the quality is biased. The demonic energy has a great restraining effect. Not to mention the thunder condensed by the order of the great Tao. And the robbery of thunder has a special that is in the range of thunder. All living beings will be judged part of overcoming the tribulation.
This ultimately results in the power of thunder tribulation constantly accumulating and increasing.
And this sudden and unpredictable disaster cloud appeared. It spread at a visible speed, and in an instant it extended to nearly 10 million miles around.
Chapter 493, One Day Saint breaking through 3 realms. However, what made the powerful demons even more frustrated and angry was
the person who is undergoing the tribulation does not seem to be from their demon world. Therefore, they cannot directly lock each other's position through special means.
This is outrageous. If it is human or other creatures, how did they pass through the magic barrier without anyone noticing and go deep into their demon world off?
Just when all the powerful people in the demon world were boiling with anxiety and wanted to find the person who was going to transcend the tribulation as soon as possible.
Boom boom.
The calamity clouds that had accumulated to the extreme suddenly roared here.
Deep sky suddenly, countless pure white dazzling thunders came down like a flood.
It was condensed from the pure power of the law of thunder, and some kind of extreme space power. Thunder strikes the road. The origin, the power has even surpassed the heavenly thunder. The reason is simple, because the huge power that Guhan has accumulated this time can not only help him break through to the Saint Realm. There is even a high probability that he will directly the next major realm is to reach the Supreme Saint Realm, which is second only to the Saint King Realm. This kind of breakthrough directly the signs of a greater realm are absolutely not allowed by the rules of the Tao. After all, everything in the world has established trajectories and rules. If Guhan breaks through a great realm, then what is the meaning of the realm set in the world? It seems that this thunder tribulation is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Guhan looked up deep into the sky. An extremely violent thunder roared down as if it wanted to tear apart the saintly image he had created. This, even though the thunder has not yet fallen, the power contained in its aftermath is enough to severely damage an ordinary saint-level powerhouse. If it were to hit completely, even some saint kings would find it difficult to withstand it. Especially as Guhan's cultivation level has reached the saint realm, the shackles of cultivation have been broken and he is about to begin to impact the saint realm. The thunder gathering in the sky above the demon realm became even more violent. Plus, in the range of thunderies and no other powerful demons. Therefore, this also led to the fact that even though there was a barrier of magic energy, the powerful human beings in distant lands all saw the lightning and thunder in this area. Oh my God! Many powerful people like the human race watched from afar as the place was completely submerged by the sea of thunder, and even the theater turned into a dazzling white after entering the demon world. Their eyes became dull and their brains went blank. Is it really as the strong men from the White Dragon Palace said, that Guhan is undergoing the tribulation of becoming a saint? Are you sure this isn't the Emperor Realm tribulation? No. I'm afraid that ordinary emperors are far from being able to cope with such a huge thunder tribulation. With a thunder tribulation of such violent range and such a large scale, the people in the demon world are likely to suffer greatly. Guhan. This must be that damn guy Guhan. In the Demon Emperor's palace, the Demon Emperor Tu Ling is also here, the terrible power of thunder. At this moment his dark pupils are deep. It was filled with raging anger and murderous intent. This damn guy actually tricked their demon world again without them even realizing it. But now the thunder tribulation domain has already formed. If he brings a stronger demon world warrior deep into the among them, it will only make this thunder disaster area even more terrifying. Kill Guhan with a sword, but if this leads to the destruction of a large area of their demon world's territory, countless powerful demons will die tragically. That would also be an immeasurable loss to their demon world. So here comes the frustrating part. They can only wait until Guhan has passed the thunder tribulation before taking action. Boom boom. Thousands of thunders containing the will of the great Tao fell in an instant. Thunder, it instantly illuminated the entire demon world. Under everyone's incredible gaze, the brilliant thunder, it even transformed into a gigantic hand from heaven, grabbing towards the center of the thunder. On the way, crackling and splashing, the tiny arc of lightning that was emitted had already caused the heaven and earth in that area to collapse and the laws to be destroyed. Many of the demon clans in this area were also destruction. There were heavy blows, all kinds of wailing and roaring sounds. Countless tribesmen died tragically, and even the core tribe lands were destroyed when it was affected. A large clan that had been passed down for countless years fell apart in an instant. At the same time, Guhan and the thunder, soul, the power of gods and other aspects has also been unprecedentedly enhanced. His cultivation level directly broke through the Saint Realm and reached the Supreme Saint Realm, and it was even constantly rising. With each level you climb, the thunder gathering above your head becomes more terrifying. Until Guhan's cultivation reached the 9th level of the Supreme Saint Realm, he was only half a step away from the Saint King Realm. The force was barely calmed down. But breaking the rules in this way, leaping to a higher realm and climbing 9 levels in a row, this completely subverted the rules. This also resulted in the thunder accumulating above Guhan's head becoming more and more terrifying, and the huge thunder palm that appeared again was even more like a cosmic hand covering the universe. However, this was not enough in Guhan's eyes. They have already broken through 2 major realms, and they have stepped half a step into. If you have already reached the Saint King Realm, then why not make a concerted effort and take this opportunity to break through to another major realm and directly break through to the Saint King Realm? There are many trump cards, plus if he doesn't dare to give it a try, then it would be a waste of his time, the trump card. With this in mind, Guhan did not hold back at all, and once again, under the overwhelming force of thunder from breath,
Various grand visions of the avenue purple air coming from the east, projections of the sun, moon, mountains and rivers Guhan help him break through the shackles of the Saint King realm. Everyone who had roughly guessed that it was Guhan who made the breakthrough here all gathered here and at this moment because of the incredible scene in front of them. Even their hearts were trembling jump halfway. I thought that the thunder that could overturn most of the demon world was terrifying enough. But they never expected that all this was just the beginning. This is in the horror of countless strong absolutely no the middle. The center of the thunderstorm first appeared exuding the aura of a saint. When everyone thought that Guhan had made a breakthrough success, the thunder was about to dissipate. Unexpectedly, the thunder became more and more terrifying, and even in the end, the aura of the Supreme Saint appeared in the center of the thunderstorm. At this moment, whether it is the demon world or the human race in a distant land, the strong ones use special magic weapons too. After knowing this, everyone's brain crashed without exception. What the hell? Guhan has such a short time, it is not enough to break through to the Saint realm, two major realms directly breaking through to the Supreme Saint. Looking at the ocean of thunder that was powerful enough to destroy everything, everyone thought that Guhan had reached his limit. A scene beyond everyone's worldview appears again. One day Saint, even it's not enough to reach the Supreme Saint realm through two major realms. Guhan actually wants to impact the Saint King. Is this guy crazy? I still want to three great realms. I'm not afraid of will the backlash be completely wiped out? This time even the experienced demon emperor Tu Ling was frightened and his eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. One day Saint directly defeat the Saint King. Is this really something that a human can do? Even three great realms, not to mention being recorded in history, even novels probably don't dare to write about it this way. Guhan's move is not only to defy the will of heaven but also to subvert the rules and the order of the universe. You will also have to bear the huge consequences. Chapter 494 Introduction. Thunder of Order. The Holy King. As expected, Guhan wants one day Saint breaking through three great realms to reach the level of Saint King. In an instant it caused a revolutionary butterfly effect. This time it's not just the demon world. Even the demon world far away in a distant land. Deep in the Xianhuang world, the dormant will of heaven was temporarily awakened. Even the star world outside the Xianhuang world and some existences in the fairyland are here a power that can subvert the embryonic form of rules. Countless unknown beings were shocked by this thunder catastrophe. Especially in the Xianhuang world, no matter which corner, even mortals can see this shocking thunder. The breakthrough in the demon world far away can be seen clearly by all living beings in every corner of the Xianhuang world. This is enough to show how terrifying the thunder of the Great Way rules that came down this time is. Those who don't know the truth think that the end of the world is coming and the sky and the earth are collapsing. This damn lunatic. Especially at close range, the powerful beings in the demon world who were affected by the thunderbolt were terrified to the extreme. The terrible degree of this thunder tribulation has evolved from the previous Saint Tribulation, a force that is completely condensed by pure destructive force. A thunder tribulation. An ordinary thunder disaster is a life-threatening one. No matter how terrible the thunder tribulation is, it will leave a trace for the person who was going through it, born in Greece. But Guhan, this madman, is directly connected. The three great realms to the Saint King are already completely arrived. Breaking the rules is an act that is absolutely not allowed. The original will of the great Tao was shocked. Instinctive adjustments and strength to make Guhan this unstable factors are completely eliminated. Thunder flash gold white between, weaving the entire world was completely submerged in a 9-colored thunder field. Each arc of electricity carries the power to destroy the world. Falling into the demon world, the sky was collapsing and the earth was breaking apart. No one thought that this madman Guhan could survive this thunder tribulation. No one thought he could achievement. Therefore many powerful demons and even the demon emperor did not want to spend any effort or just leave the matter to chance. To make matters worse, Guhan was robbed and killed in the thunder prison. Why does such a monster exist in the underworld? Once you step on the holy realm, broke through three major realms in a row, such a phenomenon has never been heard of in the entire fairyland. Yi Zi, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. The nature of the Xianhuang world is very special. It was formed from a core fragment of the universe from the last era. But the essence of the world today is just a desolate underworld with incomplete rules and no complete recovery.
But as a creature of such a world, Guhan can achieve this in this world with incomplete rules.
What would happen if this happened in the fairyland?
I'm afraid that among people of the same age they can already crush. There are countless outstanding geniuses in the fairyland.
Yi Ziyi concluded that if the other party's cultivation level was the same as hers, he would also be a semi-immortal. He will definitely be easily killed by the opponent.
If not in the eternal Yi family with whom they have been at war to the death for various reasons.
Rather than erasing it completely or more hope, what a supreme evildoer. What a pity.
The shocking thunder that contains the rules of monstrous destruction.
It is also believed that Guhan is bound to die. However, in the center of the ocean of thunder area is unobservable to all. Although Guhan was in a state of distress, even though he had quality blessing or being bombarded by endless thunder tribulation broken.
But in the after inheriting the legacy of the immortal demon emperor, he mastered the new laws and possessed an extremely terrifying trump card.
The law of rebirth, eternal life and endless creation.
With several powerful qualities, serves as a continuous subsequent energy supply.
Guhan's convenience between destruction and rebirth turn change. Cells and he was constantly destroyed by thunder, but with the help of the new law his more cells grow quickly. Exist, the body is constantly destroyed and restored. Guhan continued to devour the terrifying thunder of the Avenue Order.
And borrow the power of the Great Tao Order thunder to continue to transform himself. Although because the level of the Great Tao Order tribulation thunder is too high, it is impossible to fully master this strength.
But after absorbing the power of the Great Tao Order tribulation thunder, Guhan married a special seed was born.
A seed containing the power of thunder and lightning of the Great Order. When this seed is fully grown, this means that he has mastered the power of the Great Tao Order tribulation thunder and can even film the terrible power of the voice of rules is completely at your disposal. He controls the laws of thunder order, and in a moment he can even become the controller of the world's thunder.
This unprecedented thunder disaster, which was not favored by any living being, lasted for a full day and night.
The thunderbolt completely destroyed the area of tens of millions of miles of the magic ring, especially the area close to Guhan's central tribulation area, a piece of a huge sunken basin. There was no sign of life in this area at all. There was only desolation and silence and thunder exploding across the earth.
Damn it! Is this guy Guhan a lightning rod? I've been slashing for so long, why aren't you dead yet? Raoshur, the Tu-Ling demon emperor, who is currently the strongest person in the demon world, can no longer hold back. He originally thought, like everyone else, that this thunder would be over soon.
But unexpectedly this thunder lasted for a whole day and night without ending. In the depths of the thunderstorm, Guhan was not killed by the lightning either. This shocked him and at the same time gave him an ominous premonition. I even felt for the first time that Guhan might I have survived this disaster.
No. Even if I force my way in, being in the thunder zone, one might be affected by the thunder calamity or even a bigger disaster might arise, but this kid must be killed. In my heart, ominous prediction, it's getting stronger and stronger.
To be on the safe side, the demon emperor Tu-Ling prepared to send. They pulled in the strong men from the Tiandao palace and forcibly took action to deal with Guhan, who was still undergoing the tribulation.
However, it was too late. Without any warning, the last slightly dim thunder descended.
The will of the Great Way's rules also seemed to be exhausted. It seemed that he felt that he could not do anything to Guhan, so he just chose to give up. The calamity clouds that covered the entire demon world for tens of millions of miles were completely blown away by the cold wind without any warning. The devil's spirit seems to be back again. The sky is covered like water and the demon world remains dense and dense.
The calamity cloud has disappeared.
Is the person who survived the calamity dead?
Is there any need to say this? That guy is definitely doomed.
The calamity cloud disappeared so quickly. This can only mean that the person who was undergoing the calamity has died. But being able to withstand such a contemptuous thunder tribulation for a whole day and night is enough to shock the world and even go down in history. Unfortunately, he was just a little too crazy and ended up killing himself. Many in distant lands do not know the demon world what happened the souls of monks.
Almost Ali think Guhan is dead.
After all, it can't be said that the thunder of the Great Road felt that it couldn't do anything to Guhan, so it just disappeared helplessly and gave up, right?
However, the entire demon world was facing a formidable enemy.
Because before the last thunder of tribulation fell, Demon Emperor Tu Ling and many top demon clan warriors had already rushed to the place where Gu Han was undergoing the tribulation. What suffocated them was the completely shattered arc-wrapped void. There is actually a floating film. If it's not Gu Han, who else could it be? Chapter 495 and Retreat Start to Demon Emperor. Gu Han's condition wasn't very good either. Muddy, yes, skin, it was also slightly burnt, but his handsome face still looked extremely indifferent. Although there is no excess breakthrough, a huge vision. But that's it, sparse and ordinary, back to nature. This feeling made many powerful demons feel uneasy. After all, one day Saint broke through the 3 realms in succession and reached the level of Saint King. How could it be weak when it has even withstood the baptism of shocking and world-destroying thunder? He must be killed. We must not let him leave the demon world. Otherwise he will. For the emperor, there is even a high probability a legend among the emperors. By then, if the rising human race comes to attack their demon world, they will be finished. Don't let those guys attack Gu Han. In the direction of the human race, it's a step too late. But they also confirmed that Gu Han completed the tribulation. At this moment, powerful human beings led by Tai Ching's sword immortal rushed towards Gu Han. Although Gu Han did not participate in the human-demon war, he was also the pride of their human race on a front. They absolutely could not bear to see such a legendary human genius die at the hands of the demons just after creating a miracle. But Gu Han, deep in the demon realm, it is not easy for the strong men of the human race to break in. Don't bother. My lord already has a way to deal with it. However, the voice of the strong man from the White Dragon Palace rang out. Tai Ching's sword immortal and others were suddenly frozen in midair. Does Gu Han have any means to deal with it? What does it mean? Although he has made continuous breakthroughs to the Saint King level, he is very strong. But he had just broken through and was extremely weak, so there was no way he could possibly be a match for the top-tier powers in the demon world, right? Gu Han, surrender and I will spare your life. From all directions, waves of demonic energy were rising to destroy the heavens and the earth, towards the powerful demon world that he had captured. Gu Han, still indifferent, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. A bunch of idiots. It's true that he is confident in his own abilities, but he is not a fool. If you can't beat him, won't he run away? Furthermore, he had thought of everything, including the escape route, before going through the tribulation. Now the robbery is over. The plan was implemented better than expected. This wave of tribulation directly flattened dozens of top demon forces, which was equivalent to causing a huge disaster in the entire demon world. Such a record can already be regarded as previous interest. Besides, he likes to be in control. Power rather than liking to be everything has just begun. Gu Han took out a special jade stone that was filled with the aura of immortals and demons from his arms and snapped it broken. In an instant, waves of time and space power surged out from it and enveloped him. At the same time, Gu Han, suddenly a space-time rift appeared. The powerful suction force immediately sucked him in. Fuck him. Many powerful demons were unable to stop, and the terrifying force even hit them in mid-air collide. The terrifying power between them caused many powerful demons to fly in all directions. They never expected that Gu Han would not play by the rules. He actually slipped away. Gu Han. Pharaoh, terrible breath wave sweeping in. The void where Gu Han disappeared was suddenly twisted, shattered into pure nothingness. Lord Demon Emperor. Many powerful demons were shocked, hurriedly knelt in midair. They can now. The Demon Emperor exuded a monstrous aura due to his boundless anger. Here, under the impact of the force, they arrive. No, it's like suffocating by drowning. Others may not come out. Butas the Demon Emperor, how sharp is that? Nature, I realized that the space-time passage that appeared out of nowhere seemed to be from the ancient fairyland. The power of traces opens up. This kid Gu Han had already calculated everything. Before taking action, this backup plan had already been left in place. That immortal ancient, there is a high probability that the traces have been controlled by Gu Han. He might be able to borrow this. The power of the trace appeared randomly in the demon world, so the heavy troops he deployed did not notice Gu Han leaving trace. He, the dignified Demon Emperor, was actually tricked by this human brat. Little boy, you are very good, really very good. The anger and murderous intent in the eyes of the demon emperor Tu Ling became more and more intense. You'd better hide in the dark for the rest of your life, otherwise if I find you I will kill you with my own hands.
Gu Han is in big trouble now. No doubt.
The terrifying shadow. It is very likely that he is the legendary demon emperor Tu Ling in the demon world. The two tribes fought each other and each of them settled in the other's territory. No eyeliner. The public appearance of the soul-slaying demon emperor was naturally seen by the human race's spies, and it reached the ears of the human race's high-level powerful people. The strong men of the human race who heard the news were shocked. Each one is uglier than the other. It wasn't just the appearance of the demon emperor Tu Ling that shocked them. But in this era of incomplete laws, the demon emperor Tu Ling was able to ignore the rules and counterattack. If I'm not mistaken, this guy must have cut off his own cultivation fruit so that his cultivation level would fall below that of the great emperor. He used this extreme method to avoid the backlash of the rules.
Tai Ching's sword immortal, who was sitting in the first seat, spoke in a deep voice. When this explanation came out, many powerful human beings, but it became even uglier.
Because looking at the history of all the demon emperors, demon emperor Tu Ling is considered to be the most powerful one. Even if he cut off his own cultivation and let his realm fall below that of the great emperor. Looking at the quasi-emperors in the entire Xianhuang world today, he is absolutely invincible in the same realm and can even be called the strongest under the emperor of the entire world. Because he still possesses the status of a great emperor and even has the combat power of an emperor, but his cultivation has not reached the standard. Although the human race is asleep, they also have an emperor. But everyone knows that for some reason the human emperor sealed himself because his lifespan is coming to an end and he has reached old age.
The purpose of sealing oneself in a deep sleep is to wait for the reappearance of the immortal path, immortal reborn a second time.
Even if there is a human emperor who can still take action, if he cuts himself off and his cultivation level drops below that of an emperor, he may not be a match for the Tu Ling demon emperor. However, compared to the heavy hearts of many human race strongmen.
Return to Xiangu through special methods. Gu Han in the traces. After sending Jian Chen and Pei Xie to the border between humans and demons.
Su Lingyue, Xiaobingli's projection and the spirit of the trace, the original demon clan, discussed the plan of the demon emperor Tu Ling. You kids say breaking through 3 major realms in a row. It is true that he is very powerful.
Even the original demon ancestor, who was used to big scenes, couldn't hold back and let out an exclamation of disbelief.
But are you crazy, or are you drifting?
I actually want to go to town, and he controls the demon emperor Tu Ling. Chapter 496, One's Own Strength Stirring Demon World. Not to mention the original demon ancestor.
The projections of Xiaobingli and Su Lingyue who appeared here all frowned with their beautiful eyebrows.
Isn't this too risky?
Su Lingyue said, although that guy has fallen below the level of the great emperor, the combat power is still extremely terrifying.
You are so being a bait is too risky. Although my cultivation has not yet fully recovered, I am still get up to the new. It is much safer to use as bait. There's really no need for you to take this risk. Xiaobingli's voice rang out again. Now I have to be the next helmsman of Feixian Tower, more of Feixianlu's heritage. Then I may be able to say I, the ancestor of Feixian Tower, will ask him to personally help you. Sir, we live for you and are willing to die for you.
White Dragon Temple. The top powers from several major forces such as the Moon Demon Sect and Piao Miao Fairy Island also expressed their opinions one after another.
They obviously don't want Gu Han did such a dangerous thing. After all, let's not talk about the fact that Gu Han is their common follower. The potential and talent are all their saint, breaking through 3 realms in a row. The future will definitely for the emperor, even a legend among the emperors. It's totally not worth losing money here. The original demon ancestor and the spirit of Trace could not understand Gu Han's actions. With so many backers behind you, why do you have to go through fire and water yourself? Just lie down and call the rich woman for food. I send it delicious? Time is running out. Gu Han shook his head. The Eternal Yi family has Bureau IIT won't be long before the will of heaven awakens.
The world will undergo a major change and it will have a huge impact on our future outcomes changes.
After all, in his previous life, not long after the will of heaven awakened, it issued a decree of heaven making him an enemy of the whole world.
In this life he created his own power.
He also has Xiaobingli and Su Lingyue as his backers.
But if the demon world cooperates with the heaven and hunts him together. Plus there is the external factor of the eternal Yi family. The risks and instability, it is not predictable. So he had to arrange everything as soon as possible. Dominating the demon world is the most important turning point. Because there are other demon emperors in the demon realm. Conquer the demon emperor Tu Ling as soon as possible. It will also be possible to check and balance the other demon emperors as soon as possible so that they will not completely turn against the heavenly Tao. As for Yi Zi, he also needed to find a way to kill her as soon as possible. Rather than delaying or even piling up these risks and unforeseeable risk. It is better to act quickly and kill quickly. Seeing that Gu Han had made up his mind, Su Lungyue and others didn't say anything else. I can only try my best to cooperate with Gu Han's next move. Distance from Gu Han Sate breaking through 3 realms 4 full days have passed. Just when everyone thought that Gu Han was frightened and dared not to win. Above a certain area in the demon realm. The space was torn apart with a crack and a void crack suddenly emerged. Then Gu Han's shadow stepped out from it. On his shoulder there was a small black cat about the size of a basketball. 1 per person, no extra nonsense, just directly from strength. Boom! Gu Han held the immortal demon sword and a terrifying sword energy surrounded him. The whole world resonates because of him. As he raised his hand and slashed with his sword, the extremely sharp swordborn, suddenly sword energy permeates, transforms countless. The shadow of the sword swept across like a violent storm. The sword was as powerful as a net cutting across the sky and earth, a spectacular sight. Where the sword energy fell, the sky and the earth were shattered like a mirror, accompanied by the rising dust, and the whole land was directly towards depression and collapse. It can be said that Gu Han, who broke through 3 realms in a row and reached the Saint King realm, not only had unstable cultivation but also lacked strength. The power he displayed could even be called invincible under the Emperor realm. With the immortal demon sword in special, the quality is that even if an ordinary quasi-emperor comes, basically one will be given away for everyone that comes. One total restrain him apart from top demon masters like Tu Ling demon emperor. The only way is to form a team, control him. This sword energy had launched a huge attack and directly raised a top force in the demon world to the ground. Even an old demon ancestor who stayed in the ancestral land did not react at all. Successively by Gu Han quickly draw the sword and cut. The sky was filled with fragments. The little black boy on the side seemed to have been prepared for a long time. Gu Han grinned off after sending. Hejo, surrounded by purple thunder, directly thrust special. In response he flew towards the treasure house of this force. It is obvious that Gu Han and Xiao Haizi's gang worked together very well. Gu Han was in charge of using the force of lightning to crush off the vitality of one force will be completely destroyed. Xiao Haizi passed his special magical powers, quick attacks and collection of necessary spoils. You're too ruthless, aren't you? You've affected the entire treasury of this faction and most of the treasures are gone. Xiao Haizi felt extremely distressed. Recently he awakened an important pulse. That is, you can continuously improve yourself by devouring various special natural treasures. Strength further refinement pulse. What Gu Han destroyed might have helped him break through himself, the ultimate baby. Stop talking so much, next time it's your turn to attack. I'm just complaining I still have to rely on you, brother Han, to lead me right. Xiao Haizi quickly changed his expression and said, don't worry, wait for me, my pulse has fully awakened and I have returned to the position of the demon ancestor. I will definitely repay you well. Gu Han glanced. He also had no time to listen to the little black guy's empty promises. Grab the little black guy and run away to the void rift middle. At the same time, this place Yu Jing also attracted powerful people from the demon world to come and check it out. But even if they reacted quickly, the opportunity would have been lost. When many powerful demons arrived, the area has turned into a desolate and dead ruin. The culprit Gu Han had already taken Xiao Haizi to another destination. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Not long after, several demonic forces were robbed by the bandits Gu Han and Xiao Haizi. Not only was the ancestral land destroyed, all the top combat forces were killed. The sect's treasure house and accumulated heritage were all robbed and the inheritance was completely destroyed. When this happened, the entire demon world and even the human world were completely shocked. Damn it! Who was that bastard who said that Guhan and Lianpo were in 3 major realms and their strength and cultivation were exaggerated far inferior to those of the same kings in the same realm? Which of the Skynether Snake clan and the Black Bull Demon clan doesn't have a quasi-emperor realm ancestor in charge? All of them were killed by this weird Guhan killed. Such a terrifying strength if one clan without a top-level quasi-emperor in charge who can contend? Can I, a high-ranking expert from the demon world, do this? This guy just ran away after the fight, there's no way to catch it. The entire demon world was even in turmoil because of Guhan's revenge behavior and Fultosum kind with fear. What makes the powerful demons even more helpless is this guy Guhan. I didn't confront them directly, just keep fighting guerrilla warfare and then run away. But he can still escape through some special means deep void back to the ancient fairyland among the traces. This changes they can only be defense, being beaten, totally unable to control attack. Because that's Yengu, the traces have completely melted to their demon world. Time and space are deep. It is more difficult to dig it out than to find Guhan. Chapter 498, One trick after another. The demon emperor was fooled. Okay, let's continue with the plan. Guhan said no more and continued to talk to the 2 dragons. Excellent acting performance. Until half a cup of tea. Far there were roaring sounds of space shattering from the sky. In the rapidly collapsing space it turned into a purple. The Changhong Tuliang demon emperor attacked with boundless arrogance. Wherever he passed, the sky and earth were dark and the devil was rampant. The demonic dragon clan is ahead. Yes. I can still smell the breath of that guy Guhan. He hasn't left yet. The demon emperor Tu Ling was overjoyed. Then eyes deep burning with boundless murderous intent. Today is the day you Guhan will die. This emperor will make sure you die without a burial place. To be on the safe side, the demon emperor Tu Ling only thought of his special magical power and from the demon world power. Directly condensed a special magic barrier completely blocking the entire magic dragon clan and the surrounding large area restrained. Even if the sealing bead loses its effect, Guhan wings can't escape. Boom. At this time, with a deafening death, there was an explosion. Mo Guixian was immediately the impact of terrible force. It flew backwards fiercely and by chance it hit the Tuliang demon emperor not far away, and suddenly a mouthful of fresh breath weak. But after seeing the demon emperor, Tu Ling very happy. Master Demon Emperor. You are finally here. Guhan has many trump cards, Mo Haiyan, and I tried our best to stop him, but we were still no match for him. Finally, Mo Haiyan, at the cost of his life, he was able to barely hold back the Sky Guhan. Now I have finally waited until your arrival, Lord Demon Emperor, and I am glad that I have fulfilled my mission. Well done. Next, give me. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling nodded slightly. Your Demon Dragon Clan sacrifice will not be in vain. After killing the Sky Guhan, I will definitely grant your Demon Dragon Clan the opportunity to rise to prominence. After saying that, Demon Emperor towards the direction of the Demon Dragon Clan's territory. The place was filled with smoke and dust, and countless pavilions and towers had been reduced to ruins, all of which spoke of the brutality of the previous war. What a soul-slaying Demon Emperor! If I don't die today, I will repay you 100-fold one day. Smoke deep, came Guhan's angry voice. Without any hesitation, he turned just towards the sky full of smoke and dust. Escape. Humph! You dare to die? Today, even if the human emperor comes, he can't save you. This is what I say. The demon emperor Tu Ling sneered. Seeing Guhan looking so angry and frustrated, he felt that he was at the end of his rope. However, the demon emperor Tu Ling did not seem to be in a hurry to kill Guhan directly. The whole demon emperor seemed to be playing with the hunter mentality. After all, this space has been completely blocked by him. Even if Guhan is a top-level Saint King realm expert, it would be a pipe dream for him to escape. He would kill Guhan and would never let him die too directly, otherwise it would be too easy for him. This guy is really confident in himself. Know yourself. After no, Guhan glanced at the demon emperor who was following him. But it's normal to think about it. This attitude of the strong playing with the weak is like a poker game on Blue Star. He has a lot of bombs in his hands, including a king bomb. There is not a single bomb on the other side. Just choose the open card and close your eyes. I don't know how to lose when fighting. When people have an absolute advantage, it is easy for them to instinctively develop a mentality of playing tricks on their opponents.
Only.
Guhan continued to move forward, but there were strange and thick white mists spreading in the space.
To be precise, this should not be considered fog. This is the 9-spirit binding stone that Guhan exchanged for Oftist.
To make the plan foolproof, he used up his more than 130,000 villain points, leaving behind the basic 20,000 villain points as a sign-in reward for a critical hit, and then took out a full 110,000 villain points to exchange for the 9 Heavens Binding Soul Stone. 9-day Soul Binding Stone, 3,000 villain points per piece, has a powerful binding, the power of control.
One can bind the town a strong man in the divine platform realm. The effects can be cumulative.
The accumulation of more than 30 of them will have a great restrictive and restraining effect even on the Demon Emperor. However, he was worried that directly displaying more than 39 Heaven Soul Binding Stones would be too obviously suspicious and would eventually arouse the two-ling Demon Emperor's vigilance. So we used a special method to grind it. Moreover, this method will not only not reduce the effect of the 9 Heavens Binding Spirit Stone, but will make it more versatile. It becomes more widespread and can trap people without them even realizing it.
But the only drawback is,
its effect is not as good as more than 30 Holjotian Fulling Stone. Comes fast like a slow poison, generally takes time to settle thoroughly after the effect. The duration will also half as short. But he is confident that he can during this time of restriction and let him dominate the town. Chasing Guhan, the later Demon Emperor Tu Ling, he noticed something was wrong with the white fog around him, but he was suspicious for just a moment and didn't take it to heart. Soon Guhan stopped, and the 9 Heavens Binding Spirit Stone in his hand was grinding off. The dust was all scattered by him, making the surrounding space look like pure white.
What? You're not going to run anymore?
The Demon Emperor Tu Ling held his hands behind his back after that Joe, surrounded by a vast and majestic demonic aura. Each ray carries an incomparable and terrifying power and can even easily severely injure Guhan. His pair of dark and deep eyes were condescending as he looked down at Guhan below with indifference, as if he was looking at a dead person.
The surrounding space has been completely blocked. Guhan also seemed to be in agreement with Mo Guixian, and the others. Fighting consumes most of the energy. Although he consumed some energy while rushing on the road.
But in front of that overwhelming and almost infinite power, it seemed completely insignificant.
Even if Guhan has supernatural powers, he cannot escape his fate. Guhan didn't say much. The breath expanded and rose rapidly.
The plan has reached the most critical point. Step.
That means spending time.
Hold on in the hands of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, and hold on until the 9 Heavens Soul Binding Stone takes effect.
Seeing this scene, the disdain in the eyes of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling became even stronger. Guhan, I admit that your talent and strength are very strong. Looking at the entire Xianhuang world, you can be called the well-deserved leader. But even if I cut off the fruit of the great Emperor's Tao and bear the karma of the world, I will still be invincible in this world. You are after all just a young man, and you have only been practicing Taoism for more than 20 years. How dare you think you are my opponent? Well, before I turn you completely into dust, I will let you know what true power is and what the gap between you and me is. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling didn't even make a move, he just took a step forward. An extremely terrifying scene then appeared.
The entire demon world seemed to have given its strength to him superior. At this moment he seemed to represent the will of the demon world. With him as the center, the world, the void, all under the erosion of an unknown force, it gradually became. It was pitch black.
There are even deep space cracks. It emerged, and extremely dense demonic energy gushed out from it.
At this moment, the demon world, and even the demon world that has been observing the powerful human race, was horrified to find that the evil spirit was actually heading towards directional convergence flow. As one of the most powerful demon emperors in the history of the demon world, the trump card of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling is to use the power of the demon world to bless himself on your combat. Power can be increased several times, and you can even be invincible in the realm of the Great Emperor.
But no one noticed.
The 9 Heavens Soul Binding Stone floating in the surroundings. In the end, he was also sucked into the storm by the Demon Emperor Tulingarive. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling stood at the center of the universe. Next, he would use his absolute power to make Guhan cry bitterly and kneel down to beg for mercy. This is the only way to vent his hatred for being played tricks by Guhan during this period of time. Killing the other party directly is simply a gift to Guhan. However, I thought the great demon emperor Tu Ling should be a person thinking that there is some advantage. He is an idiot who wants to waste time. I was thinking about how to finish it as soon as possible. My own plan. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative. Diving into the pit saved me a lot of trouble. Guhan was not afraid. The corners of his eyes were raised. He shook his head and chuckled. He looked at the demon emperor Tu Ling as if he were an idiot. It seems that you are just like other demons with strong limbs but a simple mind. Chapter 499. Go and cheat helped the demon emperor to be humble and calm. He has strong limbs but a simple mind? As Guhan spoke, the surrounding space briefly returned to normal. Silence came and the violent demonic energies seemed to have stopped flowing. According to the plan, Mo Guishan and Mo Hyan, who were hiding in the dark, were so frightened that their hearts suddenly stopped and their eyes almost popped out. No, Guhan, are you crazy? That's the demon emperor Tu Ling. Looking at the entire history of the demon world, he is considered the most powerful demon emperor. You just pretend to be indifferent in the face of the other party's power. Even in such a public place, insult the other party. It is also compared to strong limbs and simple mind. This is simply a fire, an expert at courting death. Guhan didn't care about what other people thought because what he said was the truth. The reason why the purpose of releasing the aura was to delay time and wait for the 9 heavens soul binding stone to take effect. But it is no longer necessary now, because the demon emperor Tu Ling himself accelerated this process. The special magical power possessed by the demon emperor Tu Ling is the ability to borrow the power of the demon realm to use the demonic energy for one's own benefit. Is similar to signing some kind of contract with the demon world. Can continuously absorb floating. There are countless demonic spirits in the demon world. But he had scattered a lot of 9 heavens soul binding stones in this area. At the end, when the demon emperor Tu Ling absorbed the surrounding demonic energy, he also took these. Dust also sucks to his. So, 9 heavens soul binding stone. The effect of the control will naturally be brought forward and he doesn't need to find ways to delay time. What did you say? The soul-slaying demon emperor, who had regained consciousness, was immediately furious. I didn't expect that after all this Guhan would still dare to. Very good, he wants to kill Guhan in the most cruel way to see if he can get up. Boom! The demon emperor Tu Ling stretched out his right hand and the boundless ocean of demonic energy gathered in his hand, instantly transforming into a ghost claw that covered the sky and the sun, intending to kill Guhanjin with one blow. But this dark ghost claw has just taken shape. Noodles of the soul-slaying demon emperor but suddenly changed. What condition? Why did his aura suddenly drop to a lower level for no apparent reason? This, he felt like a bloated balloon and suddenly a small hole appeared on it and most of his strength was instantly lost. But it was just such a carelessness and distraction. Good opportunity, take my lightning exploding ball. The little black man hiding in the dark, just a black hand attack. Boom! Wrapped in purple, the arc-shaped basketball hit the face of demon emperor Tu Ling right on target. The rolling thunder and immediately slaughtered Ling. The head of the earth was completely submerged in it. This. Xiao Haizi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his basketball shot would be so accurate this time. Oh, my latest basketball skills. There is progress. So I hit the demon emperor on the head exactly. Guhan gave a thumbs up to show his appreciation. That's it. Little Blackie, he raised his head slightly, looking particularly proud. But in fact, I didn't expect that the famous demon emperor would be so slow. He didn't even dodge and was hit directly by me. It's really too bad. You two are looking for death. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. The damage done by Xiao Haizi just now, no big deal. Insult very strong. Especially one person. You and I were chatting back and forth as if you were not taking him seriously at all. The demon emperor Tu Ling is even more than he got angry. As the supreme being of the demon world, when will hear you feeling this kind of rage? Boom! Demon Emperor Han. The aura suddenly became more terrifying, like a tsunami covering the sky and the sun hair. The originally sluggish aura rose again. However, this also caused him to float the remaining all the 9 heavens soul binding stones in the air. The dust was absorbed. Under the superposition of layers, the seal of Jiutian Fulling Stone, the control effect is fully developed. What's going on? Then a scene that stunned the demon emperor Tu Ling appeared. His breath, which had just reached its peak, suddenly and inexplicably began to drop rapidly like a deflated balloon. My skills, my strength. The demon emperor Tu Ling's face was full of disbelief. Not only is he now unable to use his special magical powers to borrow the power of the entire demon world for his own use. Book's strength and cultivation are also declining further. Soon from being extremely close to the Great Emperor he fell to the 5th level of Quasi-Emperor and was still falling further. This awareness is like an invisible force. He restrained his strength, the meridians are blocked, the demonic energy cannot flow. It's you who did this. This reminded me of the inexplicable words Guhan had said before. The demon emperor Tu Ling had no idea that he had been deceived and fell into Guhan's trap plot, a scheme. Damn it! He never expected that Guhan would. There is such a hidden hand. Chinese and Japanese were hunting wild geese, but unexpectedly they were pecked in the eye by the geese. Even if the cultivation is so, what if it is made? Now my cultivation is enough to deal with you. I still. Without waiting for the demon emperor Tu Ling to finish his words. Boom! Not far, a long sword wrapped in the terrifying aura of a demon dragon like a dark comet pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight towards the direction of the demon emperor Tu Ling. Perhaps it was because the attack was too sudden. Or maybe it's because the 9 Heaven Soul Binding Stone has already taken effect. His cultivation not only arrive controls Soul's Eye arrive system. He was so shocked that he didn't even have time to react and was hit directly by the long sword that came across the sky. And this long sword is covered with the 9 Heavens Binding Spirit Stone pure. Although the demon emperor very powerful, comparable to some. But this sword still pierced under the powerful strength of Mo Guaxian. The skin of the demon emperor Tu Ling hit the point. It's just a little bit, but the effect is fatal. Soon it was already affected by this. Tu Ling Ma's aura dropped again and directly fell towards the 2nd level of Quasi-Emperor realm. Master Demon Emperor, I will help you to be humble and calm with this sword. Don't be polite. Mo Guaxian, a playful smile appeared. Mo Guaxian. You actually. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling's face was full of disbelief. He never expected that Mo Guaxian would actually stab him in the back. However, before he could finish his words, the second wave of attacks arrived. Fake death. Away from the sight of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, Mo Heiyan, who had not been noticed at the beginning, also discovered a fatal attack. Boom! The Demon Emperor Tu Ling was stunned and dazed and was suddenly hit by Mo Heiyan, who also had the 9 Heavens Binding Spirit Stone pure dagger stabbing to his middle. This time the effect was even more significant. The already weak aura of the Tu Ling Demon Emperor directly fell below the Quasi-Emperor level and only maintained at the peak of the Saint King realm. The continuous backstab and reversal made the Demon Emperor Tu Ling dumbfounded. He never expected that he, the invincible Demon Emperor, would die because of a young man to cheat. The boat capsized. Chapter 500, Bringing Imperial Soldiers. This makes sense, right? Mo Guaxian, Mo Heiyan. What do you mean by this? Demon Emperor, he was furious. How dare you betray me, betray the demon world and work with Guhan? You want to be exterminated? Is the bloodline inheritance completely cut off? Shut up. Mo Guaxian was full of disdain. The demon dragon clan only submits to Master Guhan. Who do you think you are? Just a clown. From today on, you, the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, are nothing more than a prisoner of my master. Seeing Guhan's plan, after learning of their accomplishments, Mo Guaxian and Mo Heiyan stopped pretending and just came clean. I saw him nodding and bowing in front of me. The two dog-like people dared to do this at this moment. Insult and ridicule yourself. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling was furious. Even if his cultivation was so, what if he could reach the peak of Saint King realm? He was still able to kill these two traitors and Guhan with ease. After all, he only fell in cultivation. The body can still be regarded as an emperor's body. As long as he doesn't want to die, Guhan and his 3 guys, no matter how powerful they are, can't kill him. Boom! The terrifying energy shockwave is centered on the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, but this time heights not demonic energy but Purega's the power of. I was a little proud of myself at first, thinking that I could win this prize. Mo Guaxian and the other 2 who were holding the Demon Emperor Tu Ling were in a state of shock. Sudden change. I just drifted away accidentally. How could they forget that even if the Demon Emperor Tu Ling had reached the realm to the extreme system, but this off, his strength is still comparable to that of the Emperor. Want to rely on strength to suppress it? It is also an extremely difficult thing. With pure showdown of strength? Guhan took a step forward. You are no match for him, so I will meet him. Seeing this scene, Demon Emperor Tu Ling sneered in his heart. The 2 of them are no match for me.
Do you think you are my opponent? How arrogant! Guhan walked towards the Demon Emperor Tu Ling step by step. His chi, the power, is also rising rapidly at an incredible speed. After breaking through to the Saint King realm, his quality also ushered in a brand new transformation. It can even be said that it has reached a great level. Combined with this, it is already called the invincible Zulong. Even if his body it has not yet reached the realm of the Emperor's body. But Hiska's the power is definitely not far from the so-called Emperor's body. This guy actually has a special quality. And it seems there is more than one. Already when he met the strange Demon Emperor Tu Ling change. He never expected that. Up to now he still seemed to have underestimated Guhan's potential and strength. Different from the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, the Demon Emperor resonance, it emits a power far beyond imagination. Guhan's the development is entirely through several major quality from all potential is activated. No extra nonsense. Guhan clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and immediately hair. The fist in his hand seemed to have turned into a huge meteorite, carrying with it a devastating shockwave, and rushed towards the Tu Ling Demon Emperor. The residual power alone was enough to cause the territory of the Demon Dragon Clan to shake violently. A trifle. Faced with this horrific attack, the power of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling was awakened. The same Purovkas, he used all his strength to throw a punch which seemed to bring up a world and collided with the fist from Guhan. However, the power is just received. The winner was decided in an instant. It has completely transformed Zulanga. For a moment he surpassed the Demon Emperor Tu Ling the power. The monstrous shockwave directly it broke the attack of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, and the aftermath continued, smashing heavily on the Demon Emperor Tu Ling superior. In just a moment the Demon Emperor, the mouth was smashed concave, spit out a mouthful of purple. The devil flew backwards and hit the, stirring up a cloud of dust. For a moment the world was silent. Received the order, the other powerful Dragon Clan members hiding around were ready to cooperate with their ancestors to attack the Demon Emperor at any time. The attacking Dragon Clan warriors, an incredible performance. Even if the Demon Emperor Tu Ling was, although he has great cultivation, he is still the Demon Emperor in essence. The nearly invincible Demon Emperor was knocked away by just one punch. Moreover, he is a young man who is not even a quasi-emperor and has just broken through to the Saint King level. This is fucking outrageous. You bastard. Far smoke explosion. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling flew out from the smoke and dust in an instant. With powerful recovery, he was hit by a punch concave. The chest is also recovering rapidly at this moment. However, the punch that Guhan just threw also gave him a great shock. He is a Demon Emperor and he is fighting a young man one-on-one. After the collision he was actually at a disadvantage. I don't believe it. With such power, how can I, the great Demon Emperor, be inferior to you? The Demon Emperor Tu Ling was furious, feeling that being knocked away by Guhan's punch was a great humiliation for him. Now he wants to give all his efforts are focused on adjusting as with all his strength he used the next punch to kill Guhan. Die. The Demon Emperor slaughtered the souls again. He met a more terrible breath. The power came towards Guhan to kill him. Including Mo Guishan and Mo Hyan, everyone clenched their fists slightly, fists clenched, breath held, eyes unblinking, all while imagining in my mind how this battle would end. However, but I saw Guhan the corners or slightly raise the arc of danger. Then he waved his hand. The void suddenly began to ripple with space. A huge bronze bell engraved with countless ancient inscriptions and exuding an eternal and vast aura slowly emerged from the space. The top treasure of Pyongyang Fairy Island, Fairy Misty Fairy Bell. Although it has not yet fully recovered the real fairy, but it can already be called the ultimate imperial weapon. Moreover, it is an extremely powerful imperial weapon that has a great restraining effect on the soul. Clang! The vast and ethereal bell sound spread out like an overwhelming sound wave, instantly enveloping the Tu Ling Demon Emperor, who was rushing towards Guhan. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling was already in a fighting mood and he was extremely dissatisfied because he was knocked away by Guhan's punch before. Well, from most of the attention is focused on the power. In addition, the cultivation system. Guhan and others acted as if they could do nothing to him from beginning to end, so they relaxed their vigilance a little. Just this moment of letting down one's guard can be fatal. Guhan the sixth brother doesn't play by the rules. The third wave of attacks, specially used to attack the soul of Demon Emperor Tu Ling. Ah! The soul-slaying demon emperor was in great pain. The sound of the grand and ethereal bells was particularly harsh, and it kept echoing in his mind, as if to completely tear his consciousness apart. Actually normal under such circumstances, even the misty fairy bell would have little effect on him. But his cultivation was because he was deceived by Guhan the sixth brother. The higher-ups wanted to use their anger to use all your strength to fight the opponent to life and death. As a result, he was tricked by the opponent and did not play according to the routine. Instead, he used an imperial weapon that targeted the soul. But you can't blame him for that. After all, who would have thought that a young generation would carry the imperial army? Chapter 501 Domination Town Demon Emperor. The demon world is under control. Guhan. But compared to the pain of having the soul torn apart, the demon emperor Tu Ling hated Guhan even more. I hate myself even more for being an idiot who fooled me time and again between the palms. If this gets back to the demon realm and other people find out, he will no longer be the demon emperor. You must hate me so much now that you are afraid of this matter after it was sent back. The sound a huge impact, right? A smiling voice suddenly sounded beside the ear of demon emperor Tu Ling. But the demon emperor Tu Ling was just slightly stunned. He was distracted for a moment and was taken advantage of by Guhan the old man. Guhan directly cooperated with the Pyamyo immortal bell and sent use your own soul to control your magical powers, the guidance of God. Taking advantage of the fact that the soul of demon emperor Tu Ling was briefly torn apart, Guhan's palm directly grabbed the crown of demon emperor Tu Ling. At the same time, use all your strength, the force of quality chi, all kinds of power were used by him at this moment. Send it out. Such a reckless burning with the sound of the explosion, Guhan's aura almost instantly rose to the level of a quasi-emperor. If converted in terms of combat power, if the half-step emperor does not appear, it would be difficult for anyone to withstand Guhan in this state. The soul-slaying demon emperor howled in agony. Subconsciously think breath out resistance. But because of the nine heavens soul binding stone system and the misty fairy bell, there was also the backstab at the critical moment specially chosen by Guhan. All of everything is connected. It formed a closed loop that led the Tu Ling demon emperor to his death. In front of Mo Guixian and Mo Hyan's incredulous eyes watched down. The entire demon emperor, his body was quickly covered by a layer of scarlet flames, and the soul is completely wrapped in it. The strength of demon emperor Tu Ling's struggle was becoming weaker and weaker under the blazing scarlet flames. The divine guidance has taken effect, and the soul consciousness of the soul-slaughtering demon emperor of the invasion is now gradually being eliminated. When the scarlet flames completely subsided, this also means that the most powerful demon in the demon world, the demon emperor Tu Ling, will completely lose his true self-awareness and only remain absolutely loyal to Guhan. Everyone's goal were filled with shock. Unexpectedly, Guhan's crazy and unrealistic plan is really going to end. It's done. Hiss. Mo Hyan and Mo Guixian, who had come to their senses, shuddered at the same time. It's like a circle within a circle, a plan within a plan. If you are a little slow to react, you will be caught dead. No, even if you are prepared, you will still be caught off guard by the continuous reversals. Let's not talk about Guhan first. A special magic weapon to control the demon emperor's aura. Grind it for livestock mist. This makes people unexpectedly inhale arrive. This move from the beginning, he brought the demon emperor Tu Ling dead end. And who would have known that a young generation would bring an imperial weapon that can target the soul? It turns out that the hearts of these humans are dirty and dark. I don't know if submitting to Guhan is a good thing. If Guhan wants to fool them in the future, he might fool them too much and they might all have to tears of joy. But then again, the demon emperor Tu Ling is really miserable. Not only will he lose his life, but he will also become a tool for Guhan, a young man. People. I don't know how much time passed. Covered in the demon emperor, the scarlet flames on it gradually disappeared. Demon emperor, the closed eyes gradually opened. But he was just like those whose memories were rewritten by Guhan. Xian Guhan is no longer. There is no hostility, only fanatical worship and absolute loyalty. Tu Ling greets you, sir. I am willing to accept your orders. Tu Ling knelt on one knee with a respectful look to show his submission to Guhan. Bite. Congratulations to the owner. The main villain mission successfully defeated the demon emperor and received a reward of 80,000 villain points. Not having the time to pay attention to the system's broadcast, Guhan waved his hand. Noodle slightly pale, he took out a few tonic pills and went to Reese. To be honest, his move this time it's very risky and there's a high possibility that you might even get yourself killed. Especially in the power of the soul-slaying demon emperor, the punch he threw consumed nearly 8 above the power of. It's hard to throw a second punch. If the demon emperor Tu Ling had not been as enraged as he thought and had remained vigilant, his soul would have in a stable state. Then his plan might not go so smoothly and might even fail. Furthermore, it seems that other people from the demon world have not arrived yet. If the demon emperor Tu Ling had called other powerful demons to come together in advance, then his plan won't work. Achievement. Fortunately, he who had always been unlucky had good luck for the first time this time. The plan went smoothly as he imagined. Although he paid a lot and consumed his irrecoverable original power and nearly 110,000 villain points. But he gained the job of tullying Modi people, that is a business where you can make money but not lose money. Not only can he use him to take over the demon world, but he can also transform the demon world into his next base. It can be regarded as true control the situation in the Xianhuang world. Even in the future development of the master opportunity of rights. What kind of cooperation do the people from the Heavenly Tao Temple have with you? Let the things between you tell me everything. Yes. Hearing this, the demon emperor Tu Ling did not. He concealed everything he knew about the Heavenly Tao Palace. Report told Guhan everything. After a moment, Guhan's thoughts gradually dispersed after listening to the story of demon emperor Tu Ling. The guys in Tiandao Palace are really filthy-minded. However, now the key to the demon emperor Tu Ling, he has taken one of the rings. There's no need to worry too much. Now we can shift our focus and deal with Yi Zi first. The other party is in Xian Gu. Traces it was a serious injury and it will take some time to fully recover. Naturally, he couldn't give the other party time to recover. As for the Tiandao Palace, he doesn't have to worry at all. Because there is the greatest one, the demon emperor, the ghost, is here. As long as he wants, he can grasp all the recent major work and plan and use this to plan ahead. Not long after, subsequent powerful figures from the demon world also arrived, one after another. Master Demon Emperor. We are too late. Nothing happened, it's just that Guhan was too cunning, so he got away anyway. Soul-slaying Demon Emperor got ugly, extremely resentful. Seeing this scene, the other powerful demons couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. No way? Their Lord Demon Emperor has taken action personally, but he still hasn't been able to capture Guhan? The previous second plan is temporarily cancelled. This matter has too many loopholes and is meaningless. I will formulate a completely new plan. By the way, from today onwards, Mo Tianjun of the Demon Dragon Clan will be my personal disciple. Junior Mo Tianjun, greetings to all the seniors. Guhan, who had already disguised himself in advance, symbolized he cupped his hands. Many powerful demons were slightly stunned and their faces were filled with disbelief. Since the birth of their demon emperor, many things have they all don't care. Now they have actually accepted Mo Tianjun of the Demon Dragon Clan as their personal disciple. The Demon Dragon Clan is going to reach the sky in one step. Congratulations, brother Mo. After the demon emperor Tu Ling left with Guhan, all the powerful demons who stayed behind were pleased, congratulated Mo Guixian and Mo Haiyan. The younger generation of his family was favored by the demon emperor Tu Ling. In the future it is hard to imagine, and there is even a high probability that the next successor to the demon emperor Tu Ling. Ha ha ha. We have heard of Mo Tianjuan's name for a long time. We heard that he performed very well in the battlefield before and suppressed the enemy one after another, several ethnic groups sharp. In time, even the extremely cunning Guhan will definitely not be as good as Mo Tianjun in the future at once. Listening to the enthusiastic congratulations and flattery of the powerful demons around him, as well as their slander of Guhan, Mo Gixuantwich. You know nothing. Follow the demon emperor, the person next to him is Guhan. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire demon world may be for Guhan's pocket. A bunch of fence-sitters dare you to play the role of dragging others down? In the future, Guhan will play a 9 clans elimination game for you. Your 9 clans will definitely thank you. Chapter 502, Demon Emperor Yuan, the origin of the 3 major races. The situation in the demon world has changed dramatically.
The human race's strong men were unaware of this and were still actively preparing for war, ready to deal with the possible and all-out war between humans and demons broke out. Because Tiandao Temple and Yi Zi, one of the behind-the-scenes promoters of this world-shaking war, were even unaware that the demon emperor Tu Ling had become a traitor. He had even decided that after some time he would discuss the final plan with the demon emperor Tu Ling, and the three parties would join forces to launch a deadly hunt against Guhan. At this moment, the Hall of Ancestors. Pei Tian, the ancestor of modern mankind, is kneeling on the ground respectfully at this moment. In the center of the hall there is an illusory the arc projected on the screen reflected Yi Zi's appearance. In Xian Gu traces after a heavy blow. Yi Zi fled because he was severely injured and his strength is not as good as before. Many of his previous methods can no longer be used. So he can only integrate the remaining subordinate forces left by his father when he was young. Myself staying behind the scenes healing. While being a behind the scenes, the controller directs them to act according to his own wishes. The human ancestor temple is the one with the strongest comprehensive foundation among the remaining affiliated forces, was also the temporary entrant chosen by Yi Zi. What I asked you to do, how's it going? The cold voice replied. Open. Pei Tian, the ancestor of the human race who was kneeling respectfully below, heard this. I couldn't help but reporting to the Lord. Jianchen has been recuperating since returning to the Heavenly Sword sect. In addition, the Tianjian sect has also sent many strong men to guard the vicinity. The assassination attempt of our ancestor template's difficult achievement. Furthermore, because of the large-scale human-demon war some time ago, the Tianjian sect made great efforts. Even its top masters killed many powerful demons and its reputation has grown greatly. Even because of this incident, Tianjian lost its reputation. It has surpassed our ancestral temple and I want to discredit it, and we also need to find the right opportunity. Pei Tian's words echoed in the silent hall for a long time. The air around them also became inhibit coagulation. Yi Zi in the projection screen, as expected, it became birds of prey are ugly. I really didn't expect that Jianchen could survive and even return to Tianjian sect in a swagger. It must be Guhan who came to help. Although he didn't know why Guhan rescued him. But to be on the safe side, it would be better to kill Jianchen. Because this is the first time I have encountered in the process his soul consciousness was not erased condition. Such a change, there is no guarantee that Jianchen will suddenly obtain memory and thus guess the origin of the copy. The most important thing is about family. This must not be leaked off. But until now Jianchen has released news. So I bet Jianchen has not yet awakened memory. But in order to completely avoid this risk from happening and cause unnecessary trouble, or kill Jianchen to make peace of mind. And that guy Guhan. I really thought behind him stood a man who inherited the Undertaker. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because of Zay's existence? When I fully recover, that will be the day you die. Admit that it was he underestimated the enemy and thought that he alone was enough to kill Guhan, but he didn't expect something unexpected to happen and he failed. But I've learned my lesson, and will never make the same mistake again. The other side. Pei Tian left the Hall of Ancestors. Respect on disappeared completely. At the same time he looked ugly and a little anxious. I didn't expect that the Supreme Being followed by the first generation of ancestors in my ancestor hall would also appear. Unfortunately I am angry now. Dejected. Life is coming to an end. Many things I can't do it myself. It seems that I need to take the supplement from Pei Siye as soon as possible to gain more longevity energy, further recovering my strength. Pei Tianma flashing. If he could be noticed by Yi Zi and the road to immortality appeared again in the future, he would be lucky enough to follow her to the fairyland, which would be another heaven-defying opportunity. Although his thoughts are dirty and filthy. But Pei Siye was the one he had specifically found to refute his own cauldron. I took great pains to raise it and gave it to countless wealth and splendor. Now it's time for Pei Siye to repay herself. The Devil World. The Demon Emperor's palace is deep underground. Large areas have been completely hollowed out by artificial mining, a huge and vast underground world. Clusters of dark blue bone-burning magic fire were suspended in the air, burning quietly. Firelight up the entire underground world. The rustling footsteps echoed. Guhan and the soul-slaying Demon Emperor came from afar, one after another. Come here. Master Guhan, if we walk forward for another half a cup of tea we will reach the Demon Emperor Abyss area. The Demon Emperor Abyss contains statues of the demon emperors of all generations in our demon realm. Although these statues have no self-awareness, the energy attached to them, the quality will still leak out by itself, causing a terrible system. Guhan listened to the reminder from the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, and his thoughts spread out as he sorted out the ancient smell report. In fact, the original name of Demon Emperor Yuan be the original Demon Abyss. Rumor has it that the demon world has not yet fully formed before the original Demon Abyss already existed. The first batch of demons in the Xianhuang world were born here. Later, no one knew which demon emperor spread the news. When the lifespan is exhausted and the source is about to dissipate, jump Demon Emperor Yuan, there is a chance to get a new life and start a second life. The later demon emperors followed suit, and whenever their lifespans were about to end, they would jump into the original Demon Abyss, hoping to live a second life and be reborn. Over time, the original Demon Abyss was renamed the Demon Emperor Abyss. But then again, the Demon Emperor Abyss, the Demon God Palace in the demon world, and the Ancestral Sea in the human world have the same function. Because these three places are related to the origins of the three most powerful races in the contemporary Xianhuang world. As for the last extreme point of the sky, it seems to be related to the birth of the will of heaven in the Xianhuang world. Each one seems to involve something extremely extraordinary. Even if there is no hatching fairy, as for the egg mission, maybe he will come and investigate. After walking for about half a cup of tea again, the void ahead suddenly became suffocating, or some unspeakable terrible power coming soon. Look up, go. Each of them is about several hundred feet tall, with different looks and expressions. Some are male, some are a lifelike statue in a strange style emerged from the rolling evil spirit. Rows of them stand on both sides like towering. The peaks of the clouds are majestic and magnificent. This is the statue of the Demon Emperor of all generations in the demon realm. The facts are just as the Demon Emperor Tu Ling said. Almost at the same time Guhan set foot in this world, waves of unspeakable terror, the pressure suddenly came from all directions, thicker than the ocean and heavier than the earth. However, this is of no use to Guhan. With the power of hit one or two, these have long disappeared in time. How could the Demon Emperor in the Long River or a tiny statue have any impact on him? Guhan didn't even need the Demon Emperor Tu Ling to radiate his aura to protect him. No man's land heading deeper march. But at this moment a hoarse and low voice suddenly sounded. Master Demon Emperor, what is your intention? The Demon Emperor's Abyss is an important place in our demon world. Isn't it too inappropriate and too casual for you to bring a young person here like this? Chapter 503, the first generation of Demon Emperor inexplicably calling for power. Hoarse, the cold voice, open it. A blurry quiz suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sight of Guhan and Tu Ling. Demon Emperor. He seemed to have always been standing there, completely blending in with the world, making it imperceptible. Accompanied by the slightly dull sound of a cane hitting the ground, which came from far away and gradually approached. One withered and thin body, haggard appearance, the wrinkled old man slowly emerged from the rolling black fog. Get out. Wherever he passed, the evil spirit dissipated as if the Lord make way for him. Sir, this old man is the Shouyuan man. He can even the power of the statues of demon emperors of all generations is stronger than mine. Listening to the message from Demon Emperor Tu Ling, Guhan understood. He had heard about the people of Shouyuan from the Demon Emperor Tu Ling before. He is an extremely special existence in the entire demon world, and he only obeys orders but not announcements. His only duty is to protect Demon Emperor Abyss. Demon Emperor Yuan is related to the origin of the entire demon world. Therefore, only the Demon Emperor of the demon realm is allowed to enter. The rest of the demon world, no matter how noble your status is, you cannot set foot in the Demon Emperor's Abyss. Guhan turned his eyes slightly and gave a look to Demon Emperor Tu Ling. The meaning is very clear. Act according to the plan and get rid of this old man. He must go into Demon Emperor Abyss. Otherwise his fairy, the egg, can't be finished. Incubation conditions. If this old man doesn't know how to appreciate his kindness, then he will have to find a way to suppress him, and brainwash the other party as well. It's a pity that I have just received 80,000 villain points, and now I am afraid I have to spend them all to buy the 9 Heavens Binding Spirit Stone. However, when the people guarding the abyss are completely free from the evil spirit, when he walked out, his pair of weathered and turbid eyes were obviously stunned for a moment after seeing Guhan, as if he had seen some incredible scene, and the whole person suddenly froze in place.
What a great opportunity! When Demon Emperor Tu Ling saw this scene, he was about to take action to seize the initiative. But the guard came back to his senses because of something exciting. Things uncontrollable. The shaking sound is even more exciting and exciting. You are the first generation Demon Emperor. You really Gong is reincarnated. Old slave, I greet you, my lord. As he spoke, Gu Han and the Demon Emperor Tu Ling stooped, and under the explosive gaze the people of Shouyuan actually bowed respectfully to Gu Han. The air suddenly became silent. Gu Han was confused. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling was even more confused. Although his memory had been completely cleansed and changed by Gu Han. But we know that Gu Han is essentially a human being and has nothing to do with the devil. How to shake once changed? Is he the first Demon Emperor of their demon world? The first generation Demon Emperor. The little black guy who had been released by Gu Han and was also preparing to shoot a sneak attack from the dark suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pointed at Gu Han, asking incredulously, "Are you blind, old man? He is obviously a person. How could he change? It's crazy." The first generation Demon Emperor? You're talking bullshit. Xiao Haizi said he couldn't answer. Because the only thing he is proud of now is his status as the ancestor of demons. Even if Gu Han is stronger than him, he is not as good as him in terms of status. He is the ancestor of demons. How to shake now once changed for the first Demon Emperor of the demon world. That's the theory. His status is several times higher than his. No doubt about it. You are the reincarnation of the first Demon Emperor. The voice of the man guarding the abyss was firm. When I was young, I followed the first Demon Emperor. His order is to guard the Demon Emperor abyss here. My lord, that the aura is extremely similar to the impression I have of the first generation Demon Emperor. One can even say it is exactly the same. That only the first generation Demon Emperor possesses the power to destroy everything. For countless epochs, even many Demon Emperors have been unable to master this. Some powers can only be mastered by you, the adults. Moreover, you also left a decree in your previous life. If anyone in the future appears and controls this, the existence of power is your reincarnation. I was a little confused at first. Gu Han, after hearing what Shou Yuanren said, immediately understood. He had even begun to suspect whether he had an unheard of past life. Now it seems that it was because he had mastered the meaning of burial that the old fellow made a mistake. But then again, isn't the meaning of the burial path the exclusive power of the Zangshu Moon? How come even the first generation of Demon Emperor controls this strength? Could it be that a long time ago the first Demon Emperor went to the burial ground of immortals? This shouldn't be possible, right? Shaking his head, Gu Han put aside all the thoughts in his mind. Now these things, that's not what he should think about. When you have time, go ask Zhang Suyu and you will know. The only thing that makes him, it hurts. Suspected to be the reincarnation of the first Demon Emperor, with his status he seems to have great authority in the demon world. Sleep deficit. If he had discovered it earlier, he might not have had to spend so many villain points to dominate the town, the soul-slaying Demon Emperor. But Gu Han soon let it go. After all, without the help of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, he would be completely no Demon Emperor Yuan. It is even more impossible to encounter people guarding the abyss. So everything is already destined. In this case, I should be able to enter Demon Emperor Yuan? This. Upon hearing this, the people guarding Yuan suddenly hesitated. Because the rules of Demon Emperor Abyss only allow Demon Emperor to step into. But when I think about it, this rule was originally established by the first Demon Emperor. Now the reincarnation of the first generation Demon Emperor come back to, what does it matter if there are rules or not? Following Gu Han from beginning to end, the Demon Emperor Tu Ling was dumbfounded. What's this condition? The adults who followed me, why are you so confused? Your own ancestors. Keep moving forward. Did you see behind the huge statue of the Demon Emperor standing beside the road? Gu Han soon arrived at the end of this area and finally saw the legendary Demon Emperor Abyss. Just as its name suggests, it is a huge abyss that is bottomless and gushing with thick dark demonic energy. An indescribable horrible aura gushed out from it, making people feel suffocated as if it came from the depths of the nine nether purgatory. The devil whispers in your ear. Those whose souls are not strong enough get here breath. Perhaps your mind will be completely confused. Moreover, Guhan also figured out why the first generation of Demon Emperor had set a rule that only the Demon Emperor could rules. Just like this, from the depths of the Demon Emperor, the aura that gushed out was truly something that no living being except the Demon Emperor could resist. However, it seems that it is also because Guhan has mastered the meaning of burial, able to be immune to or even eliminate this through special annihilation power, the influence of strength. Therefore, even if he does not have the cultivation of the Demon Emperor, the place also seems completely relaxed, no man's land. Watching the Abyss Guardians and the soul-slaying Demon Emperor both faced each other, ugly need to be distributed a powerful force to counteract Thesa's surging breath. But I completely ignored it. I have to say, this feel down comfortable. In addition to the system's golden finger, the meaning of burial is probably his second biggest plugin. What the hell? Just then a cry of surprise was heard. How did this egg survive? Because I can't get close to this area, I can only hold the fairy. The egg is far away, the waiting little black man exclaimed. And the fairy he had been holding in his arms, the egg actually floated in the air by itself, and ancient purple spots began to appear on the surface of the eggshell texture. Finally, he flew directly towards Demon Emperor Yuan. Guhan was quick-witted and quickly grabbed the egg's caught. He had never been in this fairyland before, egg to any life wave. I even suspect that after so many years the egg may have gone bad. Now it seems that because of lack of nutrients for too long it has reached a kind of self-dormant stage. Now after receiving the nutrients he couldn't help but wake up. However, there seems to be something in the Demon Emperor Abyss that can attract immortals, the power of eggs. Immortal, the egg struggled violently and even transmitted a kind of the soul you want, OBO. Guhan frowned slightly. In fact, not only the immortal egg. He is also in the Demon Emperor's Abyss, arrived inexplicably, calling out to the unknown power within me. Chapter 50, for the reason for rebirth? No luck, no destiny. The Demon Emperor's deep abyss, what is it? Hearing this, the Abyss Guard was slightly stunned but still shook his head. Reply to the Demon Emperor, the abyss is bottomless. I don't know if it is connected to the deep underground, but connected to another world. Before you reincarnated the first generation Demon Emperor, you also went in to explore, but you didn't seem to get a definite answer. You only said that the Demon Emperor Abyss involved a large. It is also because after that exploration you set this rule that only those who are not Demon Emperors can the rules of Demon Emperor Yuan. Guhan frowned even more. What's the difference between saying this and not saying it? Forget it, I'll go explore it a bit more on my own. He signaled to the Abyss Guardians and the Demon Emperor Tu Ling that they don't have to worry. Guhan walked towards the edge of the Demon Emperor Abyss. Although the closer you get, the more terrifying the aura it releases becomes suppress. But it benefited from the blessing of the meaning of burial. The strength has little effect on Guhan. As he completely reached the edge of the Demon Emperor Abyss, the immortal egg buzzing. The watch automatically condenses into brilliant and dazzling star vortices of laws. From the Devil Emperor's Abyss, the gushing demonic energy is like traction. It melts in an orderly manner to sin in the egg. As if it had obtained some kind of incubation nutrients hidden in the fairy, the life force in the egg getting richer. See, the immortal, the egg was really able to absorb the special aura in the Demon Emperor Abyss as nutrients for transformation, and Guhan also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the original demon ancestor didn't lie to myself. I don't know this fairy. What species will the egg be after it hatches? Fairy, dragon, or fairy? Anyway, no matter what, compared to Xiao Haizi, the sky is more impressive. Not far. With the help of the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, Xiao Haizi barely adapted to the terrible atmosphere here and couldn't help but complain. That is to say, is it possible that it can absorb the nutrients in the first 3 places, but the last place cannot be used for some reason? This fairy, the eggs cannot hatch. Gone. Will it change eggs? I like fried eggs, but I don't like eggs. Guhan's face was suddenly filled with black lines. This black soil, the questions asked are always so novel. In ensuring the egg was able to float on its own at the edge of the Demon Emperor Abyss and absorb the power within, Guhan asked Shuyuanren and Tu Ling Modi to take care of it first. Try to go deep, Demon Emperor Yuan. The moment he truly stepped into the Demon Emperor Abyss, he felt as if he had fallen eternal darkness. It's pitch black around. I couldn't see my fingers, as if there was no bright exists. The ears are penetrated by the drum, the sound of howling wind.
The extremely dense demonic energy was like a long spear or a sharp sword piercing through Guhan's side passing. It's like placing in the nine nether purgatory. Countless hideous ghosts are coming from there wandering by. And Guhan seemed to have transformed for this hell demona rebel in the midst of thousands of terrors and threats, towards the deeper keep moving forward. However, it is still due to the meaning of the burial road. Although the surrounding environment it was terrifying, but it didn't make him what is the essence impact. But because this place is too dark, it's pitch dark. Even though Guhan wanted to explore, he had no direction at all. Just when Guhan wanted to give up and continue, temporarily withdraw from this place, one severe dizziness like it came like a surge of water, making Guhan dizzy. In the distant past, back past and present lives. In a trance, a vague voice came to my ears. Guhan seemed to be at this moment beyond time and space. He saw a vague but extremely sacred shadow suddenly appeared in this dark world. Although it's just a back view, it still looks very Korea. You must have been suspicious. Suspect, why can I live 9 lives? I will clear up some doubts for you next. Lee's figure turned her back to Guhan, and Guhan couldn't see clearly appearance. But the words from the other party caused a huge wave in Guhan's heart. This who is shadow? Why do you know that you are 9? This matter in reply. This matter, it's his biggest. Even Su Lengyue and Xiaobingli only knew that they had a past life. Booty didn't know that I was 9 back. But why could this person whom he had never met know it so clearly? Guhan wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. They were completely fixed. Even the surrounding space has returned without knowing when he solidified, he could only be as stiff as a sculpture. Stay where you are. You don't have to, Zhang. I have no ill will towards you. I have been watching you from every life you have lived. IX return is your opportunity, your new life, but also a disaster for you. I don't know if you know or have noticed that you have a special. The name is 9 Life Immortal. Back to the 9th world, true immortal. Every life you experience is a catastrophe. Only after 9 catastrophes can you truly find your own path. But these 9 tribulations are not so easy to endure, because as a reborn, the price of returning is to deprive you all the luck of a person. All living things in the world have luck, and luck is also the essence of life. Now only you know there is no luck at all, and there is no way to change it through special powers. Even absorbing other people's luck is completely useless. That's why you failed in your previous tribulations for various reasons and ended up being the enemy of the world, or even dying miserably. Without luck you have no destiny. No matter what you do, you will basically fail. Even if you can find your own way, you will still encounter backlash and ultimately death without burial place. The unlucky are born, the heavens reject. Hearing this, Guhan's pupils shrank slightly. My heart skipped a beat. Feel many things. Suddenly the connection made sense. So what he thinks of the plot in the book is influence. It wasn't what he thought it was. The real reason is that he doesn't have any luck, to the point of being rejected by the whole world. Because his existence is against human ethics and natural laws. After all, there is only one thing in this world: no luck, that's death. Without any luck he is dead category. But unfortunately his death, but it can also be stirred in various ways. World affairs. This is no different from he broke some rules, so he to the point of rejection. He even arranged some kind of setback and backlash to kill him completely. But unfortunately he has almost 9 lives. Even though he was killed 8 times for no apparent reason, he still survived until this life. It seems that a reversal has finally occurred. That is, he awakened the golden finger, the strongest villain system. Chapter 505, Seat of the Evil God, the 6th Supreme Throne. It seems that you have figured out some things. In fact, in this life some of the changes in the world are also related to us. His back was clearly facing Guhan. But that beautiful figure could clearly see the expression on Guhan's face, even through its subtle. Judge what Guhan is thinking. No way? Guhan was even more shocked, and once again a huge wave of shock was set off. This guy doesn't even know that he has the system's golden finger, right? This is even better than his rebirth of he never even told Su Lengyue and Xiaobingli. This guy in front of me, does he know all this? In fact, he was also a little curious. How was the system created, and why was it chosen to bind to him? But his Backly Chinnying didn't seem to intend to continue explaining. Let's get back to the point. In this life, due to some other special reasons, the invisible curse shackles on him have begun to show some cracks. So in this life it is far beyond the previous lives, and he is even about to find a path that truly belongs to him. You have done a great job from the initial blank paper to the current. Well, it can be called a miracle. After all, after losing all memories and all powers, the whole world rejects, and it is really rare for someone in this world to be able to find a path that belongs to him. But this is far from enough. Originally, because of God, if he said that he would feel like the truly extraordinary Guhan frozen again. Awakening the golden finger and possessing the meaning of burial is not enough? Don't you want to know your real distant past life? I don't want to know myself for the only one in this world. There is absolutely no how. Chiyun, is it a special case? You may be very strong now, but if you look at this world, you are still too weak. If you look at the wider world or even your real past life. If those people find out that you are not dead, they can a finger can make you die without a burial place. So I came to see you this time not only to answer some of your questions, and also to give you something. I still say that you don't need to delve into who I am. I won't harm you. I'll wait until you truly attain enlightenment. Fairy, even to the fairyland we will meet again. After the words fell, standing in the darkness, the beautiful figure dissipated like bubbles. But no one heard it. That blurry and hazy shadow uttered a murmur. I don't know if you have truly walked out of this nine life after the game is over. Can I return to the original position? Even really maintained by the Lord who stands on high. For a long while, Guhan gradually regained consciousness, but then he became confused for a while. Wait a minute. What do you mean by not letting me speak? We have to let the two of us flow. Let it flow. Guhan did have many doubts in his heart. Like this kind of quilt, listen to the other person saying a lot. Oftiel, as for my emotions, I can't say anything. It's so frustrating. Besides, isn't he a book traveler? Wasn't he coming to a world in a book? How come you change again, a person abandoned by the world, the poor guy? Therefore the 9 lives he experienced, is it all because of some curse from some existence? Is the so-called influence in the book also due to the curse? Just as Guhan's thoughts surged when, boom boom, the dark and empty world, suddenly there was a roar. Then before Guhan could react, a dark shadow appeared. The weird, suddenly he rushed out from nowhere and went straight to him. Guhan noodles, big change. I thought it was someone hidden in the devil's abyss, the old monster wanting to take his body away. But in the next moment, the system's announcement suddenly sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the owner for receiving a special reward, the seat of the evil god, the 6th supreme throne in the mythical fairyland, a special seat of power condensed by combining the original laws comprehended throughout his life with the embryonic form of the origin of the laws of the world. Please note, the most effective nutrient to promote the transformation of the evil god seed is super, the power of. When the seed of the evil god is completely and began to thrive, the long moment, the entire universe will usher in the return of the 6th supreme throne. Seed of the evil god? This title is heard feel very, it has a villain style. Planting this seed for him, isn't it because they want him to have a bright future, for some evil god? And the so-called super, the power of Yi Ching Yun super, does it have anything to do with the source seeds? Grown-ups. Seeing Guhan escape from the Demon Emperor's abyss, safely get out. The Abyss Guardians and the Demon Emperor Tu Ling breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to greet them. Guhan, what did you encounter down there? It's been 2 days since you went in. A lot of things happened outside. Su Lun Yue couldn't contact you, so she came to me. Little Blackie came out from somewhere and spoke. 2 days have passed. Guhan was a little confused. Because from Jiha's perspective, including going in and out, it probably took him less than 10 minutes at most, right? How come 2 whole days have passed? I heard that the Demon Emperor is deep. The speed of time flow in the universe is different from that in the outside world, the Abyss Keeper explained. Plus the Demon Emperor, my fingers are dark, less than in a moment. Living beings, not until time passes. In this case it is easy to misjudge the time. Guhan still somewhat disagreed with this statement. If his guess was correct, this should be the god the son's handwriting. He can know that god after the child appeared, the surrounding time and space stagnated. This should be the one I met. The price you need to pay. Or rather, that person. In this way I am making myself at a wrong time and space note to ensure that their conversation would not be known to any existence. Don't think about those things, Su Ling Yue said. The human ancestor hall, the situation has changed. They will implement the Renzu Temple's plan to seize power in 2 days and support Pei Siye for the new ancestor. Xiao Haizi suddenly spoke up today. If you have any different ideas or opinions, please let us know as soon as possible. And we said don't wait until it's too late. Xiao Haizi had just finished speaking. Demon Emperor Tu Ling also clasped his hands and said, Sir, the Heavenly Dao Palace has also sent a message asking me to discuss the follow-up plan with them today.
Guhan raised his eyebrows. Only 2 days have passed and these guys who have ideas about me can't hold back anymore? But it doesn't matter.
The demon world is now into your own control.
Next we should talk about the will of Heaven Hand. As for Yi Zi and Yi Qing Yun, it's time to send them off. Chapter 506, Human Ancestor Heritage. From today on, the Human Ancestor Hall's surname is Gu. At the same time in the Zhongling realm, the Human Ancestor Territory, the most prosperous and ancient center of the territory.
There are many magnificent palaces here with glazed and white jade walls. Walexus discount. The sky is gorgeous and sacred as if it can drive away all the filth and evil in the world. In the very center, in the thick fog like a sea of stars, there is a palace occupying a transcendent position in the center with 3 golden inscriptions on it. Big characters: Temple of the Ancestors of Mankind. Observe carefully, there are various thousands of pure white lines coming from all directions. This palace,
these pure white, the line is a kind of faith power contributed by the human race in the Shenhuang world today to the achievements made by the ancestor of mankind.
The reason why the Human Ancestor Hall looked at the strongest of the Eternal Yi family's affiliated forces was precisely because it could this power of faith. Because of the various merits made by the ancestors of the past generations, the reputation of the human palace is also very good, and it is even indirectly related to top forces in top strongmanhood.
If you want to completely destroy it, you must start from subordinates.
At this time, in flawless white, Pei Siye with a veil on her face was floating 3 feet in the air, sitting in the hall. Close your eyes and practice. A vague yet extremely sacred celestial-like figure appeared in the after the ups and downs it seems to world comes.
It is white and delicate, absolutely unparalleled capacity, even more in the sacred against the backdrop of Z people.
Good.
Siye, you really didn't disappoint the master.
At this moment a smiling voice came from outside the hall. Pei Siye, who was meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes. Reflect eyeshadow is wearing a white Taoist robes. The old man with a faint inexplicable smile on his face.
This person is the current ancestor of mankind, Pei Tian.
Pei Siye's eyes are deep, extremely a flash of disgust, but it was hidden very well and Pei Tian didn't notice any clues. Enter. After entering the main hall, Pei Tian closed the door naturally. When no one noticed, the hall was completely sealed off.
Pei Tian looked Pei Siye up and down, nodded and full of joy.
Good disciple, your cultivation has now reached the level of a divine lord. Although he is only in the early stage, looking at the entire cultivation world, he is already considered a top-level strongman who is like a backbone. With your current cultivation, it is enough to take all the inheritance era and future of our ancestral temple belong to you young people. Today Master will pass on all the inheritance of the human ancestor to you to help you break the shackles and directly break through with the power of faith in the human ancestor temple holy. From now on you will be the new ancestor of mankind.
If placed before knowing the truth, Pei Siye would be very happy to hear this.
Even tears of joy. I will definitely not let Master down for all the years of his cultivation. Now from Guhan, Pei Siye, who learned some of the truth, felt that her master was disgusting and ugly.
But in order for the plan to be implemented smoothly, still pretending to be extremely surprised.
Really? Master. I will never let my master down. I will spend the rest of my life repaying my master for his careful cultivation.
Yes.
Pei Tian nodded slightly. Next, I will arrange the inheritance ceremony for the ancestor of mankind, and I will not resist. Just empty your mind and soul. Only in this way can you successfully receive the inheritance of the human ancestor for the new generation of ancestors. Pei Tian might also want to recover his peak strength as soon as possible.
The work is also very smooth.
Soon, through special method, engraved a certain inheritance formation that is unique to the human ancestor temple.
As he instructed, Pei Siye sat in the center of the formation.
The surroundings were shining with starlight, and countless ancient inscriptions containing the power of faith were rushing towards Pei Siye like stars dancing in the sky.
Pei Tianzi stood above Pei Siye.
Looking down from above Pei Siye's incomparable full, the material is even more spectacular.
Although what he did next, some are dirty and even go against human ethics.
But Pei Tian's Tao heart, which had been silent for a long time, began to flutter.
People always have bad, just like liking to pursue excitement even if it goes against human ethics.
Not to mention committing filthy things in such a sacred place as the temple of the ancestors of mankind. Instead of getting entangled in it, it would be unfair to my disciple.
It's better to be good the next process. Pei Xie was already extremely vigilant.
At this moment Pei Tiana hid in deep burning eyes, even it feels so clear, which makes I felt even more disgusted and nauseous.
The inheritance of the human ancestor can only be obtained from him through a special ceremony organized by the previous human ancestor.
Otherwise he had already used Guhan's power to kill Pei Tian, that disgusting guy, and directly usurp the throne.
But it doesn't matter.
Just bear with it for a while. From today on, Pei Tian will die, will the new ancestor of the ancestor temple.
Good disciple, relax your mind and consciousness. The inheritance of the human ancestor has officially begun.
Pei Tian shouted loudly. The breath surged. Appeared in him the huge shadow behind him, like the ancestor of mankind, suddenly became brilliant, brighter and brighter. At the same time, floating in the hall, the countless ancient inscriptions became more sacred and vast. Float in the main hall, and even the various powers of faith in the void, like a whirlpool, like a tide towards Pei Xie surge. I have to say that Pei Tian put a lot of effort into today. There is a saying, when you pretend, you have to act sincerely, only then can you be sure of success. Therefore this time the inheritance of the ancestor is also real.
But only halfway through he would mix in a special poison into the inheritance. Pei Xie fell into a coma and completely entered to unconscious state.
After that he will be able to get the other party. The qualitative feedback force returns to the peak again. Integrate more and more power of faith to Pei Xie. The other party's aura cultivation is constantly rising, feeding back. The quality is also becoming.
Pei Tian swallowed his saliva and moistened his dry throat. I think it's time to start my own plan. When there is odorless special poison directly melted to in the power towards Pei Xie, pour it in.
This old guy started focus, I'll help you finish it, avoid toxins.
A pleasant and crisp voice sounded in Pei Si's mind. Naturally, he had already borrowed special magic weapons hidden deep in the void. Xiaobingli. More than the former heavenly will is also hiding in the dark. After all, when it comes to the power of faith, who in the Xianhuang world can defeat him? His presence here can also prevent any unexpected events from happening. Chapter 507 Fall Trap, handing over the human ancestor temple. The other side. See the special toxin, it has completely melted to Pei Xia.
Pei Tian's heart has accumulated a lot of the Tao. Heart of the year also began to become restless at this moment, feeling uneasy.
He even couldn't help but fantasize about doing happy things with Pei Xia in the future. However, dozens of breaths of time passed. Seeing that Pei Xia still showed no signs of fainting and was still absorbing the power of faith in an orderly manner, Pei Tian was becoming more and more suspicious. Isn't this right?
According to the original play, if this happened, Pei Xia should have fainted.
Why is there no reaction until now? What's even more outrageous is,
Pei Xia was still absorbing more power from the ancestor temple. The aura became more and more terrifying and even reached the saint level.
Pei Tian could even clearly feel
part of the authority that belongs to the human ancestors is being lost. This made Pei Tian a little anxious. Continue to make more odorless toxin melt into the air, let it melt to Pei Xia.
But what he didn't know was this: before the poison even got close to Pei Xia, it was already power town ablation. So, after waiting for dozens of breaths, see yourself, the poison refined by Xian still had no effect. Pei Tian was even more confused.
Because the dose of poison he had just used was enough to completely knock out several of them, the famous Demon King.
But Pei Xia was not affected at all.
Instead, his aura continued to rise and he even gained more authority related to his ancestors.
Pei Tian suddenly panicked and his mentality broke down. Head drop. You are dizzy. Why aren't you dizzy yet? Why aren't you losing consciousness yet?
Because of his change in mentality, he even spoke out all the anger in his heart.
But unfortunately,
I don't know if Pei Xia is in a playful mood, but she still adheres to the principles of a good actor of Xiang. Pei Tian, master, what are you talking about?
Did you do this on purpose? You already knew my plan. Pei Tian is not stupid.
Because the poison that Xian had prepared had been tested several times. There were no mistakes in each trial. But at the critical moment, such a mistake occurred.
This can't possibly be a coincidence. It can only be said that Pei Xia got the news in advance from somewhere.
And make sufficient preparations in advance and even be able to complete deal with your own poison. Otherwise your poison will not be effective. Seeing that Pei Tiandu's mentality was already broken, he just went for broke and revealed his cards. Pei Xia, I don't pretend anymore, I look suspicious, disappeared completely. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sarcastic and mocking smile. Pei Tian, you are such a hypocritical and disgusting person. You destroyed my family and took great pains to adopt me just to use me as a furnace one day. Your dirty plan. Ancestor of the race, what a sacred and great title, but for a despicable and filthy person like you to be called it is simply an insult to the name of the human race.
Pei Tian was slightly stunned. Suddenly, but he got angry. Although I don't know where Pei Xia got the truth from. But the other party has already exposed it. So I won't pretend anymore. God become hideous and twisted. You bitch. You knew it a long time ago. Humph. What qualifications do you have, arrogant? If I had not mercifully taken you from there, you think you can have what you have today, at once?
At most it's a somewhat insignificant the little man, that's all.
I have given you everything. I have given you cultivation. I have given you countless unattainable wealth and glory. And as the price of everything that is you for you, I was the one who made me return to the top. Why should you suffer any loss?
I didn't want to make it. I have done this too ruthlessly. I also intend to train you as the next human ancestor so that you can truly stand at the top of the world of immortal cultivation and gain the true authority of the human ancestor, countless wealth.
But you insist on being so ungrateful and disobeying me and rebelling against me.
Then don't blame me for not staying face to face. Do it to the extreme.
Today you have to obey even if you don't want to. Even if my mind is violent, so what? His strength is here. There is an absolute difference in strength between him and Pei Siye.
At worst I can suppress it with my absolute strength. Forcing them to surrender by force, the process may not be very good, but the result is the same.
Anyway, even if this matter, what you did is beyond human justice.
He also didn't want to wait for death on the spot because his lifespan had run out. Although I had already prepared myself mentally. But now that he really sought his once respected master, he had completely changed his true ugliness behind the face. Pei Siye just felt the extremely cold chill rushed from the soles of the feet straight to the top of the head, like falling into an icy abyss.
It's hard to imagine if I hadn't met Guhan and hadn't had Guhan's power to help me. How can I resist my future fate? How ugly it is to go through dangerous things.
To experience such a disgusting thing in such a sacred place, maybe I would rather die.
Shame on you. Pei Tian shouted loudly, not bothering to care what Pei Siye was thinking. Muddy breath, it was rising rapidly and steadily at a visible speed.
At the same time he appeared, the huge human shadow behind became more solid and brighter, as if it had materialized. The whole hall was in a state of excitement because of his power.
We can't delay any longer. Because if Pei Siye continued to absorb the power of the human ancestor's faith, his cultivation realm will become stronger and stronger and may even indirectly deprive him of the authority of his ancestor, which will ultimately be counterproductive. But just as Pei Tian, he controlled the huge image of the ancestor of mankind and wanted to forcibly interrupt the inheritance ceremony of the ancestor of mankind, but something unexpected happened. Boom!
Accompanied by the unspeakable invisible power of heaven and earth spread out.
Pei Tian was suddenly frozen in place.
Even the huge phantom of the human ancestor he condensed was completely frozen. The whole person is frozen like a painting.
This is... Pei Tian, me on the sudden change caught me off guard.
Humph. What a disgusting and dirty old thing. All half a step in the coffin, he still wants to fish out the toad and eat the swan. Old cow eats. Damn, this really broadened my horizons. Main hall, the space suddenly split open out of thin air.
In front of Pei Tian's unbelievable eyes watching.
A fairy of fantasy, she has a graceful figure and a superb temperament. Taking neon veil, sun slowly emerging from it and come out.
Flying fairy tower god Xiaobingli. Pei Tian's face was full of disbelief.
Looking across the entire Xianhuang world, Xiaobingli's name is known to everyone. Let's not talk about it first, that book, The Beauty That Captivates Countless People appearance. As the most powerful god of the top power of Fictionlu, it has already attracted a lot of attention.
Why are you here? In his memory, Pei Siye seems to have no relationship with Xiaobingli. So should we suppress him? To prevent this guy from being dishonest and doing other small things do. Another cold and indifferent voice sounded.
The former heavenly Dowell, who had a face exactly like Mu Bailing, slowly emerged from another walkout of space. This little appearance of Ing made Pei Tian's heart skip a beat again. Other side, it exudes the power of heaven that is so rich and tangible. He even doubted whether this was the manifestation of the way of heaven.
But the will of heaven seems to be on his side.
Why should you help Pei Siye deal with him? Chapter 508, The Strong Men of the Heavenly Dao Palace collapsed the Demon Emperor traitor.
No need suppress him, just let him continue the next human ancestor inheritance.
Pei Siye shook her head. The inheritance of the human ancestor can only be carried out by the previous human ancestor. When I have absorbed all the power of the human ancestor's faith for the new ancestor, it's not too late to torture him. Pei Tianmian heard this. My eyes turned pale and my heart sank to the bottom.
He hadn't expected anything it will develop to this point.
I thought I would finish today your dream plan. Absorb Pei Siye as the power of quality feedback returns to its peak. I didn't expect my plan to be completed, no.
Still jumping, Pei Siye had already dug a trap.
Even this, the status of the ancestor of mankind is about to be lost.
Pei Tian felt unwilling.
Although he pretended to be calm on the surface, he secretly wanted to use special methods to make these things spread. It hope someone come to save yourself.
However,
the sudden sound that followed made him even more desperate. Don't waste your energy. Before I could do that, I used the special power of heaven and earth to completely seal off this area. No matter what you do, you can't change what happened here. If it gets out, no one will know what happened here.
Pei Tianru was struck by lightning and the whole person was filled with boundless despair and became a little depressed. As Pei Xia continued to absorb the power of faith in the ancestor of mankind, he felt that the authority that belonged to him as the ancestor of mankind was gradually slipping away. Once the inheritance is completed, in the end he will completely lose everything. He doesn't want to die. He had worked so hard to reach this level, how could he die? Etc. Let me go. I am willing to swear by my heart to submit to you. Pei Tian felt that he could still be rescued, so he quickly begged for mercy. But this time it wasn't just sobbingly. Even the former will of heaven cast a look of disgust as if he was looking at a clown. Not to mention his dirty and disgusting thoughts. I am also afraid of death. This kind of person can actually. For what kind of person is the ancestor of the world's faith and worship? The biggest joke in the world? Time passes by. 2 days passed quickly. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of Xiaobingli's plan, there will be no interference from other external forces. Guhan also instructed the Demon Emperor Tu Ling to start his march. The tripartite conference was originally scheduled to begin in a few days. At the strong request of Emperor Tu Ling, it was launched ahead of schedule today. Originally, Quasi-Emperor Haotian and Yi Zi would come together to participate in the meeting to discuss hunting down Guhan. But after receiving the message, Yi Zi rushed to the human ancestor territory in a hurry. Damn it! Pei Tian, that idiot, what on earth are you doing? You can't even discipline your own heir. You are such a useless person. Deep in the sky, Yi Zi's facete's extremely ugly. Because not long ago received a message that the previous ancestor of mankind Pei Tian abdicated and the new ancestor of mankind Fang Mengdai took office. Fang Mengdai, Pei Xia's real name. Now Pei Tian has died tragically, and the revenge for the extermination of his clan has been avenged, inheriting the will of our ancestors for the true ancestor of mankind. Fang Mengdai represents a second life and a brand new beginning. Yi Zi didn't know this and had no interest in knowing. Regarding the replacement of the lords of these underworld forces, I don't care at all. As long as the current ancestor knows what is interesting, follow the command, can continue to just use it. But the reality goes far beyond expected. This newly appointed ancestor was not only extremely ignorant but also repeatedly ignored. Order to overturn a series of policies were formulated before, which were obviously in line with go against it. Although I don't know what exactly happened. But dare to follow, Yi Zi objected. What about the ancestor of mankind? At worst just suppress it, and then support the new ancestor. As for such an extreme move, will it owe the hostility and targeting of other lower world forces or even powerful people? So what? Originally from the Eternal Yi family, how can we judge the ants of the lower world? Demon Emperor Palace. Haotian Quasi-Emperor who could not contact Yi Zi no matter what. It's getting a bit ugly. But still strong. Control your mind. He smiled at the Demon Emperor Tu Ling and said, please forgive me, my lord Demon Emperor. Another lord seems to have something important to do. I will discuss the plan against Guhan with you, my lord Demon Emperor. Although I feel a little unhappy. Who made Yi Zi's background so extraordinary? Quasi-Emperor Haotian did not dare to make any further judgments and could only put himself in a secondary position. No problem. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling smiled indifferently. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you plan or not. Because Master Guhan, whom you Tian Dao Hall have always wanted to target, is right here. Upon hearing this, Quasi-Emperor Haotian's friendly smile suddenly froze on his face as if he had been struck by lightning. Guhan is here? Etc. What did the Demon Emperor Tu Ling call Guhan? Grown-ups. Just when Quasi-Emperor Haotian was confused and had not yet come to his senses. You are the biggest leader walking around in the Heavenly Dao Palace today, the Quasi-Emperor Haotian. A young man's voice sounded with a smile. Demon Emperor. Suddenly a space opened up out of thin air. Guhan, the shadow, slowly emerges and come out. Tu Ling, hello master. Then in front of the incredulous eyes of Haotian, Quasi-Emperor and others watched down. The strongest demon in the demon world today, the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, actually, and bowed respectfully towards Guhan. The attitude shown in his every move was exactly like that of a loyal subordinate of Guhan.
This immediately made Quasi-Emperor Haotian and others confused, and their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets in shock.
What's the situation? Isn't the Demon Emperor Tu Ling their ally? Aren't we going to deal with Gu Han together? How has it changed now, traitor Gu Han's subordinates? Tu Ling, what do you mean by this? Haotian Quasi-Emperor was anxious. He stared at the Demon Emperor Tu Ling anxiously and angrily. Don't forget that you have already reached an agreement with our Tian Dao Palace and our Lord Tian Dao. We have cooperated, so what does it mean to submit to Gu Han now? Besides, you are the strongest in the demon world. There is also a feud between the demons and the human race. But now you are willing to submit to a young man of the human race. Don't you feel ashamed of your title of Demon Emperor? However, Quasi-Emperor Haotian's provocation was not only ineffective. The Quasi-Emperor Haotian was even horrified to find that the surrounding space had been the power of terror was completely blocked. They can't get the message out here. Asking for support from other Tiandao Palace masters and even more unable to tell what happened here. Tell this to Lord Tiandao. Damn it! He fell into Gu Han's trap again and was taken advantage of by the other party at the very beginning. It's done. Chapter 509, Unable to compete. I have to work for Gu Han again. Asshole. Haotian Quasi-Emperor face ugly. Knowing that he might have been tricked by Gu Han again, he into the trap. The Demon Emperor Tu Ling was also determined to capture them all in one fell swoop. However, even though the situation was very bad, Quasi-Emperor Haotian still felt that there was a glimmer of hope. To express our importance to this conference, he did not come alone. He even brought with him 2 Quasi-Emperors from the Tiandao Temple who came for support, plus 4 top-level Saint Kings. To prevent some accidents situation occurs. Now the insurance measures that I took because of my cautious approach may be effective. Tu Ling, I don't know what good things this guy Gu Han gave you. What kind of magic potion did I give you? But you have so openly torn up the cooperation with my Tiandao Palace and disobeyed Master Tiandao. You have already chosen death. As he spoke, the Quasi-Emperor Haotian, the breath surged up, the last circle flashes brightly huge emerge. At the same time, he made a prompt decision and sent a voice message to the other people. Tian Xiaominghai, follow me and take action to hold back the Demon Emperor Tu Ling as soon as possible. The remaining people, regardless of the cost, immediately suppress Gu Han. Only if we take down this brat can we opportunity to be trapped. Boom. The overwhelming aura of a Quasi-Emperor hair. Just send out surging waves of law, causing the space runes covering the area to quickly disappear, turning into a violent vacuum zone. The 3 Quasi-Emperors led by Quasi-Emperor Haotian acted extremely decisively. They basically used their top-level magical powers to try to delay Demon Emperor Tu Ling as soon as possible. After all, don't think that the Demon Emperor Tu Ling fell into Gu Han's hands. But that was also because Gu Han used a lot of external forces without any moral principles. Go again and went to cheat again. Plus a lot of luck. Only then can it be suppressed. Control your own work, people. But in fact, even if the Tu Ling Demon Emperor cut off his own Dao fruit and let his cultivation level fall below that of the Great Emperor, can complete, he borrowed the power of the entire demon world and looked at the entire Xianhuan world. It can be said that if the top emperor did not appear, ordinary emperors would have been his opponents. Take this guy down. At the same time, Quasi-Emperor Haotian took action and attacked Demon Emperor Tu Ling. The other 4 Saint King Realm Masters also did not leave nothing behind. The vision of the later avenue unfolds. The watch as more gold, the Tao patterns flow. The leader condensed a huge golden statue that reached the sky and the earth, the Dharma image of a saint. He stretched out a huge palm which was filled with endless power and grabbed Gu Han below. The other 3 also displayed different top-level magical powers. Or it may condense into a dazzling and brilliant seal of heaven and earth. Or the rotating 9-story pagoda with overwhelming power heading towards Gu Hanjin and Go. They have heard of Gu Han's horrific battle record, made him realize that the other party was a terrifying existence who had broken through to the Saint King level and was extremely difficult to deal with. I also took out 12 State, wanting to immediately arrest Gu Hanjin. In fact, even when facing the siege of 4 Saint King level powerful men, Gu Han remained calm. After all, when he had just broken through to the Saint King realm, he was able to fight against the Quasi-Emperor realm masters and could even easily kill low-level Quasi-Emperors. Even though the Saint King realm powerhouses in the Heavenly Dao Palace can borrow special powers from heaven and earth, he is not without them, so he has no need to be afraid. Only this is in the demon world. Now it's his territory. Why would it be necessary for him, the master, to take action personally? Roll. With a scolding voice, prophecy words come out and the law follows. Boom boom. In an instant, endless demonic energy was like a tsunami rising into the sky, crushing layers of void and smashing directly towards the attacks launched by several Saint King realm powerhouses, accompanied by the roar of the earth. The four magical powers were like being hit by a raging sea of demonic energy. The tiny match encountered the boiling torrent and was extinguished and dissipated in an instant. Puff. At the same time, the terrifying power is still lingering. Then he smashed several Saint King realm strongmen at the mouth. Two of them were immediately severely injured, vomiting fresh, fell into coma directly. The other two smashed hard in the distance. I struggled for a long time but couldn't get up and obviously lost the ability to fight. What condition? Going all out. The three people of Haotian Quasi-Emperor who controlled the Demon Emperor Tu Ling, horrified. But Guhan was still standing there with his hands behind his back, looking as if he could no longer pretend. And in front of him, one on crutches, skinny, wearing ancient clothes with wrinkles all over her face. On the surface there was black air coming out of Cuckoo, the old man. I don't know when he stood in his forward. It seemed that it was this old man who looked like he could be blown down by any gust of wind, who just now shook off four top Saint Kings with a shout. Who are you? After being slightly stunned, the Quasi-Emperor Haotian was suddenly shocked. The worldview was completely shattered. The guardian of the Demon Emperor, the guardian of the abyss. Because the Demon Realm and their Tian Dao Temple have a cooperative relationship. Therefore Quasi-Emperor Haotian also went to inquire about the news about various demonic worlds. Naturally, he also knew this extremely special Abyss Guardian. But according to all his investigations report, the people guarding the Abyss will never take action. They will just stay in the Demon Emperor Abyss. Moreover, he seems to only obey the orders of the person he follows, the first Demon Emperor. Why is he standing up for Guhan today? Don't tell him that Guhan is related to the first Demon Emperor. It is even because of this reason that the traitor Tu Ling Demon Emperor betrayed us. Capture them, don't kill them. I still have some use for them. Gu Hanfeng issued an order calmly. I want to try to brainwash Quasi-Emperor Haotian and others. Because the strong men in the Heavenly Dao Palace all seem to have special protection from Heavenly Dao. I don't know what he had absorbed and mastered before. Special heavenly power. Can you cooperate? God's guidance changes their thinking and allows them to use it for their own benefit. You damned bastard. Quasi-Emperor Haotian's eyes were red and he had even lost some of his will to fight. But there is more fear than anger. If it's a soul-slaying Demon Emperor, they won't be able to deal with him. Now there comes another Abyss Guardian who is no weaker than the Demon Emperor Tu Ling. How can they contend against him? At the same time, in the human ancestor territory, the central divine city, the territory of the Temple of Ancestors, the largest and most prosperous town. It is also a subsidiary city of the Ranzu Temple. There are all kinds of creatures gathered here, including humans, witches, and even some who have lost their traces. Eldar. Their ancestors, or all or more. We have received the blessings of our ancestors, so we gather here for the loyal believers of the Temple of Ancestors of mankind. Today the streets of the huge central divine city are crowded with people and full of noise. Because it happened not long ago. A major event occurred in the Ranzu Temple. The previous ancestor Pei Tian abdicated. The current Rinzu Pei Siya, the apprentice of the previous Rinzu, for the new generation of ancestors, thousands of believers by. The ancestral temple of the human race floating above the central divine city is magnificent with countless pure white. The power of faith is directed towards the temple flood. At this moment, a person with a sacred and noble aura, the shadow, is floating above the temple of ancestors of mankind. Countless laws in week transformed into the image of the rising sun and setting moon. The entire central divine city seemed to have fallen into spoil, highlighting transcendent status. From today on, I will inherit the position of the ancestor and continue the will of the ancestor. But before that, I need to make it public. A bunch of parasites in the ancestral temple died. As a member of our ancestral temple, I eat in addition abuse of. They use power to do things that are harmful to the order of the world and even spread rumors about our human race. Guhan, the hero who is fighting against the demon world on the front line, their existence is a disgrace to the name of the human ancestor temple. Today I ask the new ancestor of mankind, you should kill these little rats to prove your reputation as the ancestor of mankind. In a sense, Pei Xie is now also considered Guhan's person. Without Guhan Absolute, if you fail to protect this ancestor, your fate will be extremely miserable. Now that he's in a high position, naturally he has to work for Guhan. Taking advantage of the situation, he created momentum for Guhan and laid the foundation for his position as a human hero share. Pei Xie was about to issue an order to arrest those who had surrendered to Yi Zi and submitted to the eternal Yi family ghost all die. In the eyes of countless shock watching, the void cracked open. Each of them is bound by the chains of a special order, like a prisoner's shadow suspended by chains. There are people from all realms, including even a supreme elder from the Saint King realm. At this moment his cultivation was wasted and he was hung high in the air in an extremely humiliating posture like a dead dog. Just when Pei Xie decided to give the order, when they die, a voice filled with anger and murderous intent echoed from the horizon. How dare you disobey the will of the master? Pei Xie, I think you are courting death. Chapter 510, Falling into the Trap Against Shen Yuan Xia family. The sky is full of clouds change. Several Ferre depressing aura was approaching from all directions. What's going on? How dare someone cause trouble at this time? Many books in Zudiangud invite all the powerful forces to come to participate in the face change. I never expected that someone would dare to take advantage of the new ancestor's ascendance to power and come and cause trouble. The reputation of the human ancestor temple has long been resounding throughout the Xianhuang world. Under the various brainwashing and preaching of successive generations of human ancestors, it has long possessed an extremely outstanding and transcendent status. If ordinary people come to cause trouble, they will definitely. If you anger other forces, you may even be besieged by other forces. But after seeing who was coming, many strong men felt a sense of panic and disbelief. Those who descended here were actually the leaders of powerful forces. Even more shocking and suspicious, what's more, the person standing in front of the leaders of the 6 major forces is someone they have never seen before. Sun Fatson, wearing purple colorful clothes, black hair like a waterfall scattered on. Afterwards the atmosphere was as deep and as dark as a prison. Even though we are far apart, those who knew about it felt inexplicably frightened and dared not look him in the eye. Moreover, judging from the positions of several people, the leaders of the 6 major forces all seem to be following this purple. The sun is the first. Yi Zi. Pei Xie, I learned from Guhan that reported. I recognized the other person at a glance. Share. Although I have been prepared, now I am facing this alien visitor. I couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. Are you the new ancestor of humanity, Pei Xie? Yi Zi stood high in the sky looking down at the people below, her voice full of majesty and force. I don't know where you get the confidence to disobey my rules and even ignore my orders. But did you know that the founder of your ancestor temple was a follower of my race? You, the human ancestor hall, are ultimately just a small subordinate of my clan, yet you dare to disobey my clan and my will. Do you want to be reduced to ashes? A series of failures and trauma. Yi Zes, the mental state is not good. So that now I am very radical. Ben didn't want to take the safe and steady approach anymore, but instead chose to go for a showdown. At most I'll pass avoid summon the projection of the eternal ancestor of the Yi family. What's wrong with sinking the entire underworld? Of Guhan has learned of his identity and his main purpose has also been revealed. Rather than hiding it, Quilted, is better to put the master again. The power is in your own hands. Yi Zi's words were filled with fright. The information immediately made the many monks watching around stunned and surprised with faces full of disbelief. The first ancestor of the Renzu temple is this, and followers of the Ho family? Could it be following? Are the leaders of those forces around them also followers of their family? What kind of family could have such a transcendent power as the ancestral temple for followers? Many strong faces. The sudden change is terrifying when you think about it carefully. But Yi Zi doesn't care what others think. Human ancestor is just a title. Anyone who inherits the power of the human ancestor's faith can become the human ancestor. Since you are so ungrateful and insist on disobeying me, there is no need for you to be the ancestor of this world anymore. Hand will take it down. Boom. Yi Zi won on the side. The middle-aged man in a purple and gold Taoist robe took the lead hand. Only see him sleeve flutter. The void suddenly became boiling and blurred. A terrifying and vast aura suddenly emerged. A huge hand stretched out. Purple air came from the east. The universe turned and the entire sky became dark. It's purple gold, the universe in the sleeves. The strong face a change. This is purple gold off. The secret skill hidden in the box can be regarded as one of the most powerful skills under the Imperial skill. Able to hold space in the palm of your hand, completely control and dominate it for your own use. Not to mention that the person who made the move was Z Gene Master. The magical power he displayed it will only be more terrifying. You bunch of idiots, don't confuse the priorities. As this lord said, the founder of our ancestral temple is a follower under your command. This means that all of us, or indirectly you, have received the gift from this adult, and yet you dare to disobey this adult. Many powerful people in the human ancestor hall saw that the new human ancestor was attacked and were about to rescue him. However, he was in a dilemma for a moment because of the loud roars from some traitors of the human ancestor temple who were still hanging in the air and breathing heavily. Pay see a cold. Those who have received the inheritance of their ancestors, not only has his cultivation reached the peak of the Saint King realm, he can also borrow the power of faith from the ancestors of mankind. Crash. How composed entirely of pure white faith power, the torrent of faith suddenly broke through the void and floated from a distant land. Come. Pei Ce also chose to take action, not wanting to be outdone. Accompanied by the shocking, the earth roared and a huge image of the ancestor of mankind emerged in the long river of faith. It also raised its palm without dodging or avoiding and headed for the purple gold. The master used his magical power to strike back. But there are leaders of 6 major forces who have descended here. Purple gold, the headmaster, took action. The other few people were also busy. Humph! You dare to disobey my lord today, you will surely die. The sound exploded between heaven and earth like rolling thunder. The magical powers displayed by several other people followed one after another. Boom! But in the next moment, several more powerful forces suddenly tore through the space and directly defeated the magical powers of the leaders of several major forces. Before the leaders of the major forces and Yi Zi could come to their senses, something unexpected happened again. The surrounding void cracked and a series of red gold, the flags of the flyout, directly deep void emitting bursts of hazy light. But in a flash, some kind of seal, complete condensation, completely blocking the entire space. This is a set of concealing sky flags that several major forces spent a lot of money to refine. There are extremely terrifying anonymous effect. At this moment it is like a chaotic mist. The quality quickly enveloped the area. It can isolate others from viewing and block people in the area. Spread the news. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. Yi Zi, who had been calm and composed since her arrival, was now, after the changes around us, we also face sudden change. The whole person was originally quite radical mood has calmed down. Andy only realized it belatedly now. Think some are too weird and too coincidental. Why did the human ancestor temple suddenly betray? Even this newly appointed Rinzu is going to help Guhan spread powerful words? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. You are Yi Zi, who has feelings for my Akan. But at this moment a clear and pleasant voice sounded. Space depth once again, everything was blurry. A powerful aura emerged. Accompanied by 2 quasi-emperor masters, Xiao Bingli, the shadow gradually emerged. Who are you? Yi Zi's pupils shrank slightly, a rare emergent shock of incompetence. There is no other reason. Actually, in the other part, a superior arrived, special breath of the pulse. Unique to the fairyland, the aura of the Xian Yuan Xia family. What condition? Why does the Xian Yuan Xia family also have a bloodline offspring? Chapter 511, the final madness dragging him to hell together. My lord, what should we do next? The main face of the 6 major force sits ugly, all gathered around Yi Zi aside. They didn't expect anything such a change would happen suddenly. So also he did not bring any other powerful members from other sects with him. Not to mention, among the powerful men from several major forces who descended, there are also quasi-emperors. Even if they have Yi Zi to rely on, they can only get beaten. Yi Zi pretended to be calm. Just hold on for half an hour. I have already informed the people from the Heavenly Dao Palace, and this matter will be resolved quickly, and meet up with them. If I didn't go looking for them half an hour later, they would definitely notice it. Hearing this, absolutely of the eyes of the powerful men from several major forces suddenly lit up. So they haven't fallen yet. Absolutely, there is still a chance to survive.
the morale of several people was immediately greatly boosted. With Yi as the center, they began to take a defensive posture, supporting the detection of the strong men from the Tiandao Palace and the arrival of reinforcements. At the same time, in the Demon Emperor Palace far away, considered a hope by Yi and others, the Haotian Quasi-Emperor was suppressed without any resistance. At this moment he has become a guinea pig in Gu Han's experiment. Gu Han, just give up on this idea. We are protected by the power of Lord Tiandao. Don't try to influence our loyalty to Lord Tiandao. It won't be long before Lord Tiandao wakes up. When he wakes up, it will be the time of your complete destruction. Quasi-Emperor Haotian's eyes were red, as if he had been severely brainwashed by the heavenly Tao. Death is imminent, but we are still here noisy. As expected, I only have a small amount of heavenly power, so I am still not enough to truly challenge the so-called heavenly authority. Gu Han completely ignored the voice beside him and was trapped. The thought was deep. If I absorb more of the power of heavens, can I condense something truly similar to heaven's authority? Although he can directly devour the will of heaven. But this would go against the agreement he made with his predecessor, the will of heaven. Besides, no one knows him. After obeying the will of heaven, will he be directly locked in the Shenhuang world? After that, the Yanghongyi family wanted to take revenge on him and directly destroyed the Shenhuang world. No matter where he hid, he would probably die miserably. This kind of behavior that leaves loopholes for yourself is still not advisable. Take their origins and lock them up to suppress them, roast them with the 9 nether demonic fire for hundreds of years. After arbitrarily sentencing Quasi-Emperor Haotian to death, Gu Han prepared to return to the human world and start his next plan, trying to kill Yi Qingyun completely. Now the Tiandao Palace has been restricted by him, and Yi Zi has also fallen into the ambush he set in advance. In addition, Yi Qingyun has lost half of his eternal luck, so this time he is very confident that he can kill him. The only risk factor to consider is Yi Qingyun Super, the Source Seed. He must do it while Yi Qingyun may cause this strength as the preparation for counterattack in desperate situations. After all, what kind of protagonist is being bullied by the villain to a dead end? Finally awaken some unknown, the power of taboo forcing the villain to win. There are simply too many killing scenes. Now it is the most critical moment and he must be careful. If one is careless and gets into trouble, this life will be lived in vain. But what Gu Han didn't know was, at this moment a group of people were rushing to where Yi Qingyun was. 3 long rainbows were speeding across the sky. It's been a long time since I last saw Chui Baiji Lu Ruyan. All 3 of them have undergone earth-shaking changes. Chui got Hui Daozong in the previous Tian Daowell's full training, plus after returning to the Immortal Stone his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the Divine Lord realm. Killing some powerful saints is no problem at all. During this period of time, Baiji has been constantly honing her skills in the human-demon battlefield with sword skills and the inheritance of the Drunken Sword Immortal. His strength and cultivation have reached the level of a god. The last Lu Ruyan is a bit different. It looks like this. Because he had used the luck-devouring dagger before he was attacked by Yi Qingyun, the terrible power on the backlash origin damaged, all limbs broken. With the help of the previous will of heaven, he was forcibly revived, transformed by a special ancient fairy stone. It directly becomes a kind of product that is neither human nor ghost. Lu Ruyan knew very well that she would not be able to live long in this state if her life was forcibly extended. Now my only duty is to force it to happen again. The power of the luck-devouring dagger once deprived Yi Qingyun of the only remaining force of luck. Over his final atonement, dragging Yi Qingyun along hell. And the reason why the 3 of them were able to know Yi Qingyun's exact location was also thanks to the help of the predecessor's will of heaven. The previous will of heaven was also selfish. He also wanted to kill Yi Qingyun and even wanted to kill him with his own hands. But because of use your own power to further restrict the awakening of the current will of heaven. Therefore he decided to assist Chui at all. He finished Mu Bailing's wish. The beginning of this life's tragedy, Yi Qingyun sent hell. A certain person from Tsangjin Pavilion Main Hall. Yi Qingyun, who was floating 3 feet in the air and meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Why do I always feel a sense of foreboding? He picked up the special jade pendant again and tried to contact his cheap sister. But still unable to get in touch. Ominous, the feeling turned into a strong uneasiness.
In addition, this has happened many times before. After waking up, Guhan came to the door and a severe beating. However, now Guhan seems to be entangled in the demon world, not open. Plus now I have changed my appearance again in the core area of Tsungjin Pavilion. No one should be able to confirm that he is here, right? Enemy attack.
At this moment a voice suddenly sounded to include Yi Qingyun in the ears of all the monks of Tsungjin Pavilion.
Now many monks outside the main hall of Tsungjin Pavilion were facing look up in surprise to the sky.
Buzz. There were no signs. All kinds of magical treasures deep in the sky. Manifestation runes weaving Hua diffuses derives all kinds of shocking phenomena. Have gold from the world Dharma image as well as the blazing fist print that covered the sky and the sun and the swords that filled the sky. It broke through the void and smashed towards Tsungjin Pavilion like a violent storm.
As Hui Daozone's god Chu Wei can now be said to be Hui Daozone's next successor. Exist under the strong request of.
This time the Hui Dao sect's strong men also decided to cooperate. Chu Wei's revenge to help her own gods. The heart of Tao is completely complete. Hidden Sword Pavilion. If Yi Qingyun comes out, I will spare your lives. Like the sound of a huge bell, waves of sound in the deep sky turn open it.
Many powerful people in Tsungjin Pavilion were a little confused. Who is Yi Qingyun?
Camouflage Yi Qingyun, who goes by the alias Feng Tianyun, was shocked when he heard the voice sudden change.
Damn it!
It turned out to be directed at him.
He clearly well hidden. Why? Violent. Chapter 512, The End of the Road. The end of the protagonist in the book.
Although I was panicking.
But Yi Qingyun was not particularly frightened.
After all, there are still the strong men from Tsungjin Pavilion helping him to resist.
It will take a certain amount of time for the opponent to reach you. And you may not necessarily find that you are not. But the thought in my mind has just come to an end.
Buzz. The next moment Yi Qingyun was stunned. He discovered that the space in front of him suddenly twisted and rolled.
An invisible space vortex immediately formed. Yi Qingyun, give me your life. Boom.
Along with the sound came a wave of destruction that carried with it an extremely destructive force bundle. Yi Qingyun noodles. There was a sudden change, but the chain training he had been doing these days was not for show. He reacted instantly and was about to refine the puppet. White Sung Saint King summoned him and made him act as the shield, blocked the attack for himself.
Boom. The divine flames rolled and the space shook.
Yi Qingyun was about to use his protective shield magic weapon. The space above his head began to ripple again. Bai Ji appeared out of thin air, broke through the air with a sword, and the sharp sword energy turned into a falling galaxy, slashing towards Yi Qingyun in midair. The terrifying force even split the entire hall in two, the sword energy opening up, causing the surrounding space to be in turmoil. But the attack had just begun. Suddenly a hazy white mist appeared above the hall where Yi Qingyun was. A completely the eye of law condensed by the rune returned to the rolling white deep emerge. Then thousands of runes gathered together. A long rainbow fell down, covering the area where Yi Qingyun was like a curtain of heaven.
This is return to the Dao sect's inherited magical powers, return to the realm. Purely by Shirthos control, the force of return shape a space independent of the world. This space is entirely composed of the force of return. Unless you also master the ultimate back to the rules. Otherwise even a powerful saint would be trapped in it. Although a disgusting fellow like you is totally unworthy of the sacred white. But this is where you will eventually die. A cold voice sounded. The pure white world was buzzing. Chu Wei takes a bath. Return to saint slowly emerged in Lu Ruyan and in the middle of Angelica de Hurica. He looked down at Yi Qingyun below with a look of hatred and murderous intent. It's you three bitches. Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth in anger. These three bitches are really the soul won't leave. If he hadn't been chased by that bastard Guhan before, run away in panic and smash these three bitches to pieces, 10,000 paragraphs. And the current situation is not good for him. The will of heaven is parasitic on him. The power above has dissipated and the true will of heaven has also fallen sleeping. More importantly, his cheap sister was also being held back by an unknown force. He had no way of being rescued. Even the strongest man from the Tsungjin Pavilion who was closest to him was entangled by an unknown enemy. Now he is at the end of his rope. But fortunately Xian Ningbing is still in her own superior. Maybe I can use escape. Xiaobai, help me. although Xian Ningbing didn't want to take action.
Booty also know that it happened too suddenly and too strangely. If he can't quickly, there is a high possibility that he will be buried with Yi Qingyun.
The rolling evil energy rose into the sky. Bai Ningbing directly showed real. The huge snake body is hundreds of feet long and its pure white scales are even more indestructible.
Although he had consumed a lot of almost 9 the original power. But in Xian Ningbing's opinion, solving Chu Wei and the other little kids are completely in control.
However, I also underestimated Chu, the means used by Wei and others. Do you think we came here today without adequate preparation?
Chu Wei coldly he raised his hand and threw out a gem that flowed with strange power.
This is...
Yi Qingyun and Xian Ningbing's pupils shrank at the same time.
They are all on this beat arrived at the rich power of heaven. What condition? Isn't the will of heaven on their side? How did he turn against Chu Wei over there? It's normal for them to think so.
Because the previous will of heaven originally involved the current will of heaven.
Naturally he would not tell outsiders casually, not even Yi Qingyun.
But it was just a daze. Chu, the orb that Wei threw, exploded instantly. Thousands of heavenly runes rose up and finally slowly came to life, a huge white hole filled with terrible suction.
Caught off guard, Xian Ningbing was sucked in.
This is the will of the former heavenly Tao. Based on the partial authority he obtained, he developed a special method, heaven and earth exile. Can banish objects to a strange space.
However, because the power regained by the previous heavenly will was not enough, the time of exile was extremely limited.
Seeing that his greatest support Xian Ningbing was taken away in an instant, Yi Qingyun's eyes were red with anger, cracked cold sweat all over my forehead.
Senior sister.
Finally he felt that he could still save the situation, so he said, we are still friends after a few years. There is also a little bit, let's split it up.
Can you please let me go? I want to be a good person.
You deserve it.
Chu Wei Sanmi, the cold murderous intent became more and more intense. I see that I can't escape today.
Yi Qingyun's eyes were red and he went crazy. After all, I have been repairing the chain for so many days and there are some accumulation of top resources.
At worst we can just fight. Human ancestral domain.
Yi Zi and the leaders of the 6 major forces and others, the situation is also not good. Originally they were expecting the quasi-emperor Haotian to notice Jing comes to rescue them.
But half an hour was almost over.
Only 2 of the 6 of them were left and reinforcements still hadn't arrived. The leaders of the remaining 2 major forces suddenly felt desperate, and even had the idea of surrendering and admitting defeat. The 2 looked at each other in secret. Through voice transmission flow they have decided to take a gamble.
Attack Yi Zi, cooperate with Xiaobingli and others to suppress, used as a bargaining chip for your own top layer. Court death. Yi Zi very keen knowledge.
In noticing the 2 traitors turned against him after the shot, but he got angry.
Boom.
Huge purple gold seal, raise your hands and concentrate like the stars are moving towards the 2. The attackers smashed it.
Phew.
The unparalleled power instantly separated the 2, the leader of the attacking force fog. But the betrayal of teammates and the suddenness also gave Xiaobingli and others ample time to take action.
Take it. Crash.
Under Xiaobingli's instruction, the 3 quasi-emperors attack together. The power of origin condenses into chains of order.
Instantly hundreds of dragon-like chains of order blocked the void layer by layer in order to completely suppress Yi Zi constraint. Damn it. Yi Zi's eyes were red.
For the eternal Yi family's 3rd daughter from childhood to adulthood, I have never felt so aggrieved.
Suffering losses one after another in just a lower world. It's fine to suffer a loss in front of Guhan, this anomaly.
Now he has to suffer at the hands of a bunch of small scum in the lower realm. Originally the trump card was meant to be reserved for Guhan. But there is no need to do that now, otherwise I might really get caught here.
You damned netherworld ants. In the roar. Yi Ziahan, the breath surged.
But it was not a desperate resistance or a last-ditch struggle.
But the muddy chi, the power of Du Rongit, reached the mark between his eyebrows.
The original mark hidden in deep. But at this moment Yi Zi was burning with some kind of power.
The mark became clearer and clearer until it appeared deep between Yi Zi's eyebrows, fly out and completely materialize. Finally, slowly, a red gold the portal.
The unfilial son Yi Zi is incapable of completing family mission.
Please ask the ancestor to give up his will and help Ze kill all enemies.
Chapter 513, The Luck That Was Completely Deprived. Super, the source of seeds.
I already know.
Accompanied by the red gold portal, a sound came that could lead the deep sound of the laws of heaven and earth.
Boom boom.
The red gold gate trembled. A terrifying aura came directly from the deep of the gate. It spread out.
The power is completely different from that of the Xianhuang world and seems to be even more supreme. Just simply show and the whole world will shake. Stand up.
The terrifying power that swept out even shocked the heaven-concealing flag formation that was responsible for sealing off this world when the terror hit it gradually full sky end.
What happened?
Blocked. The control domain was shattered and an incomparably terrifying aura rose into the sky. The entire sky was overturned, making a huge rumbling sound.
The strong men from the human ancestor domain and even the surrounding domains all noticed this huge quiet look up towards the direction of the human ancestor temple.
I saw that the void in that area seemed to be covered by a layer of the veil of darkness enveloped it, and waves of indescribable aura were emanating from it, causing the void to turmoil.
This guy is using some kind of summoning of the family's powerful will avoid. Get away from this area immediately.
Xia Bingli reacted first and made a prompt decision, ordering many powerful men to retreat quickly.
Avoided definitely won't last long. It is equivalent to Yi Zi's last kind. You dare to ruin the eternal Yi family's plan? You can't leave. A magnificent voice like a huge bell echoed back. Open it. Snap.
The void was torn apart in an instant, and only a huge Dharma image that covered the sky and the sun between reality and illusion was seen at this moment. When the huge hand stretched out, the entire sky shook and buzzed as if it would collapse completely at any time. Under this giant hand, countless pavilions and towers in the human ancestor temple suddenly collapsed. Many strong men were like dead leaves in a storm, swept away in an instant to space. Crack among them, death without burial place.
The only way here, someone who can stand up to the terrible force.
That is Pei Siye, who relies on the power of faith in the ancestor of mankind. But this is obviously not a long-term solution. Although the eternal will of the Yi family ancestor that descended came at the cost of Yi Zi burning her soul and life, the time of its arrival and the power it exerted were also limited. But he is also a terrifying and powerful person in the fairyland. Even if it is just a mere will, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. Sister Zi, come and save me. Just as Yi Zi was about to cooperate with the will of her ancestor to completely destroy all the enemies in front of her, Yi Qingyun panicked and begged for help. Arrive in my mind.
What a waste.
Yi Zi was furious and cursed Yi Qingyun for being useless, but she didn't know that it was most likely Guhan who launched a series of targeted and countermeasures means. Xia Bingli is suspected to be related to the Xianyuan Xia family in the fairyland. It is impossible for our ancestor to kill him, which is likely to attract the attention of Xianyuan Xia family, which ultimately led to the complete failure of their plan.
It also takes time to kill Pei Siye and other top-level warriors from the lower realm.
By then Yi Qingyun might have already died. Yi Qingyun is dead, but the source seeds must not be lost. However, just when Yi Zi was about to tell this matter to the projection of her ancestor's will and let her ancestor tear apart the void and descend to where Yi Qingyun was,
boom!
Suddenly something strange happened.
The entire Xianhuang world, whether it is the demon world, the monster world, or the living beings in every corner, arrived in indescribable majestic aura. Know this. After taking a breath, Yi Zi was slightly stunned and then her eyes suddenly turned red. This is the power of the source seed.
Overtake the source seed. Energy is out of control.
Get out of my way.
The eternal projection of the will of the ancestor of the Yi family directly and forcibly led the rules of heaven and earth. Layer upon layer of laws surged into the sky, carrying with them a devastating storm spreading around heaven and earth. After knocking away all the strong men from the White Dragon Palace and other major forces, he did not dare to stay any longer and rushed towards the direction where Yi Qingyun was.
Obviously he was anxious too.
Overtake the source seed involves the countless years of planning by their eternal Yi family, and nothing can go wrong.
Time goes back half an hour ago. Hidden Sword Pavilion returned to the domain.
Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air.
Several brilliant sword energies wrung. Cut the space into pieces fragments.
Even though he had exhausted all means Yi Qingyun, there were still several cuts on his body that were deep enough to reveal the bone. But before he could gasp, several daggers came and went without a trace, stabbing out from the sudden space vortex and stabbed towards him at an extremely tricky angle attack.
Puff! Fresh splash. Yi Qingyun's palm and big directly pierced by the dagger.
The intense pain made Yi Qingyun uncontrollably howl like a pig being slaughtered. But now he has really reached the end of his road. The only puppet of the White Sung Saint King who could help him in the battle had also been killed by Chu Wei dragged her.
He is alone. It's not the enemy formed by Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan.
Damn, Xiaobai should just be exiled temporarily. I just need to use this time in the past. There might have been a chance to turn defeat into victory. Yi Qingyun thought so in his heart. But it was just such a carelessness and distraction. Yi Qingyun, your time of death has come. Lu Ruyan is like a ghost. The shadow suddenly appeared in front of him back. Noodle, fierce and ferocious like a vengeful ghost crawling out of the netherworld as fast as thunder, he swung the luck-devouring dagger in his hand. The most accurate thorn arrived at Yi Qingyun's.
Success! Angelica de Hurica Noodles very happy. The ability of the luck-devouring dagger, we know it.
Yi Qingyun, half of the eternal fortune in the world was taken away by this dagger. Now he scored twice and the luck-devouring dagger stabbed again Yi Qingyun. All the remaining luck in the world will be taken away.
From today on he will completely become an ordinary person. No longer blessed by eternal good fortune, he is doomed to die.
However, normal drama, that's how it should have developed.
But I don't know.
Yi Qingyun, the eternal destiny of the world is actually just the birth of Super, the source of the seed. Now this pregnancy, Super, the source of the seed, suddenly external force erases and disappears. This also led to the Super, the source of seeds, is shown in advanced strength, also improves in a state of rampage.
Yi
Qingyun suddenly felt pain like a roar. His entire aura began to surge, suddenly shrouded by an ultimate and unspeakable power. A truly superpower. Overtake that power is the ultimate power pursued by many immortal kings in the immortal realm. To reach the immortal emperor realm, you must complete a precondition of condition. Now, even if the power is not fully developed, just a tiny one, the seeds contain supreme power far beyond the imagination of human beings. What's this? After helping Lu Ruyan, who was seriously injured and unconscious again, Shuiha Baiji's mind was blank and she looked at the scene in front of her in a trance visual impact screen. Yi Qingyun wailed in pain, bent backwards like a hunched shrimp. A stream of water flowing like the source of the world, emitting a rich 9-color divine radiance. The group slowly came from Yi Qingyun emerge. The whole world is because of this power and thorough bombardment. Chapter 514, Completely Mixed World. Drag him to hell with him. This is Guhan, who had just returned to the human world through a special method. At this moment I also noticed this strength towards the end of the field of vision. From his point of view, the vision was equally astounding. The whole world, the sky, is filled with Thiskidfold, a piece of 9 colors. Even the gorgeous sun, all lost in the darkness under this 9-color divine brilliance. Replacing it in the sky was an alternative sun emitting 9-colored divine light. Even though they are far apart, all living beings in the world can know the charm contained in this 9-colored sun. For some reason, all living beings subconsciously had a thought. If you can get this, anyone may be able to, and the legendary super immortal for the immortal. After a brief silence, the world was completely boiling. The human world. A supreme treasure has appeared in the human world. No, this shouldn't just be a supreme treasure, but it should be related to the legendary immortal. Overtake the power off. It's a power completely different from that of ordinary human beings. It's definitely immortal. Quick! Wake up our great ancestor. If we can obtain this even without waiting for the arrival of the immortal road, the great emperor ancestor of our clan will live a second life. At this moment, the whole world was completely boiling. Even some top ancient forces are preparing to awaken their own emperors. Even if the world's still in the Dharma ending age where rules are incomplete, the emperor cannot take action personally. But through his special powers he can project his will and thus has no rivals in the entire world. Overtake the source seed actually appeared in the world ahead of time. What's going on? Could it be Chu Didwei and the other three guys attack Yi Qing Yun in advance? Guhan noodles it was unsightly, but he knew it was inevitable. Overtake the source of seeds involving the Eternal Yi family. The Eternal Yi family will definitely be in Yi Qing Yun, leaving behind some unknown events. Plus He have absolutely no understanding of it. Even if he did it himself, it would be easy to similar to this well-known grand vision. But anyway, the source seed is also something he has his eyes on. He won't allow anyone else to get involved. Tu Ling, immediately use your authority to take advantage of the situation. The army attacks the defense line of demon-suppressing city and launches a war. Guhan immediately gave the order and decisively started the battle between humans and demons. After all, there are many powerful people in the human world who want to compete for the sudden appearance of superpowers. The source of seeds, the gathering of strong men from all sides, will only make it worse. To be on the safe side, he could only muddy the waters further. Let the powerful ones from the demon world directly start a war and launch a full-scale attack on the human world. It is also to allow more powerful people in the human world to temporarily not divide more strength to resist the attack of the powerful demon world. At the same time, Guhan issued another order asking the White Dragon Palace to the Moon Demon Sect, Pyongyang Fairy Island, Taihua Fairy Dynasty, and several major dynasties send out all their troops. At the same time, the sharp and strong ones rushed to the Tsunjin Pavilion. He didn't want to worry too much this time. Decided to directly borrow the power of Su Lung Yue and the Tsunlong clan. After all, there was such a big fuss. The powerful demon clan will definitely send powerful men to come. Since the world wants, then make it more alright. Immediately followed by a series of measures taken by Guhan. The entire Xianhuang world is in complete chaos. The monks and creatures who didn't know the truth even thought that it was a big fight between the three top races sent. Overtake, although the source of the seed is trapped vile incestate. But Yi Qing Yun, who has been the bearer for these years, has gained some good things. His cultivation strength rose rapidly. From the original godly realm he reached the Saint realm and finally climbed all the way to the Saint King realm. However, the price of having great power is to lose one's mind and become a superhuman, a puppet of the source seed. Boom. Perhaps before his consciousness was completely taken away, Yi Qing Yun had accumulated a lot of hatred for Chu, the murderous intent of Wei and the other two. Even though it has now been surpassed source seed domination, the puppet also subconsciously attacked these three people first. Just a random punch in the super with the blessing of the source seed. The space within thousands of miles around suddenly collapsed like snowflakes. Puff. Chu Wei, three people, there is nothing I can do to stop it. Just one punch by Ji's sword shattered fragments all over the sky. Chu Wei condensed. The gate of return was also blown to pieces. Full sky fog. Lu Ruyan, who was neither human nor ghost, is even more miserable. She was restored by the former will of heaven with special means. Not long ago the body suddenly emerged like a spider web. Numbness and broken marks. The whole person went straight into the state of near death. Sister, that strange energy, although the essence has strengthened Yi Qing Yun's cultivation strength, he has now completely become an irrational puppet, which means that his soul is his weakness. I have a way to deal with him. Give Marison. Ruyan Yu. Chuiha Angelica de Hurika, you have guessed something, but don't wait, they spoke. Yi Qing Yun, the other half of the eternal power of destiny, is in this dagger, sister. As long as you absorb the power of destiny in it, you will be the true destined protagonist of my Xianhuang world. Among the three of us, I am the one who feels the most sorry for my senior brothers, and master living is a torture for me. These days, day and night, I regret it all the time. Today I will open the gates of hell and drag Yi Qing Yun down with me. Atone for my sins to my brother and confess to my master. While saying these words, Lu Ruyan threw the luck-devouring dagger in her hand to Chu Wei. He decisively sacrificed his soul and life and even burned his remaining. Suddenly turned into a red soul and rushed straight towards Yi Qing Yun. This is a subject that Lu Ruyan has been studying these days, a void, or it can be said to be evil, called the burial art. Burn your soul, cells, origins, and everything else that can burn. Release power beyond the limit. The price is that in the short-lived extreme after it happens, the soul will be completely torn apart and there will be no reincarnation forever. Even fall purgatory used this Dorevoid punishment. So cruel only a madman would dare to learn it. Lu Ruyan turned into a red Changhong, rushed away.
Because it is the soul and the speed is extremely fast. Even if trapped Yi Qingyun is in a mad state, I exerted my strength but was unable to stop it effectively. Suddenly Lu Ruyan turned into scarlet energy, direct melting to your own body. Chapter 515, Go to Hell Together. Projection of the Emperor's Will. Lu Ruyan's attack took effect almost instantly. In an instant Yi Qingyun's burning layers of scarlet like a flame. Yi Qingyun, who was wrapped in it, seemed to be in great pain and suddenly let out a wailing roar that shook the sky. At the same time, the scarlet flames burned more violently. Yi Qingyun's soul consciousness seemed to be forced by some forcefully. A face almost identical to Yi Qingyun appeared in the burning scarlet flames. His watchet seemed to be in great pain, roaring and wailing. But then an even more bizarre scene appeared. Amid the rolling scarlet flames, a hideous face like that of an evil spirit appeared again. Looking closely, the face turned out to be Lu Ruyan. Two rays of scarlet flame like a ghost shadow started to wrestle in the rolling scarlet flames. There are no fancy techniques or moves. Both of them seem to have turned into pure wild biting and wrestling, venting the murderous intent and resentment in their hearts in this way. Soul consciousness is Yi Qingyun left. It has also become a shell. Although he has terrible strength, he can't. Like a meteorite, it fell straight to the ground, creating a huge deep pit with a loud bang. Junior's sister Ruyan. Looking at the remaining soul of Lu Ruyan still struggling and biting with Yi Qingyun's conscious soul in the scarlet flames. Shuihe Angelicate's complicated, and I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. In fact, all along they both felt somewhat resentful and even hated Lu Ruyan. After all, it will come to this. Brother left the sect and completely we went our separate ways. Lu Ruyan's initial distrust in helping Yi Qingyun to give false testimony was one of the most fatal conditions. Of course, knowing the past life back to Chu Wei knew that this was not just Lu Ruyan's fault. In previous lives they all pushed their brothers, the murderer of the abyss. As the eldest sister among the three, the only thing we can do is try to travel back in time and change everything from the source. Shuihe, although Angelica de Hurica is also effective for the source of seeds, is very interesting. But I still know my own weight very clearly. I don't want to get involved in this mess at the moment. The two just passed a special law and collected the remaining souls of Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan, who were still biting and struggling. When they were about to take it away, they suddenly general crazy changes. Boom boom. Accompanied by the shocking the hum of the earth. Sky turbulence distorted the whole world. In an instant it turns into a scene like a broken mirror. Several extremely terrifying forces are tearing through layers of the void and descending here from all directions. Obviously being surpassed, a large group of powerful people attracted by the power of the source seed have finally arrived at this moment. I never expected such a supreme god appeared so close to me. Even we have to fight, even if it means death. If you can get this, I will definitely break through in one fell swoop, the strongest under the emperor and even the strongest here. A young, the middle-aged man came in the air, watching super hotly the source seed. The shadows of the last 6 layers flickered, emitting a strong imperial aura. As soon as he appeared, the strong men who came also a condensation. It turned out to be him, the third leader of Qingyun sect, who lost the battle for destiny thousands of years ago and finally used his special. The law is full of dangers. Not only did his cultivation level not drop, but through accumulation and sedimentation he broke through his own cultivation level on the spot. Everyone knows that this Yi Tiange is a legend of the Qingyun sect. Don't underestimate him, as he is only at the 6th level of quasi-emperor realm. But he can be regarded as a veteran quasi-emperor, and among those in the realm of quasi-emperor he is definitely one of the most powerful. The most important thing is that he is Angrireturn in the vigorous stage. There is a burning self-soul energy, a means to unleash even more terrifying power. Others with higher cultivation than him are basically none of them are as vigorous as him. The strong face ugly. Because Yi Tiange's appearance was just the beginning, more and more powerful people have descended here one after another. This, if you are destined to be with me, I will definitely get you. Those who don't want to die, get out of here. Boom. The deep broken sky, there was a shocking atmosphere. An old man in a grey robe exuding a monstrous aura appeared first from the void passage and rushed directly towards the source of seeds, trying to suppress the arrogance of others. There was a flash of murderous intent in the eyes of many powerful people present. But soon his heart was startled and he was shocked by the aura emitted by the great robed old man, which was as if the sky was overturning. Emperor! This is a true emperor, or to be more precise, a projection of the will of a great emperor. This person seems to be tens of thousands of years old, ancient emperor. Back then he seemed to have provoked a demon ancestor and started a great battle with him. The ancient emperor was seriously injured and defeated, which determined the outcome of the battle. I heard that after that there were serious injuries. The ancient emperor, because of the passage of time and the end of his life, he went to a special place, sealed himself and fell asleep, but he actually woke up. See, the projection of the ancient emperors will appeared and many powerful people were unbelievable and extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, the emperor, who had not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years, actually appeared again at this moment, seizing the opportunity in this way. Some powerful human beings were also very angry and felt it was ironic. Previously, the army of the demon world relied on the demon emperor Tu Ling, who had cut off his own emperor Daofruit and led countless demon troops to the city. The ancient emperor never appeared. Now that a rare opportunity has come into the world, he is willing to bear the cost of backlash and condense a projection of his will to appear. Although the projection of the ancient emperor's will is unlikely to be a match for the Tu Ling demon emperor. But this approach still makes the strong men of the human race felt a little disheartened. You are just a defeated general, why are you so arrogant? However, because of the source of seeds involves extraordinary. It wasn't just the human race that were attracted here. There are also powerful beings from other worlds who have descended through special means. At this moment, facing projection of the ancient emperor's will, the one who made the disdainful sound came from deep void, spread out. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp sound of void shattering in front of countless shocked eyes. Watch down. A muddy covered with scarlet hair, abnormally huge, like a terrifying giant, like a gorilla relying on, he broke open the void and slowly emerged from it. The overwhelming evil spirit spread in all directions with supreme divine power. Demon Ancestor. In the demon world there are only 3 new generation demon ancestors left. Star Demon Ancestor. Many powerful human races met again. Crazy changes. I never expected this to be here. Jing attracted a demon ancestor. However, it seems that this is also because the current rules are not complete. The star demon ancestor who descended here was not his own, which is also similar to special energy production points. But the strength he possesses has also surpassed the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 5:16, betrayed 3 times, it has never hurt so much. Star demon ancestor. The appearance of also caused a stir. Star demon ancestor, a rare one in the entire demon world history, is a monster that has cultivated its power to the extreme. Hearing with power like that, he is second only to the original demon ancestor, one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors in the demon world. Although they are of the new generation, their strength is extremely terrifying. It is powerful, but the star demon ancestor really doesn't take the strong men in our human world seriously. He appears in our human world so openly, coming and going as he pleases. I don't know, will the projection of the ancient emperors will be his opponent? The powerful men were discussing awareness. The direction of the situation becomes increasingly confusing. But in fact, seeing the ancestor of the star demons, the projection of the will of the ancient emperor, it's very ugly. The reason why he suffered serious Taoist injuries when he was young, it was because he was at his peak. Star demon ancestor, there was a war. Although I have almost recovered, it still has an impact on me. Now it seems that it was obviously the one who had the upper hand. The star demon ancestor recovered better than him. However, this is still the human world after all, and there are many strong people in the human race. The power of the laws is also relatively greater. Even when facing a powerful enemy in his heyday, he was not incapable of hand 1-2. But compared to worrying about each other, ancient emperor projection and star demon ancestor, but what he was more worried about was the demon emperor Tu Ling. After all, the demon emperor Tu Ling, who had cut off the great emperor Daofruit himself, did not need to worry about being attacked like them. Backlash. Once they go all out, even if the 2 of them join forces, it would be hard for them to be their opponent. Just as the 2 of them had different thoughts, they decided to take the opportunity to seize the super when the source seed. You are a bunch of damned lower world ants, how dare you steal my eternally family's things? A sound like thunder suddenly came from deep in the sky. Return and down. The supreme power contained in it even surpassed star demon Zuho, ancient emperor.
Even those with high status could not help but feel confused after hearing this voice. One deep heart aroused an unspeakable fear. The world was already in chaos because of the arrival of the terrifying masters. Mixed the sky invisible force torn apart from the middle. Dark and deep, a statue made purely of special energy. The projection condensed by the quality rune descended powerfully into it. And Yi Zi, the third young lady of the eternal Yi family, is now completely serving as the energy core of this huge projection. At the cost of constantly consuming soul and life, he tries his best to maintain the existence of the projection of his ancestors' will. Sister Z, save me. Although the residual soul consciousness has been Wei and others collected it in a special way to among. But at this moment to Yi Zius, after taking his breath, Yi Qingyun was still like a drowning man. With his remaining strength he begged his sister for help. Waste. But Yi Zi doesn't have time to take care of him now, and she can't do anything even if she wants to. Current it has completely become the carrier of the will of its ancestor. Whether or not he could survive was another matter. Now Yi Qingyun is so useless. Directly let super. The source seed went berserk and was seized by countless powerful beings from the lower realms. No brew, an irreparable mistake. Plus this, all the power of eternal destiny was taken away and the status of the destined protagonist was lost. The only thing left was a pure useless person. Xin shower, save me. Cousin has been treating you well these days. He has taken you to eat and drink and given you countless precious resources for repairing your chains. You two can't be ungrateful and watch your cousin die. Seeing that even his own sister has given up on him. Although my heart is desperate but a strong desire to survive, but Yi Qingyun refused to give up. At this moment he used some means to send a message to his cousins Yi Xiao and Yi Xin for help, not caring whether the other party's cultivation strength was strong enough or not. He just wanted to give it a try. However, disgusting thing, you drive, go to hell. You should have died long ago. If it weren't for you, how could my Sungfeng Yi family be destroyed? Do you really think that your hypocrisy these days, Canis? The only one we are loyal to is Master Gu Han. But after hearing Yi Xiao and Yi Xin's fierce and after the resentful curse, Yi Qingyun felt as if struck by lightning and stood there completely dumbfounded. Lord Gu Han? Various information constantly appears in my mind. Yi Qingyun finally figured out one thing. Why yourself hiding so well? The whereabouts will be inexplicably exposed. It turned out that these two cousins had been stabbing him in the back, reporting his whereabouts to Gu Han at all times. Yi Qingyun's originally somewhat turbid consciousness now became extremely clear under the extreme hatred and rage. Hatred. I have never hated it so much and felt so much pain. My sister completely ignored me. I had no intention of lending a helping hand. Even my parents only care about me. That special power. He's just a ridiculous. A carrier that is nothing. It makes him even more desperate, and what feels desolate is. Even the two cousins whom I have treated with all my heart these days are also the ones who often come to me. The traitor who stabbed you in the back. Betrayed 3 times like this, it is more painful and difficult than killing him or cutting him into pieces. Gu Han. Gu Han. Yi Qingyun's soul was roaring and raging. This is all he can do now. Soul deprived now, he can only wait like a prisoner for even more terrible torture. What is sad is not death, but that even the power of death is not in your control. Yi Zi ignored the detention in Chu Yi Qingyun's soul in the hands of Wei and others. Now directly borrow the power of the eternal Yi family ancestors will projection, wanting to forcibly take back the supersource seed. Hold on to this guy first. Then we'll each take it based on our own abilities. Although it is unclear what the eternal Yi family is. But after seeing the terrifying power emanating from the projection of the eternal Yi family's ancestor, the ancient emperor is still star demon ancestress, they all decided to join forces. Get out of here, you bunch of ants. Boom. The terrifying war suddenly hair. Because of the huge power gap, the battlefield was divided into 2 factions. By ancient emperor projection and star demon ancestor, the lower world faction headed by fights against the projection of the eternal ancestor of the Yi family. The first wave of people to come here are all old monsters from the Shenhuang world book. All of them have good means. Facing this situation at this moment, it can help me break the opportunity or even as for the chance to become the invincible emperor. Even if they were facing great beings related to the fairyland, they still dared to fight for it. However, even if this area launched a devastating war,
But no more powerful people from the human world dared to come. Because the war between the human world and the demon world has begun, in order to prevent the demon army from rushing in the human world, more powerful people are also fighting desperately on the front line. This also led to the war in this area, which has actually always been under someone's control. Has the fight already started? Although I'm a little late actually speaking, I've arrived just in time. At this moment the void outside the battlefield twisted in Guhan as the shadow slowly emerges and come out. Chapter 517 The Real Masterfield Super. The Source Seed is attracted? Guhan stood high in the sky. Although he was alone in the space behind, there are several terrifying auras hidden inside. With the power he has accumulated now, he has the absolute strength to deal with the projection of the Emperor. The double gold medal fighter Tu Ling Demon Emperor. The people of Shouyuan should get to know him. However, we can now see several parties fighting each other. In the end, he was the one who benefited the most, which made him happy. Guhan moved towards the center of the battlefield, suspended at the highest super, the Source Seed. In Jukurishinin, the package Aeon Yiqing Yun's body, the group is releasing circles of strange energy at this moment, tied, although very far away. But Guhan could still confirm that Yiqing Yun seemed to be reduced to a shell at this moment. The soul that has always been around Yiqing Yun, the eternal luck that always helped him escape danger, has completely disappeared. There is no need to think too much. This should be the result of Lu Ruyan and others taking action. After all, he had already learned about this from the previous Heavenly Will roughly report. Nothing good. It's really exciting. All I can say is it's just dog bites dog. However, Yiqing Yun would not owe ours. He would not let the other party die so easily, as that would be too easy for him. However, the opposite happened. Guhan just appeared. But he seemed to be the Source Seeds have a special attraction, and it is a very strong one. Just as the Eternal Yi family's old will was projected in many powerful people, the battle was at its fiercest. Overtake the Source Seed suddenly spread with dazzling on. There are special laws flowing on it, and a majestic aura is released as if it has awakened its self-awareness and is performing some kind of space jump. Several flashes directly leaving the center of the battle, we came to a place not far from Guhan. What is this? What's the situation? Seeing this scene, many powerful people who dared only watch nearby due to their lack of cultivation were suddenly dumbfounded. In their knowing super, the Source Seed is not a living death. Why did I suddenly? He even ran in front of Guhan. To say the most confused, it's Guhan. He also didn't understand at all how did the Source Seed come to me by itself. But with Yiqing Yun, run to yourself together. It looks like he's saying, Big brother, I'm here to see you and I've brought you a gift. Yiqing Yun's there are still some of his own divine thoughts left on it. At this moment, get their control your own power and drag your came in front of Guhan. Yiqing Yun really wanted to die. Okay. Everyone abandons themselves. Even if I have been depositing it in myself, all the power in the world has abandoned itself at this moment. Is he so disliked? Currently the fierce battlefield calm. Whether it is the projection of the will of the Eternal Yi family ancestor or the projection of the ancient Emperor Star Demon ancestors, all stopped at this moment. Wardo. Noodle shocking and unbelievable looking at Guhan. To say the most confused, it is actually the projection of the will of the eternal ancestor of the Yi family. Overtake the Source Seed is the will of the fairyland universe, self-condensed, some kind of energy quality. Energy matter has no life at all, let alone any so-called consciousness of its own. How could I be attracted to Guhan? He ignored the angry, shocked and confused gazes from the strong men from all sides. Gu Hangxian meditation. Joe guessed something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be meth seed of the evil god attracted the Source Seed. Isn't it that the seeds of the evil god will be super as the source of food? Overtake. What does the Source Seed mean? Does it want to be absorbed by me? Without waiting for Guhan to continue thinking. One who has always hidden deep in the void, an unknown quasi-emperor who is looking for the right time to strike. See Chao, the Source Seed fell to Guhan, a young cultivator who was not even at the emperor level. I immediately felt that the time had come and acted decisively. After waiting for so long, I finally got my chance. I, Master Shukong, have been practicing the art of space for thousands of years now. I will take this opportunity.
The man with the hand is a black man who looks a little sloppy but has a very strong aura. Old man.
Many people recognize the identity of the Void Master Share. Although the opponent is only at the 5th level of Quasi-Emperor realm.
But his attainments in space are extremely high and he can be ranked among the best in the entire Xianhuang world.
It is said that in that distant era with a trance the attainment of emptiness. He even took the treasure from the Emperor, finally escape in the void full the amazing feat of retreating. This damn guy.
Many other powerful men also took action at the first moment.
But if you act a little slower it will be too late. Boy! I advise you not to resist. Otherwise if I use too much force if you die don't blame me for bullying the weak.
Void Master stretched out his huge palm which not only exceeded the source seed is included among them and he also wants to abduct Guhan. After all it is possible to attract Super Source Seed Lord in the eyes of Master Shukong. Guhan who was approaching was not simple either. If we let Guhan take it down together we will definitely get extraordinary gains.
However,
this old man is interesting. Don't kill him, directly suppress him. His origin. I can use his attainments in the origin of the void to create a quasi-emperor with considerable void power.
Guhan snapped his fingers.
Buzz. Then the space behind him rolled violently and terrifying power suddenly surged out from it and 4 quasi-emperor auras seemed to be overturning the sky.
Come here. Directly be shocked stiff the dull-looking void real person town and grabbed it directly like a piglet. Originally everyone felt that the source seed will be snatched away by the Void Master and then the Void Master will use all his strength to magical power cultivation deep void. The scene was instantly suppressed. The reversal is over. He actually had 4 quasi-emperors as guards. Moreover each of them is above the 3rd level of quasi-emperor realm.
Everyone who had originally ignored Guhan and regarded him as a wild boy of unknown origin sudden change. Where does this guy come from?
Guhan.
Farther was a roar of extreme anger.
It is the projection of the will of the Eternal Yi family ancestor.
As a powerful family from the high and mighty Eternal Yi family immortal realm he had now completely lost his composure because of being angered by a junior from the lower realm. After all he didn't expect that sending ZE to the lower world and combining the power of the will of heaven would not be able to kill this kid. Instead he was surpassed by the opponent. The source seeds were produced. What made him even more angry was that the source of the seed like a serious illness ran to the other side.
This made him so angry that he became a little crazy. Chapter 518 The target of public criticism. The gold medal fighter Demon Emperor.
This voice which was the projection of the will of the Eternal Yi family's ancestor also woke up some people.
Brother. Originally wanted to take advantage of the escaped Shuiha Angelica de Hirakashape Emil.
With a face full of disbelief looking at the sky. I didn't expect to be here again. It's my turn, senior brother.
The others didn't expect it either. Guhan, the new generation legend of Xianhuang world, dares to get involved in such a matter. Come on, are you really not afraid of death? That Guhan's human boy. You take my things and retreat first. I will help you hold back the others.
The projection of the ancient emperor shouted loudly. The breath is also rising. The feet. The void was filled with a roar.
Humph. You are just daydreaming. With this demon ancestor here he can't take that thing away. Star Demon Zohun the demon want to stop projection of the ancient emperor. Guhan was speechless.
The ancient emperor is really interesting. The seed of the source fell into his hands and it belonged to him. Guhan.
When will it change the ancient emperors? Pu Shinan is really depressed. This and it falls into my hands then it is mine. Guhan faced everyone and said loudly, just save your energy and stop fighting, okay?
As soon as these words were spoken the whole world fell silent again.
Because after hearing what the ancient emperor projected everyone subconsciously regarded Guhan as the person projected by the ancient emperor.
Now it seems that it wasn't like that at all. Guhan also wanted to seize this incredible opportunity himself. Xiaobingli, Huajieyu and others who had already arrived here could not help but feel the thought was deep.
Total sex drama. The development of the unexpected. It's reasonable. In fact, even if Guhan didn't say these words he would become the target of public criticism. After all, who would have thought that? Will the source seed awaken its consciousness on its own and then fly in front of Guhan? Moreover, it is impossible to ask so many people to stop fighting.
Even the sleeping emperor used his great magical power to create a will split. Come and grab it. It is enough to see super. The source seed is so powerful that if you want to take it away, a war is inevitable. Who do you think you are? You are not even an emperor yet you want to stir up trouble here? Are you really not afraid of death? Guhan, right? You are very good, really very good. How dare you disobey me like this? No matter what evil tricks you use, he is attracted to your hands, but if you want to take him away, you don't have the strength and you are not worthy. Guhan. I can let go of the previous matter source seed, give it to me, and then submit to my eternal Yi family, and I can let you go. The projection of the will of the eternal Yi family ancestor is the most domineering. Not only to exceed the source of the seed, and also specifically asked Guhan to surrender directly. The three strongest men on the battlefield have expressed their opinions one after another, pointing their spearheads directly at Guhan. Those once hidden deep in the void want to muddy the water. The other quasi-emperors of you all felt that Guhan was courting death and was going to destroy himself. Although Guhan is strong and caused a stir in the demon world before, he is not a emperor realm. Even with a quasi-emperor level protector behind him, it would be difficult for him to survive this turmoil and retreat. Don't worry about the clown. How about we unite and wait for the three strongest guys to decide the winner? Then we can unite and snatch the treasure together and share the opportunity. Suddenly someone suggested. After all, the remaining quasi-emperors are actually equally powerful. The best way is to unite against the enemy and share the opportunity equally. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment or you'll die. Meet Guhan. There is no intention of surrendering myself. The eternal projection of the will of the ancestor of the Yi family released the power, rolling up the energy wave that destroys the world towards Guhan. Come. Most of Yi's soul life has been consumed. Keep delaying, it will definitely disappear completely. If you can, as the ancestor of the eternal Yi family, he naturally did not want to see his family, all the descendants of the clan, die tragically. Original star demon ancestor also wanted to take advantage of to take action. As a result, he just had You dare Heswet, I will smash your book later head. But with a cool and majestic the sound, suddenly the star demon ancestor's mind. He was completely stunned on the spot. This voice is so got it. Big sister Lun Yu, why are you? The star demon ancestor was a little confused. In his memory, Su Lun Yue should have died long ago. Su Lun Yue is one of the 5 first-generation demon ancestors. In the early years, they had always selected powerful demons from the demon world to train his own capable men. The star demon ancestor is one of them. But as time passed, other monsters died in the passage of time. Only he was lucky enough to survive for the new generation of demon ancestors in the demon world. For star demon ancestor Su Lun Yue was actually quite surprised when he appeared. Because this period of time I have been searching in the demon world ancestor of the star demons. But because of this, the strength is not at its peak during the recovery period, can't find the traces of the star demon ancestor. Unexpectedly difference by mistake, here I am again on the other side's score. Boom. At this time, the terrifying attack launched by the projection of the will of the eternal Yi family's ancestor had already landed above Guhan. Although everyone present did not know the projection of the will of the Yonghong Yi family's ancestor origin. But the one that the other party exudes the terrifying power has already made countless quasi-emperor realm masters to suffocation. Everyone felt that even if Guhan, there are 2 quasi-emperor realm guardians behind him, which is definitely dangerous. However, even the emperor's projection must Guhan did not react at all to the terrifying attack. The space behind suddenly became violent. The vastness turned into tangible, rich demonic energy which poured out like an overwhelming force, as if solidifying time and space, making everyone feel as if they were falling into an icy cave. The next moment, as the void was suddenly torn apart by terrible force, the demon emperor Tu Ling took a step forward and stood in front of Guhan like a bodyguard while swinging out with a punch and hitting him hard. The demon emperor Tu Ling can be regarded as the most powerful person in the Xianhuang world, the strongest combat power. Because they have cut off the fruits of their own cultivation, they are able to fully exert their 100% strength. He punched out, there are flashes of red and black thunder. A large area of void collapsed in an instant like a mirror. Destructive energy wave IV opened so that many quasi-emperor strongmen. The horrifying blow was as fragile as a piece of paper under the punch of the demon emperor Tu Ling and was completely vulnerable. In just a moment the projection of the eternal Yi family will shattered by one blow. The ultimate punch that directly shattered a large area of the void has not yet stopped its aftermath. Those who wanted the attack on quasi-emperor Guhan also affected most of them. In serious cases they will be crushed directly. Fog at the very least will make you vomit. Fresh air flew out from the broken void. What the hell is this? What's the situation? Many powerful human beings. Unbelievable and shocking. Why would Demon Emperor Tu Ling help Guhan? They heard that Guhan had previously caused chaos in the entire demon world. Why would the Demon Emperor Tu Ling help him now? Chapter 519, Grinding Nian. The third lady of the Eternal Yi family has fallen. You bastard. Act as the will of one's own ancestor. Yi Z at this moment also crack. I think I figured it out. Why have I been trying to contact Haotian Quasi-Emperor and others for a long time but have not been able to get through? It turns out that the traitor Demon Emperor Tu Ling betrayed Guhan. He then killed the Quasi-Emperor Haotian and others. Naturally I can't get in touch with you. So from the beginning they thought they were perfect. The perfect plan is over. Fell into Guhan's trap. Damn it. Don't waste time. Kill them all at once. That's right. Don't miss the projection of the ancient emperor either. Even if the roar of heaven and earth has not subsided. Guhan's voice was also very clear in everyone's ears. After hearing that Guhan was going to kill them all together. After the fear and shock, everyone became even angrier. Although I don't know why the Demon Emperor Tu Ling would help Guhan. But now they were all on guard. Thinking that you can rely on the Demon Emperor Tu Ling to kill them all by yourself is wishful thinking. However, following Guhan, then ripples appeared again. Another extremely terrifying demonic power emerged from it. The leader was a man with a cane, thin, skinny, an old man in a grey robe who looks a little weathered. It turned out to be the guardian of the Demon Emperor Abyss. But this is not the end. Snap. The sky above Guhan's head suddenly shattered again. A huge the giant island woven with a hazy fairy light slowly emerged from the depths of space. World is coming. Dozens of quasi-emperors have descended one after another and the number is still increasing. Although there are only 3 or 4 who have reached the top quasi-emperor realm. But there are nearly 20 quasi-emperors. And there are several extraordinary imperial weapons which are far better than any projection of the emperor. The pressure is much stronger. After all, the most pressing issue in the cultivation world right now is what is horrifying is not the birth of the emperor. Rather it was an old quasi-emperor who was about to reach the end of his life and he came with the ultimate imperial weapon. A quasi-emperor who can wield the ultimate imperial weapon is someone that even a true emperor would have to give 7 points of warning. I told you before, don't waste your energy anymore. But if you insist on being ungrateful, you can't blame me. If you don't take the road of life, then I will send you to hell. Guhan's words fell. Whether it is the projection of the will of the eternal ancestor of the Yi family or the ancient emperor is still star demon ancestors. At this moment I was so shocked that I was sweating profusely and my heart was pounding. I danced for half a section. Maybe one of them is star demon ancestor, to be thankful. He even raised his hand towards Guhan. Brother. I know, big sister Long Yu. We are one of them. Gu, you bastard, how dare you steal my elder brother? You have already received the means to die. Originally in absolute everyone in it. Seeing at this moment after the star demon ancestor betrayed Guhan in public, he was even more. We were no match in the first place. A powerful teammate on my side directly betrayed me. What's the point of fighting this? And how come this stinky monkey is related to Guhan again? This stinky monkey does know me. I just arrived knowing him. I didn't stop him at the first time. But don't worry, I will find him later to stand up for you, Guhan. It's better to keep him to work for you than to kill him. Listening to Su Lungyue's voice that suddenly sounded in my mind. I originally thought that this monkey was acting on purpose. Guhan was slightly stunned. This guy actually knows Su Lungyue? But whatever. The other party seems to be a real demon emperor. It's also good to keep him as a thug. Since you won't leave us any chance to survive, then we'll fight to the death. I don't know who was the first to let out a loud roar, but it caused a huge ripple. In an instant, countless strange phenomena appeared in the sky above this area. Countless huge Dharma images that reached the sky and the earth emerged. The power of rules that was comparable to the emperor's will continue to emerge as if they were free. Everyone knows. If they don't fight, Guhan will really kill them all. There is no room left. Furthermore, it is no longer a matter of competing for or not competing for the source seed. It's a question of whether you can survive. Senior Tai Ching. The Sanjian Pavilion area. A great war begins. It seems that there are several quasi-emperor realms. Among them there was even a suspicion that the demon emperor Tu Ling and several other powerful people in the demon world appeared. At this moment, the area of tens of millions of miles around Changjian Pavilion has completely collapsed and turned into island. The human battlefield front line. A strong man hurried into the hall and pressed the latest report the situation to Tai Ching Sword Immortal and others. These guys, what a time. They are still here, fight. A land swordsman slapped the stone table in front of him, broken. If these several quasi-emperor realm masters take action, the large-scale offensive of the demon world has long been suppressed. But these guys, because of some opportunities, started fighting behind the human race. Why? Perhaps this battle has been controlled by a certain existence since the beginning, control between the palms. The war between us humans and the demons may just be part of his plan. At this time, Tai Ching Sword Immortal suddenly laughed at himself, said with regret. Others don't know, but he knows. Because Guhan had performed very well in the demon realm before, he had been paying close attention to the other party. Quiet. Guhan seemed to have also participated in the battle for the unknown opportunity. It was because of his participation that it suddenly became out of control. The demon world suddenly launched a large-scale attack on their human race without any warning. Although the attack was fierce, it was actually restrained. This gave him the impression that the demon army did not intend to completely annex the human world. Instead, it seems that he wants to temporarily hold them back at the front line so that they don't get involved in the battle for unknown opportunities. In addition, he also received the news that Guhan, the powerful men from several major forces, later arrived in that area one after another. He had already guessed some of the truth in his heart. Unimaginable. This incident involves the Xianhuang world. It turned out to be Guhansov. This is probably something that even those sleeping emperors cannot do, right? Is this really what today's young generation is like? Guhan. You ruined my eternally family's plan. I have waited for countless years for the arrangement, and heart vanished into thin air. This hatred is irreconcilable. Don't think you have defeated me with the projection of will. There will be a chance for someone to compete with my eternally family. It won't be long before we send a stronger being to suppress you. Go to the 9 netherworld purgatory and experience endless suffering for eternity. Old routine. If you can't win, just say harsh words. Under the attack of 2 supreme beings, Demon Emperor Tu Ling and Abyss Guardian. The projection of the will of the ancestor of the eternally family, there was no way I could carry it. It was beaten to pieces and disappeared bit by bit. Ancestor, save me. To say the most, it's easy. Because as the carrier of the projection of the will of my ancestor allow. At this moment the projection of my ancestor's will was defeated. This loaded also suffered a huge backlash. Skin first, it began to quickly become shriveled and old. Then the whole person gradually turned into pieces of wind and sand and began to dissipate. But there was no way to resist anymore. I can only watch myself wither away, my consciousness gradually turning into dust. Even more unreachable, she was the 3rd young lady of the eternally family and a famous genius in the fairyland, but she died in the lower world. Chapter 520, Is this answer enough? Guhan. I am the emperor of the human race, and I have shed tears for the human race. I have made great contributions to the human race, but you actually want to be so treasonous as to wipe out my projection. Are you sure you can bear this great cause and effect? The projection condition of the ancient emperor is not very good either. The projection of will is about to be erased. Although it was just a tiny projection of his will, it was at least related to his original intention. Related. If it is erased, he originally will also be there. Will definitely be backlash. I don't care who you are, you attack me arrogantly and wanted to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me.
Gu Hankai didn't answer this as moral kidnapping.
Anyway, his principle is that if anyone dares to attack him, he will take it prepared to be killed by him.
Gu Hanyu. Ancient Emperor projection surface anger.
But he hadn't finished speaking.
Boom.
But he was hit by a terrifying punch from the demon Emperor Tu Ling. This ray of projection had no power to resist, as fragile as thin ice, and shattered in an instant fragments all over the sky.
As the three strongest beings in this battle, two were wiped out and one became a traitor and surrendered to the enemy. The remaining quasi-emperors were completely powerless to resist.
Except for a few who reacted quickly, they immediately gave up resistance and were suppressed. Except for the strong ones, all others died tragically without exception.
Gurgle.
Many people have already been other human strongmen attracted by Jing. In a special way, after the battle ended with Guhan's side winning, everyone couldn't help but feel jumped halfway the past, swallowing saliva in the throat.
More than 20 quasi-emperors.
They all died in such an unclear manner at the hands of Guhan and others. They had some doubts before, as the strongest demon in the demon world, the demon Emperor Tu Ling, after knowing that there is such a great opportunity here, why has it not appeared yet?
Now they have finally figured it out. It turns out that it is all ready to be Guhan's subordinate, the gold medal fighter. Until now, everyone has figured out one thing.
That is, whether this battle between humans and demons can end depends entirely on Guhan's wish and a thought.
Many powerful human beings, I dare not even imagine it.
A disciple who had left the declining sect when Jin sect had stood at the top of the entire Shenhuang world in less than 3 years and could even control the world situation.
It is hard to imagine that if Guhan could prove his god, can you finally finish it? How terrible at once.
Brother. As an alternative audience, Chui Habaiji, at this moment, the white light standing in the sky, suddenly a feeling of fear arose in my heart, unreachable sleep. Over the past 3 years we have been trying every possible way to win back our senior brother. But whether from each other or in terms of strength, they are getting further and further away from each other.
Guhan had naturally noticed it a long time ago, the two of us.
At this moment, looking down they glanced at me with an indifferent look, which immediately made the two of them confused. One that's cold without any purpose, as if to let they face the abyss head on, and even their souls felt cold. Seemed the senior brother we miss so much, as already they treated him as an irrelevant stranger or even a dead person.
Guhan, I know you, and the relationship between them is not good.
But in the past 3 years we haven't done anything to offend you, and your plan can be successfully completed. Thanks indeed. Tao act as your workers, people.
For you now, killing they mean nothing to you.
The former will of heaven suddenly split from the space created out of thin air. Walk out of it.
At this moment, Chuiha in front of Bai Ji and the other person. It seems to be to prevent Guhan from taking action.
Oh. Guhan sneered, if I really want to kill we, even if they have great abilities, they will die without a burial place.
Furthermore, death is for us, it should be a solution bar? Why should I dirty my hands cheap always?
I was inexplicably happy at first, thinking that my senior brother might remember the old times. Chu Wei and 2 others. After hearing Guhan's words, after the words white, there was a shaking. Chu Wei Zhenghe let out a smile that was extremely self-deprecating.
Turn out to be. This is what my brother has been doing for the past 3 years. They turn a blind eye regardless of, is it because no matter what we do we can't win back our brother? But Chu Wei seemed to still feel a little unwilling. Raise your head stubbornly. Tears of sorrow flash in my eyes. Standing on the sky among several powerful, in the center of the shadow there is a white figure like the Lord of Gods. Almost exhausted, I have the strength to speak out. Brother, I know what happened back then. Even in previous lives we were wrong and we did things wrong. But in this life we are willing to change, willing to give everything to change. Why are you unwilling to give us a chance? Does it mean that all the debts of previous lives must be repaid in this life? Master thought of you till his death. During the days you were with me I thought of you all the time and missed the days at Bayou Peak. But why are you still so desperate? Why didn't you want to see Master until he died? Come and see us. Chu Wei seemed to have let out all of her anger and grievances from the past 3 years. He screamed with all his might and the whole world seemed to have been muted, and even time seemed to have stopped. Only with a sad voice it keeps echoing between heaven and earth. Bitter the tears flowed down cheek, in the end dry off between the throat, lead a cough. Death is better. It doesn't matter if I don't get an answer. I just want to say out loud all the thoughts in my mind. Why? We have obviously worked so hard. Brother, you're still so desperate. Are we really so unworthy of forgiveness? Guhan still stood above the sky. The cold wind blew, leaving him in a white flickering sound. Black hair danced, his handsome sharp face looked even more indifferent. At this time maybe it was fate or maybe it was a coincidence. A few broken peach petals suddenly appeared in Guhan's sight. They just flutter in the wind aimlessly with the wind dance. In a trance, Guhan seemed to see a blooming romance, a peach blossom forest that was one of the most stunning sights on earth. But because of a horrific battle it suddenly disappeared and turned into a ruined and devastated place. Only a few broken peach blossoms accidentally remained floating here with the wind. When he left this place completely, as time passed, one day in the future when spring came, the peach blossom forest came back to life again. The scenery is beautiful. But by then he had already left here and could no longer see this desperate situation in the world. At that time he would, Jing, did you come back specially to take a look? Guhan seemed to have suddenly like talking to himself or as if giving an answer. Haha, when I came it wasn't spring, but when I left it was full of spring. How ridiculous. He said indifferently towards the Chu below. Way, is this answer enough? Chapter 521 Fight Painful Purgatory. The shackles of fate are broken. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire space suddenly became silent. Just these two sentences seem to have summarized Guhan's life and his 9 lives, recalling what you have experienced. Especially as one of the Xiaobingli and Hua Jieyu who were trapped insolence. When I came it was not spring, but when I left the city was full of spring. This is not only to express Guhan's deepest idea. He was expressing his Wei San and even the ridicule of the dead Mu Bailing. People are always like this. We never cherish something when we truly have it. His attitude is always dead cold and he seems indifferent to the matter. When that person is hurt one day, bruised and disheartened, that's when they truly leave. On the contrary, those who had hurt him suddenly remembered the past. Show your so-called burning sincerity and use your so-called warmth like spring. I want to remoisten a wound the wounded man, let him return to his own side. This behavior is not only ridiculous but also despicable. If I had known this earlier, why would I have done this? All the grievances and resentment in Wei's heart were shattered by this sentence broken. The whole face white slumped to the ground. I don't know how to answer. Angelica de Hurica, lower your head, purse your lips, 2 hard petals, let their red exuding a hint of freshness. The former will of heaven is also trapped silence. Perhaps it was because he inherited some of Mu Bailing's memories. At this moment, from Mu Bailing's perspective, Guhan's words were inexplicably, I have come to a kind of the pain of regret. Some people always think that Guhan is doing something very special, even a little too much. But the 9th comeback, didn't Guhan give me a chance? Perhaps Guhan Ben is one of them, the reason for being cursed. 9 times 9 times. Every time Guhan gave opportunities openly or secretly, she, my junior sister and master, can truly believe in me once, even just once. His ending might change drastically. 9 times down, but they didn't let Guhan win once, instead they pushed him into a deeper abyss. But everything has been settled. But they all suddenly woke up. Okay, I don't want to say any more nonsense. Put Yi Qingyun's soul consciousness come out, I want to deal with this guy myself. Certainly. He won't give Chu Wei, please be patient with these 2 guys. At worst together we sent to the depths of the 9 nether purgatory, just like Yi Qingyun I will experience eternal torture and serve as a companion to Yi Qingyun. The former will of heaven obviously also saw the meaning in Guhan's eyes. Guhan now has no regard for the 2 so-called junior sisters. However, he also wanted to personally torture Yi Qingyun in Mu Bailing's life willing. After thinking about it, the former heavenly Dao seemed to have thought of something and said, Yi Qingyun, I also want to personally, this involves the agreement between me and Mu Bailing. I will suffer terrible backlash which is not conducive to recovery. How about I use some great power to split his soul in 2 and we each get half? After all, Yi Qingyun's soul has always been in a special state. He will not die even if he is split in 2 and can even ensure that he is double the torture. Isn't that wonderful? Yi Qingyun's soul, which had been wailing and roaring, became even crazier after hearing these words. Are these guys even human? Let him die, let him die.
Soon the former heavenly Tao will use some great means the power split Yi Qingyun's soul into two halves. Although the process is very painful. But Yi Qingyun is still alive, jumping constantly. He cursed loudly. Of course he was just using this method to vent the fear in his heart. The pain and torture he experienced next was definitely beyond his imagination. Shu Wei wanted to say something, but she just opened her mouth reluctantly. No sound could be made. The fallen flowers intend to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water has no intention following flowers. Wei Baiji, your fate with him has long ended. Let's go. The former heavenly will sighed. With a flick of his sleeves, the power of heaven and earth created a space vortex out of thin air. The shadow was wrapped in it and soon disappeared. Ahan, you're just letting, are you gone? Xia Bingli Yuan come down, got a little bit angry. Although Chu Wei and the others have been engaged in so-called atonement, but they have always been a little self-righteous. Those who think they are righteous will eventually be forgiven as long as they apologize. What kind of logic is this? It doesn't make sense. Guhan shook his head and compared to Wei. Guhan, the corners of the head are curved in a playful and cruel arc towards the half of Yi Qingyun's soul in his hand. Yi Qingyun, you finally fell into my hands. Although I have figured out why I was reborn and why I failed and died miserably in every life. But from today on I will repay you 1,000 times over for all the pain you have brought me. Of course before that I will do good things and reinfuse your soul into your among. After all, and double pain on God's part is more exciting, isn't it? Guhan, kill me. Kill me if you dare. Yi Qingyun sent out a wild like a roar. But what it contains there is no anger, only fear. But Guhan wanted to finish off the enemy at this time. Bring Yi Xiao and Yi Xin here. Greetings, sir. Soon a strong man teleported Yi Xiao and Yi Xiao in front of Guhan. He knelt on one knee respectfully and bowed. You two did a good job. I promised you before that I would let you avenge your past. The culprit who caused your genocide is now in front of you. You can freely vent your anger and hatred. Yi Xiao, Yi Xin, you guys. Yi Qingyun is even more sudden change to spare. He now suspected that the extermination of the Tsangfengyi family might have something to do with Guhan unrelated. Now not only did Guhan put all the blame on him superior. He even asked his own cousins to torture him personally. What a beast. This guy is really a beast. Guhan completely ignored Yi Qingyun's ferocious expression. There is still a long time to come and he has plenty of ways to make Yi Qingyun want to die but cannot. As for the remnant soul of Lu Ruyan that is entangled with Yi Qingyun's remnant soul, it doesn't matter. Next he will buy one get one free let together test. Next he had to absorb and refine the source seed, trying to impact the quasi-emperor. Now Yi Qingyun has been suppressed by him. All the people from the Tiandao Palace. Now Yi Qingyun has been suppressed by him. All the people from the Tiandao Palace who were able to go out were killed by him, in addition to Yi Zi, who was killed by him. The will of heaven will definitely awaken ahead of time, and the eternal Yi family will also send out stronger beings to target him. Thing it's far from over. Just as Guhan was about to lead his men away, but he suddenly paused and a system broadcast sounded beside his ears. Bite. Special reminder: the destiny of the protagonist Yi Qingyun has been deprived.